In the incubation square of Fenghua City, more than 100 young individuals are on the verge of determining their fates. Lin Feng, a young man ridiculed for 18 years due to his flawless spirit beast egg, has just become the target of scorn after defying the prodigy, Huang Mingqi. Huang Mingqi grins maliciously, eagerly anticipating the moment he will completely crush Lin Feng after hatching a 5-star spirit beast. Within the semi-spherical incubation platform, Lin Feng closes his eyes. The humiliating memories of the original owner intertwine with the searing pain from a bullet wound in his previous life. At that moment, an interface unlike any recorded in the beast-taming texts unfolds in his nearly despairing consciousness. 3 bloodline options quietly hover before him, with the words Mo Hui Chi Lin glowing faintly at the top, hinting at the obliteration of legends. He has no choice but to wager everything, including this newly acquired second chance at life. Chapter 1. Spirit Beast Incubation. In the 5th safe zone of Fenghua City, many young men and women, all over 18, appear to be spectators of some event, occasionally bursting into laughter. You worthless fool! How dare you push me when your spirit beast egg has not a single crack? Let me push you! Let me push you! A young man clad in extravagant attire kicks the one lying on the ground with force. Look at him. Doesn't he resemble a dog in his current state? Ha ha ha! Where's this place? A wave of dizziness washes over Lin Feng. He only remembers being on the battlefield when suddenly an enemy shot at him. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself here. Then, a flood of memories surges into his mind. Upon understanding these memories, Lin Feng realizes he has traversed into a world of spirit beasts. The original body's owner had accidentally pushed the young man before him and was beaten to death for it. Unbeknownst to the assailant, who continues to mercilessly torment Lin Feng, none of the onlookers step forward to intervene. I will kick you to death. The young man in luxurious attire snarls. Lin Feng, previously a Special Forces soldier, is not easily bullied like the original owner of this body. Lying on the ground, Lin Feng suddenly seizes one of the luxurious young man's feet and forcefully pushes against his other foot. With a sharp crack, the young man's legs are forced into a split, releasing a sound reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. In an instant, Lin Feng springs up from the ground, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of the young man, who is clutching his groin. The impact sends him flying several meters away. All the onlookers stand frozen in shock at the scene before them. In this world of spirit beasts, upon birth, each individual's spirit beast space automatically nurtures a spirit beast egg. Before incubation, the larger the cracks on the spirit beast egg, the higher the star level of the spirit beast. However, the original owner of this body had such poor talent that after 18 years, his spirit beast egg remained perfectly intact. This implies that his spirit beast is undoubtedly a failure, perhaps even a rotten egg. Thus, the youth of Fenghua City spend their days doing 3 things: eating, sleeping, and bullying Lin Feng. But today, the usually oppressed Lin Feng has fought back. Moreover, he has struck the prodigy of Fenghua City, Huang Mingqi. Huang Mingqi's spirit beast egg has 5 cracks, at least capable of hatching a 5-star spirit beast. He is undoubtedly the pride of Fenghua City. In the minds of all the onlookers, a singular thought emerges. Lin Feng is surely finished today. How dare you strike me? I will make you pay. Huang Mingqi, gritting his teeth against the pain, stumbles forward towards Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng is panting heavily. The original body is too weak, and he is already drenched in sweat after a single exchange. Everyone cease this. On such an important day as the incubation ceremony, no one is allowed to cause trouble. A powerful voice booms from behind the crowd. Quickly disperse, Lord Guo is coming. The gathered youths quickly scatter. But Uncle Guo, Lin Feng hit me. Huang Mingqi complains with a mournful expression. Lord Guo glances at Lin Feng, then approaches Huang Mingqi and whispers, first, hatch the spirit beast. By then, Lin Feng will be at your mercy. Upon hearing this, Huang Mingqi's eyes gleam with excitement. Among all the youth in Fenghua City, his spirit beast egg has the most cracks. Once he hatches a 5-star spirit beast, dealing with the worthless Lin Feng will be a breeze. The star levels of spirit beasts range from 1 to 10, representing their strength. However, to become a beast master, the spirit beast star level must be at least 3 stars. This is because 1 and 2-star spirit beasts lack the potential for cultivation and are relegated to ordinary roles, serving the beast masters. In this world, most youths hatch spirit beasts of 3 or 4 stars, and those capable of hatching 5-star beasts are the pride of their city. 6 and 7-star spirit beasts, when they appear, are fiercely sought after by prestigious academies. As for the rarer 8 or 9-star beasts, There are hardly any within the 5 major safe zones. And 10-star beasts? They exist only in legends. Thus, Huang Mingqi begrudgingly holds back his anger, glaring at Lin Feng as he vows, "You wait. After the incubation is over, I will deal with you." Lin Feng pays no heed to his empty threats and instead continues to merge the memories in his mind. He learns that 1,000 years ago, this world underwent a transformation, giving rise to numerous monstrous beasts. Humans also discovered a new profession, the Beastmaster. Under the leadership of Beastmasters, humanity established 5 major safe zones to fend off the formidable beasts. To combat these monsters, youths who turn 18 participate in an incubation ceremony to hatch the spirit beast egg within them. Today happens to be the day of incubation. It seems that to survive in this world, one must first possess a spirit beast. I wonder if this egg will successfully hatch, Lin Feng contemplates as he follows the crowd to the incubation site. In the square, dozens of semi-spherical devices are arranged. These are the incubators for the spirit beasts. This year, there are over 100 eligible youths in Fenghua City. They need to be divided into 2 groups for incubation. With a command from Lord Gua, the first group of youths begins to take their seats on the incubation platforms. Lin Feng is among the first group. He sits within the semi-spherical incubator and places the helmet atop his head. Immediately, Lin Feng's consciousness enters the spirit beast space. Huang Mingqi, supported by others, shakily sits on the incubation platform, casting a venomous glare at Lin Feng, vowing, "I will make you wish you were never born." Within Lin Feng's spirit beast space, the spirit beast egg floats serenely. As he wonders how to hatch this egg, a mechanical voice resonates in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have activated the bloodline cultivation system. Please select a bloodline for cultivation." Simultaneously, 3 options appear in Lin Feng's mind. Qi Yu Jin Diao. Difficulty of cultivation 2 stars. Initial star level 4 stars. Can grow to 7 stars. Di Yu San Tu Long. Difficulty of cultivation 3 stars. Initial star level 6 stars. Can grow to 9 stars. Mo Yu Hui Qi Lin. Difficulty of cultivation 5 stars. Initial star level 7 stars. Can grow to 10 stars. It is a system. Lin Feng understood that this was a privilege bestowed upon him as a traveler. He pondered that since he had already arrived in this world, how could he not achieve something remarkable? Thus, Lin Feng made a resolute decision. "I choose the Mo Fire Qilin." Selection successful. The bloodline of the Mo Fire Qilin has been fused into the spirit beast egg and is about to begin hatching. Chapter 2. Mo Fire Qilin. Lin Feng felt a surge of scorching energy emanating from the spirit beast egg. Soon after, accompanied by the sound of cracking, the incredibly hard shell began to show fissures, and a fiery red claw emerged from the crevice. With a powerful swipe, the spirit beast egg split apart, and a spirit beast enveloped in flames leapt forth. Congratulations to the host for successfully hatching a spirit beast. Reward: 1 spirit beast pill and 1 advancement pill. The spirit beast pill can enhance the spirit beast cultivation by 100 points per use, while the advancement pill can elevate the spirit beast star rank. The higher the star rank, the more advancement pills required. At that moment, the information regarding the hatching spirit beast appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Mo Fire Qilin star rank. 7 stars can evolve to 8 stars lower grade with the use of an advancement pill. Attribute: Fire. Category: Combat type. Cultivation: First stage level 10/100. Description: An ancient divine beast capable of exerting bloodline suppression over all beast-type spirit beasts, impervious to any flames. Detection indicates star rank can be elevated. Would you like to use an advancement pill? To Lin Feng's surprise, the opportunity to elevate the star rank arrived so swiftly. He did not hesitate and promptly chose to use it. Advancement pill in use. Duration: 10 minutes. Upon completion, the spirit beast star rank will be elevated to 8 stars lower grade. Spirit beasts above 8 stars are categorized into upper, middle, and lower grades. Lin Feng watched as the spirit beast underwent advancement, his heart brimming with excitement. With this spirit beast, he now possessed the means to survive in this world. At that moment, most of the youths on the hatching platform had completed their hatchings. Those who hatched 1-star or 2-star spirit beasts appeared despondent, as their lives had seemingly reached a dead end. Conversely, those who hatched 3-star or 4-star spirit beasts walked down the platform with exuberance, their faces radiant with expectations for the future. Awaiting them was the opportunity to enroll in prestigious academies, becoming qualified beast tamers and attaining endless glory. Who else? Huang Mingqi roared skyward atop the hatching platform. Then, a brilliant light radiated from his brow, and a magical array materialized beneath him. A spirit beast emerged from the magical array. Thunderbolt Porcupine. Star rank, 5 stars. Cultivation, first stage level 1. Attribute, Thunder. Skills, Spike Shot Howl. Indeed a 5-star spirit beast. Truly worthy of Huangshao, our pride of Fenghua City. With this spirit beast, Huangshao will surely rank among the top 3 in our 5th Safe Zone's prestigious academies. Wow, Huangshao is so handsome. Can you be my boyfriend? As Huang Mingqi's spirit beast information appeared, it incited waves of astonishment from the onlookers below. Lord Gua, too, wore a broad smile. Fenghua City had not seen a 5-star spirit beast for many years, and at last, he would not be at the bottom. Thus, Lord Gua stepped beside Huang Mingqi, patting his shoulder as he said, "Well done, truly the pride of Fenghua City." Huang Mingqi basked in the flattery from the crowd, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. However, accompanying this was an overwhelming hatred. He had not forgotten the pain Lin Feng had inflicted upon him earlier. "You stop right there." Lin Feng, having completed his hatching, was intercepted by Huang Mingqi and his spirit beast. "Do you think you can just walk away after what you did?" Lin Feng coldly snorted, his gaze icy as he stared at Huang Mingqi. "Do you wish to be beaten again? I now possess a 5-star spirit beast, the pride of Fenghua City. Do you dare to act so recklessly?" Huang Mingqi threatened fiercely. "Lin Feng, you are so eager to leave. Could it be that you could not even hatch a spirit beast? I advise you to apologize to Huangshao quickly. He is not someone you can provoke." The crowd around them joined in the mockery. Huang Mingqi sneered, "Lin Feng, I give you a chance. Kneel down, bow your head 3 times, and crawl through my legs, and I will let you go today. Otherwise, you will taste the might of my Thunderbolt Porcupine." Huang Mingqi's words infuriated Lin Feng completely. Were it not for his arrival in this world, the original owner of this body would have already perished under such humiliation. Unable to tolerate this bullying any longer, Lin Feng felt a blur before his eyes, and in an instant, he stood before Huang Mingqi. Smack! A resounding slap struck Huang Mingqi's face, instantly knocking out several of his teeth. Huang Mingqi was taken aback. All present were equally stunned. They never expected that at such a moment, Lin Feng would dare to strike Huang Mingqi. Was he truly seeking his own demise? Huang Mingqi, clutching his swollen face, his eyes turning bloodshot, shouted, "Lin Feng, you will pay for this." The humiliation drove him into a frenzy. "Thunderbolt Porcupine, kill him." Humph. Upon receiving the command, the Thunderbolt Porcupine let out a cry and charged at Lin Feng. Its spines crackled with electric sparks. Is this truly a 5-star spirit beast? What a terrifying aura. This time, Lin Feng is surely going to be electrocuted. The onlookers gasped in awe. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed. Advancement complete. The spirit beast has successfully advanced to 8 stars lower grade. In the hatching square, a blinding light enveloped Lin Feng. A crimson magical array emerged beneath his feet. Instantly, the crowd felt the temperature around them rising sharply, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Roar! This roar was deep and resounding, penetrating the air with unparalleled authority and power. A beastly figure, towering over 3 meters high, slowly materialized within the magical array. With the head of a dragon, the tail of a lion, the legs of a deer, and the hooves of an ox. As this figure emerged, those youths with beast-type spirit beasts felt their own beasts trembling in the beast-taming space. A robust and formidable spirit beast stood beside Lin Feng, its body cloaked in dark scales, enveloped in searing flames. Each breath it took released plumes of white smoke. Someone produced a mystical mirror to inspect the spirit beast, curiously aiming it at Lin Feng's companion. Upon doing so, the mirror emitted a sharp, explosive sound. MOU Fire Qilin, star rank, 8 stars lower grade. The vast square fell silent. An 8-star spirit beast. It was indeed 8 stars. Lord Guoguofeng of Fenghua City trembled as he gazed at the spirit beast beside Lin Feng. Having lived over 40 years, he had never encountered an 8-star spirit beast. It was astonishing that this city's acknowledged waste had hatched one. This was simply unbelievable. The Thunderbolt Porcupine let out a chilling scream, collapsing to the ground, utterly terrified, and in that instant, it lost control of its bowels. The terrifying pressure of an 8-star spirit beast was beyond what a mere 5-star could withstand. In a realm where power is paramount, a star rating signifies everything. Huang Mingqi's eyes widened in disbelief. He could never have fathomed that Lin Feng's spirit beast possessed an astounding 8 stars. Had he known this earlier, even with tenfold courage, he would not have dared to provoke Lin Feng. Lin Feng approached Huang Mingqi with measured steps, his majestic Mo Yuhuachilin exuding an unparalleled aura, each stride leaving scorched imprints upon the ground. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Huang Mingqi's heart raced with terror, for Lin Feng, with his 8-star spirit beast, had become a figure he could only revere from afar. Humph, what happened to your earlier defiance? Lin Feng regarded Huang Mingqi with a cold glare. In a moment of weakness, Huang Mingqi's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, his voice trembling as he pleaded, Brother Feng, I was wrong. I will serve you like a beast from now on. I beg for your mercy. Please spare me. Spare you? Did you ever contemplate sparing me? Lin Feng continued his advance. Had I not hatched an 8-star spirit beast, I doubt I would have lived to see this day. Keeping you alive serves no purpose. It would be better to eliminate you now, lest you continue to bully others in the future. With that, Lin Feng waved his hand, and the Mo Yuhuachilin understood the command, lifting its fiery paw and crushing the Lei Jian Haozhu beneath it. In an instant, flames engulfed the Lei Jian Haozhu, reducing it to ashes. Please no? Huang Mingqi let out a heart-wrenching scream. Once a spirit beast perishes, its master becomes utterly incapacitated, even inferior to those with merely a 1-star spirit beast. The tragic demise of the spirit beast caused Huang Mingqi to spew blood, his body swaying before he collapsed unconscious. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Those who had previously tormented Lin Feng wished to hide in the shadows, fearful that they might be next. As the mayor of Fenghua City, Guoguofeng observed the scene unfold without intervening. After all, even 10 Huang Mingqis could not compare to the significance of a single Lin Feng with an 8-star spirit beast. With a beaming smile, he approached Lin Feng and remarked, Truly, you are the pride of Fenghua City, possessing both strength and audacity. I hold you in high regard. Lin Feng regarded Guoguofeng with a discerning eye, recognizing him as a fickle character. Nevertheless, out of respect for his elders, Lin Feng replied curtly, Thank you for your kind words, Mayor. Guoguofeng nodded in satisfaction. A talent of your caliber is far beyond the reach of ordinary esteemed academies. I wonder if you would be interested in participating in the selection for Xingchen Academy? Chapter 3. The Canine Perspective in the 5 Safe Zones. 3 prestigious academies stand out. Riguang College, Yueying College, and Xingchen College. These institutions boast the finest educational resources and the most formidable educators. The students within are the elite of each safe zone. With the minimum admission requirement being a 6-star spirit beast, it is noteworthy that a 6-star spirit beast is a rarity even in the most esteemed universities. Yet for these 3 academies, it is merely the baseline for enrollment. Furthermore, a rigorous selection process is in place. Only the top 10 candidates will earn the coveted admission. Each city has its quota each year, but Fenghua City, being the weakest of the 5th safe zone, has not utilized its quota for many years. However, this time, a prodigious talent named Lin Feng, possessing an 8-star spirit beast, emerged, prompting Guoguofeng to believe that an opportunity had finally arrived for Fenghua City. Should Lin Feng gain admission to Xingchen College, it would bring immeasurable honor to Fenghua City, potentially liberating it from its label as the weakest city. Lin Feng had learned about Xingchen College from his memories. It was indeed a prime opportunity for growth, and he had no reason to decline. Task issued. Gain admission to Xingchen College. Reward. 5 spirit beast pills, 1 advancement pill. Achieve first place for double rewards. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated, further solidifying Lin Feng's determination to enter Xingchen College. He turned to Guoguofeng and inquired, I am ready. When shall I participate in the selection? Seeing Lin Feng's agreement, Guoguofeng's smile broadened. He produced 2 items from his beast-taming space and handed them over. This is a letter. Present it in Luyin City in 1 week to attend the selection. Additionally, this card contains 10,000 spirit stones, a reward from Fenghua City for you. Lin Feng accepted the items and placed them in his beast-taming space. Guoguofeng then embraced Lin Feng's shoulders and addressed the crowd. Today is a day of celebration for Fenghua City. Lin Feng has not only hatched an 8-star spirit beast, but will also represent us in the selection for Xingchen College. Let us cheer for Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Even those who once looked down upon him were now chanting his name. The previously lauded genius, Huang Mingqi, was cast aside, ignored by all. Guoguofeng had initially intended to hold a celebration for Lin Feng, but he declined, wishing to avoid witnessing the ugly faces of those around him. Thus, he returned home. The original host was an orphan, living alone in a house on the outskirts of Fenghua City. As Lin Feng lay on his bed, he activated the system interface in his mind. Within this bloodline cultivation system, numerous functions awaited, all requiring a certain level of strength to unlock. Upon opening the task interface, a new task immediately appeared. Please name the spirit beast. Reward: 1 spirit beast pill, 1 skill book. Let us call it Xiaomao. Lin Feng exclaimed. Naming completed. Rewards dispatched to the beast taming space. At that moment, he had 2 spirit beast pills in his possession, and he thought it was time to enhance Xiaomao's cultivation. Typically, a spirit tamer would meditate to increase their strength. However, Lin Feng had a unique advantage. He could not only cultivate through meditation, but also gain spirit beast pills by completing system tasks. Furthermore, for every 10 demon beasts he vanquished, he could exchange them for a spirit beast pill, allowing his cultivation pace to far exceed that of others. He fed the 2 spirit beast pills to Xiaomao, and immediately, its cultivation began to rise, concurrently strengthening Lin Feng's own body. Clenching his fist, he felt a surge of power, realizing that his strength had more than doubled. The system alerts that the enhancement of the spirit beast cultivation will amplify the host's overall strength. Lin Feng was elated. This function was indeed remarkable. In a world where spirit tamers were often physically frail and reliant on their spirit beasts in battle, he suddenly conceived a bold idea. As a special forces operative, he possessed formidable combat skills, and with the system's amplification, he aspired to be the first spirit tamer to fight alongside a spirit beast. At that moment, the information about the spirit beast materialized. Moyu Huakalin, juvenile phase, star level, 8-star low-grade cultivation. Level 1, stage 2, 100-500 attribute. Fire skills, fire immunity, pressure, impact. Besides improving its cultivation, a spirit beast could also comprehend new skills through learning skill books of its attribute. Coincidentally, the skill book just acquired was fire attribute, titled Hellfire. Lin Feng utilized the skill book, allowing Xiaomao to master a new skill. The ensuing week was dedicated to rigorous training, with Lin Feng and Xiaomao engaging in combat drills. One early morning, Lin Feng packed his belongings and boarded the train to Luin City. The headquarters of Xingqian College is situated at the heart of the 4th and 5th safe zones, with the selection taking place in Luin City, a locale enveloped by forests. Upon entering the city, Lin Feng was greeted by the invigorating air. Concerned that Xiaomao might feel lonely in the beast-taming space, he allowed it to accompany him. As an 8-star spirit beast, Xiaomao possessed the ability to alter its size, currently resembling a small dog, resting on Lin Feng's shoulder, its large eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. Luin City was significantly larger than Fenghua City, bustling with crowds and an array of peculiar spirit beasts accompanying their tamers, which fascinated Lin Feng. Following the address, he arrived at the entrance of an academy, the designated selection site for Xingqian College. "Who goes there?" demanded a guard at the entrance, his voice stern. "I am here from Fenghua City to participate in the selection for Xingqian College," Lin Feng replied. "Huh, Fenghua City? The weakest city dares to send someone to the selection this year? Probably just another mediocre candidate." The 2 guards burst into laughter. "A trash city produces trash. I suggest you turn back. You won't pass the selection anyway." One guard, Dao Wu, sneered derisively. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, displeased, and retorted coldly. "What business is it of yours, guard dog? How dare you insult me? I shall see what qualifications you have to participate in the selection." Dao Wu, incensed, stepped forward. Fixated on Lin Feng, a glow flickered between Dao Wu's brows, and a blue magic formation appeared before him, from which a colossal wolf's head emerged, followed by its formidable body. "Liefeng Longwang," Dao Wu commanded, summoning his spirit beast. Students selected for Xingqian College are deemed elite scholars. Those not selected who refuse to leave remain to serve the academy in exchange for educational resources, referred to as borrowing students. As one of the 3 prestigious academies, even borrowing students receive an education superior to that of typical higher institutions. Consequently, many youths voluntarily stay at the academy as borrowing students. Dao Wu, the guard before Lin Feng, was a borrowing student. Although he had not been selected, he possessed a 6-star spirit beast and harbored an unfounded sense of superiority. Upon encountering Lin Feng, a newcomer from a small city who dared to be disrespectful, he sought to teach him a lesson. The Liefeng Longwang howled, and a whirlwind began to swirl around them. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and apologize, or you will leave here in disgrace," Dao Wu threatened, pointing a finger at Lin Feng. "Who gave you the audacity to point at me?" Lin Feng detested being pointed at. He swiftly extended his right hand, gripping Dao Wu's finger and twisting it with force. The guard felt as though his finger was caught in an iron vice. 10 fingers connected to the heart. The pain in Dao Wu's finger caused him to grimace in agony. Gritting his teeth, he shouted fiercely, "Xiao Feng, advance." Xiao Feng was the name of the fierce Wind Wolf King. Upon receiving the command, the Wind Wolf King lunged forward with great force. At that moment, Xiaomao, who had been resting on Lin Feng's shoulder, sprang into action. His body leaped into the air, swiftly transforming mid-flight, accompanied by a thunderous roar as the fiery Mo Fire Qilin made its dazzling entrance. As soon as Xiao Mo appeared, the Wind Wolf King trembled, abruptly halting its attack, its body collapsing to the ground, emitting pitiful whimpers. The powerful aura of the Mo Fire Qilin left the two guards stationed at the entrance in shock. The guard, De Wu, whose finger Lin Feng had seized, widened his mouth in disbelief. Is this a spirit beast of the Qilin lineage? How could such a formidable spirit beast appear in a small place like Fenghua City? The other guard, Xiao Lu, quickly discerned that the person before them was far beyond their capacity to provoke. He pleaded with Lin Feng, "We'll let you in. Please release my brother. You lowly wretches." Lin Feng exerted pressure on De Wu's finger once more, resulting in a sharp crack. It was evident that the finger had surely been fractured. Ah! A chilling scream escaped De Wu's lips. Who dares to harm a student of our Xingqian Academy? A cold voice resonated from within the academy. Accompanying the voice, a female instructor approached from a distance, clad in a fitted suit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, lending her an air of neatness and decisiveness. Upon seeing her, Xiao Lu immediately lamented, "He Laosher, you have arrived. This man has broken De Wu's finger." The instructor, surnamed He, furrowed her brow. It was clear that those chosen to be guards were all above the 5th level of the first tier. The fact that this young man could break De Wu's finger suggested his identity was far from ordinary. As a teacher, she could not ignore the injury to her student. So she confronted Lin Feng. "Why did you harm him?" Lin Feng snorted coldly. "Your Xingqian Academy truly exudes arrogance. Even the guards wield such power." Xiao Mo emitted an indignant roar from beside him, shaking the instructor to her core. Turning to look, she was even more astonished. This is a spirit beast of the Qilin lineage. What manner of individual is this young man to possess such a rare spirit beast? Thus, instructor, he turned to guard Xiao Lu and inquired, "What on earth happened? Why did he break De Wu's finger?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly explained, "He Laosher, he came from Fenghua City to participate in the selection. We thought someone from such a small place didn't merit participation, so we stopped him. However, he spoke rudely, and De Wu attempted to teach him a lesson, only to have his finger broken. You bold fools." Instructor He's gaze sharpened, and she reprimanded them sternly. "Is it for you two guards to decide who can participate in the selection? You disgrace our Xingqian Academy." Upon witnessing Instructor He's fury, De Wu and Xiao Lu were immediately filled with dread. "Teacher, we were wrong. Enough of your excuses. Gather your belongings and return home. Xingqian Academy does not need students like you." Instructor He dismissed their pleas and turned to Lin Feng with a smile. "I apologize for your trouble. These two are merely our academy's guards, and I have now expelled them." Compared to the two guards, the instructor was well aware of whom was more significant, the young man with the Qilin spirit beast. Lin Feng was taken aback by the instructor's decisiveness and asked, "Who are you?" Instructor He covered her mouth with a smile. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am He Ningxiang, the reception teacher responsible for this selection. May I now enter to participate in the selection, He Laosher?" Lin Feng inquired. "Of course. Follow me." He Ningxiang led the way, with Lin Feng trailing behind. The two guards stood in place, utterly devastated, weeping loudly. If given another chance, they would certainly refrain from speaking so carelessly. Alas, there are no second chances in this world. Upon entering the academy gates, He Ningxiang remarked as she observed the now miniaturized Xiao Mo, "So this is your spirit beast. It is indeed rare to have one of the Qilin lineage. Spirit beasts are categorized not only by star level, but also by bloodline. For instance, among spirit beasts of the same star level, tiger types are invariably more powerful than rabbit types. The dragon, phoenix, mutated, and Qilin types are exceedingly rare. Possessing any of these spirit beasts bestows extraordinary growth potential and abilities far surpassing other spirit beasts of the same star level. I presume your spirit beast is of the 7-star caliber?" He Ningxiang speculated. 8-star low quality, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing his response, He Ningxiang was momentarily taken aback. An 8-star spirit beast was already unique within Xingqian Academy, with only one other currently nearing graduation. Most of the students admitted in recent years possessed spirit beasts of around 7 stars with rare types. The emergence of an 8-star spirit beast from a small place like Fenghua was indeed astonishing to her. "Very well, I will take you to rest. Tomorrow, you can head directly to the Academy's playground," He Ningxiang stated. "I will handle the remaining matters. Thank you for your trouble, He Laosher." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to the charming instructor. "Don't mention it." He Ningxiang smiled as she led Lin Feng to a small villa. She then took Guo Guofeng's letter to handle other formalities for him. Lying on the soft bed, Lin Feng couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast between those with power and those without in this world. If not for his system and the hatching of the MOU Fire Qilin, he surmised he would be of no worth even in Fenghua City. After a brief rest, Lin Feng entered a state of cultivation. Following a week of training, Xiao Mo's cultivation had reached the 3rd tier of the 1st level, while Lin Feng's strength had increased to 300 kilograms, with a speed of 10 meters per second. After a night spent diligently training, Lin Feng followed the route he Ningxiang had provided to reach the Academy's playground the next day. The number of people gathered at the playground was not excessively large, so Lin Feng casually found a spot to sit and wait. Approximately half an hour later, numerous young participants for the selection arrived at the playground. Lin Feng observed that there were over 300 individuals present, all hailing from various cities within the 4th and 5th safety zones. The 3 major academies, Riguang Academy, which occupied the largest area and had the highest population in the 1st safety zone, Yueying Academy, responsible for the 2nd and 3rd safety zones, and Xingchen Academy, which catered to the 4th and 5th safety zones, had brought together these participants. The 300 individuals were arranged in 2 rows according to the star level of their spirit beasts. Among them, the 6-star spirit beasts were the most numerous, with over 200, while the 7-star beasts numbered only in the dozens. Lin Feng stood alone in a separate row, drawing the attention of all the other youths. What makes him so special? Why is he standing alone? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you not see the emblem beneath his feet? That signifies 8 stars. This year, we actually have an 8-star spirit beast. How can we compete? He will surely be among the selected. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings and noticed a tall girl among the 7-star group. She had short hair, donned a strapless top and a short skirt, with smoky makeup adorning her face. At this moment, she stared at him with eyes heavily lined in black. Such a peculiar gaze. Lin Feng discerned not a single flicker of emotion in her eyes. Just then, several teachers made their way onto the playground, with He Ningxiang among them, dressed today in a light blue long dress that exuded an air of elegance. Among a group of teachers, the elder in the center spoke up, expressing gratitude for their participation in the selection at Xingchen Shuyuan. He emphasized that the academy seeks only the elite among the elite, thus establishing 2 assessments. His voice resonated clearly, reaching every ear present. The first test is the secret realm. Anyone who can navigate through the secret realm within 1 hour will qualify for the second test. This realm is inhabited by numerous demonic beasts, and only by defeating the leader of these beasts can one emerge victorious. While the elder spoke, several teachers busied themselves, inscribing intricate magical formations on the playground. Upon completion, they placed demonic beast crystals at various corners of the formations. Following a blinding flash of light, the formation was officially activated. Subsequently, the Academy's transferees distributed wooden tokens to each participant. Once the tokens were handed out, the elder continued, stating that these tokens would record their completion times, and in case of danger, they could shatter the token. However, once the token is destroyed, it signifies the abandonment of the test, resulting in immediate elimination. Now, let the test commence. Chapter 5. Exceptional Admission. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of slaying demonic beasts. For every 10 beasts he defeated, he could exchange them for a spirit beast pill, which would expedite his cultivation far beyond ordinary training. Thus, he eagerly stepped into the secret realm, followed sequentially by the others. Once everyone had entered, several large screens rose on the playground, capable of broadcasting real-time events from the secret realm. A dazzling flash enveloped him, and Lin Feng found himself amidst a dense forest, shrouded in a faint white mist, through which the calls of demonic beasts could be faintly heard. Is this the secret realm? He summoned his spirit beast, Xiao Mo, from the beast containment space. As Xiao Mo appeared, the intense heat emanating from its body dissipated much of the surrounding mist. The teachers observing from the screens were instantly captivated by the majestic form of the MOU Fire Qilin. Heavens, a Qilin breed. Ning Shuang. Is this the boy you mentioned yesterday? The elder inquired of He Ning Shuang beside him. He Ning Shuang nodded, affirming, Director Mu, it is indeed him. Indeed. This Qilin breed spirit beast is truly remarkable, the elder remarked, stroking his beard thoughtfully. At this moment, Lin Feng had already chosen a direction and was swiftly advancing through the forest. Soon, he spotted signs of a demonic beast ahead. It was a beast concealed among the trees, and had Lin Feng not possessed keen eyesight, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. He took out the Xianguang mirror, used for identifying demonic beasts, to assess the creature's status. Spiked tree demon level, 1st rank. 2nd tier attribute, wood description, often lurks within the woods, launching sudden attacks that catch foes off guard. Skills, spike barrage, Entanglement: the youths participating in the selection had only recently hatched their spirit beasts, thus their cultivation levels were low. Therefore, the demonic beasts in the secret realm were designed to be below level 5 of the first rank. Given these levels, as long as they coordinated well with their spirit beasts, there was little risk of life-threatening danger. Upon seeing this demonic beast, Lin Feng felt exhilarated. This was precisely what he needed for cultivation. However, he refrained from commanding Xiao Mo to attack, wanting to test his own strength first. He instructed Xiao Mo to stand by, ready to assist, while he stealthily approached the spiked tree demon. Observing Lin Feng's actions, the watching teachers expressed their confusion. What is he doing? Why is he leaving his spirit beast behind to confront a demonic beast alone? Could he be foolish? Among these teachers, the notion of battling demonic beasts without the aid of a spirit beast was deeply ingrained, and none had ever seen a beast master face a beast alone. Thus, they were perplexed by Lin Feng's behavior. Even Director Mu, a seasoned beast master for decades, felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the boy's intentions. On the large screen, Lin Feng cautiously approached the spiked tree demon, lifting his leg lightly as he advanced. Just then, the grass beside him began to rustle violently, and several spikes shot toward him with a piercing sound. Oh no, Lin Feng thought to himself, realizing that there was another hidden demonic beast. Fortunately, his enhanced agility allowed him to react swiftly, and he rolled to the side, evading the incoming spikes. The grass then revealed itself to be another beast. Thorned grass level, first rank, second tier attribute. With skill, poison spike shot. Lin Feng had not anticipated that the grass would also be a demonic beast. The spiked tree demon, now aware of Lin Feng, swung its massive trunk in a fierce strike toward him. Lin Feng found himself in a critical situation. Flanked by two demonic beasts, he lamented his impulsiveness, wondering why he had chosen to act this way. Such a waste for an 8-star spirit beast to be involved in this foolishness. Several teachers began to criticize Lin Feng, believing his actions had already sealed his fate in the assessment. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed. Based on his previous evasion, he recognized that his speed surpassed both demonic beasts. In an instant, Lin Feng dashed toward the spiked tree demon like an arrow released from a bow. As the trunk descended, threatening to crush him, Lin Feng swiftly sidestepped to avoid the blow. The attack struck the ground, sending shards flying. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leaped before the spiked tree demon, exerting force through his legs to propel himself upwards, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's body. Instantly, the spiked tree demon's tough exterior was breached, creating a gaping hole. The 3-meter-tall spiked tree demon collapsed with a thud. Without hesitation, Lin Feng leaped atop the fallen beast, raining down punches that elicited desperate cries from it. This scene left all the teachers watching in utter shock. My goodness, how could this boy possess such strength, toppling the spiked tree demon with a single punch? The force of that blow likely rivaled that of a 4-star spirit beast. Is this the strength expected of a beast master? They had never conceived that a beast master could engage in close combat with a demonic beast. This surpassed their understanding entirely. How intriguing. Director Mu smiled faintly at the sight of Lin Feng's ferocity. After a week of training, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo had developed a certain synergy. Seeing Lin Feng besieged, Xiao Mo rushed to provide support, unleashing a fireball that engulfed the thorned grass. In an instant, the beast was consumed by flames, reduced to ashes. Xiao Mo, slightly dazed, shook its head in disbelief at how easily it had dispatched the foe. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had thoroughly battered the spiked tree demon, leaving it in a pitiful state. Observing his reddened knuckles, Lin Feng resolved to craft a pair of knuckle protectors in the future. Otherwise, his fists might suffer from such exertions. Having gauged his own strength, Lin Feng realized that the demonic beasts within the secret realm posed no challenge to him or Xiao Mo. Thus, the teachers before the screens witnessed a spectacle unlike any they had ever seen. A beast master charging at the forefront, with a fiery Qilin spirit beast providing fiery support from behind. In the dense forest, Xiao Mo unleashed flames in every direction, causing the secret realm to erupt into a blazing inferno. The elusive demon beasts could never have anticipated that someone would launch an indiscriminate offensive. In an instant, the secret realm was filled with the anguished cries of these creatures. Lin Feng, observing the rising tally of slain beasts in his system, felt a surge of elation. The temperature within the forest escalated, and the white mist gradually dissipated. At this point, the secret realm had been reduced to charred remains by Xiao Mo's flames. Surrounding Lin Feng, no living creature remained. Suddenly, the ground in the center of the now charred forest began to bulge upwards, as if something from below was surging forth. As the earth rose higher, Lin Feng sensed the ominous presence emanating from beneath. This must be the realm leader spoken of by the elder. Thus, he utilized the Xianguang mirror to investigate. Mandala Flower King cultivation. First stage, level 5 attributes. Wood, poison skills, devour, entangle. Poison mist description. Often appears in the form of a stunning flower, containing deadly toxins and feeding on other demon beasts. With a resounding explosion, the massive Mandala Flower King erupted from the ground, its numerous vines thrashing around its body, releasing clouds of toxic smoke from its petals. Finally, a worthy adversary had arrived. Lin Feng rubbed his fists together, brimming with excitement. Xiao Mo, follow my lead. Xiao Mo responded with a fierce howl. Lin Feng moved with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the Mandala Flower King and delivering a powerful punch. Xiao Mo, not to be outdone, unleashed a shockwave with its fiery steps. The formidable figure collided with the Mandala Flower King, flames igniting around it in an instant. The Mandala Flower King let out a chilling scream, its surrounding vines thrashing violently toward Lin Feng. Yet Lin Feng evaded effortlessly, darting around the Mandala Flower King. The vines, in their pursuit of Lin Feng's figure, became entangled, forming a tangled mess. This demon beast truly lacked intelligence. Let's finish it off. Lin Feng sensed the opportune moment and spoke to Xiao Mo, understanding Lin Feng's intent. Xiao Mo stomped the ground, causing surging magma to erupt beneath the Mandala Flower King. The skill, Hellfire, was activated. The magma flowed, and flames shot into the sky, engulfing the Mandala Flower King. The creature twisted in the flames, but could not break free. Moments later, the fire subsided, leaving only a pile of black ash. As the Mandala Flower King was vanquished, the wooden token in Lin Feng's hand emitted a radiant glow, coalescing into 2 lines of text. Successfully passed the secret realm. Time taken, 10 minutes. The portal is now open. Please return. Is this really the end? He thought incredulously. Has he become so extraordinarily powerful? The record set by the strongest individual from our academy surpassed 20 minutes. Moreover, this fellow steamrolled through, defeating a first stage, 5-star leader beast in under 2 minutes. Has he truly only hatched his spirit beast for a week? Even a second stage beastmaster wouldn't possess such speed. The teachers observed Lin Feng entering the portal, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Dean Mu was equally amazed by Lin Feng's performance, yet his heart brimmed with joy. For such a prodigious talent was about to join their Xingqian Academy. I propose that Lin Feng be granted admission without the need for a second test. Chapter 6. Choosing a mentor. Several teachers exchanged glances, all in agreement with Dean Mu's proposal. The second test involved one-on-one combat. Given Lin Feng's 8-star Qilin spirit beast and his extraordinary strength, none among the 300 candidates could withstand him. Therefore, there was no necessity for Lin Feng to participate in the second test. As a beam of light flashed in the formation, Lin Feng emerged with his spirit beast. Xiao Mo, what are you all doing? Lin Feng inquired, observing the teachers smiling widely at him. A bespectacled male teacher spoke first. Lin Feng. Students selected for Xingqian Academy will receive dedicated guidance from specialized instructors. How about I take you under my wing? I possess a 7-star fire-type spirit beast, and my cultivation has reached the 5th stage. I will do my utmost to teach you. Beside him, a burly male teacher shoved him aside disdainfully, retorting, Cui Feng. Step aside. Do you think you are capable of teaching a student like Lin Feng? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiongxing, the owner of a 7-star spirit beast, the explosive kangaroo, with a 6th-stage cultivation. The robust Xiongxing proclaimed, I noticed you favor using your fists, and my spirit beast excels in that regard. If you become my student, I guarantee you'll become a boxing master within a year. Lin Feng, don't listen to him. Choose me. The teachers continued to introduce themselves, leaving Lin Feng quite overwhelmed. Enough, everyone calm down. Dean Mu interjected, stepping in to quell the heated exchange among the flesh teachers. Your behavior is not how we wish Lin Feng to perceive our Xingqian Academy. Upon hearing Dean Mu's words, the teachers quieted down, though they still glared at one another. Lin Feng, first and foremost, congratulations. After our deliberations, you will not be required to take the second assessment. Dean Mu said with a smile. Does that mean I passed the selection? Lin Feng asked incredulously. Indeed. This secret realm is an achievement that even our academy's second-stage students cannot replicate, hence you have been admitted by special exception. This is the academy's insignia. From this moment onward, you are a student of Xingqian Academy. Dean Mu presented Lin Feng with a gleaming medal adorned with a depiction of countless stars, inscribed at the bottom with the words, Xingqian Academy. Lin Feng accepted the medal, feeling its substantial weight, and affixed it to his left chest. Bowing deeply to the dean, Thank you, Dean. Very well, Lin Feng. Do any of these teachers appeal to you? Dean Mu inquired. helping Lin Feng to his feet and turning to the male instructors. Our Xingqian Academy only admits 10 students each year. To ensure the best guidance, we select 5 instructors with a cultivation level above the 5th stage. Dean Mu explained when he noticed Lin Feng's confusion. Each mentor can take on only 2 students, and they will dedicate themselves to assisting you in your training and studies. Lin Feng was taken aback, as expected from one of the 3 great academies. They employed 5th stage Beastmasters as mentors. The levels of Beastmasters correspond to their cultivation, classified from 1 to 10. For reasons unknown, the strongest individuals in this world rarely exceed the 8th stage. A 5th stage Beastmaster is sufficient to serve as the lord of a region, particularly in large cities like Luyin City. Lin Feng's home, Fenghua City, based on his memories from before his transmigration, was at most a county. Dean, may I choose her? Lin Feng pointed toward Hening Shuang. Dean Mu followed Lin Feng's gesture. It was indeed where Hening Shuang stood. You wish to choose Ning Shuang? After pondering for a moment, he replied, Lin Feng, although Ning Shuang is the most outstanding among our academy's young teachers, having reached the late 4th stage, she primarily manages the students from the borrowing program. However, she lacks experience in mentoring elite students. Are you certain you want to select her? Dean Mu queried again. I have made up my mind. I choose her, Lin Feng declared resolutely. Seeing Lin Feng's earnestness, Dean Mu had no choice but to call Hening Shuang over. Ning Shuang, come here. Hening Shuang, still watching the large screen, hurriedly approached and asked, Dean, did you call for me? Ning Shuang, Lin Feng has selected you to be his mentor. Dean, don't joke. How could I have the qualifications to teach an elite student? Hening Shuang was clearly taken aback and hastily declined. You are diligent in your teaching, and this time, serving as Lin Feng's mentor is indeed a test for you. Dean, Hening Xiang, wished to decline, but was promptly silenced by Dean Mu's wave of his hand. It is settled. Oh, Hening Xiang pouted, feeling an overwhelming pressure as she noticed the predatory expressions of several male teachers. Consequently, she hurriedly pulled Lin Feng aside and asked, You are so exceptional. Why did you choose me? Lin Feng replied with a smile. I found you quite responsible yesterday when you helped me with so many matters. Just this reason? Hening Xiang was momentarily speechless, but then she added, Although this is my first time being a mentor to an elite student, I can be quite strict. If you fail to meet my standards, I will not be lenient. All right. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. In truth, he did not care who his mentor was. With the system in place, it was preferable to choose a teacher he found visually appealing. The male teachers, witnessing Lin Feng being pulled away by Hening Xiang, appeared as if they were about to burst into flames. They regretted not wandering around the school gate yesterday. At that moment, the array of light flickered once more, and a peculiarly dressed girl emerged from it. She completed the task in 24 minutes, a commendable achievement compared to previous years. Had it not been for Lin Feng, she would have been the fastest this year. Subsequently, students began to emerge from the array in succession, most of whom were beast tamers with 7 stars. After all, a 7-star spirit beast is of significant assistance to a beast tamer. An hour later, with a command from Dean Mu, the first assessment concluded. Fewer than 100 had passed through the secret realm, instantly eliminating 2/3 of the participants. Those who did not pass left dejectedly, as they were not even qualified to become temporary students at Xingqian Academy. The second assessment, one-on-one combat, is about to begin. Please step forward to draw lots. Dean Mu announced. You may return to rest. Once it's over, I will call for you. Hening Xiang said to Lin Feng, who had been admitted with exceptional merit. The participants were still fiercely competing for admission spots, while Lin Feng returned to the villa, leisurely enjoying the air conditioning and tranquil moments. Chapter 7. If you are unconvinced, come at me together. Lying on the sofa in the villa, Lin Feng opened the system interface. He checked the task panel and found that the task for entering the academy was still marked as incomplete. Could it be that his exceptional admission did not count? Never mind, he thought, focusing instead on exchanging spirit beast pills to enhance his cultivation. Thus, he opened the exchange interface, which displayed the number of beasts he had slain. The large fire he and Xiao Mo had unleashed had incinerated over 60 beasts. For every 10 beasts, he could exchange for 1 spirit beast pill. After exchanging for 6 spirit beast pills, Lin Feng gave them all to Xiao Mo. MOU Fire Qilin Cultivation. First stage level 4, 130-1000, star rating. 8 stars low-grade attribute, fire skills, fire immunity, charge, pressure, hellfire after enhancing her cultivation. Xiao Mo's flames burned even more fiercely, and her size slightly increased. Naturally, Lin Feng also experienced a boost in his cultivation. His strength had reached 500 kilograms, and his speed had attained 15 meters per second. If only there were beasts to slay every day. Lin Feng, feeling the explosive power surging through his body, couldn't help but fantasize. He shed his shirt, revealing a strong physique. Come, let us compare our strength. Lin Feng challenged the lazily reclining Xiao Mo Wu. Xiao Mo responded, instantly transforming into battle mode. In an instant, the sofa they were on was reduced to ashes by her flames. Perhaps we should move outside. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Xiao Mo's flames were too overpowering, and if this continued, the villa would be reduced to cinders. After moving outside, Xiao Mo stood opposite Lin Feng, provocatively shaking her head as if to say, "Come at me. How dare you challenge me?" Lin Feng stretched his body and then suddenly lunged forward. Xiao Mo's hind hooves forcefully struck the ground, her double horns aimed at Lin Feng. The horns collided with Lin Feng's hands with tremendous force, causing him to stagger back several steps. Lin Feng braced himself, his forehead colliding with Xiao Mo's head, absorbing her forward momentum. However, no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not budge Xiao Mo an inch. The power of an 8-star spirit beast is indeed formidable, Lin Feng thought. He summoned more strength to push forward, and Xiao Mo, unwilling to back down, exerted her hind legs, engaging in a contest of strength. The two of them continued this stalemate in the villa's courtyard. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Feng felt his stamina waning and decided to concede, saying, "All right, this time you win." "Oh woo," Xiao Mo cheerfully yelped, then tossed Lin Feng onto her back, bouncing with excitement. "Easy there, my backside." After playing with Xiao Mo for a while, Lin Feng wiped away the sweat on his body. He had merely wanted to gauge the extent of his strength. Although he still fell short compared to Xiao Mo, the 8-star spirit beast, he believed that with continued cultivation, his strength would eventually reach a terrifying level. As darkness fell, Lin Feng lay idly on the open space outside the villa, gazing at the stars that began to twinkle in the sky, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Although traversing to this world was fascinating, it inevitably brought a sense of solitude. He wondered if he would ever return. "Oh woo." Xiao Mo seemed to sense her master's emotions, nudging Lin Feng with her head before lying down in his embrace. "I am fortunate to have you." Lin Feng affectionately stroked Xiao Mo, "if given the chance, I will certainly take you back with me." Suddenly, a pair of slender, fair legs appeared before him. Lin Feng looked up to see He Ningxiang in a light blue dress, her stunning face above it. "What are you gazing at with your shirt off?" Upon seeing He Ningxiang, Lin Feng hastily sat up and grabbed his shirt to put it on, saying, "Nothing. Just finished training. The assessment has concluded. Come with me to assemble." "All right." Lin Feng placed Xiao Mo on his shoulder and followed He Ningxiang to the academy's training ground. At that moment, Dean Mu and several male teachers were present. Before them stood 9 individuals, 3 girls and 6 boys, including the oddly dressed short-haired girl. When the girl saw Lin Feng enter, she continued to regard him with an emotionless gaze. "All right, all the elite students of Xingqian Academy have gathered. I have a few announcements to make." Dean Mu instructed Lin Feng to stand in line and continued. First, regarding the selection of mentors, before Dean Mu could finish, a boy stepped forward, pointing at Lin Feng and exclaimed, "Dean, why didn't he participate in the second assessment?" Interrupted, Dean Mu's displeasure was palpable. The hot-tempered Xiongxing immediately stood up, bellowing, "Lin Feng completed the secret realm in 10 minutes and 10 seconds, breaking our academy's record. He was thus admitted with exceptional merit. Do you have an objection? 10 minutes and 10 seconds? Impossible. He must have cheated." The boy incredulously retorted. Xiongxing unleashed a formidable aura, his voice icy as he stated, "Are you questioning the integrity of Xingqian Academy?" The boy was evidently intimidated by Xiongxing's presence. Yet he did not retreat, continuing, "We all went through one-on-one combat to be selected. Why should he be exempt? I believe this is unfair." As the boy's words echoed, several others joined in agreement. "Indeed. Do you intend to rebel?" Xiongxing stepped forward, ready to confront several young men. Dean Mu raised his hand to halt Xiongxing and then spoke gently, asking, "What do you consider to be fair? At the very least, he must be able to contend with the strongest among us." One of the boys provocatively pointed at Lin Feng's nose and taunted, "Are you brave enough to take me on?" He Ningxuang, standing to the side, wore a troubled expression. After all, these youths were exceptionally talented, which inevitably bred a sense of arrogance. Seeing Lin Feng's exceptional admission, it was only natural for them to feel discontented. Thus, He Ningxuang quietly advised Lin Feng, "There's no need to engage with them. Your admission was sanctioned by Dean Mu, and their dissatisfaction is irrelevant." However, faced with the provocation, Lin Feng would not retreat. He strode forward, his gaze icy as he addressed the boy, his voice low and firm. "I detest being pointed at. If you are dissatisfied, then let us settle it together." Chapter 8. Ouyang Mafei. Lin Feng's words stunned everyone present. Such arrogance was astonishing. It should be noted that these 9 individuals were the most outstanding youths from the 4th and 5th safe zones, each a paragon of excellence. They could easily be regarded as treasures in any prestigious academy. The audacity of Lin Feng to challenge all 9 of them at once was either a sign of foolishness or a misinterpretation of their words. Even a casual thought would deem it impossible. He Ningshuang, her expression tense, whispered to Lin Feng, "Are you out of your mind?" Meanwhile, the boy opposite Lin Feng erupted into laughter. "Is this person you've admitted an imbecile? How dare he utter such words, showing us such blatant disrespect? I can handle this fool alone," he sneered, stepping forward, his fingers still directed at Lin Feng. "My name is Feng Chong, and you," before he could finish. Lin Feng swiftly closed the distance, extending his right hand to seize Feng Chong's finger, forcefully twisting it downwards. A sharp crack resonated through the air as Feng Chong's finger bent at an unnatural angle. Such speed! Several male teachers gasped in astonishment. Lin Feng's explosive velocity now surpassed even that which he demonstrated earlier in the secret realm. "I said, do not point at me. Anyone who is dissatisfied, come forth." Lin Feng's voice was cold as he addressed the 9 before him. Each one of them was a pride of their respective cities, imbued with their own sense of superiority. And witnessing Lin Feng's blatant disregard for their status ignited their anger. They promptly summoned their spirit beasts. In an instant, the training ground erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors as powerful spirit beasts emerged from the formation. However, the oddly dressed short-haired girl remained still, merely observing Lin Feng. "Dean Mu, what should we do now?" He Ningshuang anxiously inquired, concerned for Lin Feng's safety. Dean Mu regarded the young individuals before him with a knowing glance and replied, "Regardless of who prevails, it will serve to temper their arrogance. Should danger arise, I shall intervene." Despite his words, He Ningshuang remained worried for Lin Feng, prepared to summon her spirit beast at any moment to protect him, as he was her first elite student. As Lin Feng surveyed the scene, he noted that 5 of the youths possessed 7-star quality spirit beasts, while the other 3 had 6-star variants that were mutations. Feeling the immense pressure from these individuals, Lin Feng's blood surged with adrenaline. Xiao Mo leaped into the air, transforming mid-flight into a battle form engulfed in flames, letting out a thunderous roar. As Xiao Mo landed, the ground beneath it ignited. The formidable aura of the Beast King filled the arena, causing the spirit beasts of the young men to retreat in fear. At that moment, while the others were intimidated by Xiao Mo's presence, Lin Feng was already in motion. Just as Feng Chong summoned his 7-star spirit beast, the Shadow Black Panther, Lin Feng arrived. However, the Shadow Black Panther, overwhelmed by Xiao Mo's pressure, was unable to react before Lin Feng's fist struck its eye, simultaneously delivering a kick to Feng Chong's abdomen. By the time the young men adjusted to Xiao Mo's pressure and prepared to counterattack, Feng Chong and his spirit beast had already been sent flying. "What the hell? This guy is fierce. Is he even human?" He sent Feng Chong flying without even using his spirit beast. They marveled, astonished that Feng Chong, who had ranked 3rd in the earlier assessment, was now at the mercy of Lin Feng. As they were still in shock, Lin Feng charged toward another boy. Xiao Mo followed closely, and Lin Feng declared, "This one is mine, don't interfere." "Oh woo." Xiao Mo switched targets. Faced with Lin Feng, the boy commanded his spirit beast, a 6-star mutated Thunderfire giant ape, to attack. The Thunderfire giant ape roared, pounding its chest, sparks of lightning crackling around its body. Electromagnetic burst. The boy shouted, and arcs of lightning radiated outward from the beast. Experiencing a spirit beast with the electric attribute for the first time, Lin Feng felt a tingling sensation course through his body, his hairs standing on end. As the electromagnetic attack approached, Lin Feng quickly withdrew. Meanwhile, another boy commanded his 7-star spirit beast, the Azure Water Scorpion King, to unleash a water wave attack. Instantly, a surge of water erupted from the ground, as the boy intended to trap Lin Feng between their assaults. However, Lin Feng, already aware of their intentions, executed a swift roll to the right, evading both attacks. Boom! The water wave collided with the electromagnetic burst, sending sprays of water everywhere, drenching the 2 boys. They both felt a sudden tingling on their scalps, followed by a jolt of electricity coursing through their bodies. "These fools don't realize that water conducts electricity?" Chui Feng scolded angrily, watching as the 2 boys trembled, their hair standing on end. Among the 8, 3 had already lost their fighting capability. Seeing this, the 2 girls quickly called out, "Big brother, don't hit me. I concede." With that, they retreated, recalling their spirit beasts into their beast space. They feared that Lin Feng, in his fervor, might inflict harm upon them as well. Xiao Mo's opponent, on the other hand, was in a charged state, raising both hands in surrender. "Now, Only 2 boys remained on the battlefield. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo exchanged mischievous glances as they slowly approached the last 2. Soon, anguished cries filled the air. Overwhelmed, despite facing 8 opponents, they fought separately, lacking any coordination. Coupled with Lin Feng's extraordinary speed and strength, along with the synergy of the 8-star MOU Fire Qilin, none of the 8 stood a chance against them. Furthermore, these youths had not anticipated the unique circumstance of a beast master battling alongside their spirit beasts. Incredible! Xiongxing clapped his hands, exclaiming in delight. This child Lin Feng has truly surprised me. He has triumphed against 8. Dean Mu's face also reflected sheer astonishment. At that moment, he gazed at Lin Feng as if he were a rare treasure. Both Lin Feng's remarkable combat talent and his 8-star quality Qilin spirit beast made Dean Mu feel as if he had struck gold this year. He Shuang, flushed with excitement, could hardly believe Lin Feng's prowess. How fortunate she was to be his mentor. On the battlefield, after Lin Feng and Xiao Mo had knocked down the last 2 male contestants, a voice devoid of any emotion echoed from behind Lin Feng. Ouyang Mafei, possessing the strength of the 1st level, 3rd tier, summoned her spirit beast, the Qixing Longzhong, a dark-scaled dragon serpent. As Ouyang Mafei spoke, an eerie darkness began to envelop her, and a pitch-black magical formation materialized on her forehead, shimmering like stars in the night sky. With the manifestation of the formation, a formidable aura emanated from it. Soon after, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar, a spirit beast emerged from the formation. It was a massive black serpent, approximately 5 meters long, with a girth akin to that of a barrel. 2 horn-like protrusions resembling spikes adorned its head, while 4 fleshy orbs were symmetrically distributed beneath its belly. "Haha, it's over for you," shouted Feng Chong, who had been kicked aside by Lin Feng, clutching his stomach in a frenzy. Upon witnessing the emergence of the spirit beast, He Shuang warned Lin Feng, "Be careful. This is the champion of the 2nd selection, possessing the dual attributes of darkness and poison, the Qixing Longzhong spirit beast." Seeing the pressure exerted by the serpent coiling around Ouyang Mafei, Lin Feng's excitement surged. This was undoubtedly the most formidable spirit beast he had encountered thus far. With its dual dark attributes and being a dragon type, it was on par with an inferior 8-star spirit beast. Faced with such an opponent, Lin Feng grew serious. Lin Feng, 1st level, 4th tier, MOU Fire Qilin. Inferior 8-star. Xiao Mo raised its head proudly and roared at the dark-scaled dragon serpent. Hearing Lin Feng's introduction, Ouyang Mafei's expression shifted, astonished that someone could reach the 4th tier in just 1 week. How has this kid cultivated to achieve such prowess? When I was at this stage, I was merely at the 2nd tier of the 1st level. The youth of today are truly extraordinary. Cui Feng exclaimed beside them, utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, the battle commenced. Dark-scale attack. Ouyang Mafei commanded the dark-scale dragon serpent to launch the first assault. A billowing cloud of black smoke erupted from the serpent's mouth. This was the serpent's signature move, the Haisha Shirshin, which contained potent toxins. Inhaling it would inflict excruciating pain. Dean Mu murmured from the sidelines, "Lin Feng, how will you confront this assault?" Lin Feng understood the power of the black smoke, but he was confident in Xiao Mo's MOU fire. Hellfire. Xiao Mo stomped the ground, unleashing a towering flame along the path of the black smoke. In an instant, the 2 skills collided, and the black smoke was consumed, leaving no trace. Ouyang Mafei was taken aback, realizing the formidable power of the MOU Fire Qilin skill, which even surpassed her Haisha Shirshin. However, despite her shock, she did not hesitate and continued to direct the dark-scale dragon serpent in its assault against Lin Feng. The gigantic serpent lunged forward, opening its crimson maw, its venomous fangs gleaming ominously. Dragon serpent's fangs. Lin Feng recognized the danger posed by the serpent's poisonous bite. If it landed, the battle would likely conclude. He swiftly instructed Xiao Mo to evade while he maneuvered around to the left. Lin Feng had always believed in fighting alongside his spirit beast. He refrained from attacking earlier, wary of the toxins. With the poisonous smoke dissipating, he seized the opportunity to strike. With remarkable speed, Lin Feng charged towards Ouyang Mafei. After several skirmishes, he was aware that beast tamers often had fragile physiques. Once he subdued the tamer, the spirit beast would be considerably easier to handle. In a flash, Lin Feng appeared before Ouyang Mafei, delivering a powerful punch aimed at her abdomen. A flicker of fear crossed Ouyang Mafei's face. Facing Lin Feng directly made her acutely aware of his danger. She had no time to react and could only twist her body to the side as a wave of intense pain surged from her abdomen. "Yield," Lin Feng whispered in her ear. "In your dreams," Ouyang Mafei retorted, immediately raising her foot to kick at Lin Feng's leg. However, her speed was no match for Lin Feng. He effortlessly caught her slender, fair leg. "You cannot defeat me." Lin Feng gently set her leg down. "Humph." Ouyang Maofei scoffed. "I don't believe it." Just then, Lin Feng felt a rush of wind from behind. Alarmed, he realized the dark-scaled dragon serpent was attacking. He quickly turned to evade as the serpent's massive jaws narrowly missed him. If not for his swift reaction, he would have been bitten in half. "That girl is quite ruthless," Lin Feng thought to himself, resolving that she needed to see the consequences of her actions. "Charge!" Lin Feng commanded, and Xiao Mo, resembling a flaming meteor, crashed into the dark-scaled dragon serpent. The searing flames instantly engulfed the serpent's body. Following that, Lin Feng leaped atop the serpent's neck and struck down with a punch. The force of his blow sent the dark-scaled dragon serpent crashing to the ground. The impact was even more powerful than Xiao Mo's initial charge. Lin Feng had discerned the serpent's weakness, despite being a dragon-type spirit beast. It retained more of a serpent's bloodline. Every serpent possesses a critical vulnerability, located at their 7 inches. Lin Feng's strike landed precisely at that critical point, momentarily incapacitating the serpent. Subsequently, he seized the serpent's tail, channeling all his strength to swing it around. The serpent was hurled like a giant windmill. Black scale. Ouyang Maofei watched helplessly as her spirit beast was tossed like a toy in Lin Feng's grasp, a flicker of pain finally emerging in her otherwise emotionless eyes. "Do you still refuse to concede?" Lin Feng inquired once more. Ouyang Maofei pouted in frustration and declared, "I concede. Just put down the black scale." Despite her reluctance, the reality was clear. Lin Feng's strength far surpassed hers. Upon hearing Ouyang Maofei's concession, Lin Feng gently set the dark-scaled dragon serpent down. At that moment, the serpent lay on the ground, dazed and motionless, its eyes swirling with stars. Ouyang Maofei rushed over, tenderly stroking her spirit beast before recalling it to her beast space for healing. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification finally resonated. "Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task requirements. You are now awarded double rewards. Rewards: 2 advancement pills, 10 spirit beast pills. Special reward: 1 spirit surge pill. The rewards have been placed in the host's spirit beast space. Please check." Finally, Lin Feng rejoiced upon hearing the system's voice. It turned out that defeating all the contestants was a prerequisite for the task. He was eager to return and enhance his strength. Yet pressing matters required him to wait momentarily. Dean Mu and everyone present were utterly astonished by Lin Feng's prowess. This young man was not only formidable in spirit beasts, but also possessed extraordinary physical strength. Just based on his physical might alone, he was already an invincible presence among his peers. Is there anyone left who doubts Lin Feng's exceptional qualification? Dean Mu addressed the group, led by Ouyang Maofei. The individuals exchanged glances, and eventually, Feng Chong lowered his head and admitted, "I concede." "We all concede." The others echoed in agreement. "Very well. Let us now proceed to the mentor selection." After Dean Mu concluded his introduction, Ouyang Maofei, the champion of the second round of the selection competition, was the first to make a choice. "Maofei, my spirit beast also possesses dual attributes, which can assist you in better harnessing the advantages of your own dual attributes. My strength is at the 6th rank, making me the strongest among them. Choosing me would bring you numerous benefits." As mentors from Xingqian Academy, they needed to cultivate outstanding students to acquire better training resources. The better the students performed, the more resources their mentors would receive. Thus, although several mentors could not secure Lin Feng, they focused their efforts on Ouyang Maofei, each extending their olive branches in hopes that she would choose them. Once the mentors had finished their introductions, Ouyang Maofei spoke. "Whoever can guarantee that I will surpass Lin Feng in a year, I will choose." This statement left the mentors somewhat perplexed, as Lin Feng's strength was extraordinarily formidable, a level they had never encountered before. One might wonder, which normal young individual could defeat 9 peers simultaneously at this stage, especially when those peers were also exceptionally gifted? It could take decades for another such talent to emerge. Even with Ouyang Maofei's qualifications, surpassing Lin Feng within a year would be exceedingly challenging. The mentors exchanged glances, hesitant to make any guarantees. "Why not come to my side?" He Ningshuang stepped forward, saying, "While I may not possess the experience of my esteemed colleagues, having Lin Feng around will better stimulate Ouyang Maofei's growth." Hearing this, the mentor's eyes brightened. Indeed, if Ouyang Maofei were to study under He Ningshuang, even if she did not surpass Lin Feng within a year, it would still be her responsibility. Later on, they could seize the opportunity to recruit Ouyang Maofei without tarnishing their own reputations. Thus, Cui Feng agreed, stating, "This is indeed a good idea." Having them both under the same mentor could foster mutual motivation. I propose we let Ouyang Mafei study under teacher He. Dean Mu pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and then said, "Very well, let it be set for a year. At that time, the two shall compete. The loser will transfer to another mentor." He inquired of Ouyang Mafei, who glanced at Lin Feng before replying, "As long as I can defeat him, it matters not who my mentor is." "Excellent. Then it shall be arduous for Ningxuang. Both of them are unparalleled geniuses, so you must guide them well." Dean Mu reassured. He Ningxuang affirmed, "Rest assured. I will give my utmost effort." Subsequently, Ouyang Mafei moved to stand beside He Ningxuang, next to Lin Feng. "Why do you always wear such a serious expression? Smile a little," He Ningxuang remarked, glancing at the expressionless Ouyang Mafei. Ouyang Mafei appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Teacher, I cannot smile." He Ningxuang was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Dean Mu approached and whispered a few words into He Ningxuang's ear. "So that's how it is. She truly has it tough." He Ningxuang thought. She gently embraced Ouyang Mafei, speaking softly, "It's okay. In time, I will teach you slowly." Ouyang Mafei felt the warmth of He Ningxuang's embrace and nodded obediently. The subsequent selection of mentors was far simpler. Once the mentors were chosen, Dean Mu announced the second matter. "Our Xingqian Academy has a rule. New students must personally hunt a wild beast. There are no restrictions on cultivation levels, but rankings will be determined based on the beast's rank. The higher the rank, the more abundant the rewards. Adjacent to Levian City lies a forest of wild beasts, and your respective mentors will take you there. Unless it is a matter of life and death, mentors will not intervene. You have 1 week. At the end, your mentors will return you to the headquarters of Xingqian Academy. Is that understood?" Dean Mu asked loudly. "Understood. Then rest for now. We shall depart early tomorrow." "Yes." He Ningxuang led Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei to the villa where she resided. "It's late now. You two may rest here." Lin Feng made himself comfortable, plopping down on the sofa, while Ouyang Mafei followed He Ningxuang to the bedroom to change clothes. Taking advantage of their absence, Lin Feng entered the Beast Master space. Observing the task rewards within, an overwhelming joy filled his heart. He picked up a special reward, the Chongling Pill, and the description promptly appeared before his eyes. Chongling Pill enhances the spirit beast's comprehension and intelligence, increasing the probability of comprehending skills when advancing in rank. Wow, this is a remarkable item. Lin Feng hurriedly fed it to Xiaomo. After consuming the Chongling Pill, Xiaomo's eyes became even clearer, sparkling with newfound wisdom. "Master, eat." A voice reminiscent of a child's echoed in Lin Feng's mind. "Is that Xiaomo's voice?" Previously, Lin Feng needed to use words to command Xiaomo, interpreting its thoughts through its actions. However, now, a mental connection had formed between them. "This is fantastic," Lin Feng exclaimed, marveling at the newfound ability. It would certainly facilitate their coordination in future battles. "All right, I will feed you the spirit beast pills now." Lin Feng responded mentally to Xiaomo. He fed all 10 spirit beast pills to Xiaomo Master. Delicious. Soon, Lin Feng witnessed a dazzling light enveloping Xiaomo. MOU Fire Qilin rank. First level 5, 130, 1500 star rating. 8 stars low grade, can be advanced attribute. Fire skills, fire immunity, pressure, charge, hellfire. Roar of the Fire Qilin indeed. The Chongling Pill was extraordinary. Xiaomo had autonomously comprehended a new skill. Moreover, its star rating had also improved. In that case, it must be upgraded. Lin Feng eagerly fed Xiaomo 2 advancement pills. The system's voice soon followed. Advancement notice. Spirit Beast advancement requires 12 hours. Please be patient. Chapter 11. Entering the Beast Forest. As the system prompt echoed, Xiaomo slowly closed its eyes within the Beast Master space, surrounded by a faint red glow. Let Xiaomo advance in peace. It's just 12 hours, Lin Feng mused, reassured by his own heightened strength and speed due to his recent cultivation improvement. Self-preservation would not pose an issue. At that moment, He Ningxuang and Ouyang Mafei emerged, having changed their attire. He Ningxuang donned a loose, cream-colored loungewear that gently hugged her skin, the neckline slightly open, revealing her graceful neck and delicate collarbone, exuding a languid yet alluring charm. What astonished Lin Feng even more was Ouyang Mafei's appearance. She had removed her heavy smoky makeup, and her short hair framed her exquisite features, making her look exceptionally lovely. Ouyang Mafei's tall stature caused He Ningxuang's loungewear to fit her snugly, revealing her flat abdomen, a stark contrast to her unconventional daytime attire. While He Ningxuang radiated maturity and intellect, Ouyang Mafei exuded an innocent allure. The appearance of these two beauties left Lin Feng momentarily dazed. "Lin Feng, Why are you in a daze? Come over here and listen. I will explain the precautions for tomorrow. He Ningshuang nudged Lin Feng. Ah. Lin Feng snapped back to reality. Attempting to mask his embarrassment with a question, is the beast forest dangerous? He Ningshuang, seated on the nearby sofa, replied earnestly, very dangerous. The beasts in the beast forest range from 1st to 5th rank. Moreover, these wild beasts are exponentially fiercer than those found in secret realms. The 1st to 5th rank beasts you encountered in secret realms are equivalent to 1st to 3rd rank beasts in the wild. Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The difference is that significant. He Ningxiang nodded and continued. However, this is not the most perilous existence within the Yaoshou Sunlen. What is it? Ouyang Mafei inquired with curiosity. The beast hunters. She replied. These hunters typically sustain themselves by slaying demon beasts and collecting their crystals. Yet, when they encounter humans, they may resort to ruthless acts of murder and plunder. They are far more ferocious than the demon beasts, and some possess strength that rivals my own. Therefore, once we enter the Yaoshou Sunlen tomorrow, we must exercise utmost caution. Understood, Lin Feng responded, then asked, Teacher, what exactly are these demon beast crystals you mentioned? They are the source of power within each demon beast. Every demon beast possesses one that can be exchanged for spirit stones. A crystal from a first-tier demon beast is worth 500 spirit stones. Is it truly that valuable? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. To put it in perspective, an ordinary family in Fenghua City earns merely 1,000 spirit stones a year. However, teacher, why did I not find any crystals from the demon beasts I hunted in the secret realm? He recalled the 60 or so demon beasts he had slain, which would have been worth several tens of thousands. He Ningxiang chuckled, covering her mouth. I didn't expect you to be so money-minded. The secret realm is a unique existence created by the Academy to enhance the combat skills of its students. The demon beasts within are akin to projections. I see. Lin Feng replied, relieved that the system had recorded his hunts in the secret realm, thus mitigating his losses. Subsequently, He Ningxiang retrieved some medicinal pills from her beast-controlling space and distributed them to the two. The Yaoshou Sunlin is fraught with dangers, and these healing pills can be vital in critical moments. Additionally, the demon beasts in the Yaoshou Sunlin are significantly stronger than those in the secret realm. So we must not let our guard down, she cautioned once more. Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei nodded in agreement, both filled with anticipation for their journey into the Yaoshou Sunlin the following day. Early the next morning, they traveled by carriage to the outskirts of the Yaoshou Sunlin. Numerous camps were established at the forest's periphery, with merchants hawking medicinal pills and announcing tasks incessantly. Lin Feng also spotted the beast hunters that He Ningxiang had mentioned. These individuals donned rough leather armor, marked with claw marks from various demon beasts, wielding an array of metallic weapons. Their weathered faces stood in stark contrast to the trio of Lin Feng. He Ningxiang and Ouyang Mafei had chosen practical training outfits for ease of combat. While preparing in the morning, Ouyang Mafei attempted to apply her usual smoky eye makeup, only to be stopped by He Ningxiang. Mafei, why do you need such heavy makeup? You are already quite beautiful, He Ningxiang remarked. But teacher, I don't know how to do anything else. Ouyang Mafei protested. I will teach you, with He Ningxiang's guidance. Ouyang Mafei settled for a light makeup that showcased her exquisite features. At that moment, several beast hunters, noticing He Ningxiang and Ouyang Mafei beside Lin Feng, leered at them unabashedly, whistling loudly. Look at these two beauties, they are truly stunning. One exclaimed. Indeed. The one with long hair has a figure that suggests she would bear children well, another added. The short-haired one is also quite appealing. How dare you speak like that? Ouyang Mafei could no longer tolerate their lewd remarks and rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront them. He Ningxiang quickly restrained her. Do not provoke trouble. This is the territory of the beast hunters. If a fight ensues, the three of us will not come out unscathed. Let us proceed into the forest first. He Ningxiang led Ouyang Mafei directly towards the forest entrance, enduring the lewd laughter that surrounded them. Lin Feng, upon hearing their vile words, felt compelled to teach them a lesson. He picked up a stone from the ground and, just before entering the forest, hurled it with force. The stone struck the beast hunter who had spoken most offensively right in the eye. A piercing scream echoed through the air as the hunter clutched his right eye, wailing in agony, blood seeping through his fingers. Who did this? A burly beast hunter shouted angrily, scanning the area. Inside the Yaoshou Sunlan, Ouyang Mafei fumed. These beast hunters are utterly revolting. Why is there no one to regulate this safety zone? Although they are despicable, the higher-ups must turn a blind eye for the sake of the resources within the Yaoshou Sunlin, He Ningxiang lamented. The trio continued deeper into the forest and reached the area where first-tier demon beasts roamed. You may begin hunting now. Unless you face life-threatening danger, I shall refrain from intervening, He Ningxiang instructed the two. Ding. System task. Hunt a second-tier demon beast. Reward. 1 Shunho crystal. The system task had arrived. Hunting a second-tier demon beast was indeed a formidable challenge. However, Lin Feng was confident that once Xiao Mo evolved, he would be able to complete this task. Lin Feng, are you not summoning your spirit beast? Ouyang Mafei asked, as she had already summoned her in Lin Longxi. After a night's rest, the serpent's injuries had nearly healed. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the in Lin Longxi coiled tightly behind Ouyang Mafei, its eyes narrowing. Hissing as it flicked its tongue, Lin Feng smiled wryly. It seemed the serpent was still frightened by his earlier actions. Ouyang Mafei gently stroked the serpent's head, reassuring it. Don't be afraid. Hey Lin, he won't hurt you again. Chapter 12. The cave centipede King Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Yet seeing the serpent's pitiful demeanor stirred a sense of compassion within him. After all, he had indeed gone a bit too far that day. What spirit beast could withstand his onslaught? With a beaming smile, Lin Feng approached. Little snake, do not fear. Next time I shall not strike you. As soon as he spoke, the in Lin Longxi recalled its tragic experience and trembled even more violently. Perhaps it is best to keep your distance from it, Ouyang Mafei suggested, trying to comfort the spirit beast while feeling helpless. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Then I shall lead the way. The Yaoshou Sunlin is divided into 3 areas: outer, inner, and core. At present, the trio was in the outer area, where the demon beasts were all below the second tier. Lin Feng began to search for traces of the demon beasts along the outer perimeter. After reaching level 5 of the first tier, Lin Feng's body had undergone another enhancement, and his senses sharpened. To the right, there is a first-tier 3-level Fei Mao Shu. Utilizing his keen senses, Lin Feng was able to detect the presence of demon beasts amidst the dense forest. Longxi Jia. Ouyang Mafei commanded the in Lin Longxi to attack, having received Lin Feng's location. To the 9 o'clock direction, there is a Zhu Shou Shou. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick, shattering the demon beast's skull. To the 3 o'clock direction, there is a Ji Feng Lang. Thus, they continued forward for half a day, successfully hunting numerous demon beasts. However, they had yet to encounter a single first-tier 5-level beast. Ouyang Mafei aimed to hunt a first-tier 6 or 7-level beast, while Lin Feng set his sights on a second-tier demon beast. To achieve their goals, they pressed onward. At that moment, Lin Feng's brow furrowed. He whispered to He Ningxiang and Ouyang Mafei, "Why has it suddenly become so quiet?" Realizing the unusual silence, the two acknowledged that there were no sounds of insects or birds in such a vast forest. This was decidedly abnormal. We might have entered the territory of a formidable demon beast, He Ningxiang deduced based on her experience. Given the extent of the territory, it must possess considerable power. You both must remain vigilant. Finally, we can have a proper fight. Battling weaker opponents is truly dull, Lin Feng remarked, eager for the challenge ahead. Lin Feng clenched his fist, excitedly exclaiming. Ouyang Mafei shot him a glare. Throughout their journey, Lin Feng demonstrated astonishing speed, effortlessly dispatching any beast below the 3rd tier. This left Ouyang Mafei to scavenge the remnants, rendering her utterly bored. Lin Feng, do not snatch this beast from me, Ouyang Mafei admonished, glaring at him. Lin Feng shrugged, replying, whoever finds it first claims it. With that, he sprang forward, dashing ahead. Wait for me. Ouyang Mafei leaped onto the head of the in Lin Longxi, hastily pursuing him. He Ningxiang observed her 2 students with a helpless smile, remarking on their battle frenzy. A thunderous roar echoed ahead. He Ningxiang hastily rushed towards the source. Anticipating that Lin Feng and the others had encountered a beast, Lin Feng landed on a tree after a graceful flip in midair. A first-tier, 6th-level beast is your target. I shan't contest it. However, should you falter, I will not hesitate to intervene, he declared from his perch. Ouyang Mafei gazed at the beast before her, a centipede-like creature with 2 enormous black mandibles glinting ominously, half buried in the ground and crawling forth. Its length appeared to exceed 10 meters. Just moments ago, it lay in ambush. Had Lin Feng not reacted swiftly, his leg would have been severed by its jaws. Di Shui Wugong, cultivation, 1st tier, 6th level, attributes, earth, skills, ambush, bite, venomous fangs. Rest assured, I will not grant you that opportunity, Ouyang Mafei retorted to Lin Feng. Subsequently, the in Lin Longxi beneath her launched an attack. Hey Shasher Xin. A billowing cloud of black smoke erupted from its mouth, enveloping the Di Shui Wugong. An agonizing shriek pierced through the mist. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Feng marveled silently. What tremendous power! The beast's armor-like exoskeleton had been entirely corroded away. revealing dark green blood beneath. Thank goodness I was not struck by that attack, he muttered, still shaken. Seeing the Dishui Wugong severely injured, Ouyang Mo Fei commanded. Highland, bind it. Dian Lian Long, she hissed, and swiftly slithered forward, activating its binding skill to ensnare the Dishui Wugong tightly. Long Shijia. Ouyang Mo Fei seized the opportunity, preparing for a decisive blow. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The ground beneath her began to tremble violently. A pair of mandibles, each measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, erupted from the earth, lunging toward Ouyang Mo Fei. Should she be caught, she would be severed in two. Yet, lacking Lin Feng's reflexes, she could only watch helplessly as the dark mandibles drew nearer. Stop! Lin Feng descended from above, his right foot crashing down upon the beast's head. Boom! A tremendous recoil surged through him. Such tough armor, Lin Feng noted inwardly. Nevertheless, his strike halted the mandible's advance toward Ouyang Mo Fei. Seizing the moment, she quickly retreated. Just then, Lin Feng felt a powerful force surge through his foot, lifting him into the air. Another centipede beast, twice the size of the previous one, emerged. Dishui Wugong Wang, first tier, 8th level. Lin Feng could hardly believe there were 2 beasts present, and this one was significantly more formidable. At that moment, Ouyang Mo Fei's and Lian Long, she had dispatched the first tier, 6th level Dishui Wugong, and turned to assist Lin Feng. Lian Long, she lashed its tail, striking the emerging Dishui Wugong Wang. However, its scales were evidently much thicker, rendering the blow ineffective. As Lin Feng teetered on the brink of being devoured, Ouyang Mo Fei cried out in desperation, Lin Feng, be careful. Chapter 13. Escaping death suspended in midair, Lin Feng found no means to evade. The Dishui Wugong Wang had already opened its maw wide, anticipating its next meal. Quickly summon your spirit beast, He Ning Shuang urged from the sidelines. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. It was not that he was unwilling, but Xiao Mo was currently in the midst of an advancement. This was a critical moment, and he could not disturb it. Only he could rely upon himself. In this life and death predicament, Lin Feng's mind raced, contemplating how to resolve the imminent crisis. Suddenly, he steeled his resolve, his gaze unwavering as he stared into the gaping maw of the Dishui Wugong Wang. He curled his body as tightly as possible before plunging into the beast's mouth. The Dishui Wugong Wang let out a satisfied roar, writhing in an attempt to digest him swiftly. No! Ouyang Mo Fei cried out in anguish, knowing that Lin Feng had sacrificed himself to save her, which pierced her heart. The fate of a beast master consumed by a beast was invariably death. He Ning Shuang stood frozen, unable to move, unable to believe that the remarkable Lin Feng had met his demise at the hands of a beast. After all, Lin Feng was the prodigy recognized by Dean Mu, a talent unparalleled at Xingshan Academy. How could he have perished so easily? She could not fathom how to account for this. Her eyes gradually turned bloodshot. She would seek vengeance for Lin Feng. In an instant, a crimson light emanated from her forehead as a complex array unfolded before her. Accompanied by a resounding phoenix cry, a magnificent spirit beast emerged from the formation. Its feathers, of vibrant crimson, spanned over 10 meters as it displayed an impressive stature, yet a scar marred its chest. Oozing dark liquid, Qi Xing Feng Huang, Feng Qi Jin Diao. This was He Ning Shuang's spirit beast, the very creature that had enabled her to become the youngest visiting teacher at Xingshan Academy. Now, she should be referred to as the youngest elite mentor. Upon the arrival of the 4th tier Qi Xing Feng Qi Jin Diao, a powerful aura enveloped the Dishui Wugong Wang, rendering it immobile. Die! He Ning Shuang roared, her voice hoarse. The Feng Qi Jin Diao ignited in flames, preparing to unleash a lethal attack. But at that moment, the Dishui Wugong Wang's abdomen began to bulge ominously. He Ning Shuang could clearly see Lin Feng's fists imprinted within the beast's belly. Is that Lin Feng? He is still alive. He Ning Shuang exclaimed joyfully. Ouyang Mo Fei, hearing this, rushed over to witness the bulging abdomen of the Dishui Wugong Wang. Her heart swelling with happiness. Wonderful. Lin Feng is still alive. At this moment, the Dishui Wugong Wang, unable to move, could only emit pitiful wails. Its abdomen swelled larger with each punch Lin Feng delivered until it finally burst open. There emerged Lin Feng, drenched in viscous liquid, crawling out from within the beast. Lin Feng, you are safe. What a relief. Ouyang Mo Fei exclaimed excitedly. However, upon seeing him, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away. Put your clothes on. Huh. Lin Feng glanced down, only then realizing he wore nothing. It seemed the gastric acid of the Dishui Wugong Wang had eroded his clothing. Fortunately, his body, enhanced by the system, had withstood the corrosive effects of the beast's stomach. Suddenly, his face flushed with embarrassment. and he hurriedly retrieved his clothes from the beast's space, disregarding the sticky substance on his body as he put them on. When He Ning-Shuang saw Lin Feng fully dressed, she exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, "You truly frightened me. We both thought you had been devoured." Lin Feng offered a wry smile, acknowledging that had there been another option, he would never have resorted to such drastic measures. The situation had been dire, leaving him no choice but to take this risky approach, hoping to vanquish the beast from within. Indeed, his assumptions proved correct. Although the creature's scales were formidable, its interior was surprisingly vulnerable. "You certainly possess great audacity, but why didn't you summon your spirit beast at that moment?" He Ning-Shuang scolded, her voice tinged with irritation. "With your Qilin-type spirit beast by your side, escaping danger should have been a simple task. My spirit beast was in the midst of an advancement and could not be summoned." Lin Feng replied honestly. "Advancement? Your spirit beast is actually advancing?" He Ning-Shuang could scarcely believe her ears. Typically, spirit beasts required rare and potent materials to have any chance of advancement, and instances of them advancing autonomously were exceedingly rare. What kind of extraordinary being was Lin Feng's spirit beast, capable of such a feat at the 8-star low tier? It was nothing short of miraculous. After the battle yesterday, it likely awakened its latent potential, hence why it fell into a deep slumber last night. Lin Feng fabricated an excuse, unable to reveal the truth about the system. How absurd. Truly, utterly absurd. He Ning-Shuang scrutinized Lin Feng, exclaiming, "A student like you, defying the heavens, is indeed a rarity. Don't you feel honored to be my mentor?" Lin Feng jested in return. "Spare me your flattery. You must never take such risks again. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Dean Mu?" He Ning-Shuang admonished playfully. "No problem," Lin Feng confidently assured her. He then turned to Ouyang Mo Fei beside them and stated, "You owe me a beast." Seeing that Lin Feng was unscathed, Ouyang Mo Fei's spirits lifted, and she rolled her eyes at him, replying, "Humph, that doesn't count." Meanwhile, the Earth Hole Centipede King had already perished by the time Lin Feng emerged. It was now being devoured piece by piece by He Ning-Shuang's Feng Qi Jin Diao. "Mentor, why does your spirit beast consume the corpses of magical beasts?" Ouyang Mo Fei inquired, puzzled. In her understanding, spirit beasts did not require sustenance. They merely needed to return to the beast space to gradually recover their strength. He Ning-Shuang sighed. "When I first hatched it, it suffered a severe injury that affected its essence. Therefore, it requires the consumption of magical beasts periodically to replenish itself, or else it undergoes a drastic personality shift, becoming exceedingly ferocious. Hence, I usually allow it to rest in the beast space and seldom summon it." "Is there no way to treat it?" Lin Feng asked. "Unless one utilizes a fire attribute treasure to restore its essence," He Ning-Shuang said, her gaze dimming. "But where would one find a fire attribute treasure?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng suddenly recalled the reward the system had mentioned earlier and wondered if the divine fire crystal could be considered a fire attribute treasure. If so, perhaps he could assist He Ning-Shuang. However, he would have to wait until he completed his task to find out. At that moment, Lin Feng felt uncomfortable due to the sticky substance on his body, so he addressed He Ning-Shuang. "I'm going to wash off this goo in the nearby creek." He Ning-Shuang nodded in agreement. "Hurry back. We will wait for you here." Approximately half an hour later, Lin Feng finally managed to cleanse himself thoroughly. The refreshing sensation uplifted his spirits. As he raised his head, he noticed a tree laden with wild fruits and decided to pick some to share with the two of them later. However, upon returning to the spot where the three had gathered, he was taken aback by the sight before him. "He Laosher? Ouyang Mo Fei?" Lin Feng called out repeatedly. The two who had promised to wait for him were nowhere to be found. Had they encountered danger? His mind raced to the worst possible scenario, surveying the surroundings. There was no evidence of a struggle. Given He Ning-Shuang's 4th-tier strength, there should be no creature in this magical beast forest capable of overpowering her completely. Where could they have gone? Just then, from the pit where the Earth Hole Centipede King had emerged, a mysterious blue light began to emanate. Lin Feng cautiously approached to investigate. Inside the pit, the azure glow seemed to breathe, rising and falling rhythmically. Accompanying this motion, Lin Feng discerned the presence of another chamber within. Could they have entered this space? As Lin Feng pondered this, a sudden and powerful suction force erupted from the pit. He had no time to react, and before he knew it, he was being drawn into the abyss. Within this azure pit lay a winding passageway, akin to a grand slide. The suction pulled Lin Feng swiftly downward. He felt time stretch as the scenery before him gradually opened up. Suddenly, he experienced a sensation of weightlessness as he fell, propelled by inertia. With a splat, the freshly cleaned surface of his body was once again coated with an unknown sticky substance. Looking down, he realized it was the corpse of the Earth Hole Centipede. the first to perish. The slimy texture revolted him momentarily. However, he quickly recalled that if the body of this magical beast was here, perhaps he Ning Shuang and the others had also been drawn in. Shaking off the goo, he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in what resembled a stalactite cave. The dim light filtering in illuminated the sharp stalactites, and the air was damp and oppressive. Following the light, Lin Feng discovered an opening ahead. Returning to the surface seemed impossible. He had no choice but to investigate further into the cave, hoping to find He Ning Shuang and the others. As he entered the opening, a chilling draft enveloped him, causing him to shiver in his light clothing. If only Xiao Mo were here, I wouldn't he feel so cold, Lin Feng thought, hugging himself as he ventured deeper. Inside, snow fell continuously from the sky, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of white. What a wondrous place. The temperature difference is astounding at such a close distance. Lin Feng marveled quietly. Suddenly, not far ahead, the thick snow began to coalesce, gradually forming a colossal snow creature. The aura emanating from the snow monster sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. Its strength was likely no less than 5th tier. The creature shook off the snow from its body and opened its great maw, emitting a deep, resonant sound. Human, welcome to the extreme cold land. Extreme cold land? What is this place? Lin Feng wondered, yet before he could inquire further, the snow creature continued. Please follow me to the palace. Your friends are waiting for you there. My friends? Are they 2 women? Lin Feng cautiously asked. Indeed, I sense the same scent from both of you. Come quickly, do not keep my master waiting. The snow creature gestured, and beside Lin Feng appeared a giant wolf made entirely of snow. Climbing onto the wolf's back, Lin Feng felt the cold dissipate instantly. The giant wolf moved swiftly, and the scenery around him blurred as the icy wind whipped past his ears. As Lin Feng rode towards the palace atop the giant wolf, a group of individuals clad in beast armor and wielding bone weapons emerged on the surface below, their faces etched with ferocity. A rather frail beast hunter addressed a robust beast hunter riding a giant bear, saying, "Boss, those 3 just had a brawl right here. Damn it. That kid blinded the 3rd one in one eye. I must devour him alive." The burly man, whose eyes glinted with malice, was known as Han Tianba, the leader of the group of beast hunters that Lin Feng encountered prior to his entry into the monster beast forest. Although Lin Feng had acted discreetly at that time, one of the hunters possessed an exceptionally keen spirit beast, which detected Lin Feng's subtle movements. Thus, this group pursued him and arrived at the vicinity of the last location where Lin Feng and his companions had hunted the king of the burrowing centipedes. Han Tianba, aware that the one who harmed his comrade was near, bellowed to his subordinates, "Charge! Whoever captures that little rascal first will be rewarded with 500 spirit stones." Upon hearing the promise of spirit stones, over 10 men behind Han Tianba surged forward with cries of excitement. Han Tianba urged his giant bear onward, roaring, "You little brat. Prepare to meet your demise." The bear charged through the woods, shattering trees in its wake. Yet when they reached the clearing where Lin Feng and his companions had been, they found nothing but emptiness. What the hell? Where are they? Han Tianba cursed at the sight of the barren ground with only 2 large pits remaining. The frail hunter, known as Old Six, panicked. "They were just here. You fool, get searching." Han Tianba kicked Old Six, barking orders. Stumbling from the kick, Old Six grimaced and directed his spirit beast to continue the search. Though his spirit beast was only a 3-star level with limited combat ability, its senses were remarkably acute, which had allowed it to notice Lin Feng's actions earlier. The small spirit beast, resembling a mouse, sniffed around incessantly until it halted at the entrance of the burrowing centipede's lair, emitting squeaks of discovery. "Boss, I've found them. They're right here," Old Six exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Han Tianba rushed over and looked down into the hole. At that moment, a colossal suction force erupted from within the cave, pulling all 10+ individuals present into its depths. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Feng finally beheld the palace within the snow monster's maw. It was an edifice crafted from ice and snow, towering before Lin Feng, stretching beyond the horizon. The palace was immensely grand, and at its center stood over 10 snow monster guards wielding long spears on a staircase made of ice and snow. "Human, please ascend to the palace. The master awaits you there," intoned the snow monster in a deep, resonant voice. At that moment, the giant wolf beneath Lin Feng transformed once more into snow. Lin Feng nodded to the snow monster and ascended the steps, guided by the flanking guards into the palace. As he entered, he was astounded by the sight that greeted him. Coiled in the heart of the palace was a frost dragon, measuring dozens of meters in length, exuding an aura of chilling cold. The frigid air rose toward the palace's apex, where a magical array absorbed it, transforming it into pure white snow that fell upon this frigid realm. Such a powerful presence. Lin Feng marveled internally. Merely the cold emanating from this creature could create such a vast, snowy world. How formidable must this frost dragon be? Could it be the master referred to by the snow monster? Chapter 15. The frost dragon. Once Lin Feng was led into the palace, the guards knelt on one knee, clasping one fist over their hearts in a gesture of utmost reverence. At that moment, Lin Feng spotted He Ningxue and Ouyang Mafe nearby. They stood beside the frost dragon, their eyes closed and breathing steady, albeit covered in ice crystals. Teacher He, Ouyang Mafe, Lin Feng called out to them. Human, your friends are unharmed. An ancient and authoritative voice echoed in Lin Feng's ear. Who speaks? He scanned the surroundings, but found no one in sight. I am right before you. You are the frost dragon? Indeed, what stands before you is my physical form. I have been dead for over a century, existing only as a remnant of my consciousness in this space. You three are the chosen humans. The frost dragon continued. Chosen? What does that mean? Lin Feng inquired, perplexed. You have witnessed the cold emanating from my body, which has caused this space to be perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, rendering life unsustainable. The snow monsters you see are merely manifestations of my cold, not true life forms. Therefore, I wish for someone to absorb the cold from my body, allowing this space to rejuvenate. Absorb the cold? How is that possible? Lin Feng expressed disbelief. The cold that blankets such a vast area in ice and snow must be terrifying. Absorbing it is akin to a dream. Your two friends have already begun the process. With you joining, it can be achieved. You must believe in the limitless potential of humanity. Moreover, I will assist you throughout. The frost dragon enticed. Absorbing this cold will yield an ice element spirit beast egg in your beastmaster space. This egg will hatch a spirit beast of at least 7 stars, significantly enhancing your power. The benefits presented by the frost dragon were hard for any beastmaster to refuse. However, Lin Feng sensed that the situation might not be as simple as it seemed, as the frost dragon appeared overly eager. After all, a deal too good to be true often comes with hidden costs. Lin Feng asked, what happens if we fail? The frost dragon's tone grew impatient. Do not hesitate any longer. Absorbing the cold is straightforward. Simply sit beside my body in meditation, and I will handle the rest. Rest assured, it will not fail. But if you delay further, your friends will be completely encased in ice crystals due to your indecision. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's foreboding feeling intensified. Instead of making a decision, he approached the frost dragon, reaching out to feel the cold. As soon as the cold touched his skin, an intense chill coursed through his body, and a layer of frost quickly formed upon him. Can a human truly withstand such frigid temperatures? Lin Feng pondered anxiously. System detected host is coming into contact with extreme cold. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. Lin Feng was overjoyed, realizing that the system could absorb the cold. This was exhilarating. He promptly selected yes. Absorbing, detected that the cold is too powerful. This absorption will consume 10 years of the host's lifespan. Deduction complete. Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What the hell? Why didn't the system mention this before? 10 years of my life. Though he was only 18, who would willingly squander a decade of their existence? However, the deduction had already occurred, and Lin Feng could only hope that this cold would yield unexpected surprises. Thus, he sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and awaited the system's completion of the absorption process. The frost dragon, seeing Lin Feng begin to absorb, emitted a series of triumphant laughs. Ha ha, humans are so easily deceived. Just a few lies can make you willingly sacrifice your life. To comprehend the chilling essence of my 9th-tier frost dragon, Yakisi, is beyond the capacity of mere mortals like you. Prepare to become my subservients. As the words escaped his lips, the frost dragon coiled within the palace abruptly opened its eyes wide. Its colossal form, measuring dozens of meters, began to shrink dramatically until it transformed into an elderly man draped in a blue robe, his hair a striking white. Chen Xiang, you have imprisoned me in this lightless void for centuries. Once I gather 99 ice puppets and shatter the seal, I shall personally obliterate all that you have wrought. The elder declared fiercely. He approached a guard wielding a spear and, with a swift motion, severed his head, causing icy blue liquid to spill forth. As if encountering exquisite wine, he greedily consumed the liquid. In no time, the guard was reduced to mere shards of ice scattered upon the ground. The elder licked his lips, savoring the delectable essence of greed transformed into an ice puppet. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. The chilling aura within him was rapidly dissipating. Someone was siphoning off his cold energy. How could this be possible? The elder's eyes widened in shock. Every word he had spoken to Lin Feng was a fabrication. There existed no truth in the absorption of cold energy or the revival of life, nor would a spirit beast egg be birthed in the Beastmaster space. All that he had uttered was a deceitful ruse to ensnare humanity. It was inconceivable that anyone could truly accomplish such a feat. For humans to encounter his chilling essence would only yield one outcome. They would be eroded by his frost, transformed into ice puppets, serving as sustenance for his escape. As the loss of cold energy accelerated, the elder's body began to falter. He collapsed weakly onto the ground, witnessing his essence being swiftly absorbed by Lin Feng. No, no. The elder cried out in despair, extending his hand in an attempt to command the cold energy to eliminate Lin Feng. Yet, he lacked the strength to execute such a deed. Meanwhile, within Lin Feng's Beastmaster space, the gathered cold energy gradually coalesced into a spirit beast egg, towering at over 3 meters, encased in a delicate blue crystalline shell. Chapter 16. The Body of Ice Achu. Lao Lu tugged at his thin armor, rubbing his hands together. Boss, shall we return? It's far too cold here. Honestly, I think Sangu's single eye is quite appealing. Han Tianba curled himself as much as possible within the warmth of the giant bear pelt, but he still shivered uncontrollably. He cursed, "Get lost. Why don't you blind one of your own eyes?" Han Tianba tentatively poked his head out, surveying the vast white expanse of snow, and inquired of Lao Lu. "Is that wretched mouse of yours still functional? Where has it gone?" Lao Lu removed the icicles forming from his frozen nose and, with a trembling voice, replied, "Xiao Hui Hui is already frozen solid. It has returned to the Beastmaster space. What a disaster. What are we to do now?" Han Tianba lamented. Not only he, but also the more than 10 brothers behind him were on the verge of freezing to death. At this point, finding Lin Feng was the least of their concerns. Surviving was the true challenge. Lao Lu took a few steps forward, squinting his eyes to peer ahead. As a gust of northern wind swept by, the magnificent ice palace appeared not far in front of him. "Oh my, how grand!" Lao Lu exclaimed excitedly. "Brothers, there's a palace ahead. Let us hurry." "Where's the palace?" Upon hearing the mention of the palace, Han Tianba instantly perked up. Following Lao Lu's gesture, he indeed spotted the palace. Without a second thought, he rallied the giant bear and charged ahead. The other beast hunters summoned larger spirit beasts to carry them as they raced towards the palace. Within the Beastmaster space, after the frost dragon's cold energy condensed into a spirit beast egg, a significant amount of cold energy remained unabsorbed. This residual energy surged into Lin Feng's body, infiltrating his limbs and bones. Lin Feng felt as though countless steel needles were incessantly pricking at him. Soon, his limbs became intensely numb, devoid of sensation. The cold energy spread to his torso, causing his muscles to stiffen and his joints to seize. Lin Feng's consciousness began to blur. Observing Lin Feng's plight, the elder, now in the form of the frost dragon, let out a triumphant laugh. "Foolish human, you dare to attempt to absorb my cold energy? You are merely reaping the consequences of your own folly, being consumed by the very essence you sought to harness, destined to become my ice puppet. Absorbing you will bring me closer to breaking the seal. It is merely a matter of time." The elder's laughter was abruptly cut short as he noticed a faint red glow emanating from the center of Lin Feng's chest. Encased in ice, a surge of intense flame pulsed with the rhythm of his heartbeat, radiating outward and enveloping his body within the ice. Then, a blazing phantom emerged behind Lin Feng. Its dragon head, lion tail, deer legs, and ox hooves projected an imposing aura, as if it were a sovereign contemptuous of all. It suppressed the frost dragon, leaving the elder gasping for breath. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Qilin, fire Qilin. This is impossible." The elder gazed at the phantom, shaking his head and retreating step by step. As the figure of the Mou fire Qilin manifested, Lin Feng's complexion gradually regained its color. Although the cold energy continued to infiltrate him, he no longer felt the chill. "Wonderful, Xiao Mo, you have successfully advanced." Lin Feng rejoiced inwardly. "Yes, master, I have reached the mid-tier of the 8-star rank." Xiao Mo's voice retained a childlike quality. "I will help you resist the cold energy, so you can absorb it without worry." With Xiao Mo by his side, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of security. As the cold energy was gradually absorbed, the appearance of the frost dragon grew increasingly frail. Now utterly exhausted, it lay on the ground, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Cold energy absorption completed. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained an ice attribute spirit beast egg. You may begin the hatching process upon reaching 2nd-tier cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the body of ice." granting you immunity to extreme cold and the ability to manipulate icy energies. You may learn skills of ice attribute spirit beasts. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 cultivation points. At last, Lin Feng had completely absorbed the cold energy. Rising to his feet, he shook off the frost covering him and examined the information within the system. MOU Fire Qilin Cultivation. First tier level 6, 630-2000, star rating. Mid-tier 8 stars attribute. Fire skills, fire immunity, pressure, charge, hellfire. Roar of the Fire Qilin Lin Feng. Body of ice, strength 800 kilograms. Speed 20 ms Beastmaster Space. Ice attribute Spirit Beast Egg, awaiting hatching. Having exchanged 10 years of his life for a Spirit Beast Egg and the body of ice, Lin Feng deemed it worth the sacrifice. Setting aside the potential star rating of the Spirit Beast that would hatch from the egg, the mere fact that he could now learn skills from Ice Attribute Spirit Beasts was sufficiently extraordinary. Lin Feng had effectively become akin to an Ice Attribute Spirit Beast himself. Moreover, he was capable of limitless growth. With a determined fist, a faint blue cold energy emanated from him, gradually transforming into an icy dagger. Wow, this body of ice is truly remarkable. Lin Feng marveled at the translucent icy dagger, his heart brimming with elation. Subsequently, he approached the nearly lifeless frost dragon, placing the dagger against its throat, and demanded in a stern voice, "How can I restore my friends?" The frost dragon glared at him with resentment, hissing defiantly, "You shall never learn. Go die." With those final words, its body began to crystallize into ice before erupting in a shattering explosion. A transparent dragon-shaped soul, taking advantage of the icy mist produced by the explosion, appeared before Lin Feng. With a triumphant demeanor, the dragon-shaped soul addressed Lin Feng, declaring, "Once I annihilate your soul, this body shall belong to me." It boldly soared towards Lin Feng's mind, only to be met with an overwhelming force that absorbed it. The dragon-shaped soul cried out in despair, "No!" before being transported by the system into Lin Feng's beast mastery space, specifically within a spirit beast egg. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, the transparent dragon-shaped soul had vanished, leaving him unaware of the unfolding events. The powerful blast from the shattering ice merely stirred a flurry of icy mist within the palace. Lin Feng, puzzled, surveyed his surroundings and found nothing amiss. This old man, even in death, still attempts to frighten others, he thought. Subsequently, Lin Feng approached He Ningxiang and Ouyang Mafei with concern. Both ladies remained encased in ice. Although their breathing appeared steady, prolonged exposure to the frigid air would undoubtedly affect their health. Lin Feng resolved to utilize his ice body to draw out the cold from their bodies, enlisting Xiao Mo's assistance in hopes of dispelling the ice encasement. As Xiao Mo emerged from the beast mastery space, signs of melting began to manifest in the surrounding snow and ice. Just as Lin Feng was about to act, a shivering voice echoed from outside the palace. "Little brat, so you are here." Chapter 17. A true man who can yield and endure. Could it be that others would venture here? Lin Feng, intrigued, followed the sound. A group of beast hunters, clad in flimsy armor and covered in snow, entered. What are they doing here? Lin Feng recognized them as the same group of hunters who had behaved insolently before the monster beast forest. "Why are you here? You'll freeze me to death," Han Tianba complained, trembling before Lin Feng. Lin Feng, wary, glared at the dozen individuals, demanding, "How did you come to be here? Don't say anything. If you hadn't blinded my third brother, we wouldn't be enduring this suffering." Old Lu stammered. Han Tianba and his companions had anticipated that the palace would be warmer, only to find it even colder than outside. A thin layer of ice had begun to form on their bodies. Lin Feng was startled, realizing that his previously discreet methods had been discovered. The strength of these hunters could not be underestimated. Faced with this vengeful group, Lin Feng felt a pang of anxiety. Although he could escape with Xiao Mo and his own resistance to the cold, he could not abandon Ouyang Mafei and He Ningxiang. The hunters were inching closer towards him. "At worst, I shall fight them. I cannot allow them to harm He Ningxiang and Ouyang Mafei." Lin Feng readied himself for battle, gripping an ice dagger tightly in hand. Xiao Mo sensed Lin Feng's resolve and emitted a threatening roar, intensifying the flames enveloping its body. Having advanced to an 8-star mid-grade, Xiao Mo's stature had grown taller, now exceeding 3 meters, appearing exceedingly valiant under the protection of its Qilin flames. 20 meters, 15 meters. As the hunters drew nearer, Lin Feng tightened his grip on the dagger, his body tensing in preparation for an attack. However, when the hunters were 10 meters away, their expressions shifted to one of relief. "Brother, this place is warm," Old Lu exclaimed, satisfied as he collapsed onto the ground. Han Tianba, relaxing his previously tense shoulders. Placed his hand on the ground to feel its warmth. Lin Feng soon realized that the Qilin fire surrounding Xiao Mo had melted all the ice within a 10-meter radius, rendering the temperature quite pleasant. He could not help but smirk inwardly, recognizing that these individuals were indeed freezing. Lin Feng then mischievously instructed Xiao Mo to lower the flame's temperature slightly. Xiao Mo complied, reducing the Qilin fire's range to 5 meters. As the warmth receded, the biting cold once again enveloped Han Tianba and his companions. "Hey, little brat, that's going too far," Han Tianba complained, seeking refuge once more in the embrace of the giant bear. "Are you insulting me?" Lin Feng retorted, raising an eyebrow. "Insult you? I ought to beat you." Han Tianba brandished his fist, but as soon as he did, he recoiled from the cold. "Fine, stay frozen. It's not my problem." Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Han Tianba was momentarily silenced by Lin Feng's words. Though he possessed a higher cultivation level and could endure for a while, some of his brothers were already succumbing to the cold, losing consciousness. If they did not find warmth soon, they would perish. After much contemplation, Han Tianba gritted his teeth and knelt before Lin Feng, bowing his head to the ground. "Brothers, my men are only at the second rank. They should not be your match after suffering from the cold. I implore you to let them warm themselves inside. I will remain outside to avoid posing a threat to you." Han Tianba raised his head, his gaze resolute. Upon hearing this, the hunters behind Han Tianba were moved, exclaiming, "Boss, we are fine. We can endure. Stop with the nonsense. I am strong enough not to freeze." Han Tianba shouted back at them. Lin Feng was taken aback by their camaraderie and was impressed by Han Tianba's ability to yield and endure. After a moment's thought, he instructed Xiao Mo to expand the flame's range to 15 meters. Although this would lower the temperature somewhat, it would ensure they would not freeze to death. Moreover, this distance would afford Lin Feng more time to react. "Stay at the edge of the flames and do not come any closer," Lin Feng commanded. Han Tianba stood, bowed respectfully to Lin Feng, and complied, retreating to the area outside the flames to warm himself against the spirit beast bear. Meanwhile, his subordinates entered the warmth of the flames. Some, feeling revived, approached Han Tianba, embracing him to transfer warmth. They continued this cycle, ensuring Han Tianba would not freeze. Observing this scene, Lin Feng said nothing more and moved to He Ningxiang, preparing to draw the cold from her body. Placing his hands on her shoulders, he activated his ice body to slowly extract the cold energy within her. As this cold energy entered Lin Feng, he felt his cultivation gradually increasing. With the cold energy being drawn out, He Ningxiang's complexion began to regain its rosy hue. Under the engulfing flames of Xiao Mo, the ice surrounding He Ningxiang melted away. "Huh." He Ningxiang let out a delicate protest, her body going limp as she collapsed. Lin Feng hurriedly reached out to catch her, gently placing her on the ground. Observing her current state, Lin Feng surmised that she was likely out of danger and would regain consciousness after a brief period of recovery. Following this method, Lin Feng also managed to rescue Ouyang Mafei. After about half an hour, He Ningxiang was the first to awaken. Just as Lin Feng intended to approach her with concern, he was suddenly propelled away by an overwhelming force. He observed dark, smoky tendrils emanating from her, her eyes now a striking crimson. "Blood. I crave blood." Chapter 18. The mutation of He Ningxiang. The force was formidable, causing Lin Feng to involuntarily grunt. Had it not been for his robust physique, an ordinary first-tier beast master would have surely been incapacitated. As Lin Feng beheld the transformed He Ningxiang, a sense of dread filled his heart. He recognized this aura. It was the same one he had sensed from the dark liquid flowing in the chest of her Fengqi Jindiao. But how could this aura have caused such a transformation in her? The He Ningxiang before him was no longer the composed sister figure he knew. She now resembled a bloodthirsty beast. She flailed her arms wildly, sending waves of dark energy surging from her hands. "Blood. I want blood." Saliva dripped from the corners of her mouth, and suddenly, she spotted the still unconscious Ouyang Mafei on the ground. With astonishing speed, she lunged towards him, her cherry-red lips aiming for his neck. "Teacher He, spare him," Lin Feng shouted, hurling a frost dagger with great urgency. The dagger arced gracefully through the air, landing squarely in He Ningxiang's mouth. The hard frost dagger shattered instantly between her teeth. Undeterred, she lunged again towards Ouyang Mafei's neck. However, Lin Feng would not allow her to succeed. After throwing the dagger, he swiftly moved to Ouyang Mafei's side, scooping him up and turning to flee. "Blood. My blood." Seeing her intended prey being whisked away, He Ningxiang roared in pursuit, her speed astonishingly swift, making it impossible for Lin Feng to shake her off. "Teacher He, please awaken. Do not let this power control you," Lin Feng shouted as he ran, desperately trying to rekindle her consciousness. After calling out for what felt like an eternity, his voice grew hoarse, and He Ningxiang showed no signs of relenting, continuing her relentless chase. With no other options left, Lin Feng thought to himself, I am sorry. Teacher He. He then planted his feet firmly on the ground, channeling the cold energy he had just mastered, creating a slick layer of ice behind him. He Ningxiang, preoccupied with the chase, failed to notice the treacherous surface beneath her. Suddenly, her feet slipped, and she fell backward with a thud. Her head struck the ground heavily, causing her to see stars as she cradled her head, exclaiming, It hurts. Hearing her voice return to normal brought Lin Feng immense relief. He had not anticipated that his spontaneous plan would actually work. Approaching her, he noticed that the dark energy enveloping her was beginning to dissipate. Teacher He? Teacher He? Lin Feng called out twice. He Ningxiang looked at him with confusion, asking, Where am I? You have finally awakened. Lin Feng exclaimed, but before he could finish his sentence, the dark energy surged once again from her. This time, it was even more ferocious, resembling a rolling black smoke. He Ningxiang's eyes turned crimson once more. Her long black hair swirling in the wind, a sinister smile adorning her face, exuding an aura of malevolence and terror. The dark energy coalesced above her head, forming her spirit beast, the Fengqi Jindiao. Now, this spirit beast was entirely enveloped in feathers as black as ink, with dark energy swirling around it like flames. This is bad, Lin Feng exclaimed in alarm. Initially, dealing with just He Ningxiang was manageable, but now that her spirit beast had emerged, the situation had escalated dramatically. He Ningxiang possessed the strength of a fourth-tier beast master, and in her current state, she was more fearsome than an ordinary fifth-tier beast master. This posed a significant challenge for Lin Feng. Boss, what is that kid doing over there? Why is there so much smoke? Lao Lu squinted at Lin Feng, commenting, Could it be that he burned the meat? Shut up about the meat. Han Tianba pushed Lao Lu aside, cursing, Do you not sense how malevolent that aura is? After a closer inspection, Lao Lu smacked his lips, saying, I just think that meat is a waste to burn. Get lost. Han Tianba kicked the unhelpful fellow and turned his serious gaze towards Lin Feng's direction. This kid must be in danger. I need to assist him. If he encounters trouble, my brothers will be in dire straits. With this thought, Han Tianba rubbed his numbed hands and called to his spirit beast, Old buddy, let's get moving. His spirit beast was a 5-star giant strength bear, boasting a level of 4th tier, 2nd rank. Among beast hunters, he was among the elite. The massive bear stood over 4 meters tall, roaring to the heavens and slamming its paws against the ground, unleashing its 4th tier power. Han Tianba mounted the bear's back, charging towards Lin Feng's location. As Lin Feng pondered how to resolve the impending crisis, the ground beneath him began to tremble. Startled, he wondered if yet another problem had arisen. If any further changes occurred now, he would surely be finished. No matter how formidable he was merely a young man relative to his peers. The dangers Lin Feng had faced consecutively would have left even a 4th-tier beast master flustered. What's going on? Han Tianba approached Lin Feng, inquiring. Upon recognizing Han Tianba, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though this man had a grudge against him, his brothers were currently sheltered under Xiaomo's flames, and he likely wouldn't cause any trouble for the time being. Thus, Lin Feng briefly explained He Ningxiang's situation to Han Tianba. Han Tianba furrowed his brow. Despite his 2 decades of experience in the beast forest, he had never encountered such a scenario. While they spoke, the Fengqi Jindiao above He Ningxiang had fully materialized. Accompanied by a hoarse cry, it unleashed a fiery ray comprised of dark energy, hurtling towards Lin Feng and his companions. Bear, Earth Barrier, Han Tianba commanded, directing the giant strength bear to defend. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, enclosing the trio. The fiery ray struck the wall and exploded. However, the strange flames, formed from dark energy, clung to the wall, continuing to burn. At that moment, Ouyang Mafei, cradled in Lin Feng's arms, awakened. Chapter 19. The solution. What happened to me? Ouyang Mafei shook her head, bewildered. You're awake. Lin Feng gently set Ouyang Mafei down, speaking urgently. As her feet touched the ground, Ouyang Mafei began to recall the events that had transpired. Her gaze fell upon the terrifying visage of He Ningxiang, prompting her to ask anxiously. What has happened to Teacher He? It must be the dark energy within her spiritual beast that has infected her, Lin Feng speculated. At that moment, a massive hole was burned through the earth wall of the giant bear monster by the strange black flames. Immediately afterward, the blackened Fengqi Jindiao launched another attack. Waves of black flames descended from the heavens like shooting stars, rapidly encircling the 3 individuals. Damn it, this is troublesome. Han Tianba couldn't help but curse. Faced with this expansive assault, the giant bear monster had no choice but to establish its defenses once more. You too, think of something. If this continues, we shall all be burnt to a crisp, Han Tianba urged. Ouyang Mafei pondered for a moment and then turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Do you remember that teacher he once mentioned her spiritual beast requires a fire attribute treasure to heal?" Lin Feng nodded, recalling this fact. At that time, he had intended to give the system's reward to Hening Shuang. Teacher He's spiritual beast is of the fire attribute, and she must have been weakened by the cold energy here, allowing the dark energy to take hold of the Fengqi Jindiao. Ouyang Mafei articulated her conjecture. If we could obtain a fire attribute treasure, we could completely expel the dark energy from the Fengqi Jindiao, and teacher he would recover. However, Ouyang Mafei's expression dimmed as she despaired, saying, "But where are we supposed to find a fire attribute treasure?" "Leave it to me," Lin Feng declared with determination. "Do you know where to find one?" Ouyang Mafei asked, puzzled. "That's not for you to worry about." Lin Feng was aware that he merely needed to hunt down a second-level demon beast to obtain a fire attribute treasure, so he needed to act swiftly. Thus, Lin Feng earnestly pleaded with Han Tianba, "Brother, I have thought of a solution, but I need you to hold her off here. Once the situation is resolved, I will certainly give you an explanation regarding the harm caused to your brother," Lin Feng asserted firmly, while directing the giant bear monster's defenses. Han Tianba inquired of Lin Feng, "What do you intend to do?" Lin Feng pointed upwards and said, "I need to go up." At that moment, Lao Lu's voice rang out. "Boss, we are here to support you." Upon hearing Lao Lu's voice, Han Tianba urgently shouted, "Get away from here. This creature is not something you can contend with." He then turned to Lin Feng and said, "I don't know what your plan is, but I hope you can take my brothers back to the surface. This situation is urgent. The giant bear monster's defense is about to be breached again. There is no time for hesitation." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "All right." Han Tianba gave Lin Feng a meaningful glance and then gritted his teeth, shouting to his brothers, "All of you follow my little brother. That's an order. Boss, what will you do? We want to fight alongside you." "Enough nonsense. I don't need you burdens." Han Tianba forced out those harsh words, suppressing his heartache. As soon as these words were uttered, the beast hunters fell silent. Lao Lu sighed and said, "Let's go. If it weren't for us needing care, the boss wouldn't have to suffer so much. Perhaps if we leave, the boss can fight more freely." Han Tianba solemnly instructed Lin Feng, "I entrust my brothers to you. Please take good care of them. They are all unfortunate souls." Lin Feng looked at the loyal beast hunter leader before him, and his perception of him changed instantly. Thus, Lin Feng earnestly declared to Han Tianba, "I, Lin Feng, vow to ensure the safe return of your brothers to the surface, should I fail. May my spiritual beast shatter and my soul perish." Hearing Lin Feng make such a grave oath, Han Tianba let out a hearty laugh. "Good. Then I shall risk my life to help you fend off this creature." "Thank you, brother." Lin Feng clasped his fists in gratitude. "Teacher, he is counting on you." Ouyang Mafei looked at Lin Feng with hopeful eyes. "Aren't you coming with me?" Lin Feng inquired. "No, I want to try to reach out to Teacher He's consciousness. It might be effective." Ouyang Mafei shook her head. "All right, be careful. I will return shortly," Lin Feng admonished. He then summoned Xiao Mo, leaving a cluster of Qilin fire on the ground, which would last for several hours. Thus, Ouyang Mafei and the others would at least be shielded from the cold energy. Lin Feng mounted Xiao Mo's back and addressed the beast hunters. "Hurry, every second wasted increases the danger to your boss." The beast hunters cast a reluctant glance at Han Tianba's sturdy back before turning to follow Lin Feng, racing toward the palace exit. With Xiao Mo's Qilin flames illuminating their path, the cold could not reach them. "Blood, my blood, where do you think you're going?" Inside the palace, Hening Shuang's hoarse voice thundered, "I have plenty of blood here. Come and take it if you dare." Han Tianba roared. Following this, intense waves of spiritual energy surged forth. The battle of a fourth-level beast master caused the palace to tremble. Time was of the essence, and no one dared to waste a moment. They all rushed toward the direction they had come from at breakneck speed. Lao Lu's spiritual beast had also recovered by this time, so everyone need not worry about losing their way. Thanks to their desperate haste, they reached the edge of the extreme cold region in about 10 minutes. Upon stepping out of the cave, a wave of humid warmth enveloped them. They felt as if they had been reborn, all breathing a sigh of relief. However, thinking of their leader still inside, they steeled themselves once more. Yet, gazing at the slippery passage before them, they couldn't help but feel troubled. "Brothers, do you have any ideas on how to ascend?" Lao Lu asked Lin Feng. In fact, Lin Feng had been contemplating this very issue throughout the journey, and he had indeed devised a solution. He summoned a faint blue light that emanated from his hands, and the cold energy reappeared. Then, Lin Feng swept his foot across his shoe, and the soles instantly sprouted dozens of ice spikes. He tested his footing on the passageway, and indeed, the hard ice spikes embedded themselves into the smooth walls, allowing him to stand firmly. Wow, little brother, are you performing magic tricks? Lao Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Circling around Lin Feng, can you make one for me too? Chapter 20, Second Level Barbarian Pig King with the help of the ice spike shoes. The group climbed the smooth passageway with ease. The passage was long, but their anxious hearts propelled them forward. Thus, it took just over half an hour. Lao Lu, at the front of the line, joyfully shouted, I have finally seen the light of day again. Once everyone had crawled out of the cave, Lin Feng glanced back. The eerie blue light at the cave entrance had vanished. It seemed that the mysterious suction force had also been created by the frost dragon. Now that the frost dragon was dead, that immense suction would no longer manifest at the entrance. Over a dozen beast hunters, having endured the extreme cold, were now mentally and physically exhausted. As soon as they emerged from the cave, they collapsed onto the ground, basking in the warm sunlight streaming through the trees. I have brought you all out. Your safety from here on relies on yourselves. Lin Feng addressed the dozen beast hunters. Rest assured, brothers. We have been through thick and thin in the demon beast forest for many years. Lao Lu grinned, flashing his teeth at Lin Feng. Good. Lin Feng nodded and continued. Take care, time is of the essence. I still need to seek a solution. At this moment, Lao Lu spoke up, inquiring of Lin Feng. Brother, if I am not mistaken, you are looking for something, right? Exactly. In that case, you should bring me along. Lao Lu proudly patted his chest, boasting, my little Hui Hui is exceptional at finding things. Subsequently, Lin Feng recalled that in the frigid wilderness, his peculiar spirit beast could accurately find its direction amidst the aimless expanse of snow. Perhaps this extraordinary ability would save him considerable effort while searching for second-tier demon beasts. Thus, Lin Feng declared, very well, let us embark at once. Lao Lu grinned widely, replying, all right. He then resolutely approached a bearded beast hunter, patting him on the shoulder and saying, Xiaojiao, while I am away, the safety of everyone rests in your hands. The bearded hunter shot him a glare and gruffly retorted, would you perish if you didn't act like a fool? Lin Feng and Lao Lu swiftly traversed the demon beast forest. There were indeed numerous second-tier demon beasts in the vicinity. Approximately 10 miles ahead lay one. Lao Lu introduced. Let us proceed there. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. As they ran, Lao Lu, somewhat perplexed, asked, brother, can we truly handle the matters below with just a second-tier demon beast? Lin Feng responded, just focus on guiding me. Do not worry about anything else. Unable to provide a satisfactory explanation, Lin Feng let the matter rest. Lao Lu, having exhausted his curiosity, fell silent, diligently allowing his spirit beast to lead the way. Upon reaching the vicinity of the demon beast, Lao Lu remarked, I shall not approach. Xiao Hui Hui lacks combat prowess and cannot assist you. Lin Feng pointed his toes to the ground, and a crimson glow radiated from his forehead. Fiery flames cascaded from above, revealing the Mou fire Qilin before Lin Feng. The second-tier demon beast, sensing an enemy's approach, emitted a menacing roar. Lin Feng navigated through the trees and soon laid eyes on the beast before him, the Manju Wang. Cultivation, second tier, level 2 attribute, earth skills, charge. Frenzy. The Manju Wang stood an imposing 5 meters tall, its sharp tusks protruding menacingly from its mouth. Upon noticing Lin Feng's presence, the bristles along its back stood on end. It pawed at the ground, issuing low growls directed at Lin Feng. Faced with a second-tier demon beast, Lin Feng was cautious, aware that its strength surpassed his by several levels. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. With a flick of his wrist, the power of ice materialized in his hand, forming a pair of icy claws. Lin Feng donned them, and, alongside Xiao Mo, charged at the Manju Wang. Having reached the mid-tier 8 star, Xiao Mo's oppressive aura intensified. Even the second-tier man, Zhu Wang, appeared somewhat intimidated, retreating slightly as it beheld Lin Feng and Xiao Mo advancing. With a thunderous roar, Lin Feng shouted, and Xiao Mo opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of flames with a diameter exceeding 2 meters. The searing inferno surged towards the Manju Wang. Reacting to the pressure, the beast emitted a red mist from its body, activating its frenzy skill. In a display of agility uncharacteristic of its size, the Manju Wang dodged to the left to evade Xiao Mo's flames. However, it was unaware that a fist clad in icy claws awaited it on the other side. Lin Feng summoned all his strength into the punch, delivering an unreserved blow of 800 kilograms onto the Manju Wang's head, causing it to stagger. Lin Feng felt a tremendous recoil in his fist and swiftly executed a backflip to dissipate the force, though his right hand still trembled slightly. What a tough head. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. The man Zhu Wang was similarly affected by Lin Feng's strike, its head spinning from the impact. At that moment, Xiao Mo's roar followed the man Zhu Wang's form, unleashing a conflagration that engulfed the beast entirely. The man Zhu Wang emitted a piercing scream, and the scent of roasted pork wafted through the air. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo seized the opportunity, launching a relentless barrage upon the creature. Having witnessed the man Zhu Wang's strength, Lin Feng chose not to engage it head-on. An idea sparked in his mind, and utilizing the shape-shifting ability of his ice power, he fashioned a revolver. The icy revolver emanated a chilling aura, and Lin Feng proceeded to create bullets, loading them into the chamber. With precise marksmanship, he targeted the vulnerable spots of the man Zhu Wang from a distance, firing repeatedly. Contemplating the icy revolver, Lin Feng mused that perhaps, as his strength grew, crafting an icy cannon would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Against the second-tier beast in a frenzied state, Xiao Mo proved capable of physically suppressing it. The two engaged in a fierce battle, while Lin Feng continued to strike opportunistically. Soon, he heard the system's voice in his mind announcing the defeat of the man Zhu Wang. At that moment, the beast lay prostrate, its body marred by grievous wounds inflicted by Xiao Mo bathed in flames. Xiao Mo appeared majestic and invincible, its form illuminated by the crimson blood surrounding it. In the nearby woods, a lone figure had managed to subdue the resilient man Zhu Wang. This young man was indeed remarkable. Lao Lu, shall we proceed? Chapter 21. Pursuit. Not far from Lin Feng's battle with the man Zhu Wang, within a grove of trees, 5 beast hunters fixated their gaze on Lin Feng's direction. Leading them was the beast hunter known as Lao Lu. The bearded hunter was also present. Lao Lu, are we not betraying Han Laoda by doing this? If we harm this lad, what will happen to Han Laoda? The bearded hunter inquired. At that moment, Lao Lu's demeanor had shifted from his usual joviality, his expression now brimming with cunning and malice. Xiaojiu, have you forgotten the teachings of Sangu? Lao Lu said ominously. We must assist Sangu in ascending to power. This is the perfect opportunity. Once we eliminate this lad, Han Tianba is certain to fall, and the others will naturally elevate Sangu as the new leader. In that case, we, as Sanji's trusted confidants, will reap countless rewards. Do you not wish to cure your mother? Have you no thoughts for your son? Upon hearing Lao Lu's words, the remaining 4 hunters, after a moment of internal struggle, resolved to act. Although life under Han Tianba had been comfortable, the prospect of substantial wealth was unattainable, for Han Tianba prided himself too much to engage in nefarious deeds. Enough of your chatter, Lao Lu. We shall proceed. Xiao Jiu declared resolutely. A smile crept across Lao Lu's face. Good, brother. I shall certainly sing your praises before Sangu. Xiao Jiu nodded, asking, Lao Lu, what shall we do now? This lad has slain the man Zhu Wang, but I estimate he has expended considerable energy. Now is the opportune moment to eliminate him. Moreover, judging by his attire, he must possess valuable items. Lao Lu's eyes narrowed slyly. We will slay him and share the spoils equally. Understood. The others readied themselves, awaiting Lao Lu's command. Lin Feng reached into the man Zhu Wang's head, extracting the demon beast crystal. The second-tier demon beast crystal was notably larger than its first-tier counterpart and radiated a hue characteristic of demon beasts. Upon storing it in his Beastmaster space, Lin Feng noticed the system rewarding him for completing a task. It was a fiery red crystal, shaped like a flame. This divine fire crystal exuded potent fire elements, compelling even the cold emanating from the ice attribute spirit beast egg in Lin Feng's space to retreat to a corner. Divine fire crystal, a treasure of fire attribute. Consuming it can alter the elemental constitution of fire attribute spirit beasts, doubling their combat prowess. Non-fire attribute spirit beasts may also benefit from it, gaining fire attributes. Gazing at the description of the divine fire crystal, Lin Feng could not help but marvel at the remarkable effects of this item. Such a remarkable divine fire crystal must surely resolve He Ningxiang's predicament with her spirit beast. An hour has elapsed, and the situation below remains unclear. It is imperative to retrieve the divine fire crystal without delay. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng summoned Xiao Mo to transform into a miniature form and perch upon his shoulder, ready to retrace his steps. Just then, 5 figures leaped from the thicket, each accompanied by their own spirit beast. Lin Feng sensed their malevolent intent distinctly. He inquired, What do you mean by this, Lao Lu? Lao Lu chuckled sinisterly. We have no ulterior motives, merely a desire to see you perish. With that, his eyes gleamed with malice as his spirit beast, Xiao Hui, leapt from his grasp. Swiftly enlarging in midair, it transformed into a massive rodent, measuring over 3 meters in length, adorned with sharp spines, the Rodent King. Cultivation level, 2nd tier. 4th stage attribute, Earth skills, enhanced perception, burrowing, lightning speed. Do you not care about your leader's fate? Lin Feng retreated while speaking, perplexed as to why these individuals had suddenly turned against him. We simply wish for him to die. Lao Lu commanded the Rodent King to attack. The remaining 4 also directed their spirit beasts to join the fray. Faced with 5 2nd-tier beastmasters, Lin Feng had no choice but to evade their onslaught, turning and sprinting towards the forest without a moment's hesitation. After him. We cannot allow this brat to escape. Lao Lu growled fiercely. The group mounted their spirit beasts, pursuing Lin Feng relentlessly, while those with ranged capabilities unleashed a barrage of attacks. Lin Feng, at the peak of his speed, deftly dodged the assaults, his mind racing to devise a solution. In the ice and snow palace, Han Tianba and Ouyang Mafei were both battered and bruised. Opposite them, the dark aura surrounding He Ningxiang intensified. The Fengqi Golden Eagle showed no signs of fatigue, continuously unleashing its skills. Han Tianba groaned in despair. This little brat. Can't he hurry back? I'm about to collapse. Trust in Lin Feng. He will return. Ouyang Mafei gasped, though a sense of hopelessness gnawed at her. The taint of darkness had completely stripped He Ningxiang of her autonomy, leaving only a ravenous thirst for blood. No matter how she called out, she could not awaken her awareness. Were it not for Han Tianba's 4th-tier strength and defense, He Ningxiang would have consumed her whole by now. Be careful. Just as Ouyang Mafei was momentarily distracted, a surge of dark energy lunged toward her. Han Tianba's mighty bear swiftly erected a dirt wall in defense. With a resounding crash, the ongoing battle had depleted the mighty bear's energy to its limits. The wall was quickly shattered, and the residual force from the dark energy hurled both combatants far away. Han Tianba spat blood, cursing, "What on earth is this? Why is it growing stronger? I can't hold on much longer." Meanwhile, Lin Feng continued to sprint madly through the woods. The beast hunters, familiar with the beast forest, relentlessly pursued him. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed under his breath. Initially, he had refrained from harming these hunters out of respect for Han Tianba, but it was evident they intended to see him dead. Thus, he cast aside his reservations. The ice revolver appeared once more in his hand, and he aimed for the thigh of one hunter, firing a shot. The hunter felt a sudden chill in his leg, followed by excruciating pain. Soon, a biting cold enveloped him, rendering his thigh numb, and he toppled from his spirit beast. Watch out! He's attacking from the shadows. Lao Lu warned, observing Lin Feng's actions. Lin Feng continued to fire as he ran, targeting the weaker beastmasters. However, Lao Lu's alertness caused the hunters to huddle closely against their spirit beasts, making it difficult for Lin Feng to hit them. Nevertheless, this maneuver slowed the hunters considerably. When Lin Feng reached the entrance of the hole where the Centipede King had emerged, he found it crowded with dozens of hunters. The leader, scarred and with a bandaged left eye, appeared menacing. Third brother, this is the brat who injured you. Stop him. Chapter 22. Awaiting death. The hunter, known as Lao San, with a bandaged left eye, glared ferociously at Lin Feng, who had just burst from the thicket, and roared, summoning a blazing red leopard spirit beast from the summoning array. How dare you shoot me from the shadows? Prepare to pay with your life. Without hesitation, Lao San launched his attack on Lin Feng. The crimson leopard vanished in an instant, reappearing before Lin Feng. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as Xiao Mo leaped high, instantly shifting into combat mode. Flame clash. Xiao Mo collided fiercely with the crimson leopard. The explosion of fire ignited the air as the 2 fire element spirit beasts clashed. Xiao Mo was sent flying, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The disparity in cultivation was stark. Even an 8-star mid-tier spirit could hardly withstand such a difference. Brat die? The crimson leopard, regaining its footing, coated its claws in flames and launched another attack at Lin Feng. Realizing Xiao Mo was injured, Lin Feng understood that his only option was to swiftly enter the cave, where he could momentarily evade the hunter's onslaught. If Lao Lu and the others caught up, his chances of escape would vanish entirely. Hellfire! Xiao Mo roared, conjuring a torrent of flames that obscured Lao San's vision. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng dashed toward the cave. Stop him. Do not let him enter the cave, Lao San commanded, gesturing for the other hunters to block Lin Feng's path. Instantly, a dozen hunters prepared for battle at the cave's entrance, their spirit beasts roaring in anticipation. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Having fully communicated with Xiao Mo gathering the fire element, Xiao Mo unleashed a searing blaze at the hunters. Roar of the fire Qilin. As Xiao Mo released his skill, Lin Feng was not idle. The power of ice rapidly condensed into an enormous ice sphere, which he hurled into the path of Xiao Mo's flames. In an instant, the fire and ice collided. The intense Qilin flames melted the ice sphere, enveloping the area in a thick mist of steam. What is happening? I can't see anything. The hunters found their vision obscured by the steam, allowing Lin Feng to charge at the weakest among them. With the ice claw wrapped around his hand, Lin Feng struck the hapless hunter squarely in the face, shattering his teeth. Planting a foot on the hunter's face, he leaped into the cave. To accelerate his descent, Lin Feng utilized frost to glide swiftly down the passage. Damn it! Are you all useless? So many of you, and you still let him escape? Lao San bellowed as the steam began to dissipate. At this moment, Lao Lu and the others arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, Lao Lu's eyes gleamed with cunning as he proclaimed, "Third brother, do not fret, there is only one exit. If we guard this spot, we can ambush them the instant they emerge." Agreed. Lao San nodded approvingly. Xiao Liuzi performed admirably this time. Once we eliminate Han Tianba, and I ascend to the position of leader, I shall entrust this leadership role to you. Xiao Lu, with a sycophantic smile, nodded in agreement. From then on, I shall rely entirely on you, third brother. Within the corridor, Lin Feng swiftly descended. Soon, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness, he found himself back in the stifling, humid cave. Noticing that no one pursued him, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief as he retrieved a healing elixir from the beast-taming space and administered it to Xiao Mo, who had sustained internal injuries from their recent confrontation with the Crimson Leopard. Lin Feng tenderly stroked Xiao Mo's head. "Master, there is no need to worry. I am fine." Xiao Mo communicated within Lin Feng's mind. "Yes, Xiao Mo is the best. Let us hasten to rescue teacher He." Lin Feng's thoughts were consumed with concern for the situation of the few individuals within the palace. No one could predict what actions He Ningxuang, tainted by dark energy, might take. He could only hope that Han Tianba would hold on. At this moment, in the frigid realm, the snowflakes that had previously fallen from the sky had ceased. The footprints they left behind during their earlier exit still remained. Lin Feng was not afraid of losing his way. Subsequently, he mounted Xiao Mo's back and proceeded towards the ice palace. "I can't hold on any longer. If she rises again, we might as well await our demise." Han Tianba's lips bled profusely as he struggled to speak. Ouyang Mafei's arm hung limply, evidently fractured. Both of their spirit beasts had already been returned to the beast-taming space. If the battle continued, their spirit beasts would surely perish. However, after paying such a heavy price, they had succeeded in bringing He Ningxuang down amidst the ruins. The darkened Fengqi golden eagle had lost control, simply hovering above the debris. Motionless. "I hope teacher He can remain calm for a while," Ouyang Mafei silently prayed. Nearly 2 hours had passed since Lin Feng left, and during this period, Ouyang Mafei felt as though a century had elapsed. She had to remain utterly vigilant. Even a moment's inattention could result in being struck by that eerie flame. Once that flame touched her, the only way to extinguish it was to sever that part of her body. Part of her dark scaled dragon snake tail had been severed, and she had no idea how long it would take to recover. Just as the two were about to catch their breath, dark energy began to seep out from the cracks within the ruins. The Fengqi golden eagle in the air let out a cry, incessantly flapping its wings. "This is bad." Han Tianba felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing this scene. He Ningxuang is about to rise again. "We can't fight. We must flee. Freezing to death is preferable to burning alive." Han Tianba pulled Ouyang Mafei and sprinted towards the palace. Boom. The dark energy from the ruins erupted violently, shattering the ice debris that weighed them down. The sinister figure of He Ningxuang floated in midair, her voice ominous. "Blood. My blood." Under her command, the Fengqi golden eagle suddenly flapped its wings, appearing before Han Tianba and Ouyang Mafei. The bizarre black flames spewed from its mouth, sweeping toward the two. "Alas, it seems my fate is sealed here." Han Tianba shielded Ouyang Mafei behind him, bracing himself to absorb the oncoming flames. Chapter 23. Rest. Just as despair enveloped Ouyang Mafei and Han Tianba's hearts, an object arched gracefully and landed before them. It was a flame-shaped crystal. Upon its emergence, it felt as though a sun had risen in this frozen realm. An indescribably warm sensation filled the air. The ice palace, crafted from frozen ice, began to melt under the rising temperature. The strange flames that had threatened Ouyang Mafei and Han Tianba were entirely absorbed by the divine fire crystal. Upon witnessing the divine fire crystal, He Ningxuang was instantly consumed by fear. A fire attribute treasure. How could it possibly be here? This is impossible. Her words dripped with disbelief. At this moment, the divine fire crystal began to rise slowly into the air, filling the space with an extraordinarily pure fire attribute. The Fengqi golden eagle, as a fire attribute spirit beast, let out a joyful call and began to greedily absorb the fire attribute essence in the air. At that time, Lin Feng ascended the steps, arriving beside Ouyang Mafei and Han Tianba. He had seen the danger the two were in, and from a distance, he had urgently thrown the divine fire crystal. Fortunately, it was timely enough to save their lives. Seeing Lin Feng, Han Tianba landed a punch on his chest and weakly said, "You little rascal, why didn't you wait for me to die before coming back?" Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, his eyes brimming with gratitude towards Han Tianba. It was evident that the leader of the beast hunters had exerted himself to the utmost. Otherwise, he would not have been so severely injured. Judging from the punch just delivered, Han Tianba's body had been pushed to its limits and was now exceedingly weak. However, Lin Feng, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, "It's all because of your so-called brothers. Otherwise, I would have returned much sooner." Han Tianba furrowed his brow, asking, "What happened to my brothers?" "Hurry and check on teacher He." Ouyang Mafei interjected anxiously before Lin Feng could respond. Lin Feng turned towards He Ningxuang's location, only to see her in agony, clutching her head. One moment she was screaming darkly, "No, I refuse to be absorbed." The next, her own cold voice commanded, "Quick, place the fire attribute treasure into the mouth of the Fengqi golden eagle." "No, do not place it. Hurry, place it. I can no longer control him." Lin Feng, act quickly. At this moment, Lin Feng dared not delay. He leaped onto Xiao Mo's back, springing into the air to grasp the floating divine fire crystal. Then, in a slam dunk fashion, he threw it into the Fengqi golden eagle's mouth. Once the divine fire crystal entered, a fierce blaze erupted from the Fengqi golden eagle, incinerating the black energy enveloping its body in an instant. The wound on the eagle's chest began to heal gradually. Subsequently, flames coalesced into a hard shell, enveloping the Fengqi golden eagle, continuing its transformation. Meanwhile, after the divine fire crystal entered the mouth of the Fengqi golden eagle, the black energy surrounding He Ningxuang was also eradicated. Simultaneously, the warm essence of the fire attribute nourished her body. After absorbing the divine fire crystal, He Ningxuang's cultivation would surely advance further. Seeing that the crisis had been resolved, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. What exactly happened just now? Han Tianba anxiously approached Lin Feng, seeking answers. Lin Feng then recounted the events to Han Tianba. "I believe they are now waiting for us at the cave entrance." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Han Tianba's anger flared, cursing, "Those rascals are truly despicable. I thought of them as my brothers, never imagining they would conspire against me behind my back. That damned Lao Sen will never change his wicked ways." Han Tianba quickly grasped the intentions of Lao Lu and the others. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Feng inquired. A fierce glint shone in Han Tianba's eyes. "If they wish to usurp my position, let us see if they possess the capability." After saying this, Han Tianba was seized by an uncontrollable fit of coughs. "I have healing elixirs. Take them." Lin Feng retrieved all the healing elixirs that He Ningxuang had given him from the beast-taming space. "Quickly heal yourself." Lin Feng looked at the severely injured Han Tianba, filled with gratitude. This man truly kept his word. "All right, thank you, my friend." Han Tianba accepted the elixirs and swallowed them all at once. He then sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to recover with all his might. Lin Feng approached Ouyang Mafei once more, observing her fractured arm with concern. "How are you?" he inquired. Upon hearing his caring words, a faint smile began to form at the corners of Ouyang Mafei's mouth. "I am fine," she replied. "You can smile, can't you? It looks quite nice," Lin Feng remarked, pointing at her lips. "What? Is this a smile?" Ouyang Mafei murmured as she touched her face. "Yes, just smile more from now on." Ouyang Mafei nodded repeatedly, her lips curving upwards once again. In this desolate land of extreme cold, where day and night were indistinguishable, the vast ice palace had transformed into a flowing river. Meandering gracefully, Lin Feng and the others sat on a patch of ground, diligently recovering from their injuries. With a sharp crack, the shell encasing the Fengqi Jindiao shattered. Immediately, a resounding cry of the phoenix echoed as a dark red giant bird soared into the sky. Its splendid dark red tail feathers and magnificent form radiated an aura of majesty. Subsequently, He Ningxuang also opened her eyes. She recalled vividly everything she experienced while being possessed, yet felt powerless to control her body. Tears streamed down her face as she was filled with remorse upon seeing those she had harmed. If it weren't for Lin Feng's timely acquisition of the fire attribute treasure, they would have likely perished here. Hearing sounds around them, Lin Feng and the others awakened. "Teacher He, you're awake," Ouyang Mafei exclaimed excitedly. He Ningxuang embraced Ouyang Mafei, her voice tinged with guilt. "Does your arm hurt?" Ouyang Mafei shook her head. It doesn't hurt. I'm fine now. He Ningxuang then turned her gaze to Han Tianba and slightly bowed, expressing her remorse. I'm truly sorry for the trouble I caused you. Sister, it's nothing. It was my promise to the brothers. Han Tianba waved his hand dismissively. He Ningxuang looked at Lin Feng with deep gratitude and bowed deeply before him. This action startled Lin Feng, who quickly sidestepped. Teacher He, what are you doing? That dark energy tormented me for 10 years. Without you, I could never have completely rid myself of it. He Ningxuang choked out. Moreover, you actually used such a precious fire attribute treasure without hesitation. Your kindness is something I, He Ningxuang, will never be able to repay. Lin Feng scratched his head, smiling as he replied, You are my teacher. It is my duty to help you. Teacher He, I noticed that the Fengqi Jindiao seems to have undergone some changes. What is going on? Ouyang Mafei asked. Chapter 24. Monster He Ningxuang explained excitedly. This is all thanks to the fire attribute treasure. Its effects are truly remarkable. It not only completely eliminated the dark energy within the Fengqi Jindiao, but also allowed it to evolve. She waved her hand to summon the spirit beast. The now evolved Fengqi Jindiao had taken on an even more phoenix-like form. Infernal Phoenix, 8-star low-grade, fire attribute. He Ningxuang introduced. Moreover, the fire attribute treasure also elevated my cultivation to the 5th level. Han Tianba's jaw dropped in astonishment. An 8-star spirit beast, and your cultivation has reached the 5th level. Are you a monster? He observed that He Ningxuang appeared to be no older than 30. A 30-year-old 5th-level beast master is simply extraordinary. The fact that she possesses an 8-star spirit beast grants her enough combat power to dominate the 5th safety zone. However, Lin Feng was not surprised by what He Ningxuang said. After all, with such a powerful treasure as the Divine Fire Crystal, it would indeed be strange if it did not yield such significant enhancements. He Ningxuang smiled at Han Tianba and said, I cannot be considered a monster. Lin Feng truly is one. It is worth noting that Lin Feng had rescued both her and Ouyang Mafei from the clutches of the frost giant dragon and had persuaded a 4th-level beast hunter to assist them. Furthermore, he had single-handedly located the fire attribute treasure and returned safely amid numerous beast hunters' onslaught. If He Ningxuang is a monster, then Lin Feng is undoubtedly the ultimate monster among them. Such feats are far beyond what a newly hatched beast master could achieve. Thus, Han Tianba turned to Lin Feng and inquired, What is your cultivation level? 1st level, 6th rank. I just hatched my spirit beast not long ago. At this, Han Tianba could hardly close his mouth in disbelief. You're only 1st level, he exclaimed. How could you possibly escape from my brother's grasp? I ran fast. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Han Tianba was at a loss for words. This was beyond a matter of speed. He Ningxuang recalled the infernal phoenix back into the beast's space, and then turned to Lin Feng with curiosity. How did you manage to deal with that frost giant dragon? At the beginning of their venture into the extreme cold land, even she could not withstand the icy breath of the frost giant dragon, instantly freezing her body. When she regained consciousness, the frost giant dragon had vanished, leaving her intrigued about Lin Feng's method. Lin Feng had already prepared his response to He Ningxuang's question. He could not divulge anything about the system to others. Thus, he retrieved the towering 3-meter frost spirit beast egg from the beast's space. It absorbed all the cold. And then the frost giant dragon disappeared, Lin Feng stated matter-of-factly. Silence enveloped the group as they stared at the 3-meter-high spirit beast egg, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. You actually have another spirit beast egg, He Ningxuang stammered. Yes, but it seems I can't hatch it yet, Lin Feng said. Tapping on the eggshell, Han Tianba clutched his chest and moved aside. I can't take it anymore. This is too stimulating for my heart. Just then, another figure appeared beside Han Tianba. Ouyang Mafei squatted on the ground, poking at it with her finger, her eyes filled with despair. Thinking to herself, I will never surpass Lin Feng in this lifetime. You should put it away quickly. My heart can't take it either. He Ningxuang clutched her chest, utterly astonished that Lin Feng possessed a second spirit beast egg. A beast master would typically hatch both spirit beast eggs together during the hatching ceremony, and the star levels generally do not exceed 7 stars. However, since Lin Feng's first spirit beast was already 8 stars, she could hardly fathom what the other one might be. If it were also 8 stars, He Ningxuang couldn't even imagine how monstrous Lin Feng would become. A beast master possessing 2 8-star spirit beasts had never occurred in the entire history of beast masters. Stowing the spirit beast egg back into the beast space, Lin Feng turned to the somewhat despondent individuals and said, We should focus on how to get out of here. Liuji, it has been 5 days. Why haven't they come out yet? Lao San, reclining in a wooden chair, asked Lao Lu beside him. Perhaps they died inside. Lao Lu speculated. Lao San felt an overwhelming anxiety. As long as Han Tianba was alive, he could not find peace. Thus, he suddenly stood up. No, whether dead or alive. I must confirm it myself. After waiting for a week, his patience had worn thin. Bring me the rope. A beast hunter behind him pulled out a rope from the beast's space and connected several lengths together. You few come with me. Lao San pointed to several beast hunters to accompany him down. Just as he was about to descend, a blazing inferno suddenly erupted at the cave's entrance. Moments later, several figures sprang forth from the cave. Han Tianba, Lao Lu exclaimed in surprise. I can't believe you're still alive. Han Tianba landed. His gaze fierce as he fixed his stare on the beast hunter Lao Lu. You little brat, do you wish for my demise? Lao Lu's expression darkened. But he then turned to Lao San, feeling more assured. Han Tianba, you're mingling with those who harmed third brother and no longer wish to avenge him? Lao Lu pointed at Lin Feng and the others, sneering. Humph, stop talking nonsense. Don't think I am unaware of your deeds. Han Tianba let out a cold snort. At that moment, Lao San, upon seeing Han Tianba still alive, felt a heavy weight in his heart. However, the matter had reached this stage, and there was nothing left to conceal. Thus, he addressed Han Tianba, saying, Boss, if you consider yourself so noble and refuse to wallow in our filth, then kindly relinquish the position of leader and do not delay our earnings. The reputation of the beast hunters is tarnished by scoundrels like you. If you wish to be the leader, then defeat me first. Han Tianba replied coldly. Lao San burst into a wild laugh. Very well. Let us see who is more worthy of the title of leader. With the summoning array shimmering, their spirit beasts materialized in the arena. However, compared to the imposing crimson leopard of Lao San, the giant strength bear appeared rather battered. The bear bore numerous wounds of varying sizes. Despite having recuperated somewhat over the past few days, it was far from its peak condition. With so many injuries, I suggest you surrender early. You cannot defeat me now. Lao San mocked. Enough of your prattle. Defeating you will be more than sufficient. Han Tianba, at the third tier of the fourth stage, faced Lao San, who had just broken through to the fourth stage. The difference in their strengths was negligible, yet Han Tianba's spirit beast had been wounded. Consequently, at the onset of battle, the giant strength bear quickly found itself at a disadvantage. At that moment, a fierce glint appeared in Lao Lu's small eyes as he shouted to the beast hunters behind him. The one who harmed San Gu is over there. Let us avenge him. Whoever captures that brat first gets those two women. Chapter 25. An unequal battle, I dare anyone to lay a hand on them. Han Tianba bellowed amidst the battle upon hearing Lao Lu's words. Lao San's voice turned low as he said, You should focus on yourself first before worrying about others. Claw strike. Lao San commanded. The crimson leopard lunged fiercely at the giant strength bear's face. Han Tianba hastily directed the bear to defend itself, while the beast hunters exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma. Prior to Han Tianba's return, they had followed Lao San's orders. Now that he was back, they were uncertain whom to obey. The first to follow Lao Lu, Xiaojiu, seeing everyone frozen in place, roared, Have you all forgotten Sanji's promise? Now is the time to show loyalty to him. Hurry up. Seizing the opportunity, Lao San added, Anyone who helps me capture these few will be rewarded with 100 spirit stones. Lured by the promise of spirit stones, some beast hunters began to stir, summoning their spirit beasts and cautiously advancing towards Lin Feng and the others. Please show mercy. Han Tianba, aware that a confrontation was inevitable, cautioned. Do not worry. My brothers won't go too hard. We wouldn't want to injure those two women. Lao San laughed heartily. Yet little did he know, Han Tianba's words were meant for Lin Feng and his companions. At that moment, Lin Feng gazed coldly at the approaching beast hunters. The Mou fire Qilin stood beside him, emanating a powerful flame pressure. An icy aura enveloped Lin Feng, with blue and red lights dazzling in the clearing. Following a resounding cry of the phoenix, the Hell Phoenix soared out from He Ningxiang's beast space, instantly unleashing its fifth-tier prowess. The overwhelming aura stunned everyone present. They had never anticipated that this seemingly youthful woman would possess such formidable fifth-tier strength. How could this be possible? Lao San coldly remarked, But what of it? I have dozens of brothers. Once we capture the other two, I do not believe she will not submit. Lao San, concede, you are no match for them. Do not exacerbate the casualties, Han Tianba urged. Stop wasting words. Prepare to receive my attack. Lao San continued his ferocious assault against Han Tianba. What are you all waiting for? Charge. Lao Lu commanded, while he himself began to retreat. Though many beast hunters were momentarily daunted by He Ningxiang's fifth-tier aura, they quickly regained their composure. After all, throughout their years as beast hunters, they had participated in the capture of fifth-tier demonic beasts. With adequate preparation, they believed success was within reach. Thus, Over 20 beast hunters retrieved specially crafted nets from their beast spaces, designed for capturing demonic beasts, constructed from unique materials. These nets were impervious to water and fire. Once a demonic beast was ensnared, escape was impossible. Cautiously, these 20 beast hunters surrounded He Ningxiang, while several others closed in on Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei. Take care of yourself. I've got this. Lin Feng instructed Ouyang Mafei. As her spirit beast had sustained severe injuries during the battle against the corrupted He Ningxiang and was unable to fight, Ouyang Mafei nodded in agreement. In a flash, a blue figure charged towards the dozen or so attacking beast hunters. Lin Feng, who had refrained from engaging in battle previously due to concerns for the safety of his companions, was finally able to showcase his prowess now that the situation had stabilized. Although Lin Feng's cultivation was not as high as that of the beast hunters, he possessed physical attributes they lacked. Once he closed the distance, they would face an unrelenting barrage of strikes. The cultivation levels of these beast hunters were all at the early second tier, with their spirit beasts being of low star rank. Faced with the pressure of Xiao Mo's beast form, their combat efficacy was halved. Flame collision. Xiao Mo's fiery form crashed through the ranks of the beast hunters, creating a gap. Immediately after, Lin Feng's figure moved like an icy specter, swiftly reaching a beast hunter's side, delivering a chilling strike directly to his face. Without pausing, Lin Feng swiftly drew out his ice revolver, beginning to fire with pinpoint accuracy. What on earth is happening? Is he even human? The beast hunters, unfamiliar with Lin Feng's capabilities, were soon left howling in pain. Meanwhile, the 10 or so beast hunters who had initially entered the extreme cold land with Han Tianba stood frozen, unable to move. At that moment, Lin Feng could very well be likened to an ice attribute spirit beast. Together with Xiao Mo, the duo of ice and fire truly inflicted torment upon the beast hunters. Turning to He Ningxiang, the situation was even more one-sided. The beast hunters, believing their capture nets would ensnare the Hell Phoenix, were utterly unprepared for the reality that the Hell Phoenix was an 8-star low-grade, Phoenix-type spirit beast. It was incomparable to an ordinary 5th-tier demonic beast. As soon as the capture net brushed against the Hell Phoenix, it was incinerated by the Phoenix flames. What awaited them next was the relentless fury of the Phoenix's fire. Having advanced, the Hell Phoenix's flames not only possessed extraordinary heat, but were also imbued with a sinister dark aura. Once ignited, they became unquenchable. However, upon hearing Han Tianba's plea for mercy, He Ningxiang chose only to incapacitate the beast hunters, sparing their lives. After all, who was He Ningxiang? She was a teacher at Xingqian Academy, and her combat skills were beyond the reach of these beast hunters. Thus, from the onset of the battle to its conclusion, it took merely a span of 10 minutes to lay waste to the 20 or so beast hunters. This was only because He Ningxiang had refrained from killing. Otherwise, with her 5th-tier strength, a single phoenix fire could have reduced them to ashes. The beast hunters who had not participated in the fight were drenched in cold sweat, simultaneously relieved that they had not engaged. Otherwise, they would be the ones lying on the ground. After concluding matters with He Ningxiang, Lin Feng sent the last beast hunter flying with a single punch. Lao San was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to direct the Qi Hong Bao in battle. How could he have imagined that, despite their overwhelming numbers, they had failed to defeat even 2 opponents? Who exactly were these individuals? Without guidance, the Qi Hong Bao was seized by the opportunity presented by Han Tianba. With a powerful strike from the giant bear monster, it unleashed a primal roar that left the beast dazed, followed by a swift paw that struck the Qi Hong Bao's head, causing it to spurt blood and fall unconscious. Damn it! Lao San cursed under his breath. However, with the spirit beast injured, there was no longer any need to continue the fight. Lao San conceded. Take your people and leave Area 5. Do not show your faces here again, Han Tianba declared, still holding on to remnants of old feelings. Impossible. I will never concede. Lao San roared with desperation, his eyes transforming a fierce crimson as he shouted, Xiao Liuzi, what are you waiting for? Upon hearing this, an ominous thought crept into the minds of the others. Suddenly, the hidden Lao Lu emerged from beneath Ouyang Mafei's feet, brandishing a bone dagger pressed against her throat. You bastard! He Ningxiang shouted angrily. Let her go at once. Both Lin Feng and He Ningxiang had just finished their battles. Completely unaware of the anomaly beneath Ouyang Mafei's feet, Lao Lu chuckled, his hand caressing Ouyang Mafei's arm, his expression one of wicked delight as he remarked, so smooth. Lao Lu, you vile creature, release that girl immediately, Han Tianba exclaimed, stomping his foot in frustration. Lao San, with a vicious glare, approached Lao Lu and said to Han Tianba, as the leader of the beast hunters, how shameful it is to plead for a woman. Lao San, if you let her go, I will relinquish my position as leader to you. Han Tianba offered. Huh. Lao San spat venomously. Do I need your permission? I want you to die? Han Tianba, I will count to 3. You must take your own life now, or I will have this girl's head. Lao San threatened. He Ningxiang trembled with rage, her hell phoenix above her radiating a fierce battle intent. How could these scoundrels be so shameless? However, with Ouyang Mafei in their grasp, He Ningxiang dared not act recklessly for fear of harming her. Han Tianba gritted his teeth, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Lao San and asked, Is what you said true? Of course. If you die, I will let her go? Lao San replied. Very well. Han Tianba affirmed, unsheathing a dagger from his beast-taming space and placing it against his own throat. Ouyang Mafei, standing opposite him, cried out, Uncle, no? Though she did not voice it. She felt immense gratitude toward Han Tianba. Were it not for his fierce protection, she would have perished in the palace long ago. Han Tianba smiled at Ouyang Mafei and said, My dear girl, this is the last time I shall protect you. Suddenly, the sound of a weapon piercing flesh echoed. Lao San was startled and turned to see Lao Lu, who was holding Ouyang Mafei, his small eyes wide with shock as blood poured from his mouth. A sharp ice spear had pierced through his chest. Now, Lin Feng shouted. He Ningxiang and Han Tianba simultaneously commanded their respective spirit beasts to attack Lao San. Such a treacherous person had no right to live. No, no. In an instant, despair engulfed Lao San as he watched helplessly without his spirit beast's protection. His body torn to shreds by 2 spirit beasts. Ouyang Mafei dropped the ice spear and dashed back to He Ningxiang's side. Thank goodness for the weapon Lin Feng gave me, she said, still shaken. Lin Feng had secretly handed her a weapon before the battle to avoid unforeseen circumstances, and now it had proven invaluable. Are you all right? Han Tianba asked, somewhat bashful. Ouyang Mafei shook her head and replied, I'm fine, thank you, uncle. Han Tianba had no idea that Ouyang Mafei possessed a weapon. She sensed that he would indeed sacrifice himself for her. Seizing the moment while Lao Lu and the others were distracted by Han Tianba, she struck. Good. As long as you're okay. Han Tianba smiled at Ouyang Mafei. He then addressed the remaining beast hunters, saying, If anyone wishes to join me, stay here. Those who do not wish to, leave now. I will not stop you. With Lao San and Lao Lu, the chief instigators, now dead, Han Tianba had no intention of blaming the other beast hunters, as they were merely trying to make a living. The beast hunters exchanged glances, and not a single one chose to leave. Seeing that no one was departing, Han Tianba continued, All right, since you all wish to follow me, let me make it clear. I do not engage in murder or robbery. I do not condone bullying men or women. If I catch anyone doing such things, do not blame me for being ruthless. This was Han Tianba's code as a beast hunter. However, he had been rather carefree in the past and had not paid attention to the actions of Lao San and others. This incident served as a wake-up call, prompting him to establish such rules. The numerous beast hunters responded eagerly. Brothers, come to my camp for a drink. I have fine wine. Han Tianba called to Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand and smiled. No, we are pressed for time. Perhaps another occasion. I can tell you have a special status. You must have a mission here in the monster beast forest. Since that's the case, I will not keep you. Next time you visit, do seek me out. It is a pleasure to have met under such circumstances. Han Tianba boisterously declared. Certainly. After bidding farewell to Han Tianba, Lin Feng and his companions set forth towards the headquarters of the Xingqian Academy. It had been agreed that they would regroup in a week. Yet 6 days had already passed. With merely 1 day remaining, they were far from reaching their destination. Therefore, He Ningxiang devised a plan. The headquarters of Xingqian Academy was situated at the center of the 4th and 5th safe zones. Apart from educating students, the academy was also responsible for handling emergencies in these zones. Some senior students would receive secret missions from the higher-ups. The academy's architecture resembled an imposing castle, with towering gates adorned with exquisite carvings and ancient inscriptions, narrating the history and glory of the institution. Upon entering the academy, one was greeted by a vast plaza, dominated by a massive statue that exuded solemnity. At this moment, the plaza was filled with a multitude of people. Today marked the new student enrollment ceremony, prompting students from various grades, teachers, and the dean to gather. Dean Mu stood at the back of the plaza, inquiring of Cui Feng. Have Ningxiang and the others arrived yet? Cui Feng shook his head, responding, Not yet, we cannot reach them. Xiongxing frowned and said, Could they have encountered some danger? That should not be the case, Dean Mu reassured. But Dean, have you forgotten about the dark energy surrounding Ningxiang's spirit beast? Cui Feng reminded him. Upon hearing this, Dean Mu's expression turned grave. Quickly contact the Green Shade City branch and have them send someone to search for them, Dean Mu urged anxiously. Just then, an announcement echoed across the plaza. The new student enrollment ceremony will now commence. Let us welcome the 10 outstanding youths who have passed the selection. What should we do? Dean Mu? If they cannot participate in the enrollment ceremony, it would be tantamount to automatic elimination. Chui Feng exclaimed anxiously. Dean Mu was equally distressed. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, for these were the two most exceptional students of the year. Especially Lin Feng, a Ba Xing Qi Lin Seed Spirit Beast, possesses astonishing physical strength and has shattered the records of the Academy's secret realm, marking him as an unparalleled genius. Should he be eliminated under such circumstances, it would undoubtedly be the greatest loss for Xingchen Academy. Such a scenario must not transpire. Thus, Dean Mu resolved to humble himself and plead with the Academy for more time. Just then, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the air, and a dark red light illuminated the plaza above. Who could this be? Such a rich presence of fire elements. Could this be the phoenix? The students in the plaza marveled at the figure above. Dean Li, presiding over the ceremony, could not help but exclaim, "What an overwhelming aura! Whose spirit beast is this?" The dark red figure spiraled down and landed, from which 3 individuals emerged. Indeed, they were Lin Feng, Hening Shuang, and Ouyang Mo Fei. At that moment, Hening Shuang appeared slightly pale due to the exhaustion of her spiritual energy from rushing back. She inclined her head slightly to Dean Li, apologetically stating, "Dean Li, we have returned late." "Not late at all. It has only just begun," Dean Li replied with a smile. "I did not expect that in just a few days apart, Ning Shuang would encounter such a great opportunity." Dean Li, aware of Hening Shuang's circumstances, surmised that her spirit beast's intense aura and altered appearance indicated she must have experienced something significant. Hening Shuang nodded with a smile. Upon seeing Lin Feng and the others arrive, Dean Mu breathed a sigh of relief. He then led the 8 new students and their respective mentors to the center of the plaza. Dean Li, observing that all the new students had gathered, smiled at the 10 young men and women before him, stating, "Welcome to Xingchen Academy. Everyone knows the rules of our academy. Now, please present the spirit beast crystals you have obtained. The one who has slain the highest ranked beast will receive the academy's reward. This time, the rewards include 5 entries into the secret realm, 1 skill book, and 1 attribute elixir." As Dean Li's words fell, the surrounding students began to murmur. The academy's rewards remained so enticing. Just 1 entry into the secret realm requires over 1,000 contribution points. It would take me half a year of hard work. Indeed. And the skill book costs over 10,000 contribution points. Not to mention the attribute elixir, which can transform the qualities of a spirit beast. It is truly uncertain who will garner such rewards. In the plaza, Xiongxing stepped forward boldly, declaring, "Let my 2 students go first." The 2 boys beside Xiongxing each retrieved a spirit beast crystal from their beast-controlling spaces. Judging by the luster of the crystals, one was a first-level 4th tier, and the other a first-level 5th tier. Qin Yuan, a first-level 2nd tier, possessing a 6-star dual-attribute spirit beast, the Thunderfire Giant Ape, proclaimed the youth holding the first-level 4th tier crystal. Feng Chong, a first-level 3rd tier, boasting a 7-star Shadow Black Panther. Dean Li nodded in satisfaction. Both students excelled in terms of spirit beast star ratings and cultivation levels. Moreover, their ability to independently hunt beasts 2 levels above their own cultivation attested to their formidable practical skills. Subsequently, 2 students from Chui Feng showcased their spirit beast crystals, both of which were first-level 4th tier. Soon, all 8 students sequentially displayed their spirit beast crystals. The most outstanding among them was Feng Chang's first-level 5th tier crystal. However, there was no trace of pride on Feng Chang's face. He gazed at Lin Feng and Ouyang Mo Fei, who had yet to present their crystals. Feng Chong knew that these 2 were indeed the finest of this year's cohort. Amidst a burst of brilliance, Ouyang Mo Fei revealed the crystal of the Earth Abyss Centipede. Ouyang Mo Fei, first-level 4th tier, possessing a 7-star dragon species spirit beast, the Dark-Scale Dragon Snake, first-level 6th tier spirit beast crystal. Through the intense battles within the Ice Snow Palace, Ouyang Mo Fei's cultivation had also advanced. Upon hearing Ouyang Mo Fei's introduction, Dean Li was taken aback. This year's students indeed harbored such exceptional talents. A 7-star dragon species is already on par with an average 8-star inferior spirit beast. Moreover, achieving first-level 4th tier cultivation in such a short time since hatching is undoubtedly remarkable. In Dean Li's mind, Ouyang Mo Fei should be the most outstanding student of this cohort. Very well. I hope you do not squander your talents and must diligently cultivate. Dean Li urged Ouyang Mo Fei. Yes, Ouyang Mo Fei replied. What an elegant young lady. She is precisely my type. A 7-star dragon species spirit beast. How perfectly suited we are. A blonde-haired youth gazed at Ouyang Mo Fei in the center of the plaza, his eyes gleaming with fervor. I must win her heart. It seems that this year's reward is destined for her. Ouyang Mo Fei's brilliance drew everyone's attention to her, causing them to forget that one person had yet to reveal their spirit beast crystal. Lin Feng, while retrieving his spirit beast crystal from the beast controlling space, calmly stated, Lin Feng, first level 7th tier, 8-star medium grade Qi Lin species spirit beast, second level 2nd tier spirit beast crystal. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, yet it rendered the assembly instantly silent. Dean Li had originally intended to award Ouyang Mo Fei as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, but now he stood there, mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a considerable time. Even Dean Mu was left astonished. How could it be that in just 1 week, Lin Feng had reached first level 7th tier, and his spirit beast star rating had also ascended? Just how extraordinary is this young man? 8-star medium grade, first level 7th tier, second level 2nd tier spirit beast crystal? Is he truly a freshman this year? Could he be fabricating this? After a prolonged silence, Dean Li finally regained his composure and addressed Lin Feng. Young man, do not deceive us. Lin Feng scoffed, stating, if you do not believe, see for yourself. With that, Lin Feng handed the second level 2nd tier spirit beast crystal to Dean Li, and soon, with a flash from the summoning array at his brow, the blazing MOU Fire Qi Lin appeared in the center of the plaza. MOU Fire Qi Lin, cultivation, first level 7th tier, 100-2500, star rating, 8-star medium grade, attribute, fire. Skills, fire immunity, pressure, charge, hellfire, roar of the Fire Qi Lin. Dean Li, gazing at the spirit beast crystal in his hand and the information on the Xian Guang mirror, could no longer harbor any doubts. He had not anticipated that Xingqian Academy would recruit such a prodigious student this year. I apologize for my earlier skepticism. You are undoubtedly the best of this year. Chapter 28. By the weekend, I will compensate you. After witnessing the information of the MOU Fire Qi Lin, all present were left in awe. Although they were all exceptionally gifted, in comparison to this individual, they appeared rather ordinary. How could someone achieve such a high cultivation level in less than half a month post-hatching, with a spirit beast star rating of 8-star medium grade, and belonging to the Qilin species? It truly is a case of comparison inciting envy. Jingu, this fellow surpasses your prowess from back in the day. Moreover, he seems to share a mentor with that girl. He won't be getting the first chance at her, will he? Someone beside the blonde youth murmured. Cease your prattling. Who dares to covet what I desire? No matter how exceptional he is merely a fledgling spirit beast. If he dares to harbor any intentions toward Ouyang Mo Fei, I will be the first to eliminate him. Jin Hao's gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, his expression menacing. At this moment, Dean Li's excitement flushed his face red. Holding the rewards, he addressed Lin Feng. Here are the attribute elixir and the secret realm entry tokens. You may freely select a skill book from the Academy library. Lin Feng accepted the rewards, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Dean. Dean Li regarded Lin Feng with satisfaction, fully aware of the immense achievements this young man would undoubtedly attain in the future. If only more such youths emerged among humankind. Dean Li patted Lin Feng's shoulder with a sense of relief, then turned to announce, now, we shall proceed to the second item of the freshman ceremony. The list of transfer students will be revealed. The ceremony continued until dusk, ultimately concluding. Elite students like Lin Feng were assigned accommodations by the academy, where their respective mentors would also reside. Following Hening Shuang, Lin Feng and Ouyang Mo Fei arrived at a quaint 2-story villa. Your room is on the first floor, while Mo Fei and I will be upstairs. Hening Shuang stretched lazily as she spoke. Lin Feng nodded, content with his living arrangements. Moreover, sharing the space with 2 beautiful women was certainly a delightful prospect. Lying on the bed, Lin Feng gazed at the 2 rewards in his hands. 5 entries to the secret realm. Splendid. This could be exchanged for numerous spirit beast pills. Once his cultivation reached the 2nd tier, he would be able to hatch a 2nd spirit beast egg. Excitedly contemplating the 5 secret realm passes, he heard a voice in his mind. Master, I want to eat. It was Xiao Mo's voice. Lin Feng retrieved the attribute pill, which shimmered with a myriad of colors. You little glutton, here you go. Without hesitation, he fed the attribute pill to Xiao Mo. You are so kind, master. Xiao Mo happily swallowed the pill. Soon after, the system's voice resonated. Detected that spirit beast is consuming the attribute pill. Fire attribute is currently increasing. Time required, 8 hours. With this, Lin Feng returned Xiao Mo to the Beastmaster space. Lin Feng, come here. Hening Shuang's voice called from upstairs. What is it, teacher? He responded. Come in. I have something to discuss with you. Entering the room, Lin Feng was greeted by Ning Shuang, who wore a delicate lace nightgown that subtly accentuated her figure, captivating him. With a serious expression, Ning Shuang inquired, "Do you know how precious the fire attribute treasure is?" "I do," Lin Feng replied. "If I give it to Xiao Mo, he can at least reach 9 stars. "Then why do you wish to give it to me?" Ning Shuang continued to question. "Because I do not want you to perish," Lin Feng said earnestly. Tears welled in Ning Shuang's eyes as she gazed at Lin Feng, her voice trembling. "Thank you, Lin Feng. Do you know? This torment has plagued me for 10 years. Without the fire attribute treasure, I would succumb to the dark energy in 2 years. Thanks to you, not only have I completely eradicated the dark energy, but my strength has also advanced. I cannot repay this kindness." Suddenly, Ning Shuang knelt before Lin Feng, startling him. He rushed forward to assist her. "Teacher He, there is no need for this. In that situation, I merely believe that using the fire attribute treasure on you would maximize its effect. Not only would it expel the dark energy within you, but it would also help us deal with those beast hunters. If I had consumed it myself, I could not have achieved these results. The evidence proves my reasoning was correct." Wiping away her tears, Ning Shuang looked up at Lin Feng, her eyes clear as she said, "Are you truly just an 18-year-old boy? Your actions leave me in awe." Lin Feng sheepishly smiled. He was indeed not 18, by his age prior to his transmigration. He should be 30 this year. "Lin Feng, I cannot accept your fire attribute treasure without offering something in return. Take this token. It contains contribution points you will need at the academy. When the weekend arrives, I will provide you with further compensation." Ning Shuang handed him a silver token, inscribed with a series of numbers. Lin Feng understood that at Xingqian Academy, all expenditures required contribution points, including skill books, various pills, and challenges in the secret realm. Contribution points were earned by completing tasks to eliminate demon beasts assigned by the academy. Gazing at the numbers displayed on the token, Lin Feng mused that this would allow him to indulge for a while. He accepted the token without reservation and asked, "Teacher He, how do we get to the library? Is it time to collect the skill books?" "Yes. Bring Mo Fei along. She has suffered in the Ice Palace." Then, Ning Shuang produced a copper token. "This token is for Mo Fei. Exit the villa area, head south, and turn right at the square. You will find the library." "Understood." Lin Feng took the token and exited the room. Observing the 2 tokens in his hand, he sighed, "Teacher He, your generosity is truly remarkable. The silver token has a contribution point limit of 300,000, while the copper one has a limit of 100,000. It would take me ages to accumulate such points through tasks." With both tokens in hand, Lin Feng called out to Ouyang and Mo Fei's room. "Shall we go spend some points?" "Let us go." As expected, regardless of the world, the mention of spending money excited women. Lin Feng heard a flurry of movement within the room, and soon after, Ouyang and Mo Fei opened the door, dressed in a strapless top and a short skirt. She wore only light makeup. "Where are we going to spend?" she asked. "To the library, to buy skill books." Chapter 29. Jin Hao. Lin Feng and Ouyang and Mo Fei walked side by side along the small path between the villas, illuminated by the bright moonlight. It was summer, and many elite students had come out to enjoy the cool evening air. Along the way, several individuals cast glances in their direction. "That guy is this year's top student. Is that his girlfriend? She is truly beautiful." "Shoo, don't say such things. That girl is already chosen by Jin Hao." "Jin Hao? Then that guy is in trouble." The senior students were well aware of Jin Hao, the top student of the second year, known for his arrogance within the academy. If he set his sights on a girl, regardless of her relationship status, he would take her for himself and discard her once bored. Those boys dared not voice their anger, as they could not contend with him. Moreover, Jin Hao was backed by an elite student from the 3rd year, making him a formidable opponent. At Xingqian Academy, students from the 4th and 5th years were dispatched to guard the borders of the safe zone. Therefore, the strength of the 3rd year students was unparalleled. Previously, when Jin Hao was in the 1st year, he could only bully a few transfer students. Now that he had progressed to the 2nd year, the 1st year freshmen had become his new targets. Lin Feng's audacity to walk alongside a girl chosen by Jin Hao was nothing short of provocation. Before long, news of Lin Feng and Ouyang and Mo Fei walking together reached Jin Hao's ears. However, Lin Feng remained oblivious to this, following the route provided by Ning Shuang as they soon arrived at the library. "This is for you from Teacher He." Lin Feng handed the copper token over and said, "Let us meet at the entrance shortly." "Okay," Ouyang and Mo Fei replied, and the two began searching for suitable skill books according to their attributes. After some contemplation, Lin Feng approached the shelf containing ice attribute skill books. Currently, Xiao Mo's skills did not require enhancement. The Chongling pill had improved Xiao Mo's comprehension, allowing him to level up with a chance of acquiring new skills. Skills learned by the spirit beast through understanding were often more suitable than those studied. Thus, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to select skills for Xiao Mo. Instead, he intended to choose 2 ice attribute skills for himself. Without skills, he could only rely on the shaping ability of the cold energy to attack. Unable to maximize its power, ice attribute skills were a branch of water attributes, and the selection of skill books on the shelf was limited. Lin Feng chose 1 melee skill book and 1 ranged skill book. 2 skill books would suffice. After all, too much of anything can lead to inefficiency. Subsequently, Lin Feng approached the shelf for dark attribute skill books, planning to select 1 for the dark-scaled dragon snake. After all, he had been rather excessive in their earlier encounter, causing the dark-scaled dragon snake to tremble upon seeing him. This would serve as an apology. After making his selections, Lin Feng proceeded to the exchange area, where 1 skill book consumed the Academy's rewards while the other 2 required corresponding contribution points. Subsequently, the teacher at the exchange area lifted the seals on the skill books, allowing the students to engage in their studies. Once learned, the books had to be returned and sealed again. As Lin Feng's skill books were unsealed, Ouyang Mafei approached, carrying 4 skill books. To Lin Feng's surprise, one of her skill books was a red one representing the fire attribute. I gift you this fire attribute skill book as a token of gratitude for saving me, Ouyang Mafei said as she handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng then revealed his dark attribute skill book, saying, "Please convey my apologies to He Lin." Upon seeing the skill book in Lin Feng's hand and glancing at her own, they exchanged a knowing smile, both unable to suppress their laughter. It was undeniable that Ouyang Mafei looked truly beautiful when she smiled. In a corner of the library, Jin Hao, with his blonde hair and a few borrowing students in tow, watched the joyful interaction between Ouyang Mafei and Lin Feng, a deep resentment bubbling within him. That guy deserves punishment. Jin Hao glared at Lin Feng, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Brother Hao, let's teach that kid a lesson and keep him away from my sister-in-law, one of them suggested. Are you crazy? This is the library. Fighting is not allowed. We'll wait for him on the path back to the villa area, Jin Hao muttered to himself, eyeing Lin Feng. Just let you bask in your glory for a bit longer. Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei exchanged their skill books and cheerfully made their way to the designated skill study room within the library. Sitting on a cushion in the room, Lin Feng took out the skill book Ouyang Mafei had given him. Although Xiao Mo was currently undergoing fire attribute enhancement, it did not hinder him from learning new skills. Lin Feng then proceeded to study 2 ice attribute skill books. Moyu Fire Qilin level, first stage, level 7, 100-2500, after several days of recuperation in the extreme cold. His cultivation improved. Star rating, 8 stars, mid-grade attribute, fire skills, fire immunity, pressure, charge, hellfire, roar of the fire Qilin, flame of destruction Lin Feng, ice physique. Strength, 900 kilograms, speed, 25 ms skills, ice blade 7 dance. Ice crystal drop beast space. Ice attribute spirit beast egg, pending hatching. Acquiring these 2 ice attribute skills significantly enhanced Lin Feng's combat prowess. He now believed that even without Xiao Mo's assistance, confronting a wild first-stage level 7 monster would not pose a challenge. The next step was to swiftly elevate his cultivation, and Lin Feng resolved to utilize the 5 secret realm scrolls in his possession when time allowed. After practicing for a while in the room, a knock echoed at the door. Are you ready? Ouyang Mafei inquired from outside. Yes, where shall we go next? Lin Feng asked as he opened the door. Let us just wander around a bit and buy some daily necessities, Ouyang Mafei suggested thoughtfully. Within Xingqian Academy, it resembled a small city, complete with bars, restaurants, shopping malls, and supermarkets. The two strolled around the academy for quite some time, and Lin Feng, with his physical stamina, began to tire. Ouyang Mafei, however, remained spirited. It's getting late. We should head back, Lin Feng said, his voice lacking energy. Ouyang Mafei glanced at the fatigued Lin Feng and recalled the moment when he had defeated her, mimicking his tone as she said, "Just admit defeat." Lin Feng quickly pleaded, I concede. Just let me go back and lie down, and I will agree to anything." He couldn't fathom the nature of women. They were indeed peculiar. Yay! Ouyang Mafei exclaimed with excitement. I finally defeated Lin Feng once. Seeing the beaming Ouyang Mafei, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile as well. Thus, the two walked leisurely towards the villa area. As they approached, they passed through a grove, a popular dating spot within the academy. A raspy voice called out from their left. Hey, pretty girl, how about being my girlfriend? The sudden voice startled both Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei. Moments later, 3 individuals emerged from the left side of the grove. Judging by their attire, these 3 were second-year borrowing students. The elite students of Xingqian Academy wore outfits adorned with countless stars, while the borrowing students donned gray garments devoid of such embellishments. The audacity of the borrowing students to confront them was surprising to Lin Feng, as there was a significant disparity in treatment between the two groups. Even as second-year students, they should not dare provoke first-year elite students. If the academy discovered this, they would be expelled immediately. It was baffling where their boldness originated. With malicious grins, the three borrowing students approached Ouyang Mafei, saying, "Sister, are you new to the academy? Would you like your older brother to take care of you?" Ouyang Mafei's previously cheerful demeanor was instantly shattered by their presence. Her expression darkened as she coldly replied, "Get lost. Oh, looks like our little sister has quite the temper. Show me how to roll away." One of the borrowing students reached out to touch her chin. Hidden in the grove, Jin Hao observed the scene unfolding, thinking, "Let's see if you dare to make a move. If you do, I'll deal with you." Lin Feng, standing beside Ouyang Mafei, could not remain idle. He swiftly stepped in front of her, swatting away the hand of the borrowing student. The other two seemed to have been waiting for Lin Feng to intervene. Launching punches from either side, the student in the center kicked at Lin Feng's abdomen. They believed they had a well-thought-out plan, assuming that Lin Feng, as a first-year freshman, would be no match for them without summoning a spirit beast. Their simultaneous attack led them to believe Lin Feng would be unable to withstand it. Jin Hao's scheme was for the three to teach Lin Feng a lesson, after which he would emerge as the hero, winning Ouyang Mafei's admiration. Two birds with one stone. However, they failed to realize they were confronting Lin Feng, known as a humanoid spirit beast. Unfazed by the incoming punches, Lin Feng did not evade. Instead, he charged directly into them. Crack! The arms of the two borrowing students instantly broke in the middle. Subsequently, Lin Feng delivered a powerful punch to the center of the foot of the student who had kicked at him, even without exerting his full strength. Lin Feng's might was beyond what these three could endure. In an instant, all three lay on the ground, clutching their broken arms and legs, howling in agony. Jin Hao stood dumbfounded. What just happened? How could three second-year students be taken down so effortlessly? Gazing at Lin Feng, who appeared unfazed, a flicker of fear crept into Jin Hao's heart. This freshman was definitely not ordinary. At that moment, the academy's patrol team, alerted by the cries of anguish, rushed over. Realizing his plan had failed, Jin Hao discreetly slipped away. Captain Wu of the patrol team, surveying the three students sprawled on the ground, turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "What transpired here?" Lin Feng recounted the events as they unfolded. "According to your account, these three borrowing students harassed a female classmate, and you intervened?" Captain Wu questioned skeptically. How could a newly enrolled first-year student possibly be their match? Clearly, you are fabricating your story. Wu Captain's face was filled with suspicion. You must be bullying the borrowing students, taking advantage of your status as an elite student. They probably let you defeat them out of fear of expulsion. Come with me to the Academic Affairs Office for an investigation, Captain Wu declared, stepping forward to seize Lin Feng's wrist. Lin Feng scoffed. Your deductions are quite impressive, but you lack the strength to apprehend me. Lin Feng had never encountered such slander before, and a surge of anger ignited within him. Did they still wish to resist? Bring it on. Within the confines of Xingqian Shuiyuan, unless one was in the arena, summoning spirit beasts for combat was strictly prohibited in private. 7 or 8 patrolling officers, armed with shields and shock batons, surrounded Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei. The members of the patrol squad were selected from the most physically robust and tall students among the transfer students. Thus, at this moment, the imposing presence of the 7 or 8 patrol officers was sufficient to quell any situation within the academy, as long as spirit beasts were not summoned. Anyone caught making a mistake would face immediate expulsion if they dared to summon a spirit beast in retaliation during a patrol capture. This rule had indeed instilled a sense of stability among some less scrupulous students. However, for Lin Feng, this rule was as good as non-existent. His physical prowess was far superior to that of an average spirit beast. Standing firm against the patrol officers, Lin Feng shielded Ouyang Mafei behind him. He performed a brief warm-up, then propelled himself forward like a cannonball, charging at one of the patrol officers. The officer had no time to react, feeling as though he had been struck by a rampaging bull, and was sent flying. Meanwhile, Ouyang Mafei retrieved a chair she had just purchased from the beast summoning space and sat down with great interest, watching Lin Feng deliver a thorough beating to the patrol officers. It was undeniable that witnessing Lin Feng in combat was a visually delightful experience. Every move he made was executed with precision and tremendous force. Even the simplest of collisions sent the patrol officers sprawling. In less than a minute, the battle had concluded. The 7 or 8 patrol officers now lay on the ground, searching for their teeth. The patrol captain, clutching his bleeding nose, looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Unable to comprehend how this young man had managed to take down 7 or 8 patrol officers single-handedly, Lin Feng crouched down and addressed the patrol captain. "Do you believe me now?" The captain, unable to muster a rebuttal under Lin Feng's icy gaze, could only nod repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain. "Can I leave now?" "After you, please." The patrol captain, eager to see the back of this calamity, inwardly cursed the 3 transfer students. He resolved to thoroughly interrogate them about how they had provoked this individual. "Stop dawdling, let us head home," Lin Feng urged Ouyang Mafei, who wore an unwilling expression. "Is that it?" That was too quick. After Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei returned to the villa area, the patrol members got back on their feet and escorted the 3 transfer students to the academic affairs office. The director of the office, Luo Hai, was a burly man and also the training instructor for the patrol squad. Upon seeing the injured patrol officers, he immediately inquired, "What happened? Did 3 people do this to you?" With a mournful expression, the patrol captain replied, "Director Luo, it wasn't 3 people, it was 1. At that moment, the patrol captain's face was swollen from Lin Feng's blows, making his speech somewhat unclear. Luo Hai misheard him as saying 11 people. 11 people? When did such a large group appear in the academy, daring to assault the patrol squad? Luo Hai's anger flared, and he slammed his hand on the table. Rising to leave, "I shall see who has the audacity." A patrol officer who had been beaten less severely hurried forward, raising a finger to clarify, "Director Luo. It wasn't T11, it was 1. Chapter 31. The uninvited heavy bag useless, an utter bunch of useless individuals. They allowed a first-year student to beat them to this extent. It's a disgrace for the patrol squad." After listening to the patrol officer recount the events, Luo Hai was left speechless. If it had been 11 people, it might have been somewhat understandable for them to be beaten this badly. But how could 1 freshman possibly overpower 7 or 8 towering patrol officers? "What is his name?" Luo Hai inquired. "Lin Feng." "Lin Feng. A fine name indeed." Luo Hai sprang to his feet, kicking open the door of the academic affairs office, furious as he stormed out. The elite students of Xingchen Shuyuan, under the guidance of their respective mentors, had exclusive training grounds. Both Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei were students endowed with talent and diligence. Thus, at the break of dawn, they had already begun their training in the training ground. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, feeling his internal spiritual power gradually increasing. Truly, Xingchen Shuyuan lived up to its reputation as one of the 3 major academies. The concentration of spiritual energy in this training ground was remarkable. A single day of training here equaled 2 days outside. If the training ground were not closed at night, Lin Feng would have considered moving in. Just last night, after 8 hours of training, Xiao Mo had successfully advanced in his fire attribute. The flames surrounding him shifted from bright red to dark red, releasing temperatures several times higher than before. Lin Feng was confident that Xiao Mo could now annihilate any second-tier beast with just this terrifying heat. At that moment, He Ningshuang entered the training ground accompanied by another person. "Is this the one?" Luo Hai pointed at Lin Feng, who was in the midst of his training. "Yes." He Ningshuang nodded. "May I ask what brings you to seek Lin Feng so early, Director Luo?" Luo Hai's expression darkened as he walked aggressively towards Lin Feng without responding. He Ningshuang stepped in front of Luo Hai. "What do you mean by this, Director Luo?" Luo Hai replied in a low voice. "This brat assaulted 8 of our patrol officers last night. I intend to take him back to the academic affairs office for a proper inquiry." He Ningshuang furrowed her brow, her tone clearly displeased. "If my student has committed an error, I shall handle it myself. It is not your place to interfere." He Ningshuang, "You are merely a newly appointed mentor of elite students. How dare you speak to me like this?" Luo Hai retorted angrily. 8 officers were beaten by Lin Feng alone. "And you, as the training instructor of the patrol squad, dare to come looking for him?" He Ningshuang gazed at Luo Hai without a hint of fear. "If I were you, I would have been too ashamed to show my face." "You dare, He Ningshuang. I must take Lin Feng with me today. If you dare obstruct me, do not blame me for being impolite." Luo Hai was notorious for his explosive temper, and at that moment, he exuded a fierce aura in response to He Ningshuang's words. He Ningshuang was equally undaunted, having reached the 5th tier and possessing an 8-star low-grade spirit beast. Her strength was on par with any mentor in the academy. Luo Hai's expression tightened as he realized that, in the short time since he last saw her, He Ningshuang's cultivation had escalated to such an impressive degree. Her aura was not only equal to his, but even seemed to suppress him. The tension between the two erupted, awakening Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei from their training. Lin Feng opened his eyes to see Luo Hai confronting He Ningshuang and quickly rose to stand beside her, asking, "What is happening, teacher He? You beat up his students last night, and now this teacher shamelessly wants to cause trouble for you. having dealt with the small fry. Now the big fish has come. Lin Feng glanced at the imposing figure of Luo Hai, who resembled a black tower. So you are Lin Feng? How dare you harm the patrol officers? As the director of the Academic Affairs Office, I hereby command you to return with me to clarify the situation. Luo Hai asserted firmly. And what if I refuse? Luo Hai's voice turned icy. Humph. It seems you are unaware of the consequences. It appears that only a lesson will teach you the power of the Academic Affairs Office. Your office merely distorts the truth. The patrol officers are like this. And it seems your director is not much better, Lin Feng retorted coldly. You insolent brat, you seek a beating. Luo Hai's anger surged instantly. He had never encountered anyone in this academy who dared to confront him regarding his students. Just as well, Luo Hai was keen to discover what Lin Feng was truly capable of to have beaten 8 patrol officers into a state of disarray. Without hesitation, Luo Hai charged at Lin Feng, his massive frame hurtling forward, his powerful fist aimed directly at Lin Feng's face. Luo Hai, do you dare? He Ning Shuang exclaimed sternly, intending to step forward to intervene. However, he was stopped by Lin Feng, who reassured, Teacher do not worry. I have never feared anyone in close combat. Then be careful, he Ning Shuang cautioned. Ouyang Mo Fei, who had been silent until now, chimed in, Sister Shuang, just wait and enjoy the show. After traversing the extreme cold land, the bond between He Ning Shuang and Ouyang Mo Fei had grown as close as sisters. Consequently, He Ning Shuang no longer insisted on being referred to as teacher by Ouyang Mo Fei. As a mentor at the Xingqian Academy, Luo Hai possessed 5th-tier strength, complemented by his spirit beast, the iron-armored rhino. Once a beast master reaches the 4th tier, the connection with their spirit beast becomes more profound, and their personality may be influenced by the beast. Thus, Luo Hai placed great emphasis on physical training. It was precisely for this reason that he was chosen as the chief instructor for the patrol team, overseeing their daily training. As Lin Feng observed Luo Hai's fierce punch coming towards him, a surge of blood rushed to his heart. He felt an exhilarating excitement, hoping this imposing figure would provide him with a thrilling battle. Before his crossing, Lin Feng had relished combat in the military, earning numerous accolades in martial arts. However, since arriving in this realm, his foes had proven to be no match for him, leaving him yearning for an equally formidable opponent. At this moment, rather than dodging Luo Hai's punch, Lin Feng met it head-on with his own fist. The impact echoed, creating a shockwave that rippled through the surrounding air. What a powerful punch! Lin Feng mused inwardly. Luo Hai's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the strength of this young man. He fought daily with his spirit beast, believing his power to be formidable. Yet, against Lin Feng's fist, he found himself at a disadvantage. Again, Luo Hai bellowed defiantly, lifting his right leg like a whip and striking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had not used his full strength previously, knowing that with his current power, no one could withstand it. Before him stood Luo Hai, the strongest physical opponent he had encountered since his arrival. Thus, Lin Feng sought to savor this battle. He too raised his leg, delivering a counterstrike. A resounding clash filled the air once more. What a tough kid. A jolt of pain shot through Luo Hai's right leg, causing the robust man to grimace. Shall we continue? Lin Feng asked softly. Yes, I refuse to believe I cannot best you, young lad. Chapter 32. The quota for Yuming Mountain. The long-buried competitive spirit surged within Luo Hai. He could not fathom that his years of training could be surpassed by a lad barely 18. Thus, he and Lin Feng engaged in an all-out brawl. Lin Feng certainly did not let such an opportunity slip by, relishing the chance to unleash his long-dormant combat skills on an ideal sparring partner. Ouyang Mo Fei and He Ning Shuang watched with rapt attention, even producing a bag of popcorn from their spirit beast space to enjoy as they cheered. They had never witnessed anyone employ such an astonishing array of techniques. Azure Dragon's Claw, Strange Python's Roll, Monkey Steals Peach, Dragon Rides the Water. A series of the Black Dragon 18 techniques left Luo Hai in a state of dismay. You scoundrel, how devious! Lin Feng targeted the most vulnerable areas of Luo Hai's body with each maneuver. Despite Luo Hai's belief in his own physical prowess, he could not withstand Lin Feng's onslaught. In terms of strength, he was outmatched. In terms of technique, he was leagues behind. It became evident to Luo Hai how the 8 patrol members had been reduced to a state resembling that of a pig's head. Lin Feng's combat capabilities surpassed his by a considerable margin. Stop! Luo Hai gasped, leaning on his knees as he addressed Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was warming up for another set of techniques, he noticed Luo Hai, drenched in sweat, pleading for mercy. No more, no more. I am truly impressed by you, young man. All my years of training seem to have amounted to naught. Like a defeated warrior, Luo Hai plopped down onto the ground. A frown etched upon his face. It is not entirely accurate to say that. Had you not trained for so many years, I could have taken you down in a single strike, Lin Feng replied calmly. That is quite infuriating. Losing to someone in his area of expertise stung Luo Hai's pride. However, he soon recalled something pivotal. During their spar, he had distinctly sensed that Lin Feng's techniques were all controlled moves. If Lin Feng could teach those techniques to the patrol members, dealing with troublesome students would become significantly easier. This could greatly enhance the patrol team's combat strength while also elevating the authority of the teaching department, thereby reducing incidents of misconduct. Thus, Luo Hai approached Lin Feng and said, "Young brother, I wish to ask you for a favor." Surprised by Luo Hai's sudden shift in demeanor, Lin Feng inquired, "Weren't you here to apprehend me? Why the sudden request?" Luo Hai's dark complexion flushed, and he sheepishly smiled. Hee. It was all a misunderstanding. The fault lies with me. I apologize, young brother. He began to bow in front of Lin Feng. It was indeed awkward for Lin Feng to accept an apology from a fifth-tier instructor. And he raised his hand to halt Luo Hai's gesture. There is no need for that, Teacher Luo. Just tell me what you require. Luo Hai rubbed his large hands together and asked, "Young brother, could you teach our patrol team the techniques you just demonstrated? As a first-year student, it seems inappropriate for me to instruct your patrol team," Lin Feng replied. "You have bested me. Training them will be a piece of cake," Luo Hai asserted. "If you come to my team, I will reward you with 10,000 contribution points each month, along with access to a secret realm. What do you think?" "We have no shortage of your contribution points," Lin Feng countered. "Please propose another condition. If it is not satisfactory, I will not be released." As He Ningxuang approached, Luo Hai asked, "What condition do you desire?" "This year's quota for Yuming Mountain." Luo Hai's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Given his cultivation level, do you not realize how dangerous Yuming Mountain is?" "I am fully aware, but I have my reasons," He Ningxuang asserted resolutely. Luo Hai gritted his teeth, contemplating for a long while before reluctantly nodding. "Fine, if you're not afraid, I can concede. I accept your condition." He Ningxuang nodded in satisfaction. "That is more like it. Lin Feng, what do you think?" Though Lin Feng was unaware of the significance of the Yuming Mountain quota, he was willing to acquiesce since He Ningxuang was advocating for him. "I can agree, but during training, all must adhere to my arrangements. Anyone who objects shall not participate in my training." "That is acceptable," Luo Hai joyfully agreed. "Then tonight, come here to fetch me." "All right, it is settled then, young brother. We shall meet tonight." With that, Luo Hai left, elated. "Lin Feng, you truly are remarkable. Even that headstrong Luo Hai was subdued by you," He Ningxuang remarked with a beaming smile. "It was merely luck," Lin Feng chuckled. However, he was filled with anticipation for the night's training with the patrol team. The prospect of training individuals capable of mastering the Black Dragon 18 techniques in this world was indeed intriguing. "He Laosher, what is the situation regarding the quota for Yuming Mountain?" Lin Feng inquired. "This quota is exceedingly rare within Xingqian Academy, as Yuming Mountain is replete with innumerable treasures and even unclaimed spirit beast eggs. These unclaimed spirit beasts can be absorbed as one's own, provided that fortune permits. Moreover, Yuming Mountain is only opened once a year, attracting elite students from the 3 major academies. Our Xingqian Academy has only 3 quotas each year, and acquiring one requires a contribution of 500,000. 500,000. Is that a considerable amount?" Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Although Lin Feng possessed a silver card given by He Ningxuang, which contained a limit of 300,000, it functioned merely as a credit card that required He Ningxuang to repay through contributions. Lin Feng had also perused the tasks within the academy. Obtaining 500,000 contribution points would necessitate at least a year of relentless toil. Precisely, thus generally only third-year students can accumulate 500,000 contributions. This time, Luo Hai truly went all out to invite you. That 500,000 contribution points is no small sum for him, He Ningxuang said with a hint of pride, insisting that this fellow must bleed a little, considering he came to cause trouble so early in the morning. "When does Yuming Mountain open?" "In 3 months, He Ningxuang replied, emphasizing the need to diligently improve one's cultivation during this time. For within Yuming Mountain, opponents vying for treasures will be third-year students with strengths exceeding the 3rd tier. The quota has been secured for you. How much fortune you can seize relies solely on your own capabilities," He Ningxuang expressed with anticipation. Lin Feng nodded heavily, realizing that he must strive vigorously to level up within these 3 months. Therefore, let us begin with clearing the secret realm. Chapter 33. Nightmare Difficulty Secret Realm. The secret realm opens at 8 in the morning. Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei arrived at the entrance of the secret realm hall. Addressing the supervising teacher, "Teacher, we wish to challenge the secret realm." Each attempt costs 1,000 contributions, and there are no refunds for failure. Very well. Lin Feng produced 2 secret realm entry tickets and handed them over. Oh, the first in the new students. The teacher at the secret realm hall accepted the tickets, subsequently retrieving a wooden token identical to the one from the selection competition. Enter through the left, and upon entering the hall, select the difficulty of the secret realm to proceed. With the token in hand, the two finally entered the inner sanctum of the secret realm hall. The hall is open to all students of Xingqian Academy, and at this moment, a considerable number of students had gathered within. There were both exchange students and elite students. Feng Ge, Fei Jie, you two have come as well. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei, Qin Yuan and Feng Chong greeted them. Yes. What difficulty of the secret realm are you preparing to challenge? Is there any difference? Lin Feng inquired. Of course, there is, Feng Ge. Allow me to explain. Subsequently, Feng Chong began to elucidate what he knew. The secret realms within the hall are categorized by difficulty: ordinary, intermediate, advanced, hell, and nightmare difficulties. The strength of the demonic beasts encountered corresponds to the difficulty level. Naturally, the higher the difficulty cleared, the more cultivation one gains. Moreover, rewards are only issued upon successful completion of the secret realm. Failure midway yields nothing and results in a waste of 5,000 contributions. We plan to start with the intermediate difficulty as a trial. Although both of them are distinguished among their peers, the demonic beasts in the secret realm are not solitary. One may very well face several beasts stronger than themselves simultaneously. A single misstep could lead to failure. The secret realm can only be challenged once per day. A loss could result in a significant loss of cultivation, particularly at their initial stages, where a single setback could leave them far behind. With the exchange student competition at the end of the year, being overturned by an exchange student would be quite embarrassing. Thus, for safety, Qin Yuan and Feng Chong opted for the intermediate secret realm. I will select the advanced difficulty. What about you, Lin Feng? Ouyang Mafei turned to Lin Feng. I wish to challenge the nightmare difficulty. Lin Feng was eager to enhance his cultivation, making the highest difficulty the optimal choice for him. What? Feng Ge, don't act impulsively. While I recognize your prowess, you cannot be overly audacious. Should you fail, it would be a tremendous waste. No worries. Lin Feng then inquired. Do you two know how much higher the cultivation reward is for nightmare difficulty compared to ordinary difficulty? Feng Chong and Qin Yuan exchanged glances and shook their heads. A mere freshman dares to challenge the nightmare difficulty? Truly insane. A voice echoed in their ears. 3 young men approached with disdainful expressions. Judging by the insignia on their chests, they were second-year elite students. The leader, with blonde hair, was none other than Jin Hao, who had attempted to heroically rescue a damsel the previous night, but failed. Jin Hao was now immensely frustrated, having not only been beaten but also lost 3 subordinates who were expelled. Consequently, he currently had no one to command. He had intended to vent his anger on the demonic beasts within the secret realm, but instead found himself in the presence of his long-desired goddess, Ouyang Mafei. To make matters worse, Lin Feng, whom he despised, was once again beside her. Lin Feng cast a glance at the blonde-haired youth and coldly remarked, "What difficulty I choose to challenge is none of your concern. Ridiculous. If you manage to clear the nightmare difficulty today, I will call you father." Jin Hao's words dripped with contempt. A first-year freshman. What right do you have to challenge the nightmare difficulty? Is this merely to show off in front of Ouyang Mafei? Jin Hao was determined to make Lin Feng lose face before Ouyang Mafei. When he recounted his own past achievements, Ouyang Mafei would undoubtedly realize his exceptional prowess. Very well. Then I wouldn't mind gaining a son. Lin Feng retorted with a cold smile. Stop this banter. I am waiting for you. When you are brought to tears by the beasts inside, do not blame me for not warning you. You need not worry. Today, I shall certainly claim you as my son, Lin Feng declared, striding toward the entrance of the secret realm. Subsequently, the information of the secret realm appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Please select the difficulty of the secret realm. Nightmare. Nightmare difficulty instance selection complete. Secret realm. The paradise of bull-headed monsters. Description. The forest is teeming with modified, rampaging bull-headed beasts, while bloodthirsty cat demons crave fresh blood. With an eerie aura permeating the secret realm, beast tamers, proceed with caution. Warm reminder. Something feels amiss. Quickly shatter the token, lest you lose your life within. Transmitting to the secret realm. Accompanied by a flash of light, Lin Feng's figure vanished from the secret realm hall. Upon witnessing Lin Feng truly enter the nightmare difficulty secret realm, Jin Hao erupted into laughter. Senior, what are you laughing at? I am laughing at this fool. The nightmare difficulty is also known as the death realm. Freshmen attempting to challenge this difficulty face only 2 outcomes: death or severe injury. What do you think will happen to this kid? Death or injury? Jin Hao's laughter grew louder. What? Qin Yuan and Feng Chong were stunned by Jin Hao's words. They had not anticipated the nightmare difficulty to be so terrifying. But why does the academy still allow this secret realm to exist? Ouyang Mafei, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Seeing his goddess speak, Jin Hao quickly ceased his laughter, striking a pose he believed to be charming, and stated, because upon successfully clearing the nightmare's secret realm, one receives a massive amount of cultivation, and the final boss may drop powerful beast soldiers. The academy aims to motivate students to diligently train through this secret realm. Of course, someone as exceptional as I will eventually conquer the nightmare difficulty. Jin Hao smiled broadly at Ouyang Mafei, saying, beautiful lady, I am Jin Hao from the 2nd grade, and I am delighted to assist you with your queries. However, at that moment, Ouyang Mafei completely disregarded him, instead eagerly anticipating the scene when Lin Feng would emerge. In her heart, there was nothing that Lin Feng could not accomplish. Not even a nightmare-level secret realm could pose a challenge for him. As a blinding light flashed, Lin Feng arrived at the secret realm known as Niu Tu Guai Lu Yuan. Within the realm, the sky was an eerie dark red, with flames burning in the distance. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Feng was immediately struck by a pungent smell of blood, mingled with the repugnant odor of demonic beast excrement. His body felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if a mountain were pressing down on him, rendering his movements somewhat sluggish. The nightmare-level secret realm truly ignited one's blood. Nevertheless, Lin Feng quickly adjusted to the pressure with a few simple movements. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted from his forehead, and with a powerful roar, Xiao Mo, enveloped in dark red flames, sprang forth from the summoning array. Lin Feng mounted Xiao Mo's back, and icy energy swiftly coalesced in his hand, materializing into a slender Tang Dao. In an instant, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo were prepared for battle. Demonic beasts of the nightmare secret realm. Here I come. As Xiao Mo dashed forward, Lin Feng encountered the first wave of demonic beasts in the nightmare realm. They were a group of bull-headed monsters wielding massive axes, their bodies drenched in blood, numbering fewer than 20. Niu Tu Guai cultivation level, 2nd tier, level 1 skills, horn charge. Heavy hammer slam. The demonic beasts were in a frenzied state, their various abilities enhanced by 50%. The information about the beasts was revealed in the Xian Guangjing. Facing 2nd-tier demonic beasts right off the bat was no small feat. The cultivation levels of demonic beasts in the secret realm were set according to the grade of the beast tamers. Normally, in a 1st-grade student's secret realm, the highest cultivation level of the demonic beasts would not exceed 2nd tier. But this was a nightmare-level secret realm, with over 10 2nd-tier demonic beasts. The difficulty was equivalent to that of a 2nd-grade secret realm. Moreover, these beasts were in a frenzied state, making them even more formidable. However, once Lin Feng entered battle mode, excitement surged within him. Before his eyes, these demonic beasts represented a gleaming opportunity for him to reap rewards. With a swift motion of his Tang Dao, Xiao Mo leaped forward, landing before the group of Niu Tu Guai. Roar! Upon seeing the enemy approach, the Niu Tu Guai immediately cried out. Subsequently, all of them lowered their heads in unison, their sharp horns glinting ominously. Horn charge. In their frenzied state, the Niu Tu Guai became even more irritable, their attacks growing more vicious. As they charged, the ground trembled violently beneath them. A horde of bull-headed monsters barreled forth, their momentum daunting. Should they collide, Lin Feng would be pierced through. With a cold snort, Lin Feng summoned icy energy, driving his Tang Dao into the ground. The frigid aura instantly froze the surface into a smooth sheet of ice. In a split second, the aggressive Niu Tu Guai lost their footing, tumbling down. In that moment, the Niu Tu Guai crashed into one another, chaos ensuing. Xiao Mo, let us go. With their charge thwarted, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to attack alongside Xiao Mo while the Niu Tu Guai were still down. Ice Blade 7 Dance. The Tang Dao in Lin Feng's hand was prepared for the execution of this skill. This technique allowed the user to unleash 7 swift strikes with an ethereal presence. Now, on the icy surface, the skill reached its pinnacle. Lin Feng's figure danced across the ice like a wraith. Each slash claimed the life of 1 or 2 Niu Tu Guai. Beside him, Xiao Mo was equally ferocious. Its robust physique as an 8-star mid-tier spirit beast was far beyond what these Niu Tu Guai could withstand. Each swipe of its claws would tear flesh from a bull-headed monster, and with each bite, a head would be severed. In less than a few minutes, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo had completely annihilated the group of Niu Tu Guai. Without any respite, a new wave of demonic beasts appeared not far away. This group was numerous and densely packed. Shi Shui Mao Yao cultivation level. Second tier, level 1 skills. Bite, frenzied scratching, gnawing, bloodthirsty in their frenzied state. Their abilities were also enhanced by 50%. These cat demons were significantly more troublesome than the Nyo Tu Guai. Once one bit, the rest would swarm in for the attack. Even high-level beast tamers would hesitate to provoke such beasts. The frenzied state of the cat demons made their assaults exceptionally swift. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Lin Feng. Without hesitation, they launched an attack using their biting skill. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo would not allow them to strike. They swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, Xiao Mo unleashed its skill. Roar of the Fire Qilin. With the enhancement of its flames, the power of Xiao Mo's skill surpassed all previous levels. A torrent of flames erupted from its mouth. The dark red light, imbued with the ability to melt anything, surged towards the swarm of bloodthirsty cat demons. A wail of anguish echoed as some cat demons perished without even a sound, reduced to ash by the Qilin flames. Within the attack range of the roar of the Fire Qilin, not a single bloodthirsty cat demon survived. As an 8-star mid-tier Qilin spirit beast, although it was only at first tier, defeating these second-tier bloodthirsty cat demons was a trivial task. In terms of wide-area attacks, Xiao Mo truly excelled. Lin Feng praised. Thank you for the compliment, master. You must reward me with delicious food later. Xiao Mo's childish voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Haha, of course. You little glutton. Lin Feng chuckled. After the secret realm, I'll make sure you're well fed. Yay. Subsequently, Xiao Mo's breath began to spread outward, enveloping the remaining cat demons. In just over 10 minutes, nearly 100 cat demons were annihilated. Lin Feng calculated briefly. He had already eliminated over 100 demonic beasts, enough to exchange for 10 spirit beast pills. In this secret realm, disregarding the rewards, it could also elevate his cultivation level by 1 tier. With this thought, both Lin Feng and Xiao Mo's enthusiasm soared. After the demise of the bloodthirsty cat demons, 5 towering bull-headed giants, each standing 10 meters tall, appeared. These giant bull-headed beasts could be easily slain individually, but they possessed a rather bothersome skill, division. Regardless of whether they were injured or bled, they would split into smaller bull-headed monsters, which could be quite a headache. However, when Lin Feng discovered that these smaller bull-headed monsters also counted towards the total of defeated demonic beasts, he felt a surge of joy. Wasn't this a gift of cultivation experience? Thus, he and Xiao Mo began to unleash a brutal method of execution on the 5 giant bull-headed beasts. Each giant bull-headed beast contributed 100 smaller bull-headed monsters before letting out a final, anguished cry, dying without a doubt. Just a few more, and I'll be satisfied, Lin Feng remarked, caught up in the thrill of slaughter. Suddenly, the ground beneath Lin Feng began to shake violently. Then, a majestic altar slowly rose. On the altar stood a 5-meter-tall bull-headed monster, clad in armor and wielding a massive battle axe. Beside it stood a blue cat demon wearing a skull mask. As they appeared, Lin Feng felt the air grow thick with the scent of blood, and an immense pressure enveloped him. Chapter 35. The altar. Lin Feng gazed upon the 2 formidable demon beasts before him, their immense power radiating a palpable pressure that unmistakably revealed their status. It appeared that these were indeed the leaders of the demon beasts within the secret realm. Truly, the nightmarish difficulty level was justified, as the strength of the leader had reached such an extraordinary level. At that moment, Lin Feng himself was merely at the first tier, level 7. The prowess of the 2 demon beast leaders far surpassed his own. Under normal circumstances, even 5 beast tamers of his level would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with these 2 foes. Nevertheless, Lin Feng felt invigorated by the challenge that lay ahead. Without hesitation, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo launched their assault on the demon beast leaders. Xiao Mo transformed into a blazing figure, charging forth with fierce momentum. Initiating the attack with the skill of flame charge, colliding with the bull-headed monster king on the altar. A resounding boom echoed as radiant sparks erupted from the bull-headed monster king. Yet, with its second tier, level 5 cultivation, it withstood Xiao Mo's onslaught. In retaliation, it raised its colossal axe, striking down with a thunderous force. Xiao Mo deftly evaded the impending blow, retreating swiftly. As surging magma began to churn beneath the bull-headed monster king's feet, the molten fire erupted violently, engulfing the bull-headed monster king in an inferno. Meanwhile, Lin Feng wielded a blade in his right hand and a spear in his left, locked in a fierce struggle with the bloodthirsty cat demon king. The speed of the bloodthirsty cat demon king was astonishing, even surpassing Lin Feng's own. He perceived a fleeting afterimage before a chilling gust of claw wind swept behind him. The power of that strike was formidable enough that Lin Feng dared not test it with his body, executing a forward roll to evade the attack. He then summoned the chilling energy within him, unleashing his second ranged skill at the spot where the bloodthirsty cat demon king had just appeared. Ice Crystal Fall. This skill, chosen from the Ice Attribute Skill Book, was the most potent of its kind, albeit at a staggering cost. While ordinary Spirit Beast skill books ranged from 10 to 20,000 contributions, Ice Crystal Fall demanded a hefty 50,000 contributions. Fortunately, Lin Feng had received skill book rewards from the Academy, or he would have hesitated to make such a purchase. The effects of this skill were undeniably powerful. As Ice Crystal Fall was unleashed, the air around seemed to crystallize. With Lin Feng's command, the ice crystals descended like meteors, imbued with an intense chill and a piercing wind. They blanketed the area where the bloodthirsty cat demon king had recently manifested. Upon impact with the ground, the ice crystals erupted in a violent explosion, scattering ice shards and creating a realm of frost. Even the bloodthirsty cat demon king could not evade such a widespread attack, becoming ensconced in a thick layer of frost, which significantly slowed its speed. At last, Lin Feng was able to match its pace. One could not deny the formidable strength of these two demon beast leaders, which had indeed thrust Lin Feng into a grueling battle. Yet, neither Lin Feng nor Xiao Mo were to be underestimated. Their formidable talents and seamless synergy allowed them to persist for over half an hour. At last, with a thunderous crash, the two demon beast leaders fell, signaling the end of the battle. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo bore considerable injuries. This was Lin Feng's first experience of being wounded. Xiao Mo had sustained a grievous gash from the bull-headed Monster King's final swing of its axe, blood flowing profusely from the mangled flesh. Lin Feng was not faring much better, as the bloodthirsty cat demon king's frenzied claws had left his upper body in tatters. With a wry smile, Lin Feng acknowledged his overconfidence. He retrieved healing potions from the beast taming space, and both he and Xiao Mo consumed them, staunching their wounds. Surely, this must count as a successful clearance. No sooner had Lin Feng uttered these words than a radiant spectrum of light enveloped him. He soon felt his cultivation level rising. Mou Hui Qi Lin Cultivation. First tier, level 8, 03000. Star rating. 8 stars, mid-grade attributes, fire skills, fire immunity, pressure, charge, hellfire, roar of the fire Qilin. Blazing Inferno Lin Feng. Ice body constitution, strength, 950 kilograms, speed, 30 ms skills. Ice Blade 7 Dance. Ice Crystal Fall Beast Taming Space. Ice Attribute Spirit Beast Egg, awaiting hatching. Had he truly ascended a level? Lin Feng pondered, bemused. Prior to entering the secret realm, his cultivation had already reached first tier, level 7, 10002-500. Was such a minimal increase truly commensurate with the nightmarish difficulty of this secret realm? It seemed a rather disproportionate reward for the arduous effort expended, especially given Xiao Mo's injuries. However, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the fact that the corpses of the two demon beast leaders were being absorbed by the massive altar behind him. The nightmare difficulty has officially commenced. Challengers are advised to prepare swiftly. The altar will activate in 5 minutes. Successful challengers will be rewarded with a beast soldier and immense cultivation rewards. The altar leader's cultivation is second tier, level 8. Countdown begins. What? More demon beasts? At this moment, Lin Feng comprehended the true horror of the nightmarish difficulty of this secret realm. Had it not been for his considerable strength, he might have perished against the two demon beasts of second tier, levels 4 and 5. To think that even greater foes would emerge when he was already exhausted. Second tier, level 8. Was this truly a secret realm intended for students? Lin Feng found himself perplexed, for the challenges presented were exceedingly beyond the norm. Even with the aid of the system, he felt a twinge of concern. The only recourse was to exchange the number of demon beasts he had slain within the system for spirit beast pills, hoping to bolster his cultivation further, perhaps granting him a fighting chance. Resolutely, Lin Feng delved into the system, successfully exchanging for 65 spirit beast pills. 65 spirit beast pills equated to 6,500 points of cultivation. Without hesitation, he administered all 65 pills to Xiao Mo. In an instant, their cultivation surged dramatically. Lin Feng could distinctly feel the transformation within his body. His muscles swelled rapidly, and his stature grew more imposing, imbued with seemingly boundless strength. All his previous injuries healed instantaneously. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo also underwent a transformation. Its once 3-meter-tall form now soared to over 4 meters. Its flames becoming more dynamic, and its appearance more majestic. Congratulations, host. Cultivation has ascended to the second tier. A brand new system function has been activated. Please proceed to investigate. Chapter 36. Kirin armed to ascend to the second tier in one fell swoop. The enhancements accompanying this elevation were markedly pronounced. Lin Feng's strength had now reached a staggering 1 ton, and his speed had increased to 35 meters per second. Although Xiao Mo had not acquired any new skills, all of its existing abilities had been significantly augmented, enhancing both attack power and range. Lin Feng then entered the system space, where the enhancements granted by reaching the second tier revealed numerous new functionalities. Notably, the interface for exchanging spirit beast pills now offered a plethora of additional items for redemption, along with a newly introduced function for enhancing beast soldiers. However, as Lin Feng currently possessed no beast soldiers, this feature was temporarily unavailable. The most significant enhancement to his combat capabilities was the newly unlocked beast transformation function. Beast transformation. This ability allows the host to convert a part of the spirit beast's body into their own during combat, thereby acquiring the beast's abilities and strength. Beast transformation duration is 10 minutes, with an 8-hour cooldown. Note: the transformed body part is random. Please use with caution. This single capability could elevate Lin Feng's strength to unprecedented heights once more. Although Lin Feng's physique has been enhanced, it pales in comparison to the formidable Ba Xing Mo Huayuqi Lin. If he were to gain the augmentation of Xiao Mo's power, Lin Feng could scarcely fathom the magnitude of his offensive capabilities. With this newfound ability, he firmly believes that, with Xiao Mo's assistance, vanquishing the second tier, 8th level demon beasts within the altar would pose no significant challenge. Presently, with more than 3 minutes remaining, Lin Feng seizes the opportunity to familiarize himself with the physical transformations brought about by his cultivation enhancement, preparing for the imminent battle. As the 3 minutes swiftly elapsed, Lin Feng opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented strength coursing through him. Is Xiao Mo ready? The elevation in his cultivation has also healed Xiao Mo's injuries. The imposing Xiao Mo raised its head and let out a thunderous roar, proclaiming, "I feel incredibly powerful." Just as Lin Feng and Xiao Mo were prepared, a surge of crimson blood erupted from the altar. The blood churned, revealing the potent aura of a demon beast. A massive, pitch-black hand emerged from the blood, followed by a body resembling a small mountain, cloaked in a thick layer of black scales that shimmered with a cold light. Its head was disproportionately large, adorned with a pair of sharp, knife-like horns. Its eyes burned like flames, exuding an air of majesty and dominance. Bloody Lord cultivation, second tier. 8th level description. A projection of a demon beast unique to the Nightmare Secret Realm, possessing formidable strength and an indestructible body. Challengers are advised to exercise utmost caution. Fortunately, with his cultivation enhanced, otherwise facing this creature would have necessitated a hasty retreat. Lin Feng was now fully alert, acutely aware that the being before him was no ordinary adversary. With a deafening roar, the Bloody Lord summoned the corpses of slain demon beasts beneath it, causing them to rise and attack Lin Feng. The ability to summon minions was infuriating. Lin Feng cursed inwardly, yet swiftly engaged the resurrected demon beast corpses in combat. Within the secret realm hall, over an hour had passed, and Ouyang Mafei could not help but feel anxious. Could it be that Lin Feng had encountered some unforeseen mishap? At that moment, Qin Yuan and Feng Chong, who had ventured into the medium difficulty secret realm, emerged, looking disheveled and battered, their clothing tattered and their bodies marred with injuries. This secret realm is incredibly challenging. Those cat demons were too difficult to handle. They clawed at my face. Feng Chong grumbled. You consider yourself fortunate. Just look at me. Qin Yuan was entirely covered in soot, his hair standing on end and emitting wisps of black smoke. Ouyang Mafei approached the two, puzzled, and said, "With your abilities, it shouldn't be such a struggle to clear a medium difficulty secret realm, right?" "Philly, this secret realm is an entirely different level compared to the selection trials. The demon beasts inside are simply ferocious. The ones I encountered were around 1st tier, 5th level, and the leader was even at 1st tier, 7th level. My spirit beast sustained considerable injuries just to get through." Ouyang Mafei was taken aback. If the demon beasts of medium difficulty were already this formidable, how terrifying would Lin Feng's nightmare difficulty be? You all are truly unfortunate. The 1st year secret realm this year is a Minotaur's Paradise. Jin Hao chimed in. The Minotaur's Paradise is renowned as one of the 3 most challenging secret realms. Even the ordinary difficulty equates to an average medium difficulty. What then can be said of the nightmare difficulty? Jin Hao looked at the 3 with a malicious glee. My goodness, no wonder it was so difficult. Does that mean Brother Feng is in danger? Feng Chong exclaimed in horror. You might as well prepare to collect his corpse. The top-ranking freshman dying in a secret realm on their first day of school would be the greatest joke of Xingqian Academy. But who can he blame for being so reckless? Ouyang Mafei shouted, "Shut your mouth. Lin Feng will be just fine. Hey, don't be angry. How about I treat you to a meal as an apology?" Jin Hao grinned at Ouyang Mafei, who retorted, "Get as far away as possible. Wow, this girl truly has a fiery temper, but I like it." Jin Hao continued unabashedly chattering beside Ouyang Mafei. Within the nightmare difficulty secret realm, the resurrected demon beast corpses were all below second tier and lacked the ability to use skills due to their stiff bodies. Their only advantage was their sheer numbers. What vexed Lin Feng the most was the fact that defeating them did not count towards the system's tally of demon beasts. Consequently, Lin Feng donned the ice finger tigers on both hands and began to dispatch the resurrected demon beast corpses with a single punch each. Xiao Mo, exhibiting extraordinary prowess, incinerated the demon beast corpses with the flames that enveloped its body, creating a vacuum around itself. Seeing its minions rendered ineffective, the Bloody Lord let out a furious roar, causing the blood pool beneath to retract into its body. Devoid of their power, the demon beast corpses ceased their movements and collapsed to the ground. Lin Feng shook his hands, knowing the main confrontation was about to commence. The Bloody Lord, resembling a small mountain, moved, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Blood siphon. A gaping maw appeared in the center of the Bloody Lord's massive form. The sight of its jagged teeth and the stench emanating from it was overwhelming. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo were suddenly pulled towards the Bloody Lord by an immense force. If they were to be sucked in, they would surely be torn apart. Lin Feng's eyes darted as an idea struck him. Xiao Mo flame charge. With the aid of the tremendous suction, Xiao Mo's flame charge reached an unprecedented velocity, hurtling towards the gaping maw. Lin Feng's intention was not to lead Xiao Mo to its demise. Just as Xiao Mo was about to reach the monstrous mouth, a wall of ice appeared at a diagonal angle before them. Following the slope of the ice wall, Xiao Mo surged directly in front of the Bloody Lord. The Bloody Lord was taken aback, never anticipating that someone would approach in such a manner. The high-speed flame assault reached its peak power. With a resounding crash, Xiao Mo's impact sent the Bloody Lord's mountainous body staggering backward, while Xiao Mo was jolted back by the force of its hard scales. Lin Feng followed closely behind, shouting, "Beast transformation." Instantly, a surge of power from Xiao Mo coursed into Lin Feng's body. He fervently hoped it would be a useful enhancement, knowing that the specifics of the beast transformation were randomized. If it were to enhance an inconsequential part of Xiao Mo, there was no way Lin Feng could defeat the Bloody Lord with that. Fortunately, Lin Feng's prayers were answered as a tremendous power surged into his right arm. In an instant, his right arm expanded, covered by layers of scales, and a dark red flame akin to the Qilin ignited. Simultaneously, the beast transformation bestowed upon Lin Feng one of Xiao Mo's skills, the Fire Qilin's crushing fist. This was a modified version of Xiao Mo's flame charge. At that moment, half of Lin Feng's body radiated cold while the other half blazed with fire, merging two contrasting elements within him, creating a peculiar discomfort. Nevertheless, disregarding the sensation, he collided his fists together, unleashing formidable power against the Bloody Lord. Chapter 37. The Bloody Lord scales. The Bloody Lord, reeling backward, had no time to defend itself. The Fire Qilin's crushing fist, infused with Xiao Mo's immense power, struck the Bloody Lord squarely in the face. The searing flames of the Qilin surged forth in an instant. Yet they failed to penetrate the formidable scales of the bloodthirsty Lord. Subsequently, a jolt of recoil coursed through Lin Feng's right arm. This creature's shell is truly unyielding. I refuse to believe I cannot shatter you. Leveraging the recoil, Lin Feng spun in midair and unleashed another punch. Boom, boom, boom. A series of over a dozen punches followed. Lin Feng's right arm was rendered numb and immobile, but the scales of the bloodthirsty Lord merely exhibited the slightest fissure. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Lord had stabilized itself and brandished its 5 razor-sharp claws, resembling sickles, aimed at Lin Feng. Now completely drained of energy, Lin Feng found himself unable to evade. Just then, the dazed Xiao Mo returned, swiftly grasping Lin Feng and tossing him onto its back, narrowly evading the bloodthirsty Lord's claw. At this juncture, the only way to inflict effective damage upon this beast was to breach its scales. It was time to employ some stratagem. Xiao Mo, it is time to unleash the new skill you have acquired. This skill book was a gift from Ouyang Mafei to Lin Feng. When Lin Feng returned it, he noted its price, which was astonishingly equivalent to his ice crystal pendant, both valued at 50,000 contributions. Lin Feng had not anticipated that Ouyang Mafei, with a total contribution limit of 100,000, would be so generous as to invest 50,000 in acquiring a skill for him. Nevertheless, this was indeed the perfect moment to utilize this skill. Burning Sky Blaze. At this moment, Xiao Mo's form resembled a blazing sun, radiating immense fiery power. Where the burning sky blaze passed, the air warped and twisted from the scorching heat, producing crackling sounds. The once impenetrable scales of the bloodthirsty lord glowed red from the intense flames. The searing temperature provoked a series of furious roars from the bloodthirsty lord. Despite the potency of this skill, it exacted a tremendous toll on Xiao Mo. After unleashing the burning sky blaze, Xiao Mo's demeanor grew weary. Lin Feng understood that relying solely on this skill would not suffice to vanquish the bloodthirsty lord, for it possessed the cultivation of a second-tier, 8th-level beast. Thus, Lin Feng began to prepare his own skills. The icy energy within Lin Feng's body had been enhanced upon reaching the second tier. As he channeled the icy energy, a crack began to form on the shell of the ice spirit beast egg in the beast mastery space. Through this fissure, a continuous stream of icy energy flowed into Lin Feng. "You little rascal, you've decided to lend a hand." The ice spirit beast egg trembled slightly, as if responding to Lin Feng. "I refuse to believe that, combined with our powers, we cannot shatter this iron turtle." Ice crystal pendant. Just as the bloodthirsty lord had barely endured the extreme heat, a wave of frigid air swept over it. Initially, this coldness brought a sense of relief to the bloodthirsty lord, but it soon heard the ominous cracking sounds of something shattering. Lowering its gaze, it was alarmed to see its once impenetrable scales beginning to fracture. The combination of extreme heat followed by extreme cold rendered the bloodthirsty lord's scales exceedingly fragile. It worked. Lin Feng was elated. The absence of scale protection made the bloodthirsty lord much easier to deal with. However, after continuous combat, Lin Feng's strength began to wane. Enduring the discomfort in his body, he tightened his grip on his beast-transformed right arm. Standing atop Xiao Mo's head, Lin Feng was propelled forward as Xiao Mo violently shook its head. The Qilin's destructive fist. This was Lin Feng's all-or-nothing strike. Boom. The bloodthirsty lord, now bereft of its shattered scales, resembled a turtle without its shell. Its tender body could not withstand Lin Feng's desperate blow. The massive head of the bloodthirsty lord burst like a watermelon under Lin Feng's fist. In the midst of the secret realm, a rain of blood began to fall. The bloodthirsty lord's mountainous form collapsed, shattering the altar beneath it. Within its body, a sphere of crimson light slowly ascended. Completely drained of energy, Lin Feng gasped for breath beneath the blood rain. It is finally over. After catching his breath, Lin Feng approached the glowing orb. Beast weapon. Scales of the bloodthirsty lord. This can enhance a spirit beast's defense by 50%. Gazing at this beast weapon, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Beast weapons are rare treasures for beast masters, only appearing upon the demise of beasts above the 5th tier. They can be donned by spirit beasts to enhance their attributes. Although Lin Feng was puzzled as to why a second-tier beast would yield a beast weapon, perhaps it was a reward for the nightmare difficulty. With this beast weapon, Xiao Mo's defense would no longer be a concern. "Master, is this for me?" "Of course." "Wonderful. Thank you, Master." Xiao Mo exclaimed with delight. The beast weapon was truly remarkable. Once placed upon a spirit beast, it would automatically fuse. After melding with the scales of the bloodthirsty lord, Xiao Mo's scales were coated in a layer of dark radiance. Accompanied by a dark red flame, it more aptly suited its name, Mo Qilen. Once this beast weapon adorned Xiao Mo, the beast weapon function within the system was activated. Detected that the host possesses a beast weapon. Would you like to equip it? Huh? This beast weapon can be equipped by me too? Lin Feng stared in astonishment at the system interface. Thus, he selected yes. Instantly, a piece of black armor materialized before Lin Feng, seamlessly integrating with his body. This armor took the form of a vest, safeguarding the vital areas of Lin Feng's body. One could not deny the formidable capabilities of this system. With this beast weapon, Lin Feng could navigate combat with greater ease. Furthermore, the beast weapon possessed 3 additional functions: forging, advancement, and synthesis. By obtaining the corresponding materials, these functions could be utilized. Lin Feng contemplated the necessity of collecting materials in the future. After absorbing the beast weapon, a reward of cultivation emerged within the secret realm. The beam of light was unprecedented in size. Lin Feng felt his cultivation rapidly ascending. Mo Qilen. Cultivation, second tier, second level, 4,500. Star rating, 8-star, mid-grade. Attributes, fire. Skills, fire immunity, pressure, charge, hellfire, roar of the Qilin, burning sky blaze. Beast weapon, scales of the bloodthirsty lord. Lin Feng. Ice physique, strength. 1,050 kilograms. Speed, 40 ms. Skills, Ice Blade 7 Dance, Ice Crystal Pendant. Beast Mastery Space, Ice Attribute Spirit Beast Egg, with a crack. Instantly, he gained 7,000 in cultivation. Lin Feng calculated that, after accumulating all the cultivation points from the entire Nightmare Secret Realm, he had amassed a total of 14,500 points. While most first-year students lingered around the first tier, third level, Lin Feng had already reached the second tier, second level. He could even stand shoulder to shoulder with some second-year students. The speed of this cultivation increase was nothing short of terrifying. Yet all of this was in preparation for the impending challenges within the Yuming Mountain in 3 months. By then, Lin Feng would face opponents of third tier and above, elite students from the 3 major academies. Without sufficient strength, how could he aspire to contend for treasures? After the cultivation absorption concluded, a portal materialized before Lin Feng. Hey, don't wait any longer. Let us clear a secret realm and then grab a meal together. Lin Feng called out. From now on, I'll take you on missions, ensuring you earn thousands in contributions daily. Jin Hao continued to chatter incessantly beside Ouyang Mafei. This Jin Hao was like an annoying fly, impossible to shoo away. Ouyang Mafei had no choice but to ignore him. At the onset, Jin Hao displayed a semblance of patience. However, as time elapsed, his true nature surfaced, and his tone became increasingly forceful. You are merely a freshman. Do not overestimate your worth. I, Jin Hao, am the top of the second year. Inviting you to dinner is already a considerable favor. Let me be clear. I will give you one last chance. Will you accompany me for a meal? Jin Hao gripped Ouyang Mafei's arm, asserting his dominance. Release me. Ouyang Mafei protested, thrashing her arm, yet she found herself unable to break free. It is an honor for you to become my woman. Senior, what are you doing? Let go of Fei Jia. Qin Yuan and Feng Chong were forcefully shoved aside by 2 second-year students accompanying Jin Hao, the sheer strength of the push causing them to tumble to the ground. Meanwhile, Ouyang Mafei was being dragged towards the exit of the Mijing Dian by Jin Hao and the other 2 second-year students. The surrounding students, witnessing this scene, turned their backs. They could not afford to provoke Jin Hao. Just as Ouyang Mafei was on the verge of being taken away, a thunderous shout erupted from behind. Remove your filthy hands. Chapter 38, slammed against the wall. The voice resonated with fierce anger. All eyes turned to the source of the sound, where a robust man clad in a soft armor vest emerged at the entrance of the Mijing. Lin Feng, you have finally appeared. Ouyang Mafei exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing him. Jin Hao's pupils widened in shock. He could not fathom that this freshman had indeed emerged alive from the perilous depths of the Mijing. Nevertheless, Jin Hao remained unfazed, snorting dismissively as he tightened his grip on Ouyang Mafei's hand. You truly are fortunate to have escaped, though it seems you have endured considerable hardship. For a freshman to survive this long in a nightmare-level secret realm is quite the feat, but it is still nothing to boast about. Jin Hao's words dripped with disdain, echoed by the mocking laughter of the 2 second-year students beside him. I will say this one last time. Release Ouyang Mafei. Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with fury, his voice darkening. Freshman, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. What I, Jin Hao, intend to do has never been interrupted within Xingqian Academy. Today, I will take her away. What can you do about it? Jin Hao's expression was one of arrogance. Having lorded over others for over a year, he regarded everyone else with contempt. A freshman, regardless of being the top among freshmen, posed no threat to him. A second-year student with powerful backing. The other students within the Mijing Dian observed the unfolding drama. Newcomer, it is best not to provoke him. You cannot contend with him. He is the top of the second year, a second-tier beast master with a dual attribute spirit beast. Jin Hao, hearing these remarks, wore a proud smirk. Get lost, and do not disturb my good mood. With that, he turned, continuing to drag Ouyang Mafei towards the exit. Now that Lin Feng had safely emerged from the Mijing, Ouyang Mafei felt a wave of relief wash over her, ceasing her struggles, knowing Lin Feng would take action. As she felt Ouyang Mafei stop resisting, Jin Hao mistakenly believed that she was subdued by his domineering presence. A smug smile crept onto his face. That's right, sister. This is how it should be. Your brother will take care of you. Before he could finish, an immense force struck his face, sending him hurtling away. Bang! His body collided against the wall of the Mijing Dian, embedding him deeply into it. Jin Hao's teeth were shattered, his face swollen, a clear handprint visible upon it. The 2 second-year students beside him were utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How did Jin Hao get thrown out so suddenly? However, they were soon met with a grim visage, the very freshman they had looked down upon. You dare to strike an upperclassman? I see you are courting disaster. Bang! The second-year student who had spoken found himself propelled through the air, soon joining his companion embedded in the wall. The remaining second-year student, witnessing this terrifying scene, hastily released Ouyang Mafei, raising his hands in a plea. You struck them. You cannot harm me. Get lost. As if fleeing from a disaster. This second-year student dashed out of the Mijingdian. As he departed, he cast a glance at Jin Hao embedded in the wall, silently vowing to find the patrol team to deal with Lin Feng. Are you all right? Ouyang Mafei inquired, shaking her head. I am fine. Has the trial passed? Of course it has. Yet, it was indeed challenging. Lin Feng replied candidly. Fortunately, you had me. Otherwise, Fei Jia would have suffered today. Feng Chong and Qin Yuan approached. Their eyes filled with envy as they gazed at Jin Hao's immobile form embedded in the wall. Peak brother, how did you manage to send them flying just now? Interested in learning? Yes, we certainly do not wish to be bullied by second years again. Feng Chong felt a sting of humiliation at the memory of being shoved to the ground by those two second-year seniors. All right. You two inquire among others if anyone else wishes to learn. If so, gather at my place tonight. Lin Feng thought he might as well instruct the patrol team and others simultaneously. Understood, Peak brother. We shall ask them right away. Feng Chong and Qin Yuan responded cheerfully before departing. Be cautious of the speed of that cat demon. As for the Minotaur, just avoid its charge. Aware that Ouyang Mafei had refrained from entering the Mijing in order to wait for him, Lin Feng imparted some critical insights about the secret realm. Do not worry. While I may not possess your extraordinary abilities, do not underestimate me. Ouyang Mafei smiled confidently. I shall wait for you here. Choosing the advanced difficulty of the secret realm, Ouyang Mafei entered. Meanwhile, Jin Hao and his companion, now freed from the wall, were being assisted by a second-year exchange student. Both had been rendered unconscious by Lin Feng's strike, their bones fractured in several places. Had Lin Feng not controlled his strength, the outcome would have been far graver than mere unconsciousness. At that moment, a second-year exchange student approached Lin Feng, saying, Newcomer, you may not know this, but Jin Hao is closely connected with Director Luo of the guidance office. The second-year student who just left has gone to summon the patrol team. You have struck Jin Hao, and Director Luo will undoubtedly come. You should quickly seek out your mentor for assistance. Otherwise, given Director Luo's temperament, you will be in for a rough time. Lin Feng, smiling at the handsome second-year exchange student, replied, Thank you for the warning. But I am quite curious to see how Director Luo will handle this matter. The exchange student sighed helplessly. I wish you good luck. Before long, an enraged roar echoed outside the Mijingdian. Which freshman dares to strike an upperclassman? Who is this undisciplined individual? When faced with a situation, instead of seeking our patrol team, you dare to engage in private brawls, showing no regard for the guidance office. Accompanying this voice, Luo Hai strode forward, his imposing physique resembling a black tower, instilling an invisible pressure upon the surrounding students. Following him were around 10 patrol team members, exuding an air of authority. The second-year student who had departed earlier, now emboldened by the presence of the patrol team, puffed out his chest. Which freshman is it? Step forward immediately. Chapter 39. The Avenger. What the hell? Who was it that beat him to such a pulp? Luo Hai gazed at Jin Hao, sprawled on the ground, cursing incessantly. At that moment, Jin Hao's face was so swollen that it resembled a pig's head, his features grotesquely compressed together. He was in an abysmal state. Luo Hai retrieved a medicinal pill from his Beastmaster space and administered it to him. Shortly thereafter, Jin Hao groaned and stirred awake. Upon seeing Luo Hai, he burst into tears, exclaiming, Uncle Luo, someone hit me. Fear not, Haozi. Today, Uncle Luo shall seek justice for you. Tell me, who did this to you? Jin Hao was a distant relative, and although Luo Hai usually turned a blind eye to his misdeeds, witnessing him in such a pitiful condition filled him with rage. It was a new student over there. You must make him pay. Jin Hao trembled as he pointed in a certain direction. Luo Hai glared with fierce eyes toward that direction. A crowd of students had gathered, primarily second-year students, but one individual was clad in first-year attire. It seemed he was the culprit. As Luo Hai approached the first-year student, he shouted, I just called you. What do you have to say for yourself? Lin Feng regarded Luo Hai with a cold stare. Ah, you are here too. Upon recognizing Lin Feng, Luo Hai's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. How could it be this guy? He had only just been beaten by Lin Feng that morning, and his body still ached. Now, upon seeing Lin Feng, the pain seemed to intensify. However, Luo Hai suddenly recalled that in this academy, aside from Lin Feng, who else among the first-year students could have dealt such a blow? Well, young brother, did you hit him? Luo Hai inquired cautiously. Lin Feng calmly nodded. Indeed, what of it? If it had been anyone else, Luo Hai would have firmly dragged them to the administrative office for punishment. But Lin Feng was different. He was the one who had previously bested him, and a significant cost had been incurred to invite him as an instructor. Moreover, it It was evident that Jin Hao had instigated the trouble today. After much contemplation, Luo Hai concluded that Jin Hao was hardly worth the trouble compared to Lin Feng. Thus, he raised his foot and kicked Jin Hao. The force was considerable, and Jin Hao was sent crashing into the wall once more. Ouch! Jin Hao screamed, losing consciousness again. The onlooking students gaped in astonishment, bewildered by the scene. Wasn't Director Luo supposed to be Jin Hao's supporter? Why had he just kicked him again? Luo Hai cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. Jin Hao has been causing mischief in the academy, bullying others and creating a negative influence. Fortunately, today, student Lin Feng acted justly and taught this scoundrel a lesson. Our administration will reward student Lin Feng. He then produced a third-tier beast crystal and waved it before the crowd, presenting it to Lin Feng. For acts of valor, our administration always offers rewards. I hope in the future, everyone can learn from Lin Feng and assist one another. The value of the third-tier beast crystal was considerable, enough to exchange for several thousand spirit stones. Although presented as a reward, it was essentially Luo Hai's way of appeasing Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood Luo Hai's intention and accepted it without hesitation. Among the crowd were numerous students who had previously suffered at Jin Hao's hands. Witnessing this outcome, they erupted into applause. It was about time. The administration is wise. Director Luo is fantastic. I want to be heroic too. Luo Hai grinned broadly while inwardly lamenting. He had not anticipated that Jin Hao's misdeeds had garnered such widespread resentment. All right, let us conclude this matter. The rest is up to us. You all should proceed to challenge the secret realm. The patrol team dispersed the onlookers. Luo Hai approached Lin Feng, patting his chest. Young brother, I will handle this matter with Jin Hao and ensure it does not become your burden. Yes, Lin Feng replied. Once he awakens, let him come to me to fulfill our previous bet. Lin Feng had not forgotten the harsh words Jin Hao had uttered before entering the secret realm. Luo Hai nodded. No problem. Lin Feng then returned to await Ouyang Mafei. Approximately an hour later, Ouyang Mafei successfully emerged from the advanced secret realm. Although she bore several injuries, her ability to conquer such a challenging trial indicated her exceptional prowess, placing her among the elite of the new students. Upon exiting the secret realm hall, she was required to return the wooden token she held. At the entrance was a device. Inserting the token would display the difficulty level of the secret realm and the time taken to complete it. The device also recorded the best times achieved by past students. If one could break the record, the academy would offer rewards. First year Ouyang Mafei, Minotaur Paradise, Advanced Difficulty, Completion Time, 1 hour and 40 minutes. Best completion time, 1 hour. Record not broken. Please continue to strive. 40 minutes shy of the record. It seems further training is necessary. Ouyang Mafei muttered in dissatisfaction. Next, Lin Feng inserted his wooden token into the device. Instantly, the device emitted a brilliant red light, and the vast secret realm hall resonated with mechanical sounds. First year Lin Feng, Minotaur Paradise, Nightmare Difficulty, Completion Time, 1 hour and 50 minutes. Congratulations, Lin Feng, for being the first student to complete this secret realm at Nightmare Difficulty. Please claim your reward. This announcement reverberated 3 times. Simultaneously, not only within the secret realm hall, but throughout the entire Xingqian Academy, the broadcast relayed this information. In an instant, the atmosphere within Xingqian Academy ignited. A first-year student had conquered the nightmare difficulty of Minotaur Paradise? How astonishing! How could this be achieved? I am in my 3rd year and have never completed nightmare difficulty. I must see this new student and discover if he possesses extraordinary abilities. Numerous curious students flocked toward the secret realm hall, eager to catch a glimpse of Lin Feng. In the dean's office, several deans from various grades, along with Dean Li, heard the news. All eyes turned to Dean Mu. Old Mu, confess honestly. Where did you discover such an extraordinary student? Dean Mu's face radiated pride. The emergence of such a genius in the academy thrilled him as the dean. In her villa, He Ningxuang heard the news and wore a beaming smile, murmuring to herself, Lin Feng, how many more surprises will you bring me? Chapter 40. Hatching Materials. Li Min, the teacher responsible for the secret realm hall, rushed to Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei as soon as she heard the news. She scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, her words laced with disbelief. You completed the nightmare difficulty secret realm? This is absurd. No first-year student has ever achieved this. You, my lad, have set a record for our Xingqian Academy. Lin Feng smiled and replied, I merely wished to test my limits. I didn't expect to succeed. Li Min was rendered speechless and simply said, Come with me to claim your reward. The Academy's treasury was located within the secret realm hall. After passing through layers of guards, they finally arrived at the treasury door. As the treasury was off-limits to others, Li Min turned to Lin Feng and said, Since you have created a new record for nightmare difficulty, You may choose 3 rewards. Have you decided what you would like? The treasury offered a variety of rewards. Li Min inquired. As Lin Feng pondered what rewards to choose, the system issued a new task. New task. Please check, host. It had been quite some time since the system last released a task after he completed the previous one. Thus, Lin Feng entered the system to take a look. Hatch the Ice Spirit Beast Egg. Please collect 5 types of Ice attribute materials, 1 crystal from an Ice attribute monster of 5th rank or higher, and the blood and bones of a dragon species beast. Note, the more precious the materials, the higher the star rating of the spirit beast that hatches. It turned out to be a quest for collecting hatching materials. Ever since Lin Feng advanced to the 2nd rank, he had been contemplating how to hatch the spirit beast egg in his possession. The chilling aura that emanated from the cracks in the eggshell during his recent exploration had greatly aided him. He was filled with anticipation regarding the star rating of the spirit beast that would emerge from this egg, since he could now claim 3 rewards. Lin Feng considered for a moment and said, "Please assist me in locating a crystal from an Ice attribute monster of 5th rank or higher, as well as a sample of dragon blood and dragon bones." A crystal from a 5th rank or higher Ice attribute monster was a treasure worth over 1,000,000 spirit stones in the market. The lowest rank of dragon species beast was typically around the 6th rank, and it was uncertain how long it would take Lin Feng to acquire such items on his own. Thus, he had to place his hopes in the Academy's treasury. As for the 5 types of Ice attribute materials, they were comparatively easier to obtain. You're quite unusual. It's the first time I've seen someone request these items. Others usually ask for skill books or even beast soldiers, yet you want a bunch of materials. Are you perhaps a potion master? Li Min remarked, puzzled. For ordinary beast tamers, these materials could not enhance their strength as much as skill books or beast soldiers could. Only potion masters could refine these materials into various elixirs, thereby unleashing their potential. However, for Lin Feng, obtaining another spirit beast would significantly enhance his power beyond any other items. I have other uses for these materials. I appreciate your help. Alright, I'll see what I can find for you. After more than 10 minutes, Li Min emerged from the treasury and said to Lin Feng, "You're in luck. The treasury just happens to have a complete set of dragon bones, and the blood and crystal are all from this beast. This was left behind by your senior, who defeated a frostwing dragon that was about to reach the 7th rank during a beast tide. Now it belongs to you." Following this, a massive skeleton was extracted from Li Min's beast space. This skeleton was over 50 meters long. Despite having been dead for many years, even Lin Feng, with his ice body, could feel a hint of chill emanating from it, sufficient to prove its former power. Li Min then produced the dragon blood and the monster crystal as well. Lin Feng contentedly stored the 3 items in his beast space. This exceeded his expectations entirely. Materials sourced from the same beast certainly yielded better results. After bidding farewell to Li Min, Lin Feng and his companion headed outside the secret realm hall. However, they were met with a throng of onlookers inside. That must be Lin Feng. He is quite handsome. He cleared the nightmare difficulty as a newcomer. Do you have any secrets? How did you manage to do it? Can you share some experience? I heard that the nightmare secret realm yields beast soldiers. Could we see? Upon seeing Lin Feng's appearance, the crowd surged towards him, bombarding him with questions. Lin Feng felt overwhelmed by their inquiries, and with so many people, he found it impossible to escape. He could only respond with vague answers. Fortunately, the patrol team arrived just in time to escort Lin Feng away. You've really become quite the sensation today, Ouyang Mafei teased. If possible, I'd prefer to keep a low profile, Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. Upon returning to the villa, He Ningshuang had been waiting at the door for the two. Isn't that the famous Lin Feng? He Ningshuang teased with a smile. Teacher please spare me. Let me rest. Lin Feng collapsed onto the living room sofa. You must have made significant gains in this secret realm, right? How about you? Mafei? He Ningshuang inquired as she sat beside him. I cleared a higher difficulty level and increased my rank by more than 1 level. I'm now at first rank 5 and will soon reach 6th rank. Not bad. He Ningshuang nodded in satisfaction. Future rewards from secret realms 1TB as plentiful. It will take about 5 attempts to equal this one. Why is that? Lin Feng exclaimed in frustration. He had thought he could gain such substantial experience each time. If that were the case, he would certainly reach the 3rd rank within 3 months. By the way, Lin Feng, how much did your rank increase from the nightmare difficulty? Ouyang Mafei asked curiously. Not much, I just reached the 2nd rank. Lin Feng replied. You, Ouyang Mafei, in a fit of indignation, punched Lin Feng lightly before retreating to her room. He Ningshuang was also taken aback. It was impressive that he had reached the 2nd rank so soon after starting school. As Lin Feng's teacher, she felt she hadn't contributed at all, yet he had made such progress. Consequently, He Shuang felt a pang of defeat, lowering her head in silence as she returned to her room. What else with them? Why did they leave so abruptly? Lin Feng pondered, bewildered by the sudden departure of the two. The thoughts of girls are truly hard to decipher. Never mind. I should focus on how to begin my training tonight. Chapter 41. Yinyang City. After dinner, Feng Chong and Qin Yuan arrived at Lin Feng's residence with 3 male students. Shortly thereafter, Luo Hai personally came to escort Lin Feng. He also invited the moody Ouyang Mafei from her room, and the group proceeded to the patrol team's training ground. At that moment, 30 members of the patrol team, all personally selected by Luo Hai, gathered at the training ground. All were around 1.8 meters tall and quite robust. This is the new instructor I've arranged for you, Lin Feng, Luo Hai introduced. Is this the Lin Feng who gave Captain Wu and the others a thorough beating? He just cleared the nightmare difficulty secret realm today. I didn't expect this newcomer to be so formidable. Upon hearing the murmurs below, Luo Hai continued, You're all correct in what you say, but I must inform you of one more thing. Even I cannot defeat Lin Feng. Thus, you must train earnestly and strive to improve yourselves. Yes, the patrol team responded in unison. They were well aware of Luo Hai's prowess. If he couldn't defeat Lin Feng, one could only imagine how terrifying Lin Feng truly was. They began to anticipate Lin Feng's training eagerly. Observing the orderly formation, Lin Feng was reminded of scenes from his time in the military. He stepped forward and addressed the patrol team. I have but one requirement of you, and that is to obey orders. Can you do that? We can, they replied. Good, let us start with physical training. The training ground was equipped with various exercise apparatus they typically used. Lin Feng set goals for them, and they proceeded to divide into 3 groups for organized training. As for Feng Chong and the others, Lin Feng had them run laps around the training ground. Given their weak foundation, they needed to start from the basics. For the following week, while unable to explore the secret realm, Lin Feng trained alongside He Shuang. She, being a fire attribute beast master, imparted much knowledge about fire attribute spirit beasts and the characteristics of fire-based skills. In the evenings, they would train with the patrol team. To enhance the motivation of these patrol members, Luo Hai risked another beating by arranging a duel with Lin Feng. Although hearing Luo Hai's claim that he could not match Lin Feng, it paled in comparison to the shock of witnessing it firsthand. The patrolling team members were astounded by Lin Feng's astonishing techniques, never having imagined that combat could be executed in such a manner. Consequently, their enthusiasm for training surged. However, it remains unclear who divulged this information. The news that a first-year student defeated Director Luo of the instruction office using martial arts spread like wildfire throughout the academy. As night fell, the training ground of the patrol team buzzed with activity, filled with individuals eager to learn from Lin Feng. Even mentors Xiongxing and Cui Feng arrived, both having been bullied by the imposing Luo Hai and eager to redeem themselves through learning. Luo Hai himself did not anticipate such a turn of events and devised a plan. To learn martial arts, one must join the patrol team. This strategy indeed deterred many, yet it also invigorated the team with fresh talent. Now, Luo Hai no longer had to fret over a lack of personnel in the patrol team. Time flew, and before long, the weekend arrived. Lin Feng, get up and come home. He Shuang's voice rang out from outside Lin Feng's door. It suddenly dawned on him that He Shuang had promised him a reward for the weekend. Initially, Lin Feng intended to decline, but he couldn't withstand her firm demeanor. Thus, he emerged from his training, donned his attire, and after a brief wash, followed He Shuang onto the train heading home. He Shuang's family resided in Yinyangcheng, located in the 4th safe zone. The city predominantly housed beast masters of the fire attribute, largely due to the presence of a colossal volcano at its center, resulting in a year-round warm climate. Upon disembarking, a wave of heat enveloped them. Fortunately, Lin Feng, being of the ice body, could emit a chill sufficient to counter the oppressive heat. Is this your home, teacher? Lin Feng inquired, gazing at the towering edifice before him, prominently engraved with the 3 characters, Cheng Zhu Fu. I had no idea you were the daughter of the city lord. Come, let me introduce you to my father. He Shuang said with a smile as she pushed open the gate, leading Lin Feng inside. Miss, you're back. The butler greeted them with a loud call as they entered, followed by the household staff who surrounded He Shuang with warm inquiries. He Shuang retrieved gifts she had prepared from her beast space and distributed them among the staff. At that moment, a tall middle-aged man emerged from within the residence, bearing a resemblance to He Shuang. Accompanying him was a well-dressed middle-aged woman, whose beauty remained undiminished by the passage of time. Frost, you have returned, the woman exclaimed, hastening towards He Shuang, grasping her hand with excitement. I have missed you both so much. He Shuang embraced the woman and introduced, Father, Mother, I would like you to meet my student, Lin Feng. Hello, uncle and aunt. Good child, come in quickly, it's hot outside. Inside, the room was adorned with several ice attribute beast crystals, creating a comfortably cool atmosphere. This was Lin Feng's first encounter with such remarkable effects of beast crystals. After exchanging pleasantries, he Ningxuang's father, Kirin, inquired, Ningxuang, how has your black energy been lately? Father, I returned to tell you that my black energy has been eliminated, He Ningxuang declared, releasing her cultivation aura. Pure flames enveloped her, leaving He Yin astounded. Such pure fire attribute energy. Frost, you have reached the 5th tier? The manifestation of attributes was a hallmark of a 5th tier beast master. And there was no trace of black energy surrounding He Ningxuang. Her mother shed tears of joy, relieved that her daughter had finally rid herself of the troublesome black energy and could continue her life. Frost, please tell us how you eliminated your black energy. He Yin asked excitedly. He Ningxuang recounted the events in the extreme cold lands, attributing her salvation to Lin Feng, who had located the fire attribute treasure that absorbed the black energy entirely. Furthermore, her spirit beast had advanced to the 8-star lower grade, and her cultivation had reached the 5th tier. Upon hearing this, He Yin and his wife bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Thank you, young brother, for saving my daughter's life. I am immensely grateful. No, uncle and aunt, you honor me. Lin Feng quickly assisted them to their feet. He Ningxuang continued, Father, I have a matter to discuss with you. What is it? He Yin asked, his face alight with curiosity. I wish for Lin Feng to enter our family's ancestral grounds. Chapter 42. He Family Ancestral Grounds. Ningxuang, you jest. The ancestral grounds are the core area of our He family, housing the remains of our ancestors. No outsiders have ever entered. He Yin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The matter of the ancestral grounds pertained to the very foundation of their family and could not be decided lightly. Father, Lin Feng is also a fire attribute beastmaster. The fire attribute treasure is crucial for him. How should we repay him for saving my life? He Ningxuang's cascade of reasoning left He Yin momentarily speechless. After a long pause, He Yin sighed, Ningxuang, you are right. Our family is not one to forget a favor. I consent to the matter of the ancestral grounds. But we must not disturb our ancestors. Rest assured, Father. With her father's agreement, He Ningxuang was elated and turned to Lin Feng, saying, Within our ancestral grounds lies a magma cavern. Fire attribute spirit beasts that bathe within it can reap great benefits. Lin Feng replied with a smile, Thank you, teacher He. No need for such formality, young brother. You saved our Frost's life. This is what our He family ought to do. I will fetch some herbs from the pharmacy. This will optimize the absorption effect. With that, He Yin turned and departed. Lin Feng followed He Ningxuang as she led him to the backyard of the city lord's mansion, where He Yin returned with fire attribute herbs. He Ningxuang tapped a certain spot on the backyard wall, revealing a recess, placing the family token within the recess. She pricked her finger and touched the token. Suddenly, the wall erupted with dazzling red light, and a fiery vortex appeared before them. This is the entrance to the ancestral grounds. Follow me inside. Be cautious. Our ancestral grounds harbor the spirit beasts of our ancestors, so do not awaken them. He Ningxuang cautioned. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and followed her into the fiery vortex. The He family's ancestral grounds resembled a separate realm. Upon entry, a drastically different scene unfolded. The ground was engulfed in raging flames, with molten lava flowing like a surging torrent, emanating suffocating heat. Our ancestor was a beast master on the verge of reaching the 9th tier. After his death, the power within him created this space to protect our He family and safeguard Yin Yang Cheng, leaving behind his spirit beast. As they walked forward, He Ningxuang explained to Lin Feng, Once a beast master dies, do not their spirit beasts perish as well? Lin Feng considered, understanding that without the bloodline connection to the beast master, the spirit beasts could not survive independently in this world. For beast masters below the 6th tier, indeed, their spirit beasts vanish upon their death. However, spirit beasts that have reached above the 6th tier can survive independently for as long as their powers are not exhausted. During the time when He Ningxuang was elucidating matters for Lin Feng, the two of them had arrived before the spirit beast that guards the He family. This was the spirit beast left behind by our ancestors, the Qixing Rongyan Guihu. The creature before them was no larger than an ordinary kitten, perhaps having assumed this form to better preserve its cultivation. Its body was adorned with gray fur, giving it a somewhat aged appearance, and it lay in a state of tranquil slumber. Clearly, this transformation was a means to maintain its strength. Let us not disturb it, Lin Feng suggested. Further ahead lies the magma pit. The pair continued deeper into their ancestral grounds. As the temperature around them rose, Lin Feng finally beheld the magma pit that He Ningxuang had spoken of, It was an expansive pool of molten lava, where the crimson magma churned restlessly, suffusing the air with intense heat. "Master, I adore this place," exclaimed Xiao Ma, brimming with excitement. It was the first time Lin Feng had witnessed such unrestrained joy from Xiao Ma, prompting him to summon the spirit. In its miniature form, Xiao Ma leapt into the swirling magma, reveling in the warmth. As it frolicked within the molten pool, Ningxuang proceeded to place precious fire element herbs into the magma. Instantly, the molten substance began to boil vigorously. It seemed that Xiao Ma could sense the latent power within, closing its eyes and gently floating along with the undulating magma. This magma pit had the capacity to purify the impurities within fire element spirit beasts, refining their cultivation. The first task after hatching a spirit beast for the He family was to undergo a baptism in this magma. As Xiao Ma basked in the molten depths, Lin Feng could distinctly perceive the changes occurring within it. Although its cultivation had not increased, its inherent power had significantly intensified, rendering it far purer than before. Lin Feng believed that Xiao Ma's baptism would persist for some time, so he settled cross-legged at the magma's edge to meditate, while Ningxuang observed him quietly. In Yinyang City, the populace found the day's temperature remarkably high. Citizens retreated indoors, bringing forth all their ice element crystals to combat the oppressive heat. Yet the effect was negligible. Within the city lord's mansion, He Yin sat on a cooling mat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Even with his cultivation, he struggled against this intense heat. Could there be an issue with the seal? A troubling thought crossed his mind. He promptly summoned the guard team and hastened towards the volcano at the heart of Yinyang City. This volcano was a symbol of the city and a crucial element for its status as a haven for fire element beast tamers. However, only the He family, guardians of Yinyang City for generations, knew the volcano's true purpose. Within it was sealed a formidable demon beast of terrifying 8th-tier strength. Should this beast break free, not only Yinyang City, but the entire 4th safe zone would be plunged into peril. At the base of the volcano, 8 stone pillars encircled it, intricately carved with mystical patterns. These were the seals meant to subdue the demon beast. He Yin inspected each pillar in turn, and to his dismay, he discovered cracks forming on the 3rd pillar, with tendrils of black mist seeping forth. A sense of foreboding filled his heart. Any disturbance to the pillars could lead to the seals loosening, allowing the demon beast to escape. "Evacuate the residence," he commanded the guards. "I will repair the seal." In every city within the safe zone, shelters were constructed to withstand demon beast attacks. The guards, understanding the urgency, wasted no time in guiding the populace orderly into the shelters. Meanwhile, He Yin began reinforcing the seal. As the city lord, he was at the 6th-tier 2nd level of cultivation. His spirit beast, the Liuxing Liuhua Jindiao, stood resolutely by his side. Standing beside the stone pillar, he formed intricate hand seals. The Liuhua Jindiao let out a cry, unleashing a torrent of fire element energy into the pillar. The engraved patterns began to shimmer with light, gradually mending the cracks eroded by the black mist. Just as the fissures were nearing repair, a guard rushed over, breathless with urgency. "My lord, the demon beasts in the demon beast forest have gone berserk. We lack the manpower to fend them off. Seek assistance from Yinyang Academy." He Yin's heart raced. He had not anticipated that the demon beasts would cause trouble at such a critical moment. Typically, the beasts in the forest remained within their designated territories. It had to be the black mist's doing. Realizing the source of the chaos, he hastened to intensify his efforts at sealing. Yet, calamity struck once more. A guard checking the pillars returned with alarming news. "My lord, cracks have appeared on the 6th and 7th pillars. Cursed demon beasts. Why are they so restless today?" He Yin swore loudly, quickly finishing the repairs on the pillar before rushing to the 6th. Since taking on the role of family head, this was the most perilous situation he had encountered. In the past, he had only needed to reinforce the seal monthly, without incident. What had gone awry today? The crack on the 6th pillar was substantial, with black mist forming a cloud above. He Yin could sense the magma within the volcano surging violently, accompanied by the distant roars of the demon beast. "You wish to escape? I will seal you away with my life today." He resumed forming seals to mend the barrier. But the demon beast within the magma seemed to have amassed tremendous power, intent on breaking free. As He Yin worked on the 6th pillar, a tremendous crash echoed from the 7th pillar. The black mist had eroded it, causing it to collapse. Damn it! With the pillar damaged, the seal's power began to wane. In the midst of his repairs, the black mist erupted violently, sending He Yin flying. Blood spurted from his mouth as he watched the 6th pillar crumble before his eyes. "Xiong, I am here to assist you." Turning around, He Yin felt a surge of relief. It was Lei Guangbai, the head of Yinyang Academy, also a 6th-tier beast tamer. I have dispatched teachers and senior students from the academy to support us in the forest. How are things here? Lei Guangbai helped He Yin to his feet and offered a restorative pill. 2 of the 8 pillars have been breached, He Yin replied, his brow furrowed. The seal is weakening. If 2 more are damaged, the demon beast will surely break free. What shall we do now? Director Lei, gather as many fire element beast tamers as you can. The more, the better. I intend to leverage the volcano's might to suppress it. Understood, I shall act immediately. Lei Guangbai responded before swiftly departing. Meanwhile, He Yin summoned the guards with fire element spirit beasts to prepare for the impending threat, while he continued to strive to repair the shattered pillars. In the He family ancestral grounds, an hour had elapsed since Xiao Ma began its baptism. He Ningxuang remained vigilantly by Lin Feng's side. The once turbulent magma gradually began to calm, as Xiao Ma absorbed the surrounding fire element energy. Awu! The commanding voice of Xiao Mo resonated throughout the space. Subsequently, Xiao Mo leapt out of the molten magma. After undergoing this baptism, a rich infusion of fire elemental power filled Xiao Mo's entire being. The overall strength of his body and the refinement of his internal cultivation surpassed previous levels by several times. Master, I have also learned a formidable new skill. Xiao Mo joyfully boasted to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, taken aback, did not anticipate that the baptism in the magma would enable Xiao Mo to acquire a skill. He promptly began to examine Xiao Mo's information. MOU Fire Qilin Cultivation Level, 2nd Tier, 3rd Stage, 1000-5000 star rating, 8 stars, mid-grade attribute, Fire Skills, Fire Immunity. Pressure, Charge, Hellfire, Roar of the Qilin. Flames of Devastation Ultimate Skill, Red Lotus Qilin Blade, Beast Weapon. Scales of the Bloodthirsty Lord Red Lotus Qilin Blade. A blade akin to raging fire. It incinerates all. Wielding the power of Qilin flames to strike at foes with astonishing speed, possessing exceptionally high single-target attack capability. An ultimate skill. I never imagined that this baptism would yield such benefits. The power of an ultimate skill is exponentially greater than that of ordinary skills, and with Xiao Mo's current cultivation, unleashing this skill would be sufficient to breach the defenses of a 3rd-tier demon beast. Moreover, ultimate skills can only be comprehended through personal insight, as there are no skill books available for learning. Marvelous, Xiao Mo, you have grown even stronger. Lin Feng exclaimed with delight. He was met with a beaming smile from He Ningxuan, who felt immense joy at the prospect of bringing greater enhancement to Lin Feng. Let us depart now. The baptism has concluded, she suggested, and the 2 no longer lingered in the ancestral grounds. Upon retracing their steps, as they stepped outside the ancestral grounds, He Ningxuan suddenly shuddered. A foul presence, one she found deeply abhorrent, permeated the air. This aura was all too familiar. It was the black mist that had tormented her for a decade. When she had just hatched her spirit beast, she inadvertently stumbled into the sealed area, where she was tainted by the black mist. Had it not been for He Yan's timely intervention, bringing her to the ancestral grounds for purification with the magma, she would have perished long ago under the corruption of that black mist. The mere presence of such a black mist wielded such power. She could scarcely imagine the horrors that would ensue if that demon beast were to emerge. At that moment, He Ningxuan's mother rushed towards her anxiously. Ningxuan, the 2 stone pillars of the seal have shattered. Hurry and assist your father. The shattering of the pillars. The situation was far more grave than she had anticipated. Teacher He, I shall assist as well, Lin Feng declared. Though he was unaware of the specifics, it was evident that the situation was dire. Very well, He Ningxuan responded, acknowledging that Lin Feng, who often brought unexpected surprises, might indeed be of help. Thus, He Ningxuan hastily summoned the 8-star Inferno Phoenix, and the 2 mounted its back, racing swiftly towards the foot of the volcano. Chapter 44. The demon beast assaults the city at this moment. The center of the volcano had begun to emit thick black smoke, with scorching magma flowing down the mountainside. Should the demon beast break free from its seal, the volcano would be triggered. He Yin exerted every effort to repair the destroyed pillars, the continuous drain of his power rendering his complexion ashen. Yet, he dared not show the slightest sign of negligence. Before long, Dean Lei arrived with dozens of fire attribute beast tamers to offer support. Brother He, all the fire attribute beast tamers from our academy are here, including this year's newcomers. Excellent. Position yourselves according to the layout of the 8 pillars, and together infuse your fire energy into the volcano. Seeing so many beast tamers arrive, He Yan's heart soared with joy as he quickly instructed Lei Guangbai. The guards from the city lord's mansion had already formed a line, and the beast tamers from Yenyang Academy joined their ranks. A series of summoning formations materialized, with various fire attribute spirit beasts appearing alongside the beast tamers. Release with me. At Dinlay's command, the multitude of fire attribute spirit beasts unleashed their formidable power under the guidance of the beast tamers, unreservedly channeling their cultivation into the volcano. The fire attribute energy released by more than 100 beast tamers was colossal. Instantly, a crimson glow enveloped the volcano. With the emergence of this crimson light, the immense fire energy within the volcano was stimulated, beginning to suppress the demon beasts attempting to break free from their seal. Gradually, the once active volcano began to calm. The flowing magma solidified, and the demon beasts within the volcano emitted reluctant roars. Yan's hand gestures quickened as he continued to repair the sixth pillar, which was now partially restored. Everyone hold on. As long as the pillars are restored, this demon beast will not be able to break the seal. Upon hearing this, the group gritted their teeth, maintaining their infusion of power into the volcano. The crimson glow intensified, and the once deafening roars of the demon beast sealed within the volcano gradually faded. The crowd felt as though they were on the verge of witnessing the dawn of victory. However, suddenly, the bright sky was obscured by a mass of dark clouds. Looking up, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Where did so many flying demon beasts come from? At that moment, the sky above was densely populated with countless flying demon beasts hovering over the entire volcano. Leading the pack was the largest flying demon beast, emanating a thick black mist. It emitted a harsh cry, folded its wings, and dove downwards. The multitude of flying demon beasts behind it followed suit, creating the illusion of a rain of demon beasts descending from the sky. Not good. Prepare for defense. Their target is the ceiling pillars. Yan's face tightened as he discerned the intentions of the flying demon beasts and urgently warned. The demon beasts sealed within the volcano excelled at using black mist to control lower-tier demon beasts. To command such a multitude of beasts was no simple feat. Yan felt a pang of regret for his previous carelessness. He had not anticipated that the tranquility of the past was merely a prelude to today's turmoil. The cunning of that demon beast was profound. Yet, it was too late for regret. They could only devise a solution. The flying demon beasts were of relatively low cultivation, around the first or second tier. However, their overwhelming numbers made them fearless. The leading flying demon beast was swiftly dispatched by the city lord's guards. Yet the relentless tide of demon beasts showed no sign of halting their descent. Most of those present were fire attribute beast tamers, who needed to continue channeling their energy into the volcano. The mere handful of guards from the city lord's mansion could not withstand the suicidal onslaught of these demon beasts. The majority of Yanyang City's forces were already occupied defending against the rampaging beasts in the forest. Should the fire attribute beast tamers divert their energy to defense, the power within the volcano would diminish, allowing the demon beast to break free from its seal. Conversely, if they did not defend, the flying demon beasts would shatter the pillars, and the demon beast would still escape. The group found themselves in a predicament. Beast tamers below the third tier will focus on defense, while the rest continue to channel energy into the volcano. In this critical moment, Dinlay decisively made a decision. Understood. The beast tamers below the third tier turned to face the descending flying demon beasts and launched their attacks. However, their numbers were insufficient to counter the overwhelming swarm of flying demon beasts. Some of the reckless ones crashed into the pillars, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of brain matter. While a single flying demon beast inflicted limited damage upon the pillars, 10 or 100 could certainly pose a threat. Meanwhile, due to the departure of the lower-tier beast tamers, the once tranquil volcano became active once more. Scorching magma began to flow from the volcano's mouth. The beastmasters, exerting their utmost strength, wore expressions of pallor, with some of the lower-ranked practitioners even bleeding from the corners of their mouths. The vast horde of demon beasts began to breach the defenses of the crowd. The remaining 6 stone pillars exhibited varying degrees of damage. At that moment, a dazzling ray of light appeared in Yanyang City, accompanied by a resounding cry of a phoenix. A phoenix spirit beast, with a wingspan of over 10 meters, materialized in midair, bearing 2 figures, Lin Feng and He Ning Xuan. Upon the emergence of the Hell Phoenix, the aura of the avian spirit beast king subdued the flying spirit beasts. Subsequently, the Hell Phoenix transformed into a fiery meteor, plunging into the throng of flying demon beasts. With a 5th-tier cultivation at the 8-star low level, the Hell Phoenix wreaked havoc upon the predominantly 1st and 2nd-tier demon beasts, resulting in a one-sided massacre that instantly disrupted their formation. "Father, I have come to assist you," Ian exclaimed, his gloom lifting as he beheld He Ning Xuan on the phoenix's back, a swell of pride igniting within him. His daughter had become remarkably powerful. "Good daughter, hold back these flying demon beasts. The seal is about to be restored." With the addition of Ning Shuang and Lin Feng, the pressure on the crowd's defenses eased significantly. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo engaged the descending flying demon beasts from the ground, while Ning Shuang fought valiantly in the air. The demon beasts sealed within the volcano sensed that their plans were unraveling, releasing furious roars that struck the souls of the combatants, causing them to instinctively cover their ears. Meanwhile, the demon beast horde, previously repelled, suddenly surged forward like a frenzy, breaking through the defenses with their flesh and blood, racing towards Yanyang City. Chapter 45. The Defense of Yanyang City. Lord City Master. The demon beasts have breached the front lines and are advancing towards you. A guard from the city master's residence, riding a spirit beast, hurriedly reported. Just as the crowd emerged from the disorienting sounds of the sealed demon beasts, they received this dire news. Quickly utilize the city walls for defense. We must not allow them to reach us. Hold the line, Kirin commanded loudly. The guard immediately relayed the message. The guards of the city master's residence and the teachers and students of Yanyang Academy swiftly retreated to the city walls. The walls of Yanyang City towered at 20 meters, embedded with numerous earth attribute demon beast crystals, granting sufficient defense against 5th-tier demon beast attacks. The imposing walls formed a barrier, temporarily slowing the onslaught of the demon beasts. However, under the influence of the dark energy, these creatures were devoid of any rationality. One by one, they relentlessly assaulted the walls with their claws, heads, and even teeth. The beast masters atop the walls commanded their spirit beasts to unleash skills upon the horde below. Yet within this mass of demon beasts, there were 5 4th-tier and 2 5th-tier beasts. These formidable creatures typically resided in the heart of the demon beast forest. Today, however, under the influence of the dark energy, they surged forth to assault the defending beastmasters. It was their emergence that led to the collapse of the defenses. This was not the Xingqian Academy. The cultivation levels of these beastmasters generally ranged from 2nd to 3rd tier. Only a few leaders among the guards and some teachers had reached 4th-tier cultivation. Faced with the attacks of these demon beasts, they could only rely on the towering city walls for protection. A 4th-tier flame bear roared and crashed its massive 7 to 8 meter frame against the walls. The impact shook the walls, denting its shoulder from the collision. Concentrate fire on that flame bear. The crowd understood that they could not allow this demon beast to continue its assault unchallenged, and thus they all launched their attacks. Dozens of strikes aimed at the flame bear. However, the creature paid no heed to the incoming attacks and charged again, slamming into the walls. Boom. The flame bear's body struck the walls yet again, causing them to tremble, while its own form was battered and bloodied. Despite its injuries, the flame bear staggered and continued its assault on the walls, eventually collapsing from its wounds. Having dealt with one 4th-tier demon beast, the defenders atop the walls did not feel any relief, for a second 4th-tier demon beast began its suicidal charge. This time, not only the 4th-tier beast, but also one of the 5th-tier beasts joined the fray. The 5th-tier beast, the green-tailed scorpion, a venomous creature, was heavily armored and possessed a lethal stinger, making it particularly troublesome. Previously, it had claimed the lives of several beastmasters upon its arrival. The crucial aspect was that the toxins it carried would incapacitate spirit beasts upon contact, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. As the green-tailed scorpion appeared, the crowd instinctively grew tense. Its stinger shimmered with a vibrant green light, and then a thick beam of green light shot forth. Corrosive wave. An instructor from Yanyang Academy exclaimed in alarm. This skill was a powerful life-saving technique that concentrated all of the scorpion's toxins into a devastating attack. Once unleashed, it would generate a highly corrosive liquid that could dissolve anything it touched. However, this skill bore significant side effects. After its release, the scorpion's cultivation would diminish, and the toxins within would take a year and a half to recover. The several meter-wide corrosive wave hurtled toward the city walls. Water mirror technique. Earth barrier. Windshield. Several 4th-tier beastmasters hastily directed their spirit beasts to deploy defensive skills to intercept the corrosive attack. Yet, they had underestimated the potency of this assault. Even 5th-tier beastmasters would struggle to withstand such a corrosive onslaught. In an instant, several defensive skills dissolved, and the attack struck the walls of Yanyang City. The green corrosive light began to erode the walls, and within mere seconds, a large hole was created. The wave continued to spread from the breach. Following this, a 4th-tier plant-type demon beast lumbered forward, clutching a thick tree trunk, heedless of the spells raining down upon it. It struck the wall's breach with relentless force. Bang! Bang! The 4th-tier plant demon beast hammered away, and combined with the erosion from the corrosive wave, the walls were breached by nearly 10 meters. The demon beast swiftly surged through the gap into Yanyang City. Fortunately, the residents had been evacuated to shelters by this time. Once the demon beasts entered the city, they charged directly towards the central volcano. The aerial demon beasts were nearly annihilated. The ground trembled violently beneath the defenders as the dark swarm of demon beasts surged forward like a flood. This is bad. The walls have fallen. Quick, prepare for defense. However, the beast masters present, having exhausted their strength from infusing energy into the volcano and battling the flying demon beasts, had little power left. Yet, for the sake of Yinyang City, they had to hold their ground. This was the most vital duty of a beastmaster. Damn it, these accursed demon beasts. I shall fight you to the end. Gilwolf, advance. Kill. With their powers dwindling, the defenders chose to command their spirit beasts for melee combat. Hundreds of beastmasters formed ranks before the volcano, engaging in battle against the oncoming demon beasts. In that moment, the battlefield became a gruesome spectacle, with blood and flesh flying, and the remnants of demon beasts mingling with the blood of spirit beasts, splattering everywhere. This was Lin Feng's first encounter with a battle that resembled a torrent of beasts. At this moment, he and Xiao Mo unleashed their full power. In his left hand, Lin Feng wielded a tang knife forged from the power of ice, while his right hand gripped a revolver, charging at the forefront of the team. The beast masters of Yinyang City had never witnessed such a spectacle, where a single beast master could slay demonic beasts alone. For a moment, they found it difficult to discern whether Lin Feng was a beast master or a humanoid spirit beast of a beast master. Xiao Mo let out an unparalleled roar, exuding the majesty of a king among beast spirits, which momentarily halted the advancing demonic beasts. With each powerful strike, accompanied by the flames of Qilin that enveloped him, he claimed the lives of several demonic beasts. The students of Yinyang Academy cast admiring glances at Lin Feng. Is this the prowess of the students from Xingqian Academy? It seems almost monstrous. He actually possesses an 8-star Qilin spirit beast. How impressive. We cannot afford to lose face. Let us show Xingqian Academy our own brilliance. With that, the students of Yinyang Academy ignited a fierce fighting spirit. The demonic beasts that had initially charged forward were held back by the collective defense of the group. However, soon after, a 4th-tier demonic beast surged forward with the might of thunder. Chapter 46. Helplessness, Call the Ancestor. The lightning lizard, a 4th-tier beast, crackled with electricity mixed with dark energy, creating a series of explosive sounds in the air. A thick serpent-like bolt of lightning struck down into the ranks of the beast masters. Several 2nd-tier beast masters were instantly engulfed in darkness, falling backward and losing their combat effectiveness. The defensive line, which had been painstakingly established, began to falter as more 4th-tier demonic beasts arrived. The situation took a turn for the worse. Meanwhile, Heian's side was equally grim. The 3rd-tier and above beast masters, having continuously channeled energy into the volcano, had already depleted their own cultivation. Ultimately, a few beast masters collapsed from exhaustion. With the diminishing power of the volcano, the sealed demonic beasts emitted a tremendous roar, awakening the volcano once more. This time, the eruption was even more ferocious, and the existing beast masters were utterly incapable of suppressing it. Higu could no longer hold it back. The highest-ranking individual present, the Dean of Yinyang Academy, spat blood, uttering weakly. As these fire attribute beast masters fell, losing their control over the volcano's forces, the ceiling stone pillars began to crack significantly. At this moment, Heian's restoration efforts could not keep pace with the crumbling pillars. Boom, boom, boom. 3 stone pillars collapsed simultaneously, causing Heian to be violently thrown back by the backlash of power. Despair filled his face. Dean Lei, take the students and retreat. The demonic beasts are about to break free, Heian said, filled with sorrow and indignation. The students of Yinyang Academy are the hope for the future. They must not perish here. Dean Lei understood Heian's intentions and, without hesitation, addressed a teacher from Yinyang Academy. Teacher Ning, take the freshmen and leave. Those above 3rd tier should stay behind. We will cover the students' retreat. Yes, Teacher Ning replied, gathering all the surviving freshmen and charging towards the weakest point in the demonic beast ranks. The remaining 3rd tier beast masters, though drained of energy, retrieved numerous recovery elixirs from their beast space and consumed them. They gritted their teeth and re-entered the fray. Fortunately, the demonic beasts were primarily focused on attacking the ceiling pillars and did not pursue the retreating beast masters, thereby reducing casualties significantly. The beast masters defending the city walls paid a heavy price to successfully slay the weakened Qingwei poison scorpion. However, they could not hold back another 5th-tier demonic beast. This particular beast was a blood-sucking demon ant, towering at over 10 meters tall. It fed on blood, and the more blood around it, the stronger it became. The demon ant emanated a crimson aura, roaring amidst the dark energy, as the corpses of demonic beasts below became its nourishment. Above it, a massive blood-red orb formed, exuding immense pressure, crashing down upon the beast masters on the city wall. Boom! The blood-red orb exploded. In an instant, debris rained down from the wall, and many beast masters struck by the orb had their blood rapidly drained, collapsing into desiccated husks. The blood-sucking demon ant swayed its enormous body and surged through the shattered wall, heading straight for the base of the volcano. After clearing the airborne demonic beasts, Kirin Shuang wasted no time and turned her attention to the battlefield below, standing atop the Hell Phoenix. She immediately spotted the fifth-tier blood-sucking demon ant among the ranks of demonic beasts. She swiftly commanded the Hell Phoenix to fly toward the demon ant, knowing that if it reached the foot of the volcano, the resulting devastation would be catastrophic. Having absorbed the fire attribute treasure, Kirin Shuang had attained level 1 of the 5th tier, while the blood-sucking demon ant had reached level 7 of the 5th tier. A beast of such caliber would pose a significant challenge even for an ordinary 6th tier beastmaster. Kirin Shuang dared not be careless. The Hell Phoenix soared through the sky, trailing fiery meteors composed of phoenix flames. Phoenix meteor, Kirin Shuang commanded coldly. Subsequently, a barrage of blazing meteors descended from the heavens, striking the blood-sucking demon ant with tremendous force. Hissing, the demon ant emitted a series of roars as the meteors battered it. However, its thick scales absorbed most of the impact, causing minimal damage but forcing the demon ant to unleash its fiery wrath. Hiss! The blood-sucking demon ant was a dual-attribute creature of blood and earth, and its massive forelimbs slammed into the ground, sending dozens of rock spikes hurtling toward the Hell Phoenix in the air. The Hell Phoenix let out a cry, and as its wings flapped, a fiery shield materialized in front of it. The rock spikes collided with the flame shield, creating a resounding explosion. After the attack, Kirin Shuang once again commanded the Hell Phoenix to engage the blood-sucking demon ant in combat. Although she could not defeat it in the short term, she at least obstructed its advance, alleviating some pressure on the people at the foot of the volcano. Boom! Another ceiling stone pillar collapsed. The volcano teetered on the brink of eruption, and the aura of the sealed demonic beasts grew increasingly potent, a swirling black mist blotting out the sun. Are reinforcements from the safe zone not yet here? Kirin anxiously inquired of his guards. The city lord, nearby cities have already received the orders, and the reinforcements from Linjiang City are en route. Kirin gazed up at the darkened sky, furrowing his brow and stating, "There is no time. This demonic beast will soon emerge. We can only call upon the ancestors for assistance." Kirin lamented. The sealed beast within the volcano was an 8th-tier entity. Once it emerged, none present would stand a chance against it. Only the 7-star lava ghost tiger, which had survived alone in the He clan's ancestral grounds for centuries, possessed the strength to contend with it. Reluctantly, Kirin did not wish to disturb this ancient ancestor unless absolutely necessary, for each awakening would deplete its cultivation. Once the solitary spirit beast lost all its power, it would be unable to survive any longer. However, as events progressed to this point, Kirin truly found himself at a loss regarding how to resolve the imminent crisis. The unfilial descendant, Kirin, beseeched the ancestors for intervention. Clutching a fiery talisman in his hand, he crushed it with force. Within the ancestral grounds of the He family, the slumbering magma ghost tiger was enveloped in a red glow, slowly opening its eyes. Chapter 47. The phantom dragon. No sooner had Kirin shattered the talisman than the remaining ceiling stone pillars around the volcano collapsed simultaneously. At that moment, the earth seemed to be enraged, and scalding magma erupted from the volcano like a fire dragon. The crimson lava flowed down the mountainside, with volcanic ash swirling through the air, draping the entire world in darkness as if night had fallen. He family, He Shurching, you have sealed me for hundreds of years, and today I shall break free from this confinement. Who dares to hinder me? Accompanied by billowing smoke, an immense figure soared from the volcano's mouth. With wings of colossal size that obscured the sky, the phantom dragon emerged, an 8th-tier dark attribute demon beast. Its entire body was covered in a layer of obsidian scales, with 8 massive wounds being nurtured by the strange black mist surrounding it. Sharp teeth protruded from its mouth, exuding a chilling aura, while its eyes burned with flickering azure flames. Upon the appearance of this demon beast, all the creatures engaged in battle on the ground ceased their movements and prostrated themselves. However, the numerous beast tamers found no respite. The terrifying pressure emanating from the 8th-tier creature made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Beside Lin Feng, Xiao Mo stood tall and unwavering, fixating on the phantom dragon without an ounce of fear. The sight of the phantom dragon reminded Lin Feng of the frost giant dragon within the ice palace. Fortunately, at that time, the frost giant dragon had been suppressed. Otherwise, with its 9th-tier prowess, Lin Feng would not have lived to see another day. Meanwhile, the ice spirit beast egg in Lin Feng's beast-taming space sensed the presence of the phantom dragon and began to tremble incessantly, as if yearning to break free from its shell. However, due to insufficient power, it could not succeed. Calm down. Once we gather enough materials, you will be able to emerge. Lin Feng reassured the ice spirit beast egg. Yet, it seemed oblivious to his words, continuing to shake vigorously. Lin Feng was puzzled by this unusual behavior, as it was the first time he had witnessed such vigorous activity. Was it frightened by the phantom dragon? Unable to comprehend the reason, he decided to set it aside for the moment, as the situation demanded his immediate attention. Suspended in midair, the phantom dragon scratched its jaw and spoke darkly. Where shall I commence my destruction? You shall not lay a finger on a single brick of Yenyang City. As the city lord, Kirin felt a profound guilt for the calamity that had befallen them, having long prepared himself for death. Although his strength was merely 6th tier, he was determined to take a piece of flesh from this demon beast, even in death. You ain't dare to defy me? The phantom dragon sniffed the air and detected the scent of he searching. Fixating its gaze on the audacious figure before it, the phantom dragon inquired. What relation do you have to him? He is my ancestor. Kirin stepped forward proudly. Very well, since you are a descendant of that old scoundrel, I shall make you my first target. With that, the phantom dragon extended its claw, as massive as a small mountain, and swiped at Kirin. As the claw passed, the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart. The black mist enveloping the claw carried with it the scent of death, reaching out toward Kirin. In response, Kirin's spirit beast, the flowing fire golden eagle, unleashed its full power, forming a fiery barrier around itself. This was its strongest defensive skill. However, when the claw descended, this defense proved utterly futile. It was obliterated by the black mist, and both Kirin and the flowing fire golden eagle were sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Their fates uncertain. Brother, city lord. The onlookers were astonished to witness Kirin, with his 6th-tier prowess, unable to withstand even a single strike from the demon beast. Truly pathetic. The descendants of old scoundrel, are nothing remarkable. Now it's your turn. The phantom dragon let out a deafening roar. The prostrated demon beasts erupted into frenzy once more. My servants, tear these ants apart. With a chorus of howls, the demon beasts surged forward, launching increasingly ferocious attacks against the beast tamers. Faced with such violent assaults, even Lin Feng was compelled to summon all his strength. Beast transformation, he shouted, and a surge of power from Xiao Mo flowed into him. The might of the Qilin manifested once more. This time, the Qilin's power enveloped his right leg. The Qilin patterns emerged on his leg, and the potent energy coalesced. The fire Qilin's claw. Lin Feng leaped into the air, spinning once, as flames gathered around his right leg, forming a gigantic Qilin claw. With a tremendous impact, the fire Qilin's claw struck the oncoming horde of demon beasts. The creatures he faced were all below 2nd tier, and with that single blow, dozens fell lifeless. After the claw struck, Lin Feng's body rebounded, launching him back into the air. His left hand shimmered with blue light as the power of ice emerged. An expansive ice attribute skill, the ice crystal drop, manifested. Countless ice crystals rained down from the sky, cooling the scorching air around them. The ice crystal drop, valued at 50,000 contribution points, boasted an extensive range and exceptional control. Even some 2nd-tier, 5th-level demon beasts were frozen into ice pillars. Seizing the opportunity, the other beast tamers unleashed their attacks to eliminate the frozen foes. While the number of 2nd-tier demon beasts was significant, the true threat lay with the few 4th-tier beasts. 2 instructors from Yenyang Academy and Director Lei Guangbai faced off against a 4th-tier demon beast each. Except for Director Lei, who, with his 5th-tier prowess, could handle his opponent with ease, the other 2 were forced into a defensive stance under relentless attacks from the 4th-tier beast, risking severe injury with each misstep. On the side of Ning Shuang, the appearance of the phantom dragon reignited her previous fear of that dark mist. In that moment of distraction, the Hell Phoenix was caught in the jaws of the blood-sucking giant ant. Although it managed to escape due to its high flame temperature, it suffered a substantial wound to its abdomen. At that moment, the phantom dragon hovered high above, surveying the battlefield, and suddenly spotted Lin Feng, who was wielding the power of ice. It detected an eerily familiar essence emanating from him. This is the cold aura of Brother Yake. It pondered. Why does it manifest in a human? Filled with questions, the phantom dragon dove down, its body enveloped in black mist. By the time it landed, it had transformed into a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. The man's complexion was ashen, his lips curled in a cold smile, and his gaze was piercing. He pointed a finger at Lin Feng's location, and a dark mist silently drifted toward him. In the midst of his fierce battle against the demon beasts, Lin Feng suddenly felt his body seize up, immobilizing him completely. Subsequently, he was drawn before the phantom dragon. Who are you exactly? Chapter 48. The Elder takes action. The voice of the phantom dragon was hoarse and exceedingly unpleasant. Bound by its overwhelming power, Lin Feng found himself unable to move. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo, sensing Lin Feng's peril, rushed forward without hesitation. Flame collision. The skill erupted, and Xiao Mo shot toward the phantom dragon like a fiery comet, colliding with incredible speed. A Qilin-type spirit beast? Mei Yulong, with a hint of confusion, uttered a phrase before swiftly waving its hand, sending the body of Xiaoma crashing away. Brother Yakes despised the Qilin-type spirit beasts. How could their power possibly reside within a beastmaster who possessed a Qilin spirit beast? Tell me, why does your body harbor Brother Yakes' icy power? Lin Feng gazed sorrowfully at the flung Xiaoma, yet found himself unable to retaliate. However, in the face of this 8th-tier demonic beast, Lin Feng exhibited no trace of fear, boldly stating, "Is that ancient dragon in the ice palace your brother? It was that dragon that allowed me to absorb this icy power." The grip of Mei Yulong tightened, causing Lin Feng to grimace in pain. Impossible. How could a mere 2nd-tier beastmaster withstand such a potent icy aura? You must be lying. The eyes of Mei Yulong seemed to penetrate the very soul. Probing into Lin Feng's condition, it soon discovered the icy spirit beast egg within Lin Feng's beastmaster space, which was violently shaking as if conveying some message. What is this? Brother Yake's soul and power. Mei Yulong exclaimed in shock, intensifying its grip on Lin Feng, its eyes ablaze with a flickering blue flame filled with rage. You wretched creature. Not only have you stolen my brother's icy aura, but you have also transformed the mighty 9th-tier frost giant dragon, Yakes, into a spirit beast egg. I shall kill you to avenge my brother. In an instant, Lin Feng felt the dark energy around him tighten, and despite his formidable physique, he could not resist this force. A suffocating sensation enveloped him, and his vision began to fade. Was he to perish here? Xiaoma, who had been flung aside, struggled to rise, emitting furious roars, but due to severe injuries, it could only gaze tearfully at Lin Feng, on the verge of losing consciousness. Master, I cannot bear the thought of your demise. Master, Xiaoma cried out in its heart, but Lin Feng could no longer hear its voice. Dirake, you wretched cur. The city of Yinyang is not a place for your arrogance. A crimson figure soared from the city lord's mansion. It was an elder with graying hair, his red robe flowing like molten lava, exuding a tremendous aura of fire. Upon his arrival, the elder extended his right palm, striking directly at Mei Yulong, Dirake's chest. Dirake quickly dodged, only to have a torrent of searing magma rise beneath him, trapping him within. Seizing this opportunity, the elder unleashed a wave of red flames with his left hand, incinerating the dark energy that bound Lin Feng. He then cradled the unconscious Lin Feng and retreated gracefully. It would be a pity for such a remarkable youth to perish here, the elder lamented, observing the fainted Lin Feng. He placed his right hand upon Lin Feng's heart, channeling warm energy into his body. After a violent bout of coughing, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, meeting the kind face of the elder. Understanding that this elder had rescued him, Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. The elder gently set Lin Feng down. Speaking in a calm tone, young man, I see the shadow of an old friend in you. The future belongs to your generation, but for now, allow me to settle this centuries-old grudge. The elder shielded Lin Feng behind him, gazing at the Mei Yulong that had emerged from the magma. So it is the sickly cat of that old thief. After all these centuries, you are still alive? Dirake scoffed, extinguishing the flames that had ignited his black robe. His voice cold. Had it not been for the master's injury back then, you would not have survived to this day. Today, I shall continue the battle that my master could not finish and slay you here, the elder declared with resolute conviction. Ha ha, what a joke. Do you think this sickly cat can kill me? Dream on. Dirake laughed derisively, yet his gaze sharpened. But this is advantageous. Once I kill you, no one will stand in my way. Enough nonsense. Let us see the true skill of your subordinates. The elder bellowed angrily, propelling himself like an arrow towards Dirake. Dark energy surged around Dirake as he engaged in combat with the elder. This elder was the lava ghost tiger, who had been in slumber within the ancestral grounds of the He family. Upon receiving the message from Hien, he broke the ancestral seal and rushed over. The battle between the Elder and Dirake, both at the 8th tier of cultivation, was earth-shattering. Every strike resonated with immense power, and even the residual shockwaves sent Lin Feng tumbling far away. Lin Feng rolled to his feet and retrieved a recovery pill from his Beastmaster space. Fortunately, with the Lava Ghost Tiger's timely intervention, Lin Feng's injuries were not severe. With his formidable physique, he would soon recover. However, Xiaoma had suffered greatly from Meng Yolong's strike. Its body was being eroded by dark energy, yet the bloodthirsty Lord's scale armor protected most of it. Nevertheless, the dark energy had already begun to corrode its bones. Lin Feng's heart ached at the sight. "Master, as long as you are safe, I will be fine," Xiaoma bravely reassured Lin Feng, though its trembling voice betrayed the intense pain it was enduring. "Yes, Xiaoma is the best. Return to the Beastmaster space to rest. I will handle the rest." "Master, you must be cautious. I will recover quickly." "I understand." Fearing the dark energy's influence on Xiaoma, Lin Feng spent 50 spirit beasts in the system to exchange for the best healing pill and administered it to Xiaoma. He then sent Xiaoma back to the Beastmaster space to recuperate. Meanwhile, the battles among the Beastmasters continued to be arduous. Lin Feng stood once more, charging towards the horde of demonic beasts. Chapter 49. Reinforcements have arrived. The battle in Yinyang City was fiercely brutal. Even though the Beastmasters fought valiantly, they could hardly withstand the bloodthirsty and frenzied assaults of the demonic beasts. Moreover, large numbers of beasts from the forest were continuously flooding towards Yinyang City. This was, after all, just an ordinary city, and most of the Beastmasters had only 3rd-tier cultivation. Only the principal of Yinyang Academy and Hien possessed cultivation above the 5th tier. 1st and 2nd-tier Beastmasters had minimal impact on the battle. The 3rd-tier Beastmasters had all joined the fray, but their numbers were still insufficient compared to the vast horde of demonic beasts. Although Lin Feng's combat prowess was formidable, the overwhelming number of beasts left him somewhat overwhelmed. Without Xiaoma's support, he dared not charge recklessly. Should he become encircled, he would find himself in dire straits. Thus, he and many other Beastmasters formed a defensive line to resist the onslaught. In the realm of 4th-tier beasts, Principal Lei, leveraging his superior cultivation, managed to slay one of the 4th-tier beasts. The other two, after incurring significant losses from their spirit beasts, finally defeated the remaining 2 4th-tier beasts. However, they could no longer participate in the battle. Hien, having been found by the city lord's guards, was fortunate that the Liuhua Golden Eagle provided physical defense, leaving Hien merely unconscious without the threat to his life. However, the injuries sustained by his spirit beast would likely require an extended period for recovery. While the ranks of the Beastmasters dwindled, the demonic beasts continued to surge relentlessly. If this persisted, all the Beastmasters in Yinyang City would perish in this conflict. Reinforcements from Linjiang City have arrived. Just then, a wave of good news echoed near the city walls. Led by the Vice Dean of Linjiang Chenggaodeng College, a group of beast tamers with cultivation levels above the 3rd tier, along with the guards of Linjiang City, rushed to provide support. The Vice Dean himself was a 5th-tier beast tamer, wielding a 6-star Earth attribute spirit beast, a mountain giant, renowned for its defensive prowess. Standing at a towering height of 15 meters, the mountain giant occupied the breach in the city wall, its rocky form resembling a mobile fortress. Each of its punches could claim the lives of dozens of lower-tier demon beasts. With his presence at the city wall, the influx of demon beasts into the city was significantly curtailed. Among those who came to assist, some remained on the wall for defense, while others ventured into the city to provide aid. "We are here to help you." Suddenly, He Ningshuang, engaged in battle with a blood-sucking ant, heard the voices of 2 beast tamers beside her. Both were 4th-tier beast tamers, their spirit beasts also boasting 5 stars. He Ningshuang's heart soared with joy with their assistance. She believed she could swiftly eliminate the 5th-tier blood-sucking ant before her. It was not that her 8-star Hell Phoenix was weak, but rather the blood-sucking ant possessed particularly repulsive skills. Once injured, it could absorb nearby lower-tier demon beasts to recover, which had hindered her efforts for quite some time. "Help me stop the lower-tier demon beasts around it. Do not let it recover." He Ningshuang instructed the 2 4th-tier beast tamers. "Understood," they replied, directing their spirit beasts to eliminate the demon beasts surrounding the blood-sucking ant brothers from Yinyang City. "We have arrived." Hundreds of beast tamers surged from behind the demon beasts. "Excellent, reinforcements have arrived." The defenders at the foot of the mountain erupted with joy. The long-awaited reinforcements had finally come, allowing them to catch their breath. Especially for those 3rd-tier beast tamers who could barely hold on, relying solely on their unwavering willpower. With the vice dean of Linjiang City guarding the city wall, along with the reinforcements entering the city, the situation within Yinyang City improved dramatically. With the arrival of reinforcements, your puppets no longer pose a threat. An elder unleashed a fiery palm strike towards Dalak. Dalak snorted coldly. Dark energy coalesced before him to block the attack. He then coldly declared, "They are merely garbage. Their demise is inconsequential. Once I eliminate you, all the beast tamers in the city will be tainted by my dark energy. That will be my strongest puppet." Dalak's visage twisted with malice as he leaped into the air, transforming back into his enormous form, the Shadow Dragon. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the sky and unleashed a torrent of black breath upon the engaged beast tamers. The Shadow Dragon's body stretched several dozen meters long, and the range of its breath was vast. Should it successfully strike, all the beast tamers below would suffer dire consequences. Damn it, the elder cursed, his red robe igniting with flames as he transformed into a 20-meter-long lava ghost tiger, an 8-tier, 7-star spirit beast. The lava ghost tiger possessed wings formed from solidified magma, although one side was partially missing, restricting its aerial capabilities. The fire attribute energy coursing within its body was sufficient to envelop the entire Yinyang City in a colossal fire barrier. The Shadow Dragon's breath collided with the fire barrier. "Pathetic human, you are your own weakness," the Shadow Dragon taunted. "Releasing such a large-scale defensive skill must have drained your energy considerably. I wonder how many more attacks you can withstand." The Shadow Dragon laughed maniacally in the air, having discovered the Lava Ghost Tiger's vulnerability. Even if the Lava Ghost Tiger had once been formidable, it could not withstand the passage of time. Although the Shadow Dragon had just broken free from its seal and was not at its peak, it could gradually recover. However, the Lava Ghost Tiger's energy would dwindle to nothing with each expenditure. Once depleted, no one could stand against it. Realizing this, the Shadow Dragon flapped its wings and flew toward the volcano. "Pathetic human, I shall see how you intend to block the impending onslaught." In Chapter 50, Volcanic Eruption, Dalak's intentions were questioned by the Lava Ghost Tiger, which pursued the airborne Shadow Dragon. Such a massive volcano, to not utilize it properly would be a waste. The Shadow Dragon proclaimed triumphantly. The volcano had remained active since the Shadow Dragon's emergence from its seal, with molten lava continuously flowing down its slopes. Historically, the volcano would erupt at times, prompting the past city lords of Yinyang to create a magical array using ice attribute demon beast crystals at its base. As long as the lava flowed to a certain level, the cold energy from the crystals would lower the temperature, causing it to solidify. The Shadow Dragon's aim was to reignite the volcano, shatter the magical array, and unleash a full eruption of molten lava. Without the protection of the array, once the volcano erupted, not only would the entire Yinyang City be in peril, but surrounding cities would also be affected. The residents hiding in shelters would be engulfed by the molten flow. The Lava Ghost Tiger quickly grasped the Shadow Dragon's intent and shouted, "You insidious creature! I will not let you succeed." Gathering flames, it concentrated the fire attribute energy in its damaged right wing. With a powerful flap, it ascended into the air and unleashed its skill, Lava Spiral Drill. Its massive form spun in the air, transforming into a sharp spear aimed at the Shadow Dragon. "Let me test this move of yours and see if it retains any of its former might." The Shadow Dragon responded hoarsely, "Nightmare Abyss." A torrent of dark energy emanated from its body. This skill, infused with powerful dark attribute energy, possessed immense devouring capability. The skills of the Lava Ghost Tiger collided with it, causing the very heavens and earth to shift colors. The red and black hues erupted in the sky, stunning the beast tamers and demon beasts engaged in battle below. "Is this the scale of combat between 8th-tier beings?" Lin Feng gasped in astonishment, though he soon felt a sense of foreboding. Although the Shadow Dragon was pushed back and a trickle of blood emerged from its mouth, the Lava Ghost Tiger appeared to have sustained far more severe injuries. Its body, formed from solidified lava, had begun to appear ethereal, its shape swaying in the air. "Pathetic creature, this attack lacks even half the power of your former self," the Shadow Dragon jeered. "Now, let us see how you will stop me." With that, the Shadow Dragon resumed its flight toward the volcano. The Lava Ghost Tiger steadied itself in the air, pursuing the Shadow Dragon. But its speed paled in comparison due to the energy depletion. The Shadow Dragon flapped its wings with incredible speed, approaching the volcano, and with its massive form, it collided violently against the mountain. Boom! In an instant, the entire Yinyang City began to tremble. The active volcano erupted with scorching lava in response to the Shadow Dragon's impact. Subsequently, the Shadow Dragon unleashed a terrifying skill upon the ground below. Dark Flame Explosion. Sealed within the volcano for centuries, the phantom dragon, influenced by the essence of fire, found its abilities tainted with fiery attributes. This skill manifested as black flames, formed from countless dark energies, crashing down upon the ground surrounding the volcano. Initially, the ice attribute circle, inscribed with crystalline formations, managed to withstand these assaults. However, as the onslaught intensified and the lava flowed incessantly, the circle ultimately exceeded its capacity to endure. The sound of shattering ice echoed as the crystalline formations broke apart. The molten lava, now unobstructed, cascaded down like a raging flood. The first to suffer were the beast tamers battling the demon beasts at the foot of the volcano. Even as fire attribute beast tamers, they could not withstand the searing heat unleashed by the volcanic eruption. Those with flying spirit beasts hastily pulled their companions into the air to evade the oncoming danger, yet many were engulfed by the molten flow, reduced to ashes. Ha! Sickly cat, let us see how you will save yourself now. The triumphant laughter of the phantom dragon reverberated through the air. The lava ghost tiger, witnessing the demise of the fallen beast tamers, valiant defenders of Yanyang City, felt its heartache. Yet, it could not afford to be distracted by the gloating phantom dragon. Stopping the eruption was of utmost importance. Thus, the crimson glow enveloping the lava ghost tiger intensified. A spurt of blood escaped its maw, and before the flowing lava, a red flame barrier re-emerged, halting the molten tide. With this barrier in place, the beast tamers at the foot of the volcano gained precious moments to retreat. Shuang, having vanquished the fifth-tier demon beast, the blood-sucking ant, arrived promptly, using her hell phoenix to assist the beast tamers in their escape. You truly are willing to expend your very lifeblood. The phantom dragon remarked upon witnessing the lava ghost tiger's actions. Protecting Yanyang City is a command from my master, and I shall fulfill it at any cost. After expelling its essence, the lava ghost tiger visibly weakened, yet its voice remained resolute despite its tremors. Very well. Then I shall ensure you perish alongside this city. The phantom dragon's gaze turned deadly as it beheld the spirit beast that had sealed itself away with its master centuries ago. Oblivion slash. The dragon's claws morphed into a streak of inky light, a colossal strike stretching over 10 meters, aimed directly at the lava ghost tiger, which was desperately maintaining the flame barrier. Chapter 51. Sacrifice. This is bad. Your ancestor is in peril. Lin Feng shouted from atop Shuang's hell phoenix. Her eyes flared with blood-red intensity as she too noticed the phantom dragon gathering its attack. However, what could she do amidst a battle of 8th-tier powers? Lin Feng understood that only the lava ghost tiger stood a chance against the phantom dragon. Should the lava ghost tiger be gravely injured or perish, the unopposed phantom dragon would unleash a massacre upon all present, leaving no one to escape. The immediate priority was to assist the lava ghost tiger in resisting the phantom dragon. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Feng. Your ancestor relies on cultivation to sustain its life, correct? Shuang nodded. Indeed, Lin Feng, do you have a way to save my ancestor? I recall that beast tamers of the same attribute can transfer their internal power to others, Lin Feng proposed. Could we not channel our strength to your ancestor? Shuang's eyes brightened. This was indeed a splendid idea. She raised her arms high, calling out, all fire attribute beast tamers, follow me to provide support. Understood. The fire attribute beast tamers, who had already escaped the lava's range, swiftly mounted their flying spirit beasts and followed Shuang towards the lava ghost tiger. At this moment, all understood the plan, gathering their remaining strength to prepare for the transfer to the lava ghost tiger. The phantom dragon's oblivion slash gathered all its might, aiming to eliminate the lava ghost tiger in one devastating blow. Meanwhile, the lava ghost tiger strained to withstand the eruption of molten lava. Maintaining the massive flame barrier consumed all its energy, leaving no reserve for defense. Just as the apocalyptic oblivion slash was about to descend upon the lava ghost tiger, Lin Feng and the others arrived in the nick of time. Ancestor, we come to aid you. Figures emerged, beast tamers riding flying spirit beasts, all by the side of the lava ghost tiger. Most of these fire attribute beast tamers hailed from Yanyang City, having been protected by the lava ghost tiger. And now they finally had the opportunity to lend their support. Thus, they poured all their energy into the lava ghost tiger without reservation. As the power of numerous fire attribute beast tamers surged into the lava ghost tiger, it shook off its weakness, raising its head to unleash a thunderous roar. The molten lava around it gleamed with renewed vigor. Lava radiance wave. This time, the lava ghost tiger possessed the strength to counterattack, unleashing a stout column of fiery light from its maw. The lava radiance wave collided with the phantom dragon's oblivion slash midair, casting the sky in a dual hue of red and black. The phantom dragon, upon witnessing the multitude of beast tamers channeling their power to the lava ghost tiger, roared in frustration. It had initially expected this strike to annihilate the lava ghost tiger, yet the audacity of these seemingly frail beast tamers to intervene infuriated it. Damn ants! I shall ensure your demise. Enraged, the phantom dragon intensified the oblivion slash, dark energy surging forth to overpower the lava radiance wave. The faces of all present turned pale as the 8th tier skill consumed immense reserves, draining the strength of dozens of beast tamers. As the oblivion slash pressed onward, they found themselves utterly powerless to resist. We are here too. Another wave of fire attribute beast tamers arrived, transferring their energy into the lava ghost tiger. Empowered by this new strength, the lava radiance wave surged forth, overpowering the oblivion slash. Boom! The lava radiance wave struck the phantom dragon, engulfing it in a massive column of fire. Cursed! Cursed! The phantom dragon howled in agony amidst the flames. After unleashing this attack, all fire attribute beast tamers felt their strength completely drained, rendering even the slightest movement a challenge. The lava ghost tiger gazed gratefully at its allies and spoke, "Good children. You are truly our." Before it could finish, a massive dragon claw pierced through its entire body. Ancestor! The assembled crowd stood aghast at the scene before them. The phantom dragon, which should have been consumed by the fire column, now emerged, ablaze, directly confronting the lava ghost tiger. Its enormous claw was stained with the lava ghost tiger's blood. Sickly cat, centuries of entrapment within this volcano have granted me the dual attributes of dark and fire. The phantom dragon sneered at the lava ghost tiger. Your flames are utterly insignificant to me. The pressure from the dragon's claw intensified, and the lava ghost tiger coughed up blood, unable to maintain the barrier against the volcanic lava any longer. At the moment, the barrier vanished. The liberated magma surged swiftly towards Yanyang City, consuming the myriad of demon beasts upon the ground. As the molten rock flowed, it ignited fierce flames, plunging the entire city into a raging inferno. In that instant, despair enveloped everyone. Was this to be their end? The formidable Bajie cultivation level of the Mei Yulong was overwhelming. Even the fellow Bajie beast, the Rong Yen Gui Hu, found itself powerless against it. Who could possibly come to their rescue? The Mei Yulong mockingly addressed the Rong Yen Gui Hu. All your centuries of effort have crumbled to naught at this moment. Does that not sting? The Rong Yen Gui Hu spat blood, retorting fiercely, Dirac. Do not revel too soon. Do you truly believe I have no means to deal with you? The Mei Yulong erupted in laughter at this juncture. Still clinging to bravado? Pray tell, what could possibly be your strategy against this king? Sacrifice. Upon hearing these words from the Rong Yen Gui Hu, the Mei Yulong's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. Sickly feline, you intend to sacrifice? Yet, it soon resumed its mocking tone. How ludicrous. Have you considered if any of the beast tamers present could withstand your Bajie prowess? The Rong Yen Gui Hu's form had grown translucent, its strength entirely depleted. Its voice turned eerily calm. Dirac, do you recall the youth I rescued from you moments ago? This statement jolted the Mei Yulong's memory, as it suddenly recalled the boy imbued with icy energy, whose spirit beast was a Qilin. Once I eliminate you, that boy shall accompany my deceased elder brother to the afterlife. The Mei Yulong seethed. You may find that a difficult feat. The Rong Yen Gui Hu's voice sharpened. Then, as its form began to dissipate, it erupted in a blaze of searing light. Lin Feng, standing upon the back of the Hell Phoenix, felt a sudden surge of warmth in his chest. Looking down, he saw a profound rune manifesting at the center of his being, the very spot where the elder had healed his injuries. Spirit beast sacrifice. The Rong Yen Gui Hu bellowed. Subsequently, the rune began to swirl, absorbing the essence of the Rong Yen Gui Hu, which transformed into a radiant stream of light. Lin Feng felt an immense power surge within him. In the beast-taming space, Xiao Mo was drawn forth by this energy, standing beside Lin Feng in midair. The rune slowly detached from Lin Feng, encircling Xiao Mo. The system announced, a vast energy has been detected entering the host's body. The spirit beast can advance to Ba Xing Shang Pin. Advancement in progress. In an instant, the rune enveloped Xiao Mo entirely, gradually permeating its being. Xiao Mo underwent a remarkable transformation, growing to over 10 meters in height, its Qilin flames shifting from a dark red to a brilliant yellow. An overwhelming aura emanated, paralyzing the Mei Yulong in place, a flicker of fear finally appearing in its eyes. Mou Hua Qilin cultivation, Bajie, temporary, star level, Ba Xing Shang Pin attribute, fire skills, fire immunity, pressure, charge, hellfire, Roar of the Fire Qilin. Inferno Flames Ultimate Skill. Hong Lian Qilin Blade Beast Weapon. Scales of the Bloodthirsty Lord with Xiao Mo's cultivation temporarily elevated to Ba Jia. Lin Feng naturally experienced a corresponding enhancement. The power of Ba Jia coursed through Lin Feng, instilling within him a sensation of being able to rend the Mei Yulong asunder with his bare hands. An aura of icy energy radiated from him, generating a chilling force that caused snowflakes to drift down in the perpetually sweltering Yinyang City. It was snowing in Yinyang City. What a terrifying force! Onlookers gasped in astonishment at the celestial anomaly. He Shuang, standing beside Lin Feng, experienced the phenomenon most acutely. The situation that had just unfolded was indeed a spirit-beast sacrifice. In battles between beast tamers and demon beasts, various crises inevitably arise, and the spirit-beast sacrifice emerges as a means of survival. One spirit-beast channels its entire power into another, resulting in an elevated star level and a temporary surge in cultivation for the recipient. The price, however, is the life of the sacrificed spirit beast. Such occurrences typically transpire among beast tamers possessing two spirit beasts. Yet, under less than dire circumstances, few would willingly allow one of their spirit beasts to be sacrificed. What truly astonished He Shuang was that Lin Feng, with his second-tier cultivation, could endure the 8th-tier power of the Rong Yen Guihu. This was utterly extraordinary. Now endowed with the Rong Yen Guihu's sacrifice, Lin Feng inherited its will. He turned to He Shuang and the others, commanding, "Everyone, retreat to safety. This is my battle." With that, Lin Feng leaped from the back of the Hell Phoenix, manifesting two colossal ice wings from the cold energy behind him. Though Xiao Mo lacked wings, it hovered effortlessly beside Lin Feng. The contrasting forces of ice and fire materialized in the air. The Mei Yulong, observing the formidable icy aura emanating from Lin Feng, one that rivaled its brother, the Ice Dragon, felt a flicker of trepidation. "You wretched feline. You have summoned such a prodigious boy as your sacrificial target," the Mei Yulong remarked. "However, I wonder how long your sacrifice can endure." With that, the arrogant Mei Yulong flapped its wings and launched itself into the distance. Recognizing the overwhelming power emanating from Lin Feng and his spirit beast, it understood it was outmatched and resolved not to perish so easily. It intended to wait until the sacrifice's duration had passed before returning to exact its vengeance. However, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo would not permit this nefarious beast to escape. Xiao Mo roared skyward, channeling its power, and the magma flowing from the volcano converged before it, forming a colossal sword several dozen meters long. Hong Lian Qilin Blade. Against the Mei Yulong, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo would not hold back. This was the newly mastered ultimate technique of Xiao Mo. The massive sword descended from the sky, tearing the very fabric of the heavens. The Mei Yulong, having already taken flight, felt an overwhelming force surge behind it. Glancing back, it was struck with terror. The power contained within that sword eclipsed even the fiery might of the Rong Yen Guihu. Such a formidable skill was beyond the Mei Yulong's capacity to withstand. It swiftly evaded to the side. Yet, it faced not an ordinary beast tamer. Now embodying Ba Jia cultivation, Lin Feng radiated power that rivaled the Mo Huyu Qilin. With a sweep of his ice wings, he closed the distance to the Mei Yulong in the blink of an eye. The Mei Yulong could scarcely fathom that a human could possess such speed. What followed was even more astonishing. Lin Feng's seemingly diminutive fist struck the dragon, sending it flying. Then, he summoned a pair of icy claws, unleashing a brutal barrage upon the Mei Yulong. Its once impenetrable scales shattered under Lin Feng's relentless assault, black blood streaming from its body. The multitude of beast tamers who had retreated watched the celestial battle in awe, jaws agape. Was this truly a human? Was the Mei Yulong being so thoroughly bested? He Shuang, are all the students from your Xing Chen Academy this monstrous? Director Lei Guangbai inquired, his voice trembling. He Shuang could only smile awkwardly, uncertain of how to respond. In the sky above Yinyangcheng, a crimson blade, stretching several dozen meters in length, hovered ominously. Beneath the blade, a young boy relentlessly struck a black dragon. The grandeur of this scene was unprecedented for all who beheld it. The Mei Yulong, battered and bruised, found itself unable to retaliate the moment its dark energy emerged. It was swiftly frozen by the icy aura emanating from Lin Feng. Attempting to flee proved futile, as it could not match Lin Feng's speed, leaving it in a state of helplessness, enduring a one-sided beating. "Stop. Please don't hit me anymore." The Mei Yulong, Direk, pleaded pitifully. Chapter 53, Slaying the Evil Dragon. Evolution of the Spirit Beast Egg. As an 8th-tier beast, The Meiying Yolong had never before faced such humiliation. Unable to fight back or escape, it could only implore for mercy. Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to its pleas. How could he spare a creature so steeped in malevolence? Countless guardians of Yin Yangcheng and students from Yin Yang Academy had perished in battles against the beasts, all due to the havoc wrought by this very dragon. If you wish for mercy, perhaps in your next life, Lin Feng coldly retorted, as the crimson blade descended upon the Meiying Yolong's form. No, please no. The Meiying Yolong cried out in terror. The merciless crimson blade cleaved through its body, spilling forth a torrent of dragon blood. At that moment, within Lin Feng's beast-raising space, the icy spirit beast egg unexpectedly soared into the air. The 3-meter-tall egg levitated, absorbing the cascade of dragon blood. Soon, intricate black patterns began to materialize on its azure shell. Subsequently, the massive carcass of the Meiying Yolong shrank continuously, ultimately dissolving into a streak of light that penetrated the spirit beast egg, leaving no trace of the 8th-tier dragon crystal behind. How can you consume so much? Lin Feng marveled at the now dark blue spirit beast egg, never anticipating such an outcome. Congratulations, host, for slaying the 8th-tier Meiying Yolong. Its power has been absorbed by the spirit beast egg. The spirit beast egg has been enhanced, and the requirements for hatching have increased. Please check the mission interface. Lin Feng was elated. He had once sacrificed 10 years of his life to absorb the icy essence of the frost giant dragon, yet now, the egg had absorbed power without adverse effects. Given its current appearance, the creature that would eventually hatch would undoubtedly possess dual attributes. Upon checking the mission interface, he discovered that the need for 5 types of ice attribute materials had now expanded to include 5 types of dark attribute materials as well. Rumor had it that the Yomingshan harbored the most dark attribute materials. It seemed that when the time came to venture there, he would be able to hatch the spirit beast egg. Having absorbed all the power of the Meiying Yolong, the spirit beast egg returned contentedly to the beast-raising space, ceasing its tumultuous activity and remaining still. With the Meiying Yolong vanquished, most of the beasts within Yin Yangcheng had perished in the volcanic eruptions, consumed by molten lava. The beasts outside the city walls, having lost their dark energy control, awakened and retreated to the beast forest under the guidance of their tamers. Thus, the crisis in Yin Yangcheng was effectively resolved, albeit at a tremendous cost. Although the 8th-tier Xiaoma had quelled the volcanic eruption, the destruction wrought upon the city's structures was substantial, necessitating considerable efforts for reconstruction. Furthermore, countless beast tamers had lost their lives in this battle. The majority of the guardians of Yin Yangcheng, those of 1st and 2nd-tier cultivation, had perished in the onslaught of the beasts. While the city lord's life remained intact, he had sustained grave injuries. Most significantly, the spirit beast, the lava demon tiger, which had safeguarded Yin Yangcheng for centuries, had made the ultimate sacrifice. This was a devastating blow to the people of Yin Yangcheng. However, its sacrifice ensured the complete resolution of their peril. The Meiying Yolong would no longer pose a threat to Yin Yangcheng. Lin Feng descended from the sky and approached the onlookers, cradling a small cat with entirely white fur in his arms. At that moment, the sacrificial effects dissipated. Xiaomo reverted to its original form. Yet its star level remained at 8-star high grade, with its cultivation increasing from 2nd-tier level 3 to 2nd-tier level 4. Lin Feng gently handed the lava demon tiger, stripped of all its powers, to Hunting Shuang. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at the spirit beast that had devoted its life to Yin Yangcheng. Softly, she said, "Thank you for saving our entire city. Now you can finally rest. We shall guard Yin Yangcheng from here on." Currently, Yin, the city lord, remained in a coma. As the city lord's daughter and a 5th-tier beast tamer, Hunting Shuang, with the assistance of Dean Leguangbai, assumed the responsibility of rebuilding Yin Yangcheng. Lin Feng found himself unable to contribute significantly to these matters. Thus, Hunting Shuang briefly instructed him and penned a letter for him to deliver to Dean Mu, with pressing matters to attend to. She would remain in Yin Yangcheng until her father recovered before returning to the academy. After bidding her farewell, Lin Feng traveled alone back to Xingchen Academy. Upon delivering the letter to Dean Mu, the dean expressed his sorrow over Yin Yangcheng's plight. However, such tragedies were inevitable in the ongoing battles between beast tamers and beasts, which had persisted for over a millennium. Only through continuous self-improvement could one safeguard more lives in such conflicts. Subsequently, Dean Mu appointed a 5th-tier teacher to temporarily replace Hunting Shuang in instructing Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Feng found Ouyang Mafei lounging on the sofa in her pajamas. Glancing at Lin Feng, she inquired, "Why didn't teacher her return with you?" Sighing, Lin Feng settled beside her and recounted the events. Upon hearing his account, Ouyang Mafei's expression was one of astonishment. The emergence of an 8th-tier beast was utterly terrifying. Indeed, had it not been for the sacrificial 8th-tier spirit beast, we might have perished at the hands of the Maying Yolong, Lin Feng admitted, shaken by the thought. We must strive to cultivate. We are still far too weak. Ouyang Mafei nodded, rising to her feet. Then let us head to the training grounds. Agreed. After a day of rigorous training, Lin Feng lay exhausted in bed, drifting into a dream. In this dream, he once again encountered the lava demon tiger. Chapter 54, Beast Soldier Necklace, Xiaomao's Transformation. In this vision, the lava demon tiger donned a crimson robe, its face alight with joy, reminiscent of the elder appearance Lin Feng had first encountered. We meet again. The elder smiled warmly at Lin Feng. Elder? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. How did you come to appear in my dream? The elder stroked his white beard and replied nonchalantly, a fragment of my soul accompanied the sacrifice into your being. I am grateful I chose you. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Feng could not help but reflect on the past. Had he sacrificed to Hening Shuang, would it have been more advantageous? After all, her cultivation had reached the 5th tier, enabling her to fully harness the power of the lava demon tiger. Yet, he had been the one chosen, a mere 2nd-tier beast tamer. The elder perceived the doubts within Lin Feng's heart and continued. Do you recall the words I spoke when I rescued you from the clutches of the Maying Yulong? Lin Feng reflected for a moment and replied. You mentioned that I bore the essence of your old friend. Indeed, the elder affirmed, many years ago, the 4 wicked dragons of ice, fire, darkness, and poison wreaked havoc upon the world. My master, along with several formidable beast masters of that era, intervened to suppress them. The elder spoke softly to Lin Feng. Among them was one who, like you, possessed a Qilin spirit beast. Is it Chen Xiang? Lin Feng recalled the words of the frost giant dragon before its demise. Noting the evident panic when Xiao Mo appeared, the elder expressed surprise. You know of Chen Xiang? Yes, Lin Feng confirmed. He briefly recounted the events that transpired within the Ice Palace, omitting any mention of the system. The elder regarded Lin Feng with profound significance and sighed. I never imagined you could absorb the power of the frost giant dragon. Your constitution is indeed 1 in a million. No wonder the Maying Yulong was so easily vanquished in your presence. The frigid aura of the frost giant dragon can freeze all, making it the natural nemesis of the Maying Yulong. It appears everything has been preordained. After a moment, the elder continued. The Qilin is the king of all beasts, and the fire Qilin reigns supreme among them. To possess a fire Qilin as a spirit beast is a rarity that occurs only a handful of times in a millennium. My cultivation has dwindled significantly over the centuries, rendering me incapable of contending with the Maying Yulong. Thus, upon sensing the Qilin spirit beast within you, I had already prepared for sacrifice. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire the elder, realizing that he had been ready to make such a sacrifice from the very beginning. Now that I have fulfilled the task entrusted to me by my master, I can accompany him in eternal rest. Today, in this dream, I have come to bestow upon you a significant item, the elder said as he produced an exquisite and ornate necklace from his robe. Lin Feng could feel the power it contained. Holding the necklace, the elder's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he introduced it to Lin Feng. This necklace is an enhancement beast weapon that can amplify the abilities of spirit beasts. It was given to my master by Chen Xiang shortly before his death. The necklace also contains the location of Chen Xiang's burial site. In the future, should you find it while wearing this necklace, you may uncover treasures he left behind. As he spoke, the elder's form began to grow ethereal. Lin Feng grasped the necklace, understanding its value, and held it tightly in his hand. My spirit is about to fade, young man. Strive to cultivate diligently. This world is far more expansive than you realize. With those words, the elder cast a loving glance at Lin Feng before gradually vanishing from the dream. Lin Feng bowed deeply in the direction where the elder had disappeared. This being, who kept his promises and devoted his life to Yanyang City, could finally return to his master's embrace. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Lin Feng's face. Upon opening his eyes, he sensed something unusual in his hand. Looking down, he saw the beast weapon necklace given to him by the elder last night. It seemed everything was indeed real. Lin Feng summoned Xiao Mo from the beast's space and draped the necklace around its neck. Master, is this for me? Xiao Mo exclaimed joyfully. Yes. It's a reward for your excellent performance. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Thank you, master. Soon, a surge of fiery energy emanated from the necklace, which then embedded itself deeply into Xiao Mo's body. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed, detected that the host has acquired a beast weapon. Would you like to equip it? Yes. Just like before, after the spirit beast equipped the beast weapon, Lin Feng was also able to don it. Elemental Enhancement Chain increases the power of spirit beast attributes by 20. The necklace contains a map. The host must reach the 4th tier of cultivation to unlock it. Observing the system's description, Lin Feng realized that his current cultivation was insufficient for seeking Chen Xiang's tomb. For now, he needed to focus on enhancing his cultivation and preparing for the Yuming Mountain. During the recent beast tide in Yinyang City, Lin Feng had slain numerous monsters. The system now displayed a count of 800 monsters. Additionally, he noticed a new figure indicating he had slain one 8th tier monster, with the exchange function not yet unlocked. Lin Feng had pondered this matter previously. Did slaying a high-tier monster only count as one in the monster tally? It appeared to be due to his cultivation level not being adequate. After progressing to the 2nd tier cultivation, the system's exchange options expanded significantly. The pills Lin Feng had given to Xiao Mo were among them. There were also Spirit Beast Advancement pills, Attribute pills, and Chongling pills, each requiring a count of 500 monsters for exchange. The original Spirit Beast pill had transformed into a 2nd-tier Spirit Beast pill, now requiring a count of 30 monsters for exchange, which could enhance cultivation by 500 points. Lin Feng contemplated that since Xiao Mo had just evolved to 8-star upper grade, it would need many more advancement pills to elevate its star level again. Thus, he decided against exchanging for advancement pills for the time being. Since Xiao Mo's flames had already been enhanced twice, attribute pills were also unnecessary for now. However, he could exchange for a Chongling pill. With Xiao Mo's intelligence akin to that of a toddler just learning to speak, administering another Chongling pill could yield significant improvements, making both combat and daily life much easier. Therefore, Lin Feng exchanged for a Chongling pill and then used the remainder of his monster count to acquire 2nd-tier Spirit Beast pills. Xiao Mo's cultivation was once again elevated, reaching the 2nd-tier level 506000. After Lin Feng fed the Chongling pill to Xiao Mo, the little creature leapt into the air from its position on the bed. The room was suddenly filled with a radiant glow. Under the influence of the Chongling pill, Xiao Mo began to transform. As the light flickered, the size of Xiao Mo, which resembled a small dog, gradually morphed into that of a small boy clad in a red belly band. This child appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, sporting a pair of delicate Qilin horns atop his head, with large, lively eyes. The boy leapt from the air into Lin Feng's embrace, joyfully exclaiming, "Master!" Lin Feng was thrilled to hold the boy-shaped Xiao Mo. Astonished by the profound effect of the Chongling pill, which had enabled Xiao Mo to achieve transformation, a feat typically attainable only after reaching 7th-tier cultivation. Furthermore, Xiao Mo could now articulate human speech, which was truly delightful. Chapter 55. Shopping for new beast weapons. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Come and eat. Ouyang Mafei called from outside, where she had prepared breakfast. Coming, Lin Feng replied, then said to the little Xiao Mo in his arms, "Let's go and taste your sister Mafei's cooking." Yay! Xiao Mo nodded joyfully. They exited the room together. Upon seeing Lin Feng with Xiao Mo, Ouyang Mafei's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Lin Feng, where did you get this child?" Lin Feng chuckled and set Xiao Mo down, saying, "Allow me to introduce you. This is my spirit beast, Xiao Mo, who just transformed today." What? Ouyang Mafei's eyes widened in disbelief. How is it possible that you, with your level of cultivation, can achieve transformation? Well, what can I say? I am exceptionally gifted. Lin Feng replied with a grin. Ouyang Mafei was momentarily speechless, but having grown accustomed to Lin Feng's extraordinary talents, she quickly became intrigued by the adorable Xiao Mo. Perhaps women naturally have an affinity for charming creatures. In the short span of a meal, Ouyang Mafei grew quite fond of Xiao Mo, pinching its cheeks and ruffling its hair, continuously feeding it until Xiao Mo's belly was round and full. After the meal, Ouyang Mafei looked at Xiao Mo, who was wearing only a red belly band, with his little bottom exposed, and said to Lin Feng, "Let us go to the mall and buy some clothes for Xiao Mo. It's not appropriate for him to be so exposed all the time." Lin Feng agreed, realizing that it would be inappropriate for Xiao Mo to appear bare-bottomed during future battles. He also wanted to check the Academy's mall for materials he needed, as he still had a considerable amount of contributions on the silver card that Ningxiang had given him. The two quickly tidied themselves up and set out. As they walked, the sight of Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei leading Xiao Mo drew the attention and whispers of many passers-by. How could Instructor Lin be so young and already have a child? What child? Did you not see the Qilin horns on that little boy's head? He must be Instructor Lin's spirit beast in its transformed form. Is he that formidable? No wonder he is our instructor. At present, Lin Feng was a well-known figure at Xingqian Academy, with his remarkable deeds often described as miraculous. Many students even regarded Lin Feng as their idol. The two soon arrived at the Academy's mall, where they first ordered 2 sets of clothes for Xiao Mo at a clothing store. Dressed in a dark red combat suit, Xiao Mo appeared spirited and valiant. Afterward, Lin Feng proceeded to the section of the mall that sold materials. Most of the materials here were obtained by students during missions and consigned for exchange for contributions. What kind of materials are you looking for? Ouyang Mafei inquired. During her leisure time, she frequently visited the mall with several other female freshmen, making her far more familiar with the place than Lin Feng. Just browsing, Lin Feng replied. He intended to gather the attribute materials needed for hatching spirit beast eggs from the Yuming Mountain, as the power contained in the materials from there was significantly stronger, ensuring a higher initial star rating for the hatched spirit beasts. This time, he aimed to forge an offensive beast soldier. Currently, he possessed a defensive Bloodlord scaled armor and an enhancement-type elemental enhancement chain, but he lacked a proper weapon. Although the icy energy could condense into a weapon, it would not enhance Xiao Mo. However, a beast soldier could provide benefits for both of them. There were numerous crafting methods for beast soldiers within the system, so Lin Feng hoped to discover some materials here. Alright, let us start from this side. Ouyang Mafei transformed into a guide, leading Lin Feng through the aisles. It was undeniable that the variety of materials for sale was extensive, and Lin Feng indeed found the materials needed for a beast soldier: 10 desert scorpion tails, 5 golden armored beast scales, and a 4th-tier monster crystal. These materials cost Lin Feng a total of 50,000 contributions. However, to exchange 50,000 contributions for a beast soldier was an opportunity that would surely cause a frenzy among other beast masters, as acquiring a beast soldier was incredibly challenging. After purchasing these items, the two returned to their villa in the afternoon. With training for the patrol team scheduled for the evening, Lin Feng decided to use the afternoon to craft the beast soldier. Opening the beast soldier forging interface, Lin Feng selected the crafting method for the beast soldier. Soon, a forging platform materialized, and following the system's instructions, he placed the corresponding materials upon it. The sound of clanging echoed as the system began the forging process. Approximately an hour later, the system's voice jolted Lin Feng, who had been immersed in cultivation. Forging complete. Congratulations, host, on successfully forging a beast soldier. Reward: 1 beast soldier advancement stone. Lin Feng entered the beast master space to inspect his new creation, which resembled a clawed tiger. This was one of the simplest beast soldiers to craft in terms of material requirements. Lingdong Jihu increases spirit beast's attack power by 3. Lin Feng initially intended to use this beast soldier as a temporary measure, but he was pleasantly surprised by the reward of a beast soldier advancement stone. Beast soldier advancement stone significantly enhances the effects of a beast soldier, granting it special attributes. Consequently, Lin Feng applied the advancement stone to the Lingdong Jihu. With a flash of light, a brand new beast soldier materialized before him. Upon examining its attributes, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Blood Scorpion's stinger tail increases spirit beast's attack power by 10, inflicts bleeding effects on attacks, and increases the attack power of bleeding enemies by 15. The beast soldier resembled a pair of gloves adorned with spikes that gleamed ominously, looking exceedingly sharp. With this beast soldier, Lin Feng's melee attack power would witness a tremendous enhancement. Xiao Mo, come here, I have something wonderful for you. At that moment, Xiao Mo was engrossed in playing with the toys that Ouyang Mafei had bought him. Hearing Lin Feng's call, he quickly set down his toy and scampered over. Looking up at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes, joyfully asking, "Master, what good thing do you have?" Lin Feng presented the Blood Scorpion's stinger tail to Xiao Mo, saying, "This is a new beast soldier that can enhance your attack power." Xiao Mo, captivated by the beast soldier, eagerly donned it. The Blood Scorpion's stinger tail transformed into a beam of light, entering Xiao Mo's body. Simultaneously, 2 red bracelets appeared on his wrists. Lin Feng also equipped the beast soldier, and 2 bracelets manifested on his wrists as well. This arrangement proved convenient, as they could activate it during battle. In the days that followed, life settled into a more routine pattern, primarily consisting of studying, cultivating, delving into secret realms, and training the patrol team. A month later, while Lin Feng was training in the evening, he was unexpectedly called over by Luo Hai. "Jin Hao asked me to bring him here. Do you have business with him?" Chapter 56. The unruly Jin Hao. "Father will pamper you once more for now. We shall pause here." Dismissed. Lin Feng relaxed his stance and walked toward Luo Hai's location. Behind Luo Hai, after more than a month of recovery, Jin Hao's injuries had healed. He was now glaring at Lin Feng with a sullen expression. "Brother Lin, I've brought Jin Hao here. What do you need him for?" Luo Hai inquired cheerfully. "Do you remember what you said back then?" Lin Feng coldly regarded Jin Hao and stated matter-of-factly, "Do not push your luck. I have yet to settle accounts with you for the beating you gave me. Jin Hao's face flushed with anger as he retorted. Throughout a significant portion of the past month, Jin Hao had been bedridden. The severity of Lin Feng's earlier assault had left him with multiple fractures. Had it not been for the Academy's top-notch medical facilities, he would still be unable to rise from bed. Being humiliated by a newcomer in front of so many people was an unbearable blow to someone as arrogant as Jin Hao. Over the past month, he had heard countless praises of Lin Feng's prowess, which only stoked the flames of his resentment, as such accolades were once directed at him. Jin Hao had been nursing a grudge, pondering how to seize an opportunity to prove himself superior to Lin Feng. When Luo Hai found him, Jin Hao realized Lin Feng's true intention, to compel him to fulfill the wager made in the secret realm. In that instant, Jin Hao felt that the opportunity to demonstrate his strength had arrived. He followed Luo Hai to the patrol team's training ground. The training field was filled with Lin Feng's students, and if he could defeat Lin Feng in front of them, it would be a perfect way to slap Lin Feng in the face and relieve his pent-up frustration. You think it will be easy to make me honor that promise from back then? Jin Hao stepped forward, locking eyes with Lin Feng, his gaze fierce like that of a predatory wolf. Observing Jin Hao's demeanor, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer, understanding that this fellow intended to back out of their agreement. My dear son, why are you so disobedient today? Do you wish for your father to pamper you once more? Lin Feng spoke as he raised his right hand, feigning a downward swing. The memory of Lin Feng's earlier slap was still vivid in Jin Hao's mind, and instinctively, he covered his face and recoiled. The patrolling team members, witnessing the commotion, quickly gathered around. They erupted into laughter at the comical scene before them. Such a timid soul daring to provoke our instructor Lin. He should quickly acknowledge his inferiority. Having instructor Lin as a father is quite a blessing. Feng Chong mockingly exclaimed while clutching his stomach. Jin Hao's face flushed crimson. Realizing that Lin Feng was merely toying with him, he surveyed the surroundings, noticing several individuals among the crowd whom he had previously bullied, now daring to mock him. A wave of humiliation, anger, and resentment surged within him. Jin Hao, straining his voice, pointed at Lin Feng and shouted, I challenge you to a duel. A duel was the most effective way to resolve disputes between students at Xingchen Academy. Under the supervision of a faculty member, two students would engage in a fair one-on-one battle, where victory and defeat relied solely on their abilities, resolving all conflicts in one fell swoop. Are you brave enough to accept? What's there to fear? If you crave a beating, I shall oblige. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Just in time. Teacher Luo was present to serve as the witness for our duel. As students initiate a duel, Teacher Luo had no authority to intervene. He could only ensure the safety of both parties and prevent unnecessary casualties. Thus, he approached the two and declared, the duel is established, both sides. Prepare at your respective ends of the training ground. Jin Hao made a slicing motion across his throat, declaring, today, you shall witness my true strength. Lin Feng shot him an eye roll, thinking to himself, what a fool. The onlooking patrol members settled into the stands surrounding the training ground, ready to witness the duel between the freshman champion and last year's victor. Lin Feng and Jin Hao took their positions at opposite ends of the training ground as Teacher Luo outlined the rules. No fatal injuries are permitted, and no mistreatment of spirit beasts. The duel shall cease immediately upon surrender. Understood? Understood. Very well, let the duel commence. Both sides, summon your spirit beasts. Jin Hao struck a pose he believed to be impressive and shouted, Arise, Shalong Lei Xiang. A thunderous roar filled the training ground as a summoning array materialized, revealing Jin Hao's spirit beast, a colossal golden elephant. Shalong Lei Xiang stood nearly 10 meters tall, surrounded by swirling yellow sand, which intermittently flickered with lightning. It was a second-tier, level 7, dual-attribute dragon-type spirit beast. Jin Hao certainly had grounds for pride. The imposing aura of Shalong Lei Xiang suggested that Instructor Lin was facing a formidable opponent. The crowd was aware of Lin Feng's prowess in close combat, yet they had never witnessed his capabilities in summoning spirit beasts. This would be an opportunity to observe. In stark contrast to the earth-shattering display from Jin Hao, Lin Feng merely waved his hand casually. Little Mo, who had been seated in the stands, scampered over. Since his transformation, Lin Feng had kept Little Mo by his side, opting not to return him to the spirit beast space. Little Mo relished being outside, often mimicking Lin Feng's training movements during the patrol sessions. Jin Hao gaped at the sight of Little Mo beside Lin Feng and stammered, Teacher Luo, has Lin Feng's spirit beast transformed? Teacher Luo smiled wryly and nodded. Even as the head of education, he felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding Lin Feng's spirit beast, especially since his own had yet to undergo transformation. Is he at level 7? Jin Hao voiced disbelief, for in his understanding, Only a level 7 spirit beast could transform. Not quite. Lin Feng's spirit beast has a unique history that allowed for early transformation. Jin Hao exhaled in relief. If Lin Feng had indeed reached level 7, he would have no chance against him and would need to concede immediately. Your spirit beast hasn't even transformed into its true form. In this state, my Sha Long Lei Xiang could easily crush it. Jin Hao boasted arrogantly. Lin Feng paid no heed to Jin Hao's taunts and crouched down to little Mo, asking, "Did you hear that? He wants to crush you. What will you do?" "I will smack his butt," little Mo declared fiercely, clenching his chubby fists. "All right, then go for it," Lin Feng encouraged him. "If you perform well, I'll have Mo Fei Jie make you a cake." "Yay!" little Mo exclaimed enthusiastically, then boldly approached the towering Sha Long Lei Xiang. Lin Feng harbored no worries about little Mo's ability to contend with the giant elephant. After all, little Mo had reached level 5 of the second tier, only 2 levels below Sha Long Lei Xiang. Furthermore, he possessed 3 extraordinary spirit weapons, each an 8-star superior grade. If he couldn't handle this, he certainly wouldn't deserve the title of Mo Hua Yu Qi Lin. Chapter 57. The power of love spins round and round. The diminutive little Mo, standing less than a meter tall, cautiously approached the nearly 10-meter tall Sha Long Lei Xiang. Surely, Instructor Lin wouldn't intend for the spirit beast to battle in this form? A transformed spirit beast could hardly exhibit the same prowess as its true form. Facing such a massive opponent as Sha Long Lei Xiang would undoubtedly place him at a disadvantage. Please be quiet. Brother Feng's actions must hold some significance. Feng Chong, who once questioned Lin Feng's abilities during the selection, had now become his most devoted supporter. Jin Hao glared at the relaxed Lin Feng across from him, his anger boiling over. In the face of the second-year champion, Lin Feng appeared utterly dismissive, failing to even transform his spirit beast. Determined to teach Lin Feng a lesson, he hardened his resolve. At this moment, little Mo arrived 10 meters from Sha Long Lei Xiang and halted, staring up defiantly with wide eyes, challenging. "Is it you who wants to crush me?" "Humph," Jin Hao scoffed. "Prepare to die, little creature." With that, Sha Long Lei Xiang raised its trunk and roared, unleashing a sandstorm that enveloped the surroundings. Yellow sand filled the air. This was a restrictive skill designed to obscure the opponent's vision, allowing for surprise attacks within the sandstorm. "Uft!" Little Mo stuck out his tongue, spitting out the sand from his mouth, and indignantly exclaimed, "Clumsy elephant, how disgusting. Just wait until I find you. I'll send you flying." But soon after, amidst the swirling sand, thunder rumbled, and a serpentine bolt of purple lightning shot through the storm. As a dual attribute spirit beast, Sha Long Lei Xiang had clear visibility within the yellow sand and directly locked onto Little Mo's position. This purple lightning represented the beast's most potent single-target attack. Jin Hao aimed to defeat Lin Feng with overwhelming force, proving to all who the true champion was. Yet, just as the powerful purple lightning was about to strike little Mo, he grinned and exclaimed, "Heh, big clumsy elephant, I found you." With that, little Mo's form suddenly vanished from sight, streaking towards the origin of the purple lightning like a flash of red light. Wow, this spirit beast has remarkable battle intuition. Instantly devising a solution, the purple lightning came in a linear attack, originating from the position of Sha Long Lei Xiang. Little Mo, clad in red battle attire, instantly appeared before the colossal elephant. The red bracelets on his wrists radiated brilliance, as the blood scorpion's stinger equipped itself to Little Mo's hands, its sharp tip gleaming menacingly. "Clumsy elephant, taste my punch." Flames enveloped Xiao Mo's fists, and with the fierce power of Qilin fire, he struck directly at the right eye of the Sha Long Lei Xiang. Jin Hao, taken aback, had not anticipated that Lin Feng's spirit beast would surpass the Huang Sha in such a short span. Nevertheless, he did not harbor excessive concern, for the Sha Long Lei Xiang was shrouded in Huang Sha, boasting formidable defenses. As the Sha Long Lei Xiang closed its right eye, the surrounding Huang Sha coalesced, creating a barrier. Xiao Mo's punch collided with this barrier. "Humph, this will not impede me." Following this, Xiao Mo exerted more force, and a stream of Qilin fire erupted from his elbow. The propulsion generated by the flames, combined with the dual enhancement of the beast weapon in his grasp, shattered the Huang Sha barrier in an instant. Once the barrier was breached, how could the eyelid of the Sha Long Lei Xiang withstand such an assault? With a splatter, the right eye of the Sha Long Lei Xiang was obliterated. Subsequently, the bloodletting effect from the blood scorpion's tail ensued, with crimson blood gushing from the Sha Long Lei Xiang's right eye. The excruciating pain elicited a mournful howl from the beast as its long trunk whipped violently, aiming to strike at Xiao Mo's face. After landing a successful blow, Xiao Mo did not linger. He deftly tapped his toes on the face of the Sha Long Lei Xiong, executing a somersault in midair to evade the trunk strike. Damn it! Observing the wounded spirit beast, Jin Hao could not restrain his expletive. Although the spirit beast could recover its injuries within the Beastmaster space, damage to such a unique location as the eye would be exceedingly difficult to heal. This Sha Long Lei Xiong would undoubtedly remain one-eyed in the future, causing Jin Hao immense heartache. Little creature, you owe me an eye for my spirit beast. Thunderstorm. Enraged, Jin Hao commanded the Sha Long Lei Xiong to unleash its skill attack. The thunder attribute within the Sha Long Lei Xiong surged violently. At the moment the thunderstorm skill was released, brilliant light illuminated the surroundings, and powerful currents ravaged the air. With such a wide-ranging attack, evasion was impossible for Xiao Mo, who could only shield his chest with both hands. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed throughout the training ground. The furious lightning elements erupted around him, incessantly battering Xiao Mo's body. Ha ha! Let it be obliterated in this thunderstorm. Jin Hao laughed maniacally as he watched Xiao Mo engulfed in the attack. Moments later, the dazzling light faded, and the thunder gradually diminished. All eyes turned to Xiao Mo, situated at the center of the thunderstorm. At this moment, he was still flickering with violent lightning energy. His training attire was charred black, and his red hair stood erect from the electricity. However, he bore no significant injuries. After the cleansing in the He family's ancestral grounds, and the protective defense from the bloodthirsty Lord Scales, Xiao Mo's defenses were more than sufficient to withstand attacks, not exceeding his cultivation level of tier 10. This is the new garment purchased by my master, and you have ruined it. Xiao Mo's gaze grew increasingly frigid, and his aura intensified. The scorching Qilin fire ignited around him, lifting his body into the air. With a fierce shout, Xiao Mo charged toward the Sha Long Lei Xiong like a flaming meteor. In his fury, Xiao Mo unleashed his full strength in a relentless assault on the Sha Long Lei Xiong. First, he kicked and shattered the sharp teeth near the beast's mouth, then grasped its lengthy trunk and, with a sudden force, lifted the nearly 10-meter-tall Sha Long Lei Xiong into the air. He spun in the air, hurling the Sha Long Lei Xiong around. Everyone present stood in awe, for the spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. The stark height difference between Xiao Mo and the Sha Long Lei Xiong created a powerful visual impact. At this moment, the massive Sha Long Lei Xiong spun in the air like a top, centered around Xiao Mo. Big dumb elephant, isn't it fun to spin around? You try to shock me. Now I'll daze you. The Sha Long Lei Xiong had long since lost the ability to resist, rendered helpless under Xiao Mo's manipulation. Jin Hao gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, his heart sinking into despair. Though he was loath to admit it, Lin Feng's strength far surpassed his own. Throughout this battle, Lin Feng had remained uninvolved, merely allowing his spirit beast to act freely. Moreover, Lin Feng's spirit beast had not even revealed its true form. Had the true form been engaged, Jin Hao would have surely been defeated in an instant. Realizing the entirety of the situation, Jin Hao finally comprehended the caliber of opponent he faced. Father, command your spirit beast to cease. I concede. Chapter 58, A New Challenge, The Ghost Valley. Jin Hao collapsed onto the ground, unable to endure the torment inflicted upon his spirit beast any longer. Xiao Mo, please stop. Upon hearing Jin Hao concede, Lin Feng instructed Xiao Mo to halt the spinning of the Sha Long Lei Xiong. All right, Xiao Mo replied, subsequently releasing his grip. The enormous Sha Long Lei Xiong flew from his grasp, accompanied by a sharp sound slicing through the air, crashing against the edge of the training ground. Boom! In an instant, dust erupted, and debris flew everywhere. A whole section of the training ground's wall crumbled under the impact. Luo Hai, witnessing this, stomped his feet in anguish. The cost of repairing the training ground would require a significant amount of spirit stones. The flames enveloping Xiao Mo gradually extinguished as his body descended from the air. Still harboring some residual frustration, he approached the now dizzy and retching Sha Long Lei Xiong and kicked its rear twice. The victor is Lin Feng. The outcome of this duel was unmistakable. Instructor Lin is magnificent. Brother Feng is truly formidable. The crowd in the stands erupted in cheers. At that moment, Jin Hao, his face ashen, approached the Sha Long Lei Xiong and silently returned it to the Beastmaster space. Gone was his prior arrogance. Lin Feng, you are indeed superior to me, I concede. Regardless of how shameless Jin Hao might be, he could not deny Lin Feng's prowess at this moment. However, do not grow complacent, for one day I shall surpass you. Lin Feng smiled and replied, I await that day. This time, Jin Hao did not resist. He directly bowed to Lin Feng and said, from now on, you shall be my Lin father. Ha ha, what a fine son. Father Lin, mustn't I receive some pocket money? It need not be much, just a mere 100,000 spirit stones to start. Get lost. After this brief interlude, Lin Feng returned to his usual training. The patrolling team had long since come to respect Lin Feng. They trained with renewed vigor. This duel had proven that Lin Feng possessed not only formidable combat skills, but also excelled in cultivation. Simultaneously, Jin Hao joined the training of the patrolling team. Lin Feng did not refuse. After all, anyone could learn the same. Days passed, and soon it was half a month before the opening of Yuming Mountain. On this day, Luo Hai called out to Lin Feng, who had just exited the secret realm hall. Yuming Mountain is about to open. But we have encountered a bit of trouble, Luo Hai said, appearing somewhat troubled. What trouble? Lin Feng handed the small Xiao Mo, nestled in his arms, to Ouyang Mafei, and stepped aside with Luo Hai. This year, the number of applicants for Yuming Mountain is quite high. You may need to participate in an additional round of selection. Is it so easy to gather 500,000 contributions? Lin Feng questioned, puzzled. Recently, a small-scale beast tide occurred in a city near the academy, and many third-year students accepted guard duties. This resulted in 6 individuals, including you, already possessing 500,000 contributions. However, our academy only has 3 slots. Thus, after discussions among the academy leadership, it was decided to add another selection round. Luo Hai explained to Lin Feng. After this period of training and the cultivation acquired from slaying beasts in the secret realm, Lin Feng's level had only risen to Tier 2, level 6. However, if he were to convert the number of beasts in the system into spirit beast pills, his level could rise by another tier. The elite students in the 3rd grade generally possess a cultivation level of at least 3rd tier 2nd stage. Those few who can earn 500,000 contributions are likely to have a cultivation level no lower than 3rd tier 5th stage. For Lin Feng, participating in the selection is a considerable challenge. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng inquired, what is the format of the selection competition? The task involves traveling to Yuhan Valley to collect crystals from a special type of demon beast. The top 3 individuals who gather the most crystals will earn the qualification to enter Yuming Mountain. Fortunately, as long as it is not a one-on-one battle, there is still a chance. Lin Feng thought to himself, and then spoke to Luo Hai, no problem. When do we set off? The day after tomorrow at dawn. Luo Hai replied, casting a slightly worried glance at Lin Feng. Think it over again. Do not push yourself too hard. If you are unwilling to participate in the selection, I can arrange other compensations for you. Lin Feng fully understood Luo Hai's concerns. As a first-year student competing against 5 third-year students for a spot, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. It is likely that those 5 would try to eliminate him right from the start. After all, allowing a first-year student to seize a spot would be a significant embarrassment for third-year students. Nevertheless, he must go to Yuming Mountain, for only there can he acquire powerful attribute materials necessary to hatch his spirit beast egg. Lin Feng was filled with anticipation for this spirit beast egg, which absorbed the icy essence of the frost giant dragon and the remains of the phantom dragon. Teacher Luo, there's no need to reconsider. I will definitely go to Yuming Mountain. Luo Hai sighed. Very well, but be extremely careful. Even if you do not pass the selection, I will secure a spot for you next year at Yuming Mountain. Thank you, Teacher Luo. I will return and prepare. All right. After bidding farewell to Luo Hai, Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei returned to their villa, cradling Xiao Mo, as He Ningshuang had not yet returned. The instructor temporarily replacing her was currently residing with Lin Feng and the others. This teacher, named Hu Chang, was a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses, with a cultivation level of 5th tier. During this time, he had taken a great liking to Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei's talents and diligence. In his words, he had never encountered such excellent students in his life. As soon as they opened the door, Hu Chang's warm voice came through. Xiao Feng, Mo Fei, you're back. Come and taste my culinary creations today. Braised shuem mei rabbit, steamed earth bear paw, and fiery chicken stewed with pine mushrooms. Lin Feng had grown accustomed to returning home to Hu Chang's delicious meals every day. His teaching philosophy emphasized the importance of good nutrition for optimal physical nourishment. Since he took over, he had been inventing various culinary delights for Lin Feng and Ma Fei. Uncle Hu, do you have a cake for Xiao Mo? Xiao Mo eagerly dashed into Hu Chang's arms, inquiring with anticipation. Hu Chang, with a doting smile, pinched Xiao Mo's chubby cheeks. Of course. Go wash your hands. And Uncle Hu will bring it to you shortly. Yay. The group gathered around the dining table as Lin Feng shared the details of his encounter with Luo Hai. After hearing this, Hu Chang adjusted his glasses, his expression turning somber. Xiao Feng, this selection is a significant test for you. Yuan Valley is no ordinary place. Chapter 59. Information through Hu Chang's explanation. Lin Feng finally understood the situation regarding Yuan Valley. It lies outside the protective boundaries of the 5 major safe zones. Yet it is an essential route to Yuming Mountain. Thus, every year, students participating in Yuming Mountain are generally escorted by mentors of at least 6th tier from the academy. This time, Lin Feng and the others must hunt demon beasts in Yuhan Valley. Although they will not venture into the core area of the valley, danger lurks everywhere. The demon beasts there predominantly possess dark and ghostly attributes, making them particularly challenging to confront. Especially the ghostly attribute beasts, which lack physical form, are elusive and immune to physical attacks. Once they enter Yuhan Valley, they must remain vigilant at all times, for a ghostly beast could strike from behind at any moment. However, Lin Feng was not overly concerned, as the icy aura within him would create a chilling barrier around his body upon release. If anything were to come into contact with this cold aura, he would sense it immediately. Teacher Hu, what special demon beast has the academy instructed us to hunt? Lin Feng casually asked. Hu Chang pondered briefly before speculating. It should be a type of demon beast known as the Renren beast found in Yuhan Valley. This beast possesses a particularly rare ability to don the skins of deceased beast tamers or other demon beasts to manipulate them. Lin Feng had never imagined such a creature existed. Hu Chang adjusted his glasses and continued explaining. Once the Renren beast wears a skin, even the Xian Guang mirror cannot discern its information. It only reveals its cultivation level. How can we identify them? Lin Feng questioned, puzzled. I only know that their true form resembles a ghost-like entity, making them extremely difficult to detect. You will have to rely on keen observation, Hu Chang replied. Lin Feng nodded, accepting the reality. Hu Chang then shared everything he knew about Yuhan Valley with Lin Feng. After dinner, upon learning that Lin Feng would depart the day after tomorrow, Ouyang Mafei wasted no time and headed to the market to gather the necessary supplies. Lin Feng returned to his room and checked his cultivation information. MOU Fire Qilin Cultivation, 2nd Tier 6 Stage, 10006-500, Star Rating. 8 stars Superior Attribute, Fire Skills, Fire Immunity, Pressure, Charge, Hellfire, Roar of the Fire Qilin. Blazing Flames Ultimate Skill, Red Lotus Qilin Blade Beast Armament, Bloody Lord Scale Armor, Elemental Enhancement Chain, Blood Scorpion's Stinger Lin Feng. Ice Body Constitution, Strength, 1,300 kilograms. Speed, 60 ms. Skills, Ice Blade 7 Dance, Ice Crystal Drop Beast Tamer Space, Ice Attribute Spirit Beast Egg, Black Pattern Form, with 2 cracks, during this period. He had accumulated nearly 400 demon beasts from clearing the secret realms. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless about this, due to the unique nature of the secret realms. Once he cleared the nightmare difficulty, he could not challenge it again. Thus, he had been tackling the hell difficulty secret realms. What was most frustrating was that now, as Lin Feng's cultivation level increased, each first-tier demon beast he defeated only counted as half towards his total. This led to Lin Feng's efforts over a month resulting in such a meager number of demon beasts. However, it was sufficient to exchange for the required second-tier spirit beast pills. Following the exchange, Lin Feng's cultivation rose to second-tier 7th stage, 07000. The speed of this cultivation increase was already quite astonishing. After all, it had only been nearly 3 months since Lin Feng hatched his spirit beast. It is worth noting that even in a place like Xingqian Academy, teeming with prodigies, achieving Lin Feng's current cultivation would typically require over a year. Yet, when faced with those elite third-year students, this level of cultivation still seemed inadequate. Therefore, Lin Feng resolved to enhance his icy aura with additional skills. By doing so, he and Xiao Mo would have the means to contend against a third-year student. Consequently, Lin Feng made his way to the library and selected 2 ice attribute skill books. After learning the skills, upon returning home, he found Ouyang Mafei back from her shopping excursion. When Lin Feng saw the mountain of items she had purchased for him, he was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this a bit excessive? I'm not gone forever. Ouyang Mafei replied earnestly, not at all. Look at these toys. They are for Xiao Mo. Here are various clothes that need to be changed. I heard Yuhan Valley is very cold, so I bought you thermal pants. And what are all these garlic clothes for? Lin Feng asked. I heard garlic is highly effective against ghostly attribute demon beasts. Thankfully, the beast tamer's space was spacious enough, and Lin Feng reluctantly stored all the items inside. After all, this was Ouyang Mafei's thoughtful gesture. Subsequently, Ouyang Mafei approached Lin Feng, wearing an enigmatic expression. Do you know what I have been occupied with this afternoon? She inquired. Isn't it merely a matter of robbing the shopping mall? What more could you have done? She scoffed. Uff, that wouldn't take much time at all. As she spoke, Ouyang Mafei produced a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to him. This is what I dedicated my afternoon to creating. What is this? Lin Feng asked as he took the folded paper and opened it. At a glance, He discerned the information written upon it. Wu Xian, Level 3, Stage 5. Ranked 5th among the third-year students, also known as Wuzi. Spirit Beast, by Luo Fengying. A 7-star wind-type spirit beast, adept at attacking enemies with extraordinary speed. Xiao Yuqing, Level 3, Stage 6. The only female among the 5 third-year registrants. She is also an alchemist, well-versed in poisons. Spirit Beast, Hua Ing Moe, a 7-star wood-type spirit beast, skilled in creating illusions. Tu Wuji, Level 3, Stage 7. A tall young man approaching 2 meters in height. He is a staunch fan of Luo Hai and has been out on missions, recently absent from the academy. Spirit Beast, Huang Jin Bai Meng, a 7-star variant spirit beast, adept in physical attacks, and possessing the racial skill of Frenzy, a born bloodthirsty warrior. These 3 individuals gathered a contribution of 500,000 during the city's beast-tied defense before registering for the selection. Meng Huanyan, Level 3, Stage 8. With striking looks and exceptional talent, he is regarded as the Prince Charming by many girls, and his combat prowess is formidable. Spirit Beast, by Haining Shuijiao. A 7-star dragon-type ice spirit beast, excels in overwhelming opponents with immense power. The information about this final individual caused Lin Feng's heart to tremble. Jin Zan, Level 3. Stage 8. Universally acknowledged as the top student of the 3rd year, he single-handedly slayed a Level 4, Stage 5 beast during the recent beast-tied defense. Spirit Beast, Ming Huafeng Lei Hu, a 7-star spirit beast with 3 attributes, whose attack methods are unpredictable and skilled in using attribute fusion techniques. The rarity of a 3-attribute spirit beast is on par with that of an 8-star spirit beast. Moreover, Jin Zan is proficient in attribute fusion techniques, a skill that cannot be mastered overnight and requires a profound synergy between the beast master and the spirit beast. This top student of the 3rd year undoubtedly possesses considerable abilities, far surpassing his brother Jin Hao. Had Jin Hao also grasped the attribute fusion technique back then, Xiao Mo would have had to fight in his true form. Having absorbed this information, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, the selection was not a one-on-one combat. Otherwise, facing any one of these 5 individuals with his current strength would be exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, the female among them is an alchemist specializing in poisons. Lin Feng mused that he would need to prepare some antidotes for unforeseen circumstances. I gathered this information after consulting several acquaintances. Ouyang Mafei remarked somewhat unsatisfied. However, these 5 do not spend much time at the academy, so I could not acquire more detailed information. This is more than sufficient. Thank you, Mafei, Lin Feng gratefully replied as he stored the intelligence. Why be so polite with me? I cannot be of much assistance, merely providing some logistical support, Ouyang Mafei said with a cheerful smile, her past hostility having faded. Her feelings towards Lin Feng had gradually transformed from adversary to target, and now to admiration. As long as she could contribute in some way to his endeavors, she felt utterly content. Since Ouyang Mafei could procure information about the 5 third-year students, it was only natural that they could glean news about Lin Feng as well. At that moment, in the academy's restaurant, 6 individuals sat together. The burly young man Tu Wuji, upon hearing Jin Hao's account, slammed the table in anger and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. How could a little brat possibly defeat Teacher Luo Hai? It must have been a deliberate leniency on Teacher Luo Hai's part." The most diminutive among them, Wu Xian, interjected, "If what Jin says is true, then this Lin Feng is indeed quite terrifying. As a first-year student, he conquered the nightmare difficulty in his first exploration of the secret realm." Tu Wuji, still unconvinced, retorted, "Even so, what does it matter? He is merely a first-year newcomer. How can we not surpass him?" Dressed in white and strikingly handsome, Meng Huanyan spoke up, based on Jin Hao's description. "I deduce Lin Feng's cultivation level must be between Stage 5 and Stage 8, or else he could not have so easily defeated the Sha Long Lei Xiang. This level of cultivation is not particularly threatening to us, so we need not be overly concerned. If we encounter him in Yuhan Valley, we can swiftly deal with him. It would also serve to avenge Jin Hao." The others nodded in agreement. "It would be ideal if I encountered him. I want to see how he managed to defeat Teacher Luo Hai." Tu Wuji's eyes were filled with indignation, unwilling to tolerate any slander against his idol. At this moment, the golden-haired young man Jin Zan, seated among them, spoke up. "As for the remaining spots, let us each rely on our own abilities. However, everyone must remember that our ultimate target is the students from the Riguang and Yueying academies. Therefore, during the selection, let us not overexert ourselves." "Understood, Jin Gu," they chorused. "All right, let us eat." On the morning of their departure, Ouyang Mafei and Hu Chang accompanied Lin Feng to the academy square. Here, Lin Feng also encountered the 5 third-year students. Based on their heights and attire, combined with the intelligence provided by Ouyang Mafei, he was able to deduce their identities. The only female in the group, Xiao Yuqing, giggled upon spotting Lin Feng approaching. What a handsome junior. He has quite a match for Xiao Mingming. Come, stand beside your senior so I can get a good look at you. She reached out to pull Lin Feng closer. Lin Feng, unfazed, took a step back, positioning himself at the end of the line, concealing his hands behind his back. No need, senior sister, I am fine standing here. He was aware that Xiao Yuqing was an expert in poisons, so it was prudent to minimize contact. Xiao Yuqing maintained her smile. Oh, come on. Your senior 1T bite. Yet in her heart, she thought, this fellow is rather cautious. After Lin Feng arrived, the Academy's deanly approached the group and addressed them. I trust you are all aware of the reasons for this selection, so I shall not elaborate further. Due to the unique nature of this selection location, each of you will have an Academy mentor assigned to ensure your safety. However, should any mentor intervene, your qualification for the selection will be revoked. Now, without further ado, I wish the 3 who succeed in this selection a bountiful harvest in the Yuming Mountain. Let us set off. As Deanly concluded his remarks, a mentor appeared beside each participant. Standing next to Lin Feng was an old acquaintance, Xiong Xing, a mentor with a level 6, 7-star explosive kangaroo spirit beast. Hello. Xiong Laosher. Lin Feng greeted with a smile. You lad have quite the audacity, actually contending for a spot against the 3rd years. Hening Shuang specifically instructed me to advise you to exercise caution. Do not act recklessly. If anything were to happen to you, I would find it difficult to explain to Hening Shuang. Xiong Xing cautioned Lin Feng. Rest assured, Lin Feng replied with a grin. Afterward, Lin Feng bid farewell to Ouyang Mafei and Hu Chong, then stepped onto the teleportation array with Xiong Xing, destined for Yuhan Valley. The Yuhan Valley lies beyond the safety zone, within the territory of the demonic beasts, and can only be accessed through the teleportation arrays arranged by the Academy. This was Lin Feng's first experience with the teleportation array. He felt his body lift suddenly into the air, surrounded by blinding white light that rendered him momentarily unable to open his eyes. Arrived. Open your eyes, Xiong Xing reminded him from the side. Arrived? Has it only been a few minutes? Lin Feng wondered aloud. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a dimly lit forest, where towering trees obscured the sun, casting an ominous shadow over the surroundings. Your objective this time is to hunt the anthropomorphic beasts. However, the Academy mandates that the crystallized forms of these creatures must be of at least 3rd-tier quality. This requirement inadvertently escalates the level of difficulty for you. Therefore, it would be prudent to withdraw at this juncture, Su Xiong inquired. Not a chance. I will participate, Lin Feng declared with unwavering confidence. Very well, you possess courage. Su Xiong commended him. Proceed straight through this forest, and you will reach the entrance of the Yuhan Valley. We shall reconvene here in 10 days. From this moment onward, unless faced with a life-threatening situation, I shall remain in the shadows. Lin Feng nodded, saying, Then, Teacher Xiong, we shall meet in 10 days. With that, Lin Feng embraced Xiao Mo and ventured into the depths of the forest. Chapter 61. The Withered Tree Demon. The 6 individuals participating in the selection were positioned at different entrances of the forest, preventing any encounters until they reached Yuhan Valley. Although they had yet to enter the valley, numerous ghostly attribute beasts were already active within this forest. Upon entering, Lin Feng was greeted by an array of wails and howls reminiscent of tormented spirits. He quickly realized that these sounds were the work of the ghostly attribute beasts. To ensure his safety, Lin Feng released a chilling aura around him, guarding against any stealthy attacks from the phantoms. This forest was far more perilous than the safety zones, teeming with beasts. As Lin Feng ventured deeper, he felt the chilling aura respond to a nearby presence. He glanced down, noticing his shadow beginning to sway ominously. Phantom Beast, 2nd-tier level 6 ghostly attribute skills, Shadow Theft, Shadow Ambush description. Masters of concealment within shadows, they launch sudden and unpredictable assaults. Goodness, it has stealthily blended into my shadow. Had it not been for the warning of the chilling aura, I might have overlooked it. Despite its lower rank, this phantom beast possessed formidable tactics. However, having recognized its existence, Lin Feng wasted no time. The chilling aura rapidly coalesced into several sharp icicles, which shot forth violently toward the concealed phantom beast. With a shriek, the creature was vanquished, leaving behind a crystallized form. After securing the crystallized form, Lin Feng pressed onward. He had but a week to gather the crystallized forms of the anthropomorphic beasts. Given that his cultivation level paled in comparison to the others, he needed to expedite his entry into Yuhan Valley to trace the anthropomorphic beasts. The academy had provided a map of Yuhan Valley, delineating a designated area for their activities. As long as they remained within this zone, they would not encounter beasts beyond the 5th tier. After approximately half a day's journey, Lin Feng finally emerged from the forest. Throughout this trek, he had indeed experienced the peculiarities of the ghostly attribute beasts. No matter how cautious Lin Feng was, he still faced sudden attacks from these spectral creatures. Fortunately, both he and Xiao Mo exhibited remarkable reflexes, avoiding injury from the onslaught. Upon exiting the forest, Lin Feng beheld a valley enshrouded in thick mist. The valley appeared pitch black, as if all light had been devoured. Accompanied by distant howls, the valley emanated an even more sinister aura. This must be Yuhan Valley, Lin Feng deduced, and after consulting the map to confirm a direction, he and Xiao Mo stepped into the valley's entrance. As Lin Feng ventured into Yuhan Valley, another figure emerged from the forest behind him. This individual, nearly 2 meters tall, was accompanied by a towering spirit beast measuring about 6 meters in height. The spirit beast, adorned with golden fur, sported robust limbs and a massive head, with formidable fangs protruding from its jaws, radiating an unparalleled strength. Damn it! These ghostly attribute beasts are indeed formidable, Tu Wujin cursed under his breath. His spirit beast, the golden Bylin, excelled in physical attacks. However, most ghostly attribute beasts here were immune to such assaults, making this a vexing challenge for Tu Wujin. Nevertheless, his cultivation level greatly surpassed that of the ghostly beasts in the forest, and after considerable effort, he finally emerged from the thicket, albeit as the slowest among the 6. Oh, is that Lin Feng? Just as Tu Wujin exited, he spotted Lin Feng entering Yuhan Valley. Heh, leave the task of dealing with Lin Feng to me. I shall test whether he is as formidable as others claim. Tu Wujin clenched his fists, producing cracking sounds, and followed closely in Lin Feng's footsteps into the valley. Once inside Yuhan Valley, the oppressive darkness enveloped them. Xiao Mo unleashed a ball of Qilin flames from his hand to illuminate their path. Finding the anthropomorphic beasts proved to be quite a challenge. After nearly half an hour of searching, Lin Feng encountered several beasts, yet none were the intended targets. This ignited a sense of urgency within him. After all, he was competing for a top 3 position among third-year students, all of whom were at least 3rd tier level 5. This goal was undoubtedly ambitious. Consequently, Lin Feng hastened his pace. At that moment, a withered tree to his right began to stir. The branches of the dead tree burrowed into the ground, reaching towards Lin Feng's feet. While sprinting forward, he suddenly felt something ensnare his left foot. Due to inertia, Lin Feng's body lurched forward, and the branch that had ensnared his foot hoisted him into the air. As the attack originated from below, Lin Feng's chilling aura failed to detect it in advance. At this critical juncture, Xiao Mo sprang into action, unleashing a blast of Qilin flames upon the branch, entwining Lin Feng's left foot. The branch was incinerated by the flames, allowing Lin Feng to execute a graceful maneuver and land back on solid ground. Roar! The withered tree emitted a piercing cry, and in that instant, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo realized that, unbeknownst to them, a cluster of over a dozen withered trees had encircled them. Withered Tree Demon Cultivation, 2nd tier level 7 to 3rd tier level 1 Dark Attribute Beast Skills, Underground Strike, Entanglement, Death Erosion Description, a gregarious beast, rarely active, upon detecting a target. It uses its withered branches as weapons to attack. These withered tree demons swayed ominously, gradually surrounding Lin Feng. In the face of this formidable group, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo prepared for battle. We must avoid releasing large-scale fire attacks, Lin Feng cautioned Xiao Mo. After all, in this abyssal valley, the light from flames could not only attract other beasts, but might also draw the attention of the remaining 5. Understood, Master, Xiao Mo acknowledged, his wrist glowing red as the blood scorpion's tail was donned. Charge! With a swift motion, Lin Feng propelled himself forward, wielding the blood scorpion's tail as he charged at the nearest withered tree demons. The withered tree demons raised their thick branches like steel whips, striking ferociously. Lin Feng, relying on his incredible speed, deftly evaded their assaults and swiftly closed the distance to one of the creatures. With a fist enveloped in chilling aura, he delivered a heavy blow to the withered tree demon's trunk. The chilling aura instantly froze it in place, and with a powerful kick, Lin Feng shattered it to pieces. Using the rebound force, he flipped midair and landed atop another withered tree demon. The sharp stinger of the blood scorpion's tail pierced directly into the withered tree demon's body. The creature let out a howl, and several withered branches erupted from its form, aiming directly for Lin Feng above. Lin Feng remained utterly unperturbed as he drew forth the stinger of the blood scorpion. his body spinning with sudden ferocity. Utilizing the sharp spikes of the beastly soldier, he severed all the withered branches that flew toward him. Ice Blade Sevenfold Dance, Lin Feng exclaimed, unleashing a chilling ice attribute skill. The relentless assault ruthlessly sliced through the surrounding withered tree demons. Chapter 62. Bewildered yet unscathed, just as Lin Feng had eradicated the nearby withered tree demons, an unexpected turn of events unfolded concerning Xiao Mo. At that moment, Xiao Mo had already vanquished 7 withered tree demons. Yet 3 of the supposedly deceased ones suddenly writhed and rose to their feet behind him, launching a surprise attack. Thick branches struck Xiao Mo's body with force. Fortunately, Xiao Mo was shielded by the scales of the Blood Lord, mitigating the damage significantly. However, it did ignite his fury. Instantly, the Qilin flames erupted from Xiao Mo, their intense heat searing the bodies of the withered tree demons. He then proceeded to unleash a brutal onslaught against the remaining foes. This time, Xiao Mo ensured that even the corpses of the demons that had not resurrected were thoroughly punished. I will incinerate you all and see if you can revive. Xiao Mo seethed, releasing flames that reduced the withered tree demons' remains to ashes. Amidst the glow of the flames, Lin Feng noticed 3 faintly translucent figures emerging from the resurrected withered tree demons. Intrigued, he summoned a blast of icy energy, freezing the ethereal apparitions in place. A glance through the Xianguang mirror revealed their true nature. Humanoid beast cultivation level, Tier 3. Stage 1 attribute. Phantom skill, skin suit description. Able to don the skin of deceased entities and exert control from within. Lin Feng's heart soared with delight, realizing that these 3 translucent entities were indeed humanoid beasts. It seemed they had stealthily donned the skins of the beasts during the battle, only revealing their true forms once the surrounding corpses were incinerated by Xiao Mo. Thankfully, Lin Feng's keen eyes had caught them in time. Without hesitation, he dispatched the frozen humanoid beasts, securing 3 crystalline essences in the process. Although the humanoid beasts lacked formidable strength, their power scaled with the might of the beasts they controlled. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled previous encounters with beasts that may have been similarly possessed, slipping away unnoticed. If that were the case, it would have been a significant loss. It was evident that vigilance was paramount in future battles. After collecting all the beast crystals from the ground, Lin Feng was about to rise when a deep, resonant voice echoed behind him. Impressive. You've already slain 3 humanoid beasts. Lin Feng swiftly turned, alert to the source of the voice. Standing before him was a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, known as Tu Wuji, a third-year student among the 5. Emerging from the shadows was a golden baiman, its body adorned with golden fur, following in Tu Wuji's heavy footsteps. Lin Feng had anticipated encountering one of the 5 so soon. I hear you defeated teacher Luo Hai and became a patrol team instructor? Tu Wuji approached Lin Feng, skepticism evident in his gaze. Lin Feng met Tu Wuji's stare with unwavering resolve. If you wish to join the patrol team, I might consider teaching you. Haha, how absurd. Do I truly need your guidance? Tu Wuji scoffed, his confidence palpable. Encountering me means your selection journey ends here. We 5 shall not allow a mere first year to claim a spot in Yuming Mountain. Prepare yourself. Tu Wuji, a fervent combatant, was eager to test Lin Feng's abilities. He was aware that compared to the other 4, this selection was particularly unkind to him, as the physical prowess of the Golden Baiman was severely disadvantaged against the ghostly attributes of its foes. Thus, eliminating Lin Feng seemed the most prudent course of action. Upon hearing Tu Wuji's declaration, Lin Feng recognized that combat was inevitable, and he was keen to gauge the chasm in strength between himself and these elite third-year students. Moreover, if he found himself outmatched, he could rely on his agility to escape. Just as Lin Feng contemplated this, Tu Wuji initiated the attack. What surprised Lin Feng was Tu Wuji charging ahead of the Golden Baiman. A smile crept onto Lin Feng's face. It appeared Tu Wuji shared his philosophy of becoming a close combat beastmaster. However, Tu Wuji lacked the extraordinary system enhancements that Lin Feng possessed. As Tu Wuji barreled toward him, Lin Feng stood his ground, displaying no intent to evade. Filled with rage, Tu Wuji was incensed that Lin Feng did not flinch at the sight of his imposing figure, typically enough to intimidate others into retreat. You have guts, kid. Stand firm. As his words faded, Tu Wuji suddenly lunged, attempting to grapple Lin Feng's legs. Lin Feng recognized the maneuver as a wrestling leg takedown. This contender was not only formidable, but also adept in wrestling, a skill that often surpassed traditional combat techniques. Yet, Lin Feng remained calm, standing resolutely. As Tu Wuji's arms encircled his legs, Lin Feng abruptly shifted his weight forward. Instantly, Tu Wuji felt an immense force from behind. shocking him with Lin Feng's unexpected strength. The realization dawned on him that this seemingly smaller opponent possessed a power that could counter his takedown. A chilling thought crossed Tu Wuji's mind. Perhaps this young man could indeed rival Luo Hai. However, what transpired next left Tu Wuji even more astounded. As Lin Feng pressed down, he wrapped his arms around Tu Wuji's waist and forcefully hurled him backward. The tremendous force sent Tu Wuji soaring through the air before crashing violently to the ground. Boom! Tu Wuji let out a muffled grunt, feeling as if his internal organs had been rearranged. Your technique needs refinement. Come to the training ground, and I'll teach you properly. Lin Feng remarked calmly as he turned away. Don't get cocky. Just wait until I get up. Tu Wuji retorted defiantly. Originally, Lin Feng intended to administer a light lesson. But Tu Wuji's stubbornness prompted him to deliver a punch to the top of his head, just enough to render him unconscious without causing serious harm. With Tu Wuji incapacitated, Lin Feng now faced only the Golden Baiman. Chapter 63. Fishing. The Golden Baiman was taken aback. Its master, renowned for his strength, had been felled by another. Momentarily stunned, the Golden Baiman began pounding its chest with ferocity, emitting a thunderous roar as its golden fur appeared to be soaked in blood, transforming it into a state of frenzy. Although the Golden Baiman lacked a Beastmaster's guidance at that moment, its status as a 7-star variant, Tier 3, Stage 7, made it an exceedingly formidable foe for Lin Feng. As the Golden Baiman descended into madness, Xiao Mo also roared, engulfed in flames, transforming into its true form, the towering Mo Huoyu Qilin. Xiao Mo understood that the opponent before them was not something that could be dealt with by mere shape-shifting. The two spirit beasts unleashed a series of fierce roars towards one another, exuding a potent aura. Lin Feng, standing nearby, activated the chilling energy surrounding him, preparing to join Xiao Mo in the battle against the Golden Baiman. In its frenzied state, the Golden Baiman's muscles swelled even larger, its sharp claws exposed, as it advanced toward Lin Feng with heavy steps, launching the first attack. Seeing the Golden Baiman barreling toward them like a heavy tank, both Lin Feng and Xiao Mo recognized that they could not withstand a direct hit. Their own strength was already inferior to that of the Golden Baiman, which excelled in brute force. If they were to take the hit, they would surely be sent flying. Thus, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo swiftly utilized their speed advantage to evade to the side. The Golden Baiman swept past them with a roaring rush. Noticing it had missed its target, the Golden Baiman let out a deep, resonating roar. With this roar, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo felt an invisible pressure enveloping their bodies, slowing their movements. It was the heavy pressure field of the Golden Baiman. Lin Feng sensed the dire situation. With the aid of the heavy pressure field, the Golden Baiman attacked again, swinging its claws with a fierce slicing sound aimed at Xiao Mo. At this moment, Xiao Mo's speed noticeably decreased, and the strike became unavoidable, forcing him to rely on the spike of his blood scorpion tail to defend. The clang of metal echoed throughout the valley. Immediately, Lin Feng concentrated the cold energy in his hands, unleashing the ice crystal fall. Countless shards of ice rained down upon the Golden Baiman's head. The formidable creature managed to block the ice crystals with one claw, while relentlessly continuing its assault on Xiao Mo with the other. The roar of the fire Qilin erupted. Xiao Mo unleashed a torrent of blazing Qilin flames in retaliation against the Golden Baiman. However, due to the significant disparity in cultivation, their skills failed to inflict substantial damage on the Golden Baiman. Meanwhile, the tremendous noise created by the clash between the Golden Baiman and Xiao Mo attracted nearby ghostly beasts. Lin Feng observed numerous ghostly creatures drifting towards their location. They could no longer afford to continue the battle, realizing that if they were encircled by the approaching beasts, their chances of survival would plummet. Lin Feng urged Xiao Mo to prepare for a retreat. Xiao Mo complied, propelling flames into the sky from the ground. The hellfire erupted, obscuring the Golden Baiman's line of sight. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo then decisively fled deeper into the Ghost Valley. The Golden Baiman, relying on its immense physique, broke through the encirclement of the hellfire. Upon emerging, it spotted Lin Feng, who had already distanced himself, and roared in furious frustration. However, it could not pursue, as its master remained unconscious. With more and more ghostly beasts gathering around, the Golden Baiman reluctantly seized Tu Wuji and swiftly escaped before being surrounded. Observing this scene, Xiongxing could not help but commend that Lin Feng is quite clever. If he had delayed a few more minutes, both he and Tu Wuji would have been eliminated. After running through the valley for about half an hour, Lin Feng estimated that they had escaped the immediate area of the battle and halted his steps. From this encounter, Lin Feng realized the considerable gap between his strength and that of the third-year students. If not for Tu Wuji's arrogance in confronting Lin Feng in a physical contest, he likely would not have managed to escape. Without the guidance of a beastmaster, the Golden Baiman was already formidable. If Tu Wuji had commanded it, escaping would have been far more challenging. It was evident that cultivation was a fundamental truth. Moreover, Tu Wuji was merely ranked third among the five. How powerful must Meng Huanyan, ranked second, and Jin Zan, ranked first, be? For the first time, Lin Feng, who had always sailed smoothly, felt a sense of impending crisis. It appeared he could only avoid encounters with these individuals. By hunting more anthropomorphic beasts, he might still secure a spot in the ghostly mountain. Thus, Lin Feng began searching for traces of anthropomorphic beasts nearby. Armed with previous experience, he designated Xiao Mo as the main attacker while he observed the corpses of fallen beasts closely. After a prolonged half-day of effort, Lin Feng indeed discovered 4 anthropomorphic beasts. However, he felt this method was too slow and extremely taxing. Any moment of carelessness could allow those anthropomorphic beasts to escape. Consequently, he gathered all the deceased beast corpses, concentrated them in one location, and concealed himself and Xiao Mo, preparing to ambush. The anthropomorphic beasts would surely be unable to resist the temptation of so many corpses. When the time came, Lin Feng could ensnare them all. Concealed atop a large tree, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo kept their eyes fixed on the dozens of corpses laid out in the clearing below. As soon as one of the corpses stirred, they would launch a fierce attack. Indeed, after patiently waiting for an hour, one of the beast corpses began to move. Lin Feng's heart soared with joy as he prepared to descend and strike. However, he was puzzled to see that this corpse did not stand up directly like those controlled by anthropomorphic beasts. Instead, it appeared as if something was wriggling beneath it. Lin Feng withheld his eagerness, continuing to observe from the tree. Approximately 10 minutes later, a small, gray-furred mouse, measuring barely half a meter, emerged from beneath the beast corpses. Its tiny eyes sparkled with delight, cheeks stuffed full. Oh no, Lin Feng cursed, realizing that this creature had stolen the beast crystals. The corpses manipulated by anthropomorphic beasts must contain beast crystals. Therefore, Lin Feng had refrained from extracting the crystals from the slain beasts, only to find that this gray mouse had taken them all. This unfortunate turn of events left Lin Feng feeling exceedingly frustrated. He shouted, "Spit it out." With that, he leapt down from the tree, lunging at the gray mouse. Startled by Lin Feng's voice, the mouse darted away in a panic. Lin Feng did not anticipate the creature's speed. Even with his agility, he could not capture it. As the gray mouse continued to flee further away, Lin Feng hastily pursued. Losing the anthropomorphic beast was one thing, but losing so many beast crystals would be a significant loss. Xiao Mo joined the chase as well. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not match the speed of the gray mouse. An hour later, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo found themselves at the entrance of a dimly lit cave, with the gray mouse slipping inside. Having pursued it this far, Lin Feng was unwilling to give up and followed the mouse into the cave. However, once inside, a loud rumble echoed as a heavy stone door descended from above, sealing off the cave behind him. This was bad. There was a mechanism. Lin Feng approached the stone door, feeling a sense of foreboding. He clenched his fists and summoned all his strength to strike the door. Boom! His punch dislodged a considerable amount of rubble from the cave's ceiling. Yet the stone door remained unmoved, showing no signs of damage. At this moment, Lin Feng's punch carried a weight exceeding 1,000 pounds. Yet the stone door remained completely unscathed. The resilience of this stone door was astonishing. Subsequently, Xiao Mo, unwilling to concede, decided to test his strength. Though Xiao Mo possessed terrifying physical power, he merely managed to cause the stone door to tremble slightly. However, the cavern above could not withstand such force, and a cascade of rocks tumbled down, instantly blocking the entrance with debris. Xiao Mo awkwardly scratched his head. Lin Feng realized that escaping from this place was no longer feasible and resolved to explore the cave for other possible exits. With only a week for the assessment, failing to find a way out would jeopardize their chances for a spot in Yuming Mountain. Meanwhile, the gray-furred mouse had vanished without a trace. It was no wonder that teacher who warned of misfortune for those who lingered here. It was indeed true. Lin Feng expressed his frustration. However, with circumstances having reached this point, he had no choice but to allow Xiao Mo to illuminate the path ahead as they ventured deeper into the cavern. Behind them, Xiong Xing, tasked with their protection, stood at the cave's entrance, surveying the surroundings. Puzzled, he muttered, "In such an expansive area, why can't I see Lin Feng?" As they proceeded further into the cave, Lin Feng occasionally spotted the skeletal remains of demonic beasts strewn about the sides. He could only wonder what had slain them. Strangely, No ghostly attributes of demonic beasts appeared within this cavern of the Yuhan mountain range. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Feng stumbled upon a vast cavern. Illuminated by the glow from Xiao Mo, he discovered that the cavern was as large as a football field, with an impenetrable darkness above that obscured its height. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed only steep rock walls, with a faint glimpse of another passage visible across from him. With no other option, Lin Feng pressed onward toward that passage. However, as soon as he stepped into the cavern, the atmosphere abruptly transformed. Dense black smoke enveloped the area, and eerily, numerous oil lamps flickered to life along the previously bare rock walls, emitting an unsettling green light. The rocky ground vanished, replaced by a surface resembling soil. A thick, rancid odor penetrated Lin Feng's nostrils, reminiscent of fermented herring and rotten pork mingled together over several years. It nearly caused him to retch. "Master, what is this foul stench?" Xiao Mo pinched his nose, grimacing. "I have no idea. I can't take it anymore. Let's retreat." Lin Feng held his breath, preparing to return to the original cave. Yet upon turning back, the entrance they had just exited had vanished, replaced by an impenetrable wall. "What in the world is this cursed place?" Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. At that moment, a series of rhythmic drumming echoed from an unknown source. The eerie beats heightened Lin Feng's vigilance as he scanned the vicinity. Accompanying the drum beats, the soil-like ground beneath Lin Feng and Xiao Mo began to yield demonic beasts. Their bodies covered in decaying flesh. Corrupted corpse beasts, rank between second and third tier. In this cavern, the ground was now teeming with corrupted corpse beasts, extending endlessly before them. What bad luck. It feels as if misfortune itself has opened the door to me. The wretched creatures, emitting a noxious odor, advanced slowly toward Lin Feng and Xiao Mo. However, Lin Feng quickly shifted his perspective. With so many demonic beasts, wasn't this an opportunity to enhance his cultivation? He had been concerned about his insufficient strength. Thus, he retrieved paper from the Beast Master space to cover their noses and began to engage in battle with the corrupted corpse beasts. This would prove to be Lin Feng's most arduous conflict yet. Although the strength of the corrupted corpse beasts was not overly challenging for him, the stench was unbearable. Even with their noses blocked, the scent was still overwhelming. Especially after Xiao Mo unleashed a fiery attack, the aroma mixed with heat was simply intolerable. Nevertheless, upon observing the steady increase in demonic beasts in his system, Lin Feng endured the nausea and continued to slay the corrupted corpse beasts. Lin Feng lost track of time, having no idea how long he had fought or how many punches he had thrown or skills he had unleashed. Eventually, he managed to eradicate all the corrupted corpse beasts. To Lin Feng's astonishment, each beast he defeated granted him a modest increase in cultivation. Could this be a wild secret realm? Wild secret realms existed only beyond the realm of safety, with encounters being entirely random. Some had ventured into wild secret realms and emerged with treasures, while others had met their demise at the hands of 8th-tier demonic beasts. As Lin Feng pondered this, the drumbeats sounded once more. The last time the drums had sounded, a horde of corrupted corpse beasts emerged. What would appear this time? Lin Feng hastily retrieved a recovery potion from the Beastmaster space and swallowed it, bracing himself for the inevitable battle. Chapter 65. The Trials of the Secret Realm. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled drumming reverberated throughout the cavern. As the beats rang out, a multitude of ghostly attribute demonic beasts suddenly emerged from the dense black mist. These creatures varied in form, yet all exhibited a translucent quality. Their strength hovered around the 3rd tier. Against these ghostly beasts, physical attacks yielded no effect. Only skill-based assaults would suffice to vanquish them. Following the previous battle, both Lin Feng and Xiao Mo had expended considerable energy. Yet, to elevate their cultivation, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and pressed on. Fortunately, the ghostly beasts lacked the rancid odor that had plagued their earlier encounters, rendering the battle environment significantly more bearable. Now, Lin Feng shouted, channeling icy energy as Xiao Mo unleashed a roaring inferno, engulfing the ghostly beasts in flames. The battle raged on incessantly. This was undoubtedly the most challenging fight Lin Feng had faced since his arrival in this world. There was no support, no retreat. Only relentless slaughter remained, continuously unleashing skills. Lin Feng's internal energy diminished rapidly. He was forced to consume healing potions to replenish his strength. Despite the protection of the Beast King's bloodstained scales, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo suffered numerous wounds from the relentless ghostly beasts. It was only due to Lin Feng's extensive experiences that his cultivation was far more robust than that of an average beastmaster. Otherwise, he would have surely been overwhelmed by the tide of beasts. Time slipped away, and Lin Feng became numb to the slaughter. Yet, the black mist continued to churn forth more beasts. If this continued, even he would not be able to endure. At this moment, the flames radiating from Xiao Mo had dimmed considerably, his massive 4-meter frame weighed down by the multitude of ghostly beasts clinging to him, draining his power. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo had reached a point where even the most basic of attribute attacks were beyond their capability. Just when it seemed most critical, the long-dormant spirit beast egg in the Beastmaster space sprang forth uncontrollably. Its ice blue shell was adorned with peculiar black patterns that flowed rhythmically. As the black patterns shifted, the distant black mist appeared to be drawn toward the spirit beast egg, rushing in at an astonishing speed. The black patterns greedily absorbed the mist as if it were a boundless source of nourishment. The egg even swelled slightly in size, and the black patterns thickened considerably. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. It seems that the dark attribute of the spirit beast egg is assisting Lin Feng. Soon, the black mist within the cave was completely absorbed by the spirit beast egg, which then contentedly returned to the Beastmaster space, falling silent once more. This spirit beast egg already exhibited such formidable powers before hatching. One can only imagine the abilities it will possess once it finally emerges. This realization further solidified Lin Feng's determination to secure a place in the entrance to Yuming Mountain. As the ghostly creatures all originated from the black mist, the dissipating mist meant that no new beasts would appear. Finally, he had endured. Lin Feng felt a wave of relief as he observed the dwindling number of ghostly beasts on the field. Fortunately, Ouyang Mafei had prepared an ample supply of medicinal pills for him. After consuming several more pills, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo strained to unleash their maximum skills to eliminate the remaining beasts. With the cries of the beasts fading away, Lin Feng managed to endure this onslaught. "Master, I'm utterly exhausted." Xiao Mo lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Feng slumped down beside him, hoping there would be no subsequent wave. At that moment, a voice emanating from the cave eased Lin Feng's anxious heart. "Congratulations. You have successfully passed the first trial of this secret realm. Now, rewards for your cultivation will be distributed." A white light enveloped Lin Feng and Xiao Mo, erasing their injuries and fatigue. What a delightful sensation. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Following this, he experienced a rapid surge in his cultivation level. His previous cultivation, combined with the slight increase from defeating the beasts, had reached the 7th level of the second tier, 50007000. This reward catapulted Lin Feng to the 9th level of the second tier, 08000. Furthermore, Lin Feng's system still had a substantial number of beasts yet to be utilized. With this reward, Lin Feng felt that everything he had just endured was worthwhile. The cultivation rewards have been distributed. Would you like to proceed to the second trial? Complete the second trial to earn permanent access to this secret realm. The voice echoed once more in the cave. To his surprise, there was indeed a second trial, and the reward was so enticing. If he could carry such a secret realm with him, wouldn't he enhancing his cultivation become exceedingly simple? However, Lin Feng remained level-headed, understanding that such an alluring reward likely indicated that the second trial would be anything but ordinary. Therefore, he called into the cave. "What is the second trial?" The voice in the cave promptly responded. "In the second trial, an enemy with equal strength to yours will appear. You need only defeat him to pass." So simple. Lin Feng mused that no beast master of equal cultivation could possibly defeat him. If this was the nature of the trial, he would certainly accept. "All right, I will participate in the second trial." As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, the scene in the cave transformed once again. Everything before him was bathed in red, followed by a wave of intense heat. He found himself in a fiery realm of molten lava. The surging magma rolled beneath his feet, and Lin Feng and Xiao Mo stood atop a massive rock. Opposite them appeared two figures. As the figures approached, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. Initially, Lin Feng had been relieved, thinking that facing an equal beast master would yield an easy battle, especially in a location so suited for fire attribute beast masters. However, to his shock, the two figures before him were far too familiar. The spirit beast before him also bore the head of a dragon, the tail of a lion, the legs of a deer, and the hooves of an ox. It radiated a brilliant yellow Qilin flame. Beside this spirit beast stood a young man wielding a tang knife made of ice, the chilling aura swirling around him. "Master, what is happening? Why are there two of me? I don't know either. There is another me here." Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly upon seeing the young man before him. He had indeed underestimated the trials of this secret realm. Before him were unmistakably their doppelgangers. Every aspect, from aura to appearance, was identical. Even the garlic pendant personally crafted by Ouyang Mafei hung at their waists. It was no wonder the voice in the cave had mentioned an enemy of equal strength. This was exceedingly uncanny. Now confronted with another version of himself, Lin Feng found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. Defeating oneself must be one of the most challenging feats imaginable. At this moment, the doppelganger of Lin Feng twirled the icy tang knife in an elegant flourish, then suddenly vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared before Lin Feng, the knife aimed directly at Lin Feng's neck. My speed is astonishingly swift, Lin Feng thought to himself, noting that the doppelganger's fighting style mirrored his own perfectly. The doppelganger of Xiao Mo also let out a furious roar. The roar of the fire Qilin erupted forth. Xiao Mo, not to be outdone, unleashed his own fire Qilin roar against the doppelganger. Dare to impersonate me? I'll incinerate you. Boom. The two roars collided, and a massive wave of flames swept across the entire lava expanse. Lin Feng quickly dodged backward as the doppelganger's tang knife grazed his neck. In response, Lin Feng conjured a gigantic ice hammer with chilling energy and swung it toward the doppelganger's head. The doppelganger raised his left hand, and a massive ice shield materialized overhead, blocking the forceful strike of Lin Feng's hammer. Using the rebound force from the blow, Lin Feng swiftly retreated, transforming the ice hammer in his right hand into an icy revolver. He aimed at the doppelganger's head and fired rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. Unfazed, the doppelganger produced two revolvers from both hands and began to retaliate against Lin Feng. Even his marksmanship was on par with Lin Feng's. The icy bullets from the doppelganger collided with Lin Feng's bullets in midair, sending a shower of ice crystals flying. Damn it, how am I supposed to fight this? Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. This doppelganger had mastered all of Lin Feng's abilities. It was clear that the secret realm had recorded his techniques during the previous battle against the beasts. After all, Lin Feng had employed every tactic available to him when faced with such overwhelming attacks from the beasts. To hold back in that situation would have been tantamount to seeking death. For over 10 minutes, Lin Feng and the doppelganger exchanged icy blows without a clear victor emerging. The same was true for Xiao Mo. Whether it was the summoned beasts or skills, everything was identical. Neither side could manage to inflict damage on the other. As it became evident that their icy powers were evenly matched, Lin Feng resolved to engage the doppelganger in close combat. Yet, whatever Lin Feng could do, the doppelganger could also replicate. The battle reached a stalemate. Continuing in this manner was not viable. Lin Feng pondered urgently while fighting. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Beast transformation. He had employed this ability during the initial battle against the corrupted corpse beast. After enduring the attacks from the ghostly beasts, the cooldown period should have elapsed. As Lin Feng vocalized his intent, the power within Xiao Mo surged into Lin Feng. Simultaneously, flames erupted from Lin Feng's head, followed by a wave of intense itching. Two Qilin horns sprouted from the top of Lin Feng's head. This time, the area of beast transformation was his head. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's transformation into his beastly form, the doppelganger promptly emulated the same ability. However, the nature of the beast transformation is random, selecting a single body part. The doppelganger's fortune paled in comparison to Lin Feng's. A petite Qilin tail materialized on the doppelganger's posterior, eliciting a joyous reaction from Lin Feng. He had wagered on the randomness of the transformation. Even though Xiao Mo was an 8-star elite Qilin spirit beast, possessing a tail bore little significant power, Lin Feng could clearly sense the doppelganger's frustration, as it was hardly feasible for it to utilize a Qilin's tail to launch an attack on him, despite their equal abilities. The enhancement from the beast transformation allowed Lin Feng to gain the upper hand against the doppelganger. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo was locked in a fierce battle with his doppelganger, growing increasingly exasperated from the stalemate. To secure victory, he began contemplating new strategies. Since the doppelganger mirrored all his skills, he resolved to learn a new technique in real time, curious to see if it could replicate that as well. With the aid of the Chongling Dan, Xiao Mo's comprehension had surpassed that of ordinary spirit beasts. He began to grasp new insights mid-battle, and soon his form became increasingly swift. Ultimately, he manifested 3 blazing Qilin phantoms, the Yin Wu Qilin Bu. This was the new skill Xiao Mo had mastered during combat. Utilizing rapid movement to create illusory Qilin flames, he could confound his adversary, making it difficult to discern the real from the fake. Indeed, the doppelganger appeared bewildered, unable to determine which of the 3 phantoms was the true Xiao Mo. Narrowing its eyes, it fixated on the leftmost phantom and lunged forward. However, as it pounced, that phantom dissipated into thin air, causing the doppelganger to feel a surge of dread. At that very moment, the real Xiao Mo, stationed at the far right, smirked, and unleashed his most potent attack. The Hong Lian Qilin Ren. A colossal blade of Qilin flames hovered in midair, aimed directly at the doppelganger. The scorching heat of the Qilin blade cleaved through the air, and it was too late for the doppelganger to defend itself. With a swift motion, the doppelganger's head was severed, rolling aside, while its body transformed into a phantom, gradually fading from existence. Lin Feng, having seized the opportunity, unleashed the fiery attack from his beastly horns. The skill, Hui Qilin de Jian Jiao, was released, striking the doppelganger's chest with ferocity. Subsequently, Lin Feng bellowed, conjuring an ice wall adorned with sharp spikes behind the doppelganger. The impact of the fiery attack propelled the doppelganger's body against the spiked wall with a resounding crash, resulting in countless bloody punctures. In an instant, the doppelganger's form dissipated into a wisp. Lin Feng marveled at the unexpectedly formidable challenge he had faced. Watching the vanishing doppelganger, he sighed in relief, reflecting on his cleverness. Xiao Mo, filled with trepidation, acknowledged that without mastering the new skill, he would have struggled to defeat his opponent. Congratulations! You have passed the second trial of this secret realm. Chapter 67. New system function. As the voice echoed within the cavern, the surroundings reverted to their original state. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo leaned against the cavern wall, recuperating from their exertions in battle. The second trial's rewards are now being distributed. A beam of white light descended, bestowing yet another cultivation reward. This time, the enhancement was immense, propelling Lin Feng into the ranks of the third stage. Mo Hu Yu Qilin Cultivation. Third stage level 1, 09000, star level, 8-star elite attributes, fire skills. Huamian, Weiya, Chong Zhuang, Diu Lai Yen. Hui Qilin de Pao Xiao, Fentian Lai Yen. Yen Wu Qilin Bu Ultimate Skill. Hong Lian Qilin Rin Beast Weapons. Shui Xingling, Zhu de Linjia. Yuan Su Zeng, Yi Ji Lian. Shuexie Ji Jian Wei. Following his ascension to the third stage, Xiao Mo's form grew to approximately 5 meters. With flames radiating a brilliant orange hue, his aura escalated to new heights, and his muscles visibly expanded. Xiao Mo transitioned from the juvenile phase to the growth phase, exhibiting marked enhancements in speed, strength, and skill potency. Should he encounter the previously formidable doppelganger at the second stage level 9, he would effortlessly defeat it. The most exhilarating aspect of reaching the third stage for Lin Feng was the voice resonating within his mind. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has increased, activating a new system function. Contract Beast Cultivation. The host may currently contract one beast. A new quest has been issued. Contract your first beast. Reward: 1 contract beast bloodline enhancement pill. Lin Feng was elated. The system's capabilities had grown increasingly remarkable, now including the ability to contract demonic beasts. Moreover, these contracted beasts would equate to spirit beasts in status. Spirit beast eggs are rare treasures, yet demonic beasts abound. Observing the system's description, Lin Feng surmised that with further cultivation advancements, he might be able to contract a second or even third beast. This thought filled him with excitement. While others possessed only a single spirit beast, he could potentially assemble a spirit beast squad. The prospect was exhilarating. Lin Feng felt that entering the cave with that gray-furred mouse had been the wisest decision. At that moment, the voice within the cavern resumed. The cultivation reward has been dispensed. Congratulations on passing the second trial, granting you permanent access to this secret realm. Subsequently, a radiant spectrum of light appeared before Lin Feng, within which a ring floated gently. Upon grasping the ring, information regarding it flooded his mind. Wang Ling Shi Lianmi Jing, containing 7 trials, 2 of which have been completed. The third trial requires the expenditure of 100 third-stage demonic beast crystals to unlock. Completed trials cannot be repeated. Lin Feng stared incredulously at the ring's description, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had initially expected to acquire a miraculous artifact for enhancing cultivation, only to discover that it could not be challenged repeatedly. However, upon further contemplation, he recognized the current rewards were already substantial. The first 2 trials had provided him with immense benefits. Who knows what the remaining trials might yield? It was no wonder that encountering wild secret realms was said to be advantageous. Indeed, that was the case. Lin Feng donned the ring, and the cavern's scenery reverted to the moment he first entered. The passageway before him re-emerged. Xiao Mo, let us proceed. Certainly, master. At this moment, Xiao Mo transformed back into human form. Now in the growth phase, he no longer resembled a child, but rather a 10-year-old boy. Standing about 1.5 meters tall, Lin Feng could no longer carry him in his arms. The two walked side by side toward the passageway. At the end of the passage stood a stone door, which Lin Feng approached and examined. He found it far less imposing than the heavy entrance he had encountered initially. Thus, he unleashed a powerful punch, striking it with force. Boom! The stone door shattered with a resounding crash, sending clouds of dust swirling. As the dust settled, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo were left awestruck by the sight that greeted them. Master, this place is incredible. This was a small chamber, merely a few square meters. Yet it gleamed with a resplendent golden light that dazzled Lin Feng and Xiao Mo's eyes. The tiny room was entirely crafted from pure gold. The ground is piled high with monstrous crystal formations, reaching at least a meter in height, alongside numerous unidentified attribute materials arranged nearby. It is nothing short of a small treasure trove. The items contained within could easily be exchanged for billions of spirit stones. And some materials are so rare that they are virtually priceless. Although Lin Feng currently has no expenditures for spirit stones, one can never have too much wealth. Xiao Mo, we are in for a windfall. With that, Lin Feng, unabashed, prepared to sweep everything into his Beastmaster space. Stop right there. What do you intend to do? A gray figure darted toward him with remarkable speed, reaching Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. It lunged at his nose, but fortunately, Lin Feng's enhanced cultivation allowed him to react swiftly. He tilted his head back just in time to evade the sudden attack. The gray figure stood atop a mound of monstrous crystals, its eyes filled with fury, baring its sharp teeth. Lin Feng immediately recognized it as the large gray rat that had previously stolen his monstrous crystals. It was this creature that led him to this cave. Clearly, this small dwelling was the rat's lair. Dun Bao Shu cultivation, level 3, stage 5 skills, digging, lightning speed, biting, treasure-seeking description, fond of collecting various treasures. It possesses a keen sense of smell that can detect hidden treasures nearby, moves with incredible speed, and is inherently timid. While most monstrous beasts are ferocious and malicious, many have developed over the millennia to provide significant aid to human life. The Dun Bao Shu is one such creature. When discovered, no one would choose to kill it. Instead, they capture it to assist in treasure hunting. Thus, many wealthy merchants in various safe zones are willing to pay handsomely for this type of beast. It is rare to find a Dun Bao Shu that has reached level 3, which can only be encountered outside of safe zones, within the confines of safety. Even finding a level 1 Dun Bao Shu is exceedingly difficult. Upon seeing the Dun Bao Shu before him, Lin Feng was struck by a sudden idea. He wished to form a contract with this beast. Chapter 68. The first contract beast. The Dun Bao Shu eyed Lin Feng warily, guarding its treasures. It recognized Lin Feng as the one who had pursued it. You better leave this place at once. Don't even think about taking my belongings. The Dun Bao Shu bared its teeth menacingly. Lin Feng was taken aback by its ferocity. He had not expected this timid creature to display such a fierce demeanor. Moreover, with its level 3 cultivation, it could articulate human speech. Lin Feng deduced that this Dun Bao Shu must have consumed some extraordinary herb, granting it unique qualities. You stole my monstrous crystals, and you dare to argue? Lin Feng stepped closer, confronting the Dun Bao Shu. Standing atop the pile of monstrous crystals, the creature reared up on its hind legs, its forepaws on its hips, resembling a nagging woman as it shouted, "Which of your eyes saw me take them? Did those crystals bear your name? Call out to them. Can they respond?" Of course not. Impatiently, the Dun Bao Shu continued, "So hurry up and leave my lair. Or don't blame me for being rude." Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the creature's antics. It was clearly a belligerent pest. Realizing there was little to discuss with such a creature, he decided to subdue it first. With his own cultivation at level 3, Lin Feng was not intimidated by the Dun Bao Shu. A chill emanated from Lin Feng as he coldly remarked, "I won't be leaving. What will you do about it? You seek death." The Dun Bao Shu retorted furiously, immediately launching itself at Lin Feng. He was well prepared. The icy aura spread throughout the room, significantly slowing the Dun Bao Shu's movements. What an unusual human, possessing such abilities. The Dun Bao Shu thought, though it did not cease its advance. A lightning-quick attack was unleashed. The gray figure took an unexpected trajectory, aiming for Lin Feng from his blind spot. A sneak attack? With the cold aura enveloping him, Lin Feng could perceive all of the Dun Bao Shu's movements and was unperturbed by its maneuver. As it lunged towards him, Lin Feng sprang from the ground, conjuring a massive mouse trap made of ice that descended upon the Dun Bao Shu. Bang! The creature's head collided with the icy structure, resulting in a noticeable bump. "You despicable human, you've knocked me senseless," it cursed, rubbing its head. Even now, it could not remain silent. Lin Feng addressed the trapped Dun Bao Shu, saying, "You have two choices. First, I could kill you and take your treasures. Second, you could become my contract beast and hand over the treasures to me. Dream on. You will never take my treasures." The Dunbao Shu, realizing Lin Feng's intentions, went into a frenzy. Its formidable teeth bit through the ice pillars of the trap, allowing it to escape. Such impressive rat teeth. Lin Feng was taken aback by the creature's prowess. Clearly, persuading it to become his contract beast voluntarily was out of the question. He would have to resort to more forceful methods. Thus, he summoned several shards of ice. Having refined his control over his ice abilities through extensive training, a miniature version of the ice crystal pendant was unleashed, and the frigid shards rapidly descended upon the Dunbao Shu. With no escape available, a mouse-shaped ice sculpture soon filled the room. Lin Feng retracted the icy aura, approaching the frozen figure with a smile. Finally, you've calmed down. Though its body was encased in ice, the Dunbao Shu's eyes radiated a murderous intent. To form a contract with a monstrous beast, two conditions must be met. First, its cultivation must not exceed Lin Feng's by a full stage. Second, the beast must willingly accept the contract, becoming Lin Feng's companion. Should the beast refuse, it would face the forceful means Lin Feng was prepared to employ. Forceful contracting first necessitated the control of the desired beast, followed by entering the beast's spiritual realm with the system's assistance to establish the contract. Such a method would inevitably harm the beast's cultivation. Lin Feng had not intended to resort to this, but the Dunbao Shu's obstinacy left him no choice. Despite its limited combat capabilities, the Dunbao Shu was precisely what Lin Feng needed at this moment. Whether it was for locating humanoid beasts or venturing into the Yoming Mountain, having the Dunbao Shu would significantly ease his search for treasures. Lin Feng bit his finger, placing it upon the ice sculpture of the Dunbao Shu. With the system's guidance, he entered the creature's spiritual realm. Within this realm, he witnessed all of the Dunbao Shu's memories and understood the reasons behind its temperament. It had consumed a herb called Long Lingua within the cave, which not only elevated its cultivation to level 3, but also endowed it with the ability to speak. However, the cost was a transformation from its naturally timid disposition to one of aggression. As Lin Feng entered the spiritual realm, the Dunbao Shu unleashed an unrelenting stream of curses, its words laced with venom. Lin Feng could hardly endure any longer and hastily followed the system's guidance to forcibly sign the contract. With a resounding crack, the ice crystal shattered, and the newly contracted treasure-seeking mouse lay on the ground, its eyes still somewhat dazed. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, "Congratulations, host, on successfully contracting your first beast. Rewards have been allocated to your beast space. Advancement to level 4 unlocks the ability to contract a second beast. The beast exchange marketplace is now open." Subsequently, Lin Feng entered the system to explore and discovered that the beast exchange marketplace bore a close resemblance to that of spirit beasts. It contained various elixirs for the contracted beasts. Of course, the costs were entirely in the form of demon beast quantities. Contracted beast, treasure-seeking mouse cultivation level, level 3. Stage 1 cultivation direction, offensive type, firelight beast, possessing fire attribute attacks, adept at swiftly slaying enemies. Support type, gold-seeking beast, diminishes offensive capabilities while enhancing sensitivity to treasures, and slightly increases the host's luck. There was little doubt in Lin Feng's choice. He had contracted the treasure-seeking mouse specifically for its treasure-finding abilities. In terms of offense, he already had his ice power and Xiao Mo, which were sufficient for the time being. Thus, he opted for the support-type bloodline cultivation for the treasure-seeking mouse without hesitation. Chapter 69. Time is of the essence. As soon as Lin Feng made his choice, he fed the bloodline advancement elixir to the treasure-seeking mouse lying on the ground. As the effects of the elixir took hold, the mouse shed its gray fur, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Its body shrank to the size of a palm. Advancement successful. The treasure-seeking mouse has evolved into the gold-seeking beast. The next advancement requires 3 bloodline advancement elixirs. The gold-seeking beast gazed in disbelief at its transformed body and exclaimed, "I can't believe I've turned gold." It then produced a mirror from who knows where and began to admire itself, clearly pleased with its new appearance. Xiao Mo approached the gold-seeking beast and said with a smile, "I am the host's first spirit beast, so you must call me Big Brother from now on." The gold-seeking beast sized up Xiao Mo and disdainfully retorted, "A little brat like you wants to be my big brother? Dream on. You." Xiao Mo, indignant, rolled up its sleeves, ready to teach the gold-seeking beast a lesson. "Want to fight? I'm ready." The gold-seeking beast glared at Xiao Mo defiantly. Lin Feng chuckled wryly, not expecting the gold-seeking beast to retain such a foul temper. He addressed the irate Xiao Mo, saying, "All right, she must have lost her mind. Don't stoop to her level." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Mo snorted at the gold-seeking beast and chose to ignore her. "I'll just call you Xiao Jin from now on." You will be in charge of treasure hunting, Lin Feng said to the golden-furred gold-seeking beast. Xiaojin, what a ridiculous name. The gold-seeking beast scoffed, then glanced at Lin Feng. Finding treasures doesn't require your instruction. I can handle it. Sighing, Lin Feng resigned himself to the gold-seeking beast's temperament. He then stored all the treasures in the room into the beast's space. Xiaojin, with reddened eyes, watched as Lin Feng collected her long-cherished treasures, her heart bleeding internally. Yet, as she had become Lin Feng's contracted beast, she could do nothing to stop it. Do you know how to get out? Lin Feng inquired after securing the treasures, looking at the room devoid of any exits. He had lost track of how long he had been in the cave and urgently needed to leave, lest he miss the opportunity to gain a spot in Yuming Mountain. Xiaojin leaped onto Lin Feng's shoulder and replied irritably, "You're useless. Let me lead you out." Under Xiaojin's guidance, Lin Feng discovered a mechanism within the room. Upon pressing it, a concealed passage appeared before him. Following this passage, light soon emerged ahead. Once again sensing the unique aroma of Yuming Valley, Lin Feng knew he had finally exited the cave. Lin Feng. At that moment, Xiongxing's voice rang out beside him. Xiongxing's face was filled with urgency. Where have you been these past few days? How did you end up here? After losing track of Lin Feng, Xiongxing had been searching the vicinity without any signs of him. To his surprise, Lin Feng had suddenly appeared beside him, startling Xiongxing. Lin Feng then learned from Xiaojin that the cave was a special space, accessible only through Xiaojin's method. Others could not see its existence. Lin Feng awkwardly smiled at Xiongxing and briefly recounted his experiences. Xiongxing expressed his astonishment at Lin Feng's adventures, noting that the young man had encountered continuous fortuitous events, even in the wild secret realms, and had managed to capture a treasure-seeking mouse. Truly a bountiful harvest. However, Xiongxing soon delivered news that plunged Lin Feng into despair. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent 4 days in the cave. Only a day and a half remained until the selection concluded. Lin Feng was taken aback by how swiftly time had passed. It was evident that relying on conventional methods to find the personified beast crystals would prevent him from securing a top 3 position. Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng's mind raced with thoughts of how to proceed. Time was indeed of the essence, and the task was daunting. Teacher Xiong, I can't chat any longer. I must search for the crystals. Lin Feng hurriedly bid farewell to Xiongxing and dashed deeper into Yuming Valley. Xiongxing watched Lin Feng's retreating figure and quickly followed. He could not afford to lose track of Lin Feng again. As they ran, Lin Feng spoke to Xiaojin perched on his shoulder. Help me locate the traces of the personified beasts. The gold-seeking beast's ability to discover treasures stemmed from her exceptional perception. Previously, Lin Feng could only search blindly for the personified beasts. Now, with Xiaojin by his side, he could easily seek them out. This is troublesome. Xiaojin grumbled in dissatisfaction, but nevertheless began to search as Lin Feng instructed. There are personified beasts at both the 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock positions. Which do you want to pursue? After a brief search, Xiaojin inquired. Which one is closer? The 2 o'clock position. All right then. Despite Xiaojin's bad temper, her abilities did not disappoint Lin Feng. With the direction confirmed, Lin Feng hastened toward that location. Indeed, following Xiaojin's guidance, Lin Feng encountered several demon beasts. He was confident in Xiaojin's sensing abilities. These demon beasts were likely controlled by the personified beasts. Thus, he swiftly engaged in battle with these demon beasts alongside Xiao Mo. When he was at level 2, Lin Feng had to avoid encounters with demon beasts at level 3 or above. Now, having advanced to level 3, he faced the demon beasts before him without fear. After a brief skirmish, he collected for crystals from the personified beasts. Subsequently, Xiaojin impatiently resumed her search for the traces of the personified beasts. In less than half a day's time, Lin Feng had already acquired more personified beast crystals than he had previously gathered over an extended period. With time pressing, Lin Feng had no intention of resting and prepared to continue to the next location. At that moment, a sudden aura emerged from behind him, prompting Lin Feng to turn and investigate. He saw a slender young man approaching slowly, a large azure bird circling above his head. Not bad, Junior. You've made quite a harvest these past few days. Wu Xian approached Lin Feng with a mischievous grin. He was the weakest among the 5, and while the other 3 progressed significantly faster than him, he was still determined to catch up. As Wu Xian pondered how to acquire more anthropomorphic beast crystals, he fortuitously observed Lin Feng in combat. Suddenly, a thought germinated in his mind. Seizing the crystals from this first-year student would undoubtedly be swifter than his own search. At that moment, Wu Xian noticed the treasure-hunting beast perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, its eyes glimmering with brilliance. Although he was perplexed by the golden hue of this treasure mouse, He was certain that its presence would ensure an ample supply of anthropomorphic beasts. Furthermore, in the future, within the depths of Yuming Mountain, countless treasures would be unearthed. Greed enveloped Wu Xian's countenance. If he could defeat this newcomer, everything would be his. Junior, I didn't expect you to have a treasure mouse. Why not lend it to your senior for a while? Wu Xian said with ill intent. Bah, do you take me for a fool? Dream on. Before Lin Feng could respond, the irritable Xiao Jin had already launched into a tirade. Wu Xian was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Jin's insults. He had never anticipated that this treasure mouse could articulate human speech, coupled with its distinctive coloration. Wu Xian felt certain that this creature was extraordinary, intensifying his desire to possess it. Lin Feng understood that Wu Xian was eyeing Xiao Jin's abilities. So he promptly summoned Xiao Jin into his beast space, then coldly regarded Wu Xian, stating, Sorry, but I cannot lend it to you. Upon hearing Lin Feng's refusal, Wu Xian's anger flared. Don't be ungrateful. Offering to lend is a courtesy. Hand over the treasure mouse and the anthropomorphic beast crystals, and I will let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Although Wu Xian was astonished by Lin Feng's actions at the academy, he did not believe Lin Feng possessed the strength to contend with him. After all, as a third-year elite student, he held a significant sense of superiority. Humph. Lin Feng scoffed, meeting Wu Xian's gaze with unwavering defiance. How about this? If I lose, I'll give you the treasure mouse and the crystals. If you lose, you must surrender all your beast crystals. Prompted by Wu Xian's suggestion, Lin Feng suddenly realized that if Wu Xian could seize his crystals, he could do the same to Wu Xian's, which was far more efficient than hunting anthropomorphic beasts. Wu Xian, taken aback by Lin Feng's words, laughed in rage. Ha! Lin Feng, do you really think I would lose? You are so naive. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Lin Feng pressed further. Fine, I accept your challenge. I want to see how you intend to defeat me. Wu Xian's expression turned fierce, and the Bailuo wind eagle above him flapped its wings violently, stirring a tempest around them. As expected of a third-year elite student, he had immediately created an advantageous battlefield for his spirit beast. Now at the third level of cultivation, Lin Feng faced Wu Xian without a hint of trepidation. With a roar, Xiao Mo transformed into its true form. The Mo Hu Yuqilan emerged, its searing flames igniting the air and forcing back the swirling winds surrounding Lin Feng. Wu Xian was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated the immense power of Lin Feng's spirit beast. Moreover, judging by the fluctuations of flame emanating from the Qilin, its cultivation had also reached the third level. Was this truly the power of a mere first-year student? As combat commenced, Lin Feng ignored Wu Xian's astonishment and launched the first attack. Heavenly Inferno. Dense fire energy rapidly coalesced, igniting a conflagration within a 10-meter radius of Wu Xian. Caught off guard, Wu Xian hastily commanded the Bailuo wind eagle to defend itself. Wind barrier. The surrounding wind element enveloped Wu Xian and the Bailuo wind eagle, attempting to shield them from Xiao Mo's flames. However, the intensity of Xiao Mo's fire was not easily repelled. Moreover, Heavenly Inferno was a skill worth 50,000 contribution points. After 2 enhancements to the flames, coupled with the elemental boost chain's aid, the skill's power was nothing short of terrifying. Wu Xian was unprepared for the sheer might of Xiao Mo's ability. Despite the wind barrier, he still felt the searing heat roasting his body, causing unbearable pain. The feathers of the Bailuo wind eagle began to emit a faint scent of burning. Not adept at defense, the Bailuo wind eagle cried out in anguish as it was engulfed by the flames. Desperate, it flapped its wings to carry Wu Xian into the air, escaping the range of the Heavenly Inferno. Yet, as soon as it soared beyond the attack's reach, Xiao Mo was already waiting. With a roar, the fire Qilin unleashed its fiery breath. Boom! The scorching torrent blasted into the escaping Bailuo wind eagle. The eagle, now ablaze, plummeted to the ground like a broken kite. Thud! The hard earth was cratered by the impact of the Bailuo wind eagle's body. Its azure feathers singed cleanly by Xiao Mo's flames, rendering it akin to a perfectly roasted chicken. Wu Xian, who had been riding on its back, lay there motionless, shrouded in soot. Given Wu Xian's prowess, he should not have been so easily defeated by Lin Feng. His Bailuo wind eagle excelled in speed and offense. However, he had been startled by Lin Feng's displayed strength from the outset, resulting in a lost opportunity and a devastating defeat. Lin Feng approached the crater and calmly declared, Senior Wu, you have lost. Lying in the pit, Wu Xian felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 blows. He had been bested by a first-year student, utterly powerless to retaliate. His eyes dulled like ashes. However, he was not one to break his word. Gritting through the pain, he retrieved the anthropomorphic beast crystals from his beast space and tossed them to Lin Feng. You have one. Here's what I promised. Lin Feng graciously accepted the crystals, estimating their number to be nearly 100. Elation surged within him. The 4 days of delay had now been compensated. At that moment, the teacher assigned to protect Wu Xian arrived, assessing the severely injured student. After witnessing the battle, he regarded Lin Feng with a look of astonishment, having observed a first-year student nearly obliterate a third-year student. This was truly terrifying. After examining Wu Xian's injuries, the teacher escorted him away, for the severity of his burns precluded any further participation in the selection. Once they had departed, Lin Feng summoned Xiao Jin. Instead of allowing Xiao Jin to perch on his shoulder, which would attract undue attention, Lin Feng had Xiao Mo burn 2 small openings in his pocket, where he gently placed Xiao Jin. Clearly displeased, Xiao Jin complained from within the pocket, "Why can't I sit on your shoulder? I want to see the scenery. Please be quiet." Xiao Mo, unable to tolerate Xiao Jin's outbursts, impatiently admonished, "Shut up, you old fool. With those 2 horns on your head. What are you pretending to be?" Xiao Jin retorted. Lin Feng was at a loss for words, hastily covering Xiao Jin's mouth. It seemed he would need to devise a strategy to temper Xiao Jin's foul temper. As the final half-day of selection at Yuming Mountain approached, Lin Feng, having tirelessly pursued his goals without rest, and with the aid of the delivery from Wu Xian, now possessed nearly 200 anthropomorphic beast crystals. This was all thanks to Xiao Jin acting as a detector. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have exhausted himself in search of such an abundance of beast crystals. With the remaining half-day, Lin Feng needed to return to the designated gathering point. Failing to arrive on time would render his achievements null and void. After a brief moment of rest, he set off. Suddenly, Xiao Jin, who was beside Lin Feng, cast a wary glance around, exclaiming, "Someone's coming." This statement caused Lin Feng to furrow his brow. The only individuals likely to appear here at this moment were the other participants in the selection process. Regardless of who approached, it could not bode well for Lin Feng. Moreover, judging by the direction pointed out by Xiao Jin, it was precisely along Lin Feng's path back to the gathering point. If he were to flee in the opposite direction, he would undoubtedly fail to return within the stipulated time. Lin Feng contemplated that he had no choice but to hide and ascertain the identity of the newcomer. As long as it wasn't Meng Huanyan or Jin Zan, he would be fine. Utilizing his agile movements, Lin Feng stealthily concealed himself atop a large tree, quietly observing the situation below. Indeed, it wasn't long before some rustling sounds emerged, followed by several figures approaching. Upon recognizing these individuals, Lin Feng's heart sank. Clearly, the 4 remaining third-year students, excluding Wu Xian, stood below. How could they be gathered together? Lin Feng pondered in confusion. At this moment, the tall Tu Wuji surveyed the surroundings and said, "Xiao Bailian, didn't you say Lin Feng was here? Where is he?" Meng Huanyan, referred to as Xiao Bailian, shot a helpless glance at Tu Wuji, then replied, "Could you please look down? There was clearly someone here just moments ago. This junior is indeed a vigilant little fellow." Xiao Yuqing chuckled softly, pressing her red lips together. Meng Huanyan crouched down, scrutinizing the traces on the ground. And then a faint smile appeared on his lips as he remarked, "With a creature like the Tun Baoshu around, it's not surprising he could spot us." Rising to his feet, Meng Huanyan addressed Tu Wuji beside him, saying, "Old Tu, I've heard you possess tremendous strength. Can you knock that tree down with a single punch?" Tu Wuji looked perplexed at the tree Meng Huanyan pointed to, unsure of his meaning. At that moment, the strongest among them, Jin Zan, approached the tree, lifted his head, and shouted, "Lin Feng, Junior, stop hiding. Meng Huanyan has already discovered you." Lin Feng, concealed in the tree, could hardly believe that the handsome Meng Huanyan could deduce his hiding spot from the faint traces he left behind. It seemed that Xingqian Academy was indeed a place of hidden talents. However, since he had already been discovered, Lin Feng decided to cease his concealment and observe what they intended to do. He exchanged glances with Xiao Mo, who remained in the tree, ready to create opportunities for Lin Feng to escape should any unforeseen circumstances arise. As Lin Feng agilely descended from the tree, which was several dozen meters high, the others marveled at his skill. They knew they could not achieve such a feat. Lin Feng landed before the 4, his icy aura poised for action. "I wonder what the esteemed seniors have gathered here for, seeking me, a mere first-year student?" Unlike Jin Hao's arrogant demeanor, Jin Zan appeared quite composed, smiling as he addressed Lin Feng. "Do not be anxious, Lin Shuedi. We 4 have come to discuss something with you." Tu Wuji interjected, "You little brat. If we wanted to deal with you, we wouldn't need so many people. Is your head not aching?" Lin Feng pointed at his own head, mockingly retorting to Tu Wuji. The bump on Tu Wuji's head from Lin Feng's earlier strike had yet to subside. "Don't get cocky. If you don't submit, I'll come for you again." Tu Wuji angrily clutched his head, preparing to step forward. Jin Zan raised a hand to halt Tu Wuji. He held considerable influence among the group, forcing the burly Tu Wuji to remain rooted, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng without advancing further. To be able to defeat Tu Wuji and eliminate Wu Xian, I must admit, I have never encountered a first-year student as exceptional as you, Lin Shuidi. Therefore, we are here today primarily to confirm your entry into Yuming Mountain. A smile remained on Jin Zan's face as he slowly addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart raced. This individual was frighteningly aware of his actions in Yuming Valley. The entry into Yuming Mountain is determined by the number of acquired anthropomorphic beast crystals. What gives you the right to claim certainty? Lin Feng questioned, puzzled. Allow me to explain. The handsome Meng Huanyan stepped forward. As you know, Yuming Mountain harbors numerous treasures and will also host 6 individuals from 2 other academies. Thus, to obtain the most treasures within, we at Xingqian Academy must unite. In previous years, the most successful treasure hunters have always been from the Riguang or Yuying academies, leading them to hold us in contempt. This time, Jin Laoda aims to redeem our honor. Lin Feng had never considered this aspect of Yuming Mountain. It was evident that the students had turned the treasure hunt into a competition against other academies. Jin Laoda has been preparing for Yuming Mountain for over a year. Initially, we planned for each of us 5 to secure our own places. However, your arrival has disrupted our plans. Hence, Jin Laoda has decided to pit you against Xiao Yuqing in a duel, to see which of you can join us in reclaiming the honor of Xingqian Academy. What if I refuse? Lin Feng maintained a cold gaze on the group. Meng Huanyan chuckled, saying, do you truly believe your anthropomorphic beast crystal can secure a spot? I know you were absent for several days, so combined with Wu Xian's crystals, you possess at most around 200 beast crystals. This quantity is far from sufficient to secure a place in Yuming Mountain. As he spoke, Meng Huanyan produced a staggering amount of beast crystals from his beast space, resembling a small mountain. The sight of so many beast crystals, estimated to be around 500 or 600, left Lin Feng bewildered. How had he managed to acquire so many? Did he possess a Tun Bao Shu, a creature capable of detecting aura? This is merely from my collection. Jin Laoda has nearly 1,000. Therefore, we can select one of you 2 to secure the 3rd entry into Yuming Mountain. Meng Huanyan gestured towards Tu Wuji and Xiao Yuqing. Chapter 72. Securing the spot. After hearing Meng Huanyan's words, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. He had thought his speed was sufficient, yet he realized it paled in comparison to these 2. Their raw strength was evident, and they had made ample preparations for Yuming Mountain. It seemed that he had no choice but to acquiesce to their demands. Otherwise, he would certainly lose the opportunity to enter Yuming Mountain. At this moment, he would be willing to face Xiao Yuqing or even Jin Zan for the chance he desperately needed to enter Yuming Mountain. Thus, Lin Feng spoke up, very well, I accept. However, before we proceed, you must agree to one condition. Sure. Speak up, Jin Zan replied. Once we enter Yuming Mountain, you cannot restrict my freedom. Lin Feng laid out his terms. If he entered the mountain with the 2 of them shadowing him, any discovery of valuable items would inevitably lead to conflict. Human nature is inherently greedy. No one could predict what might happen in the face of treasure. No problem. The expanse of Yuming Mountain is vast, and we will reside there for a month. Only during the final week will the summit of Yuming Mountain open, at which point the true battle with the other 2 academies will commence. You simply need to gather with us when the time comes, Jin Zan assured Lin Feng. All right. Lin Feng agreed. And then Jin Zan led Meng Huanyan and Tu Wuji away toward the back. The 3rd-grade student named Xiao Yuqing stood opposite Lin Feng. With her striking figure, she cast a flirtatious glance at him and softly remarked, Junior, please do not be too harsh. Senior's sister is quite afraid of pain. Her delicate demeanor was enough to soften the heart of any man. However, Lin Feng was well aware that this woman was no ordinary individual. Faced with a master of poison, he proceeded with utmost caution. As Xiao Yuqing summoned her spirit beast, Xiao Mo leapt from the tree, transforming gracefully into its true form midair. The formidable presence of the Mo Hua Yuqilan could only be truly appreciated through first-hand experience. At this moment, Xiao Yuqing also ceased her playful demeanor, gazing at Lin Feng with a serious expression. Her spirit beast, the Hua Ing Moe, flapped its wings, scattering sparkling phosphorescent powder into the air. Xiao Mo understood that this powder was to be avoided at all costs. Thus it maximized its flames to shield itself. The phosphorescent powder ignited upon contact with Xiao Mo's flames, vanishing in an instant. With a fierce roar, Xiao Mo charged towards the Hua Ing Moe. Although the Hua Ing Moe was not adept in close combat, it skillfully evaded Xiao Mo's assaults with its agile movements. Xiao Mo's star rating significantly surpassed that of the Hua Ing Moe, yet the latter's cultivation was several levels above Xiao Mo's. Consequently, for the time being, Xiao Mo could not defeat its opponent. Suddenly, from behind the Hua Ing Moe, Xiao Yuqing's hands glimmered with a cold light. Several poisoned steel needles shot forth from her wrist towards Lin Feng. Anticipating her move, Lin Feng had already prepared. The chilling aura around him expanded instantly. Before the needles could reach him, they were frozen solid by the icy energy. This extraordinary sight left the three onlookers utterly astonished. Indeed, Lin Feng possessed remarkable abilities. This chilling aura was evidently not from the Qilin. Could it be that he had another spirit beast concealed? Meng Huanyan speculated. Jin Zhan's smile widened. Recognizing that if this were true, Lin Feng would prove to be an exceptional ally in the treacherous terrain of Yuming Mountain. It was clear that they regarded Lin Feng as a beast master with the innate capability to command two spirit beasts, one being an 8-star Qilin, while the other was undoubtedly formidable as well. Jin, your decision was astute. It seems Qiao Yuqing may not be a match for Lin Feng after all. Qiao Yuqing's poison could not reach Lin Feng, rendering her helpless against him. Although Xiao Mo's cultivation was inferior to that of the Hua Ing Moe, the former was equipped with 3 beast weapons and had the advantage of star-level suppression, making the Hua Ing Moe an inadequate opponent. After several minutes, Xiao Mo's ultimate technique was unleashed, leading to the Hua Ing Moe's defeat. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Jin Zhan clapped his hands and stepped forward, praising Lin Feng. Junior's strength truly does not disappoint. Moreover, it appears that you still have a card up your sleeve. My foolish younger brother pales in comparison to you. Lin Feng merely smiled without responding, and Xiao Mo returned to his side. The victory in this battle was primarily due to prior knowledge of Qiao Yuqing's reliance on poison. Poison, after all, yields its best efficacy when unexpected. Otherwise, should Qiao Yuqing's poison needles strike, even Lin Feng would face considerable difficulty. The poison of an alchemist can indeed be transmitted to a spirit beast through a beast master. Yuqing, please present your anthropomorphic beast crystal to Lin Feng. It is time for us to return, Jin Zhan instructed. Qiao Yuqing nodded in agreement. After spending half a day, the group returned to the forest's edge where several teachers awaited them. Upon Lin Feng's victory over Qiao Yuqing, they recognized the 3 finalists of the selection competition. Congratulations, Jin Zhan, Meng Huanyan, and Lin Feng for securing your spots to enter Yuming Mountain. The remaining 2 were instructed to return to the academy. Wu Xian had already been sent back for treatment. Tu Wujie and Xiao Yuqing exchanged a few words with Jin Zhan before following the teachers to the transportation array back to the academy. Before departing, Tu Wujie addressed Lin Feng. Kid, do not let us down. When we return, I shall seek my revenge. No problem, but you might want to practice a bit more. Lin Feng replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to the group, only Xiongxing remained, guiding the 3 towards the foot of Yuming Mountain. Not bad. You actually made it through, Xiongxing remarked to Lin Feng during their journey. It is all thanks to the senior's deference. Lin Feng responded. Haha, you rascal. Xiongxing laughed before his expression turned serious. Jin Zhan has informed you about Yuming Mountain, right? Your cultivation is the lowest, so you must exercise extreme caution. Try to avoid contact with students from other academies. Lin Feng nodded. Last year's senior, who was close with Jin Zhan, was targeted by students from Riguang Academy in Yuming Mountain, resulting in his spirit beast suffering severe injuries that could not heal. He has since withdrawn from the academy. Such a promising talent wasted. What a pity, Xiongxing lamented. So that is the case. No wonder Jin Zhan is so invested in this Yuming Mountain venture. Lin Feng then inquired. I heard Senior Jin mention something about the peak of Yuming Mountain. What is it about? Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, Xiongxing began to explain. Let me elaborate for you. Although Yuming Mountain is rich in treasures, the most valuable items are concealed at its summit. During the final week after the mountain opens, the path to the peak will become accessible. At that time, students from all 3 academies will compete for the treasures. A guardian beast will appear at the summit. Defeating this beast will grant access to the treasure cave. Inside the cave, a variety of treasures will randomly manifest, including beast weapons and spirit beast eggs. The 3 academies will be ranked based on the number of guardian beasts defeated. It seems that the treasure hunt at Yuming Mountain is far more complex than Lin Feng had initially anticipated. After briefly introducing the situation, Xiongxing retrieved a transparent orb from the Beastmaster space and handed it to Lin Feng. Your teacher he has returned from Yinyang City. She asked me to deliver this to you. Ning Shuang said that in a critical moment, if you crush it, it will protect you once. Lin Feng accepted the orb. Externally, it appeared to be an ordinary sphere, and Lin Feng felt no power emanating from it. However, since it was entrusted to him by teacher He. It must be something extraordinary. He would only discover its true utility when the moment arose. 3 days later, the group arrived at their destination. Before them lay an expansive plain shrouded in a thin mist, with no sign of mountains in sight. Yuming Mountain is an isolated space, with each of the 3 academies possessing a key to its opening. Only when all 3 keys are used simultaneously will the transportation array to Yuming Mountain activate. Xiongxing explained to the trio. As they conversed, 2 teams approached from a distance. From their attire, Lin Feng discerned that they were from the other 2 academies. For individuals from the Yuying Academy were led by a rather plain-looking female teacher, followed closely by 2 male students and 1 female student. Leading the group from Riguang Academy was a bald, burly man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Upon seeing Xiongxing, he mockingly remarked, "The academy that finishes last every year has arrived quite early." Following the bald man's lead were 3 male students, whose eyes scrutinized Lin Feng and his companions with disdain. "Cease your prattle. Yuming Mountain was originally intended to reward students who made contributions to their academies. Yet you from Riguang Academy have turned it into a treasure-hunting melee. Over the years, how many students have perished in Yuming Mountain?" Xiongxing glared at the bald man. The bald man sneered, extinguishing his cigarette and dismissively saying, "Fine treasures are meant for worthy individuals to wield. You, individuals from Xingchen Shuyuan, are no match for us. What can you do about it? Look at the people from Yueying Shuyuan, always the second fiddle for millennia. Yet they have said nothing." The burly man with a shaved head then turned his attention to the female teacher. At this moment, he regarded the other 2 academies with utter disdain. Riguang Shuyuan is situated in the most favorable conditions of the first and second safety zones, and indeed, the qualifications of its students surpass those of the other 2 academies by a considerable margin. Furthermore, being in the central location of the first and second safety zones, the cultivation resources are exceptionally abundant. Although Riguang, Yueying, and Xingchen are collectively known as the 3 great academies, there exists a noticeable disparity among them. At this juncture, the female teacher from Yueying Xun, evidently a bit impatient, remarked, "Enough, I do not wish to hear your meaningless banter. The distinction between strength and weakness will be revealed in a month's time." The burly man smirked. "No problem. After all, we will undoubtedly emerge victorious this time." With that, he produced the key to Yuming Mountain. Xiongxing, suppressing his inner fury, also took out his key. Once the female teacher revealed her key, the 3 of them formed hand seals, and subsequently, 3 keys ascended into the air. The keys spun rapidly, radiating a blinding light. Beneath this brilliance, a teleportation array gradually materialized. The individuals from Riguang Xun stepped forward first, enjoying the privilege of early entry as the academy that had obtained the most treasures last time. The 3 boys strode into the teleportation array with an air of arrogance, casting a glance back at Lin Feng and the others. "We shall meet at Yuming Mountain." Xingchen Shuyuan. At that moment, Jin Zan's expression had long lost its cheer, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the trio from Riguang Xun, his fists clenched tightly. Lin Feng never anticipated that the relationship among the 3 academies was so strained, and it was evident that deep-seated grievances existed between Xingchen Xun and Riguang Xun. It appeared that this journey to Yuming Mountain would not be as straightforward as anticipated. Shortly thereafter, the female teacher briefly instructed her students before they entered the teleportation array behind Riguang Xun. Xiongxing looked at Lin Feng and the others, cautioning, "You must be wary of those from Riguang Xun. They will stop at nothing for treasures. Rest assured, Teacher Xiong, this time, we will make sure they know the prowess of Xingchen Shuyuan." Jin Zan declared resolutely, "Very well, exercise utmost caution. I will await your triumphant return here." With Xiongxing's expectant gaze upon them, the 3 entered the teleportation array one by one. Once all the students had entered, the light of the teleportation array dimmed. The 3 teachers ignored each other, each finding a spot to quietly wait. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow slipped into the array just before it faded. As Lin Feng stepped into the teleportation array, he distinctly felt the surrounding space begin to distort, and his body lost control. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. And after what felt like an eternity, Lin Feng opened his eyes to behold a towering peak rising into the clouds before him. Suddenly, a dramatic sense of weightlessness struck him as he began plummeting rapidly towards the mountain's base. At that moment, it felt as though he were falling from a height of 10,000 meters. At such a speed, death was inevitable. Just then, a gust of air appeared beneath him, supporting his body and gently lowering him to the ground. Stabilizing himself, Lin Feng began to survey his surroundings. He had now entered Yuming Mountain. It appeared that upon entry, individuals would be randomly transported to various locations within. The area where Lin Feng found himself was engulfed in darkness, with even the flowing river appearing black. Moreover, the dark attributes were highly active in the vicinity, leading Lin Feng to surmise he had entered a region rich in dark attributes, precisely what he sought. Thus, Lin Feng summoned Xiao Mo and Xiao Jin from his beast-controlling space. Upon emerging, Xiao Jin displayed an unmistakable excitement. Wow, the aura of so many treasures. Where should I begin my search? Chapter 74. Equitable Exchange. Wow, Shui Ling Chao. Yun Jing Shi. Huashimu. This place truly lives up to its reputation as a treasure trove, for after merely half a day's time, Xiao Jin had already led Lin Feng to discover several treasures. Some items were well hidden, and without Xiao Jin's guidance, Lin Feng would have never found them. However, among these materials, there were as yet no dark attribute materials that Lin Feng desired. In a state of exhilaration, Xiao Jin exclaimed from Lin Feng's pocket, "There is a rich fragrance over there. Let us hurry." Following Xiao Jin's directions, Lin Feng arrived at a small cave, where a glossy black plant grew at the entrance. Upon seeing this plant, Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy. Ming Yuhua, dark attribute material. Precisely what Lin Feng needed. He approached to harvest it, but as he did, the ground suddenly trembled. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Feng swiftly retreated. At that moment, a massive black scorpion, measuring about 6 meters in length, burst forth from the earth, its enormous pincers lunging toward Lin Feng's previous position. Gui Du Mo Xia, a third-level, 5th-stage beast, possessing both dark and poison attributes. The Ming Yuhua was directly above the head of the Gui Du Mo Xia, indicating that it was likely using the flower to lure in prey. This was the first beast Lin Feng encountered upon entering Yoming Mountain, and it was already employing ambush tactics. However, facing this beast, Lin Feng remained entirely unperturbed. With a swift push from his toes, he charged toward the Gui Du Mo Xia alongside Xiao Mo. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo unleashed a torrent of strikes. The scaly armor of the Gui Du Mo Xia could not withstand their assault. The scorpion was caught off guard, suffering a brutal beating as soon as it revealed itself. In merely 10 minutes, the Gui Du Mo Xia collapsed to the ground, immobilized. Lin Feng casually plucked the Ming Yuhua and placed it into his beast-controlling space. He then intended to deal with the Gui Du Mo Xia and retrieve the beast crystal from within, only to find that as soon as the Ming Yuhua was harvested, the Gui Du Mo Xia vanished, as if it were a mere illusion. Could it be that the spirit beasts in Yoming Mountain possessed the same ephemeral nature as those in the secret realms? Although bewildered by the situation, Lin Feng did not dwell on it. He had successfully acquired his first dark attribute material, with 4 more to go. Lin Feng felt no urgency, as there were still 3 weeks remaining, ample time for him to continue his search. He proceeded toward the next location guided by Xiao Jin. After Lin Feng departed, the body of the Gui Du Mo Xia reappeared. A mass of black shadow rose from the ground, enveloping it as it began to absorb the scorpion's power. 2 days later, Lin Feng had gathered 3 types of dark attribute materials. Similarly, while acquiring these 2 materials, Lin Feng encountered guardian beasts each time, and their bodies also vanished like illusions. On this day, following Xiao Jin's guidance, Lin Feng arrived at a location where a plant known as Yin Chao grew, which could enhance the agility and perception of spirit beasts upon consumption. Just as Lin Feng reached to pluck the Yin Chao, a cold voice rang out, "Do not touch that Yin Chao." Before the words had fully escaped, a student clad in the attire of Yuang Xuan soared before Lin Feng. It was the only female student from Yuang Shuyuan, with silver hair cascading down her shoulders. Her face veiled in a thin gauze, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Beside her, a snow-white tiger spirit beast nestled close. "Apologies, but I have already harvested this Yin Chao. You should seek elsewhere." Lin Feng directly stored the Yin Chao in his beast-controlling space. "Can we not negotiate? I could trade you something else in exchange," the young woman implored. "This Yin Chao is of immense benefit to my spirit beast." Lin Feng remained vigilant, maintaining a certain distance from her, and inquired, "What will you offer in exchange?" The girl retrieved 3 items from her spirit beast space and said, "These are treasures I have found over the past few days. Which of them can I trade for your Yin Chao?" "Only 3 items in 2 days." Lin Feng felt fortunate that he had initially come across a spirit beast like Xiao Jin. Otherwise, he would not be in a much better position. Observing the 3 items in the girl's hands, Lin Feng indeed discovered one that piqued his interest, a pearl imbued with a significant amount of dark attribute energy. However, he did not show any signs of eagerness. Instead, he furrowed his brow and lamented, "Alas, it's a pity that my spirit beast is of the fire attribute. I cannot make use of any of these items. I think I shall refrain from the trade." With that, Lin Feng turned to leave. At this moment, the girl appeared quite anxious and quickly called out to him, "Wait, can I trade these 3 items for your Inu Chao? Although you may not find them useful, they can still fetch a good number of spirit stones when exchanged." Lin Feng chuckled inwardly. This girl was indeed easy to deceive, indicating her genuine need for the Inu Chao. "Very well," Lin Feng feigned reluctance and said, "Seeing your eagerness for this Inu Chao, I shall proceed with the trade." The girl exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you so much." She handed over the 3 items to Lin Feng. He, in turn, produced the Inu Chao and offered it to her. After all, this Inu Chao was of little consequence to him, and acquiring 3 items in exchange was an exceptional deal. Once the transaction was completed, Lin Feng did not linger and directly headed towards the next treasure's location. The girl, meanwhile, retrieved an alchemy furnace from her spirit beast space, placing the Inu Chao along with the other items inside. She then sat before the furnace, commencing the process of concocting elixirs. "Once I consume the Yu Padan, my Bai Ling will ascend to 8 stars, enabling me to assist my brother against those from the Riguang Academy." The girl gazed at her spirit beast, her eyes glinting with anticipation. The Yuming Mountain region is vast, divided into several zones based on attributes. All individuals entering the Yuming Mountain are randomly assigned to different areas. At this moment, in a snow-covered region, 2 students from the Riguang Academy were walking side by side. "Fortunately, we have the guiding insect from Chief Lei. Otherwise, in this endless expanse of snow, how would I find you?" Zhang Yuan rubbed his slightly reddened hands and remarked to his companion, "Indeed, we must hurry to complete the task assigned by Chief Lei." Qiao Chun nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuan excitedly clenched his fist. "I hope the other academies do not let us down." Beneath a crystalline ice tree, a boy dressed in the attire of the Yu Ying Academy plucked fruits from the branches and placed them into his spirit beast space. These ice fruits are excellent nourishment for spirit beast tamers with ice attribute beasts. Once sold, they can fetch a commendable price. As expected of Yuming Mountain, the treasures are indeed plentiful, the boy from Yu Ying Academy said joyfully. Unbeknownst to him, 2 shadows were stealthily approaching from behind. Chapter 75. The Assault of Riguang Academy. "If only we could encounter those from Xing Chen Academy," Zhang Yuan declared fiercely. "I will ensure they do not even catch a glimpse of the opportunity to ascend the mountain." He had heard that among the participants from Xing Chen Academy this year, there was a student named Jin Zan, who possessed a rare tri-attribute spirit beast and was a formidable opponent. "So what? You know the strength of our Chief Lei, right? Who among the same age group could possibly rival him?" Qiao Chun concurred. "Shu, do you see someone ahead?" Zhang Yuan whispered to Qiao Chun, his gaze fixed on a boy who was gathering fruits in the distance. Qiao Chun squinted and followed Zhang Yuan's line of sight. "Indeed. But it appears to be someone from Yu Ying Academy. Who cares? Regardless of whether they are from Xingchun or Yu Ying, they are all our targets." Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, let us strike together. Let this unfortunate fellow spend these days watching others seek treasures while he gains nothing." Qiao Chun agreed, and the 2 prepared to summon their spirit beasts. The boy, immersed in the joy of acquiring treasures, suddenly sensed a chilling presence behind him. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. As a student capable of entering Yuming Mountain, his strength was certainly not weak. He swiftly rolled forward just as a fireball whizzed past him, striking the crystalline ice tree with a thunderous crash. The ice tree collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, the boy glanced back to see the 2 students from Riguang Academy regarding him with ill intent. The spirit beast beside them, engulfed in flames, exhaled hot air, indicating it had launched the earlier attack. "From Riguang Academy? How could you 2 be together?" Lang Yu from Yu Ying Academy exclaimed in shock. In his understanding, students from the same academy would not be randomly assigned together. Moreover, only 3 days had passed since entering. Given the vastness of Yuming Mountain, it was improbable to encounter each other by chance. "You need not know that. Encountering us is your misfortune. Now, you shall struggle to survive in this snow." Zhang Yuan glared viciously at Lang Yu, then gestured for his spirit beast to launch another assault. Lang Yu instantly comprehended their intentions. They aimed to prevent him from continuing his treasure hunt. For 3 years, he had dedicated himself solely to cultivation and tasks to gather the 500,000 contributions required to enter Yuming Mountain. With the mountain just opening, he could not bear to see it end like this. Aware of his disadvantage against the 2 students from Riguang Academy, Lang Yu knew he had to flee. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a magic circle with a radiant light emanating from his forehead. Devouring Soul Spider, 7-star poison attribute, 3rd tier, level 7. The moment the Devouring Soul Spider appeared, a massive spider web shot forth, enveloping the 2 from Riguang Academy. Zhang Yuan's spirit beast was a 7-star fire attribute. The Yin Yang Li Huanyo, at 3rd tier level 8. Xiao Chun's spirit beast was a 7-star Earth attribute dragon type, the Bao Lei Long Shi, also at 3rd tier level 8. Facing Lang Yu's attack, Zhang Yuan snorted coldly, and his Yin Yang Li Huanyo unleashed flames. The spider web ignited upon contact with the fire, engulfed in a fierce blaze. Before long, the web was incinerated. Seizing this moment, Lang Yu mounted the devouring soul spider and swiftly fled into the distance. Trying to escape? Xiao Chun shouted. And the Bao Lei Long Shi stomped its foot, causing a fissure in the snow that rapidly advanced towards Lang Yu. The 8 legs of the devouring soul spider contracted swiftly, then sprang away to evade the incoming ground crack. Just as it dodged the Bao Lei Long Shi's attack, a multitude of fiery meteors began to rain down from the sky. In such a widespread assault, the devouring soul spider had nowhere to hide and could only weave layers of silk to defend itself. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery meteors continued to fall, sending plumes of snow and ice into the air as the devouring soul spider let out wretched cries. Damn those from Riguang Academy. Lang Yu cursed amid the cacophony of explosions. Rock shatter. Concerned that the attack might not be sufficient, Xiao Chun ordered the Bao Lei Long Shi to unleash its skill. The bombardment lasted several minutes before the two finally ceased their onslaught. That should be enough to leave him severely injured, Zhang Yuan declared after halting the attack. Even a defensive spirit beast would fall under our combined might, let alone a spider spirit beast that is not adept at defense. By now, that spider must have become a roasted delicacy. Xiao Chun spoke while making his way towards the center of the attack. He was curious to see the fate of the Yueying Shuyuan student after being struck by 2 assailants. However, when the duo arrived at the location where Lang Yu was supposed to be, they found themselves in disbelief. There was no trace of the Yueying Shuyuan student, only a massive ice cavern. Looking down into the cavern revealed a river of unfathomable depth. Damn it, this kid really has luck on his side. He must have fallen in. It turned out that this area was covered by a layer of snow, and the attacks had shattered the ice surface, causing Lang Yu to plunge into the icy abyss. His body had likely drifted away along the dark river below. What a letdown. It was hard-earned to encounter someone. Xiao Chun lamented. With such thick ice, even if he fell, he wouldn't find a place to breathe and would surely perish. Let's search for another target. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun agreed and chose to disregard the ice cavern. Neither he nor his companion wished to linger in such a frigid environment, so they prepared to venture to another area. With the assistance of the treasure-hunting expert Xiao Jin, Lin Feng spent a week thoroughly exploring this dark attribute region of Yuming Mountain. Except for a few locations guarded by 4th-tier beasts that he couldn't access, he had successfully scavenged the treasures from the remaining areas. He also amassed a considerable amount of dark attribute materials, sufficient for hatching spirit beast eggs, even leaving some surplus. Additionally, Lin Feng discovered several materials needed for the evolution of the beast soldier bloodthirsty Lord Scales. Such fruitful gains were largely thanks to Xiao Jin's unique abilities. Witnessing Xiao Jin's prowess, the usually contentious Xiao Mo ceased their bickering. Lin Feng felt he had spent enough time in the dark attribute region and decided to move on to the next destination. The next goal was to search for ice attribute materials. Let's set off. Are you kidding me? I'm terrified of the cold. After a brief rest, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo, amidst Xiao Jin's scolding, proceeded towards the icy expanse. Chapter 76. He Ningxiang's departure. Ouyang Mafei's decision half a month ago at Xingqian Academy. He Ningxiang returned to the institution. At this moment, she had lost her former grace, her face weary, and even the meticulously maintained skin around her eyes bore fine wrinkles. Throughout the period of her father's recovery, she had been responsible for the reconstruction of the entire Yinyang city. The emergence of the Phantom Dragon, which broke through its seal, had wrought catastrophic destruction upon Yinyang city. Though the Phantom Dragon was ultimately slain by Lin Feng, who harnessed the sacrificial power of the lava ghost tiger, effectively eliminating future threats. The eruption caused by the Phantom Dragon's attack had obliterated a significant portion of the city's structures. All these matters fell upon He Ningxiang's shoulders. Although her father had regained much of his health, he remained burdened by a profound sense of guilt. He believed that the Phantom Dragon's breach of the seal was a consequence of his negligence. The death of the lava ghost tiger and the sacrifices of the beast tamers from Yinyang Academy plunged him into deep remorse, leaving him reliant on alcohol to cope. All responsibilities for Yinyang City rested squarely on He Ningxiang's shoulders. Her return served to resign from her position as a mentor at Xingqian Academy. Her father's condition no longer permitted him to fulfill the duties of a city lord, compelling her to return and inherit the title of City Lord of Yinyang to restore the city to its former glory. Dean Mu understood He Ningxiang's situation and, though saddened by the departure of such an exceptional teacher, found himself unable to persuade her to stay. He Ningxiang conducted the necessary handovers at the academy and remained for a few more days. During this time, she learned of Lin Feng and 5 third-year students' participation in the selection process and their subsequent success, which brought her great comfort as she had always been concerned about Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei. She was also aware of the potential challenges Lin Feng might face against numerous third-year students in Yuming Mountain. Therefore, she entrusted Su Xing with a transparent orb mint for Lin Feng and compiled all her cultivation insights into a notebook for Ouyang Mafei. A week later, on the day of her departure, Ouyang Mafei embraced her mentor, who was like an elder sister, tears streaming down her face. "Mafei, you are truly remarkable. You must work hard in the future. My notes can serve as a reference. I believe one day you will surpass me and become the finest female beast tamer in Xingqian Academy, even among the 5 major safe zones," He Ningxiang said, stroking Ouyang Mafei's head with encouragement. Ouyang Mafei choked on her words, unable to respond, only nodding incessantly. "All right, no more tears. I'm merely leaving the academy. Once Lin Feng returns, you both can come to Yanyang City to find me," He Ningxiang said, wiping away Ouyang Mafei's tears and mustering a faint smile. At that moment, she felt a deep sadness for not being able to guide Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei to graduation, a lingering regret. She then turned to Hu Chang, who stood nearby, and said, "Teacher Hu, I entrust these 2 children to you. They are exceptionally talented, and I am certain you will be pleased. Rest assured, Teacher He, I hold great admiration for these 2 students, and I will dedicate myself to their instruction." Hu Chang vowed earnestly. After finalizing everything, He Ningxiang reluctantly bid farewell to everyone, tears continuing to flow down her cheeks. However, once she stepped outside the academy, she wiped away her tear-stained face, for from that moment on, she would assume the role of a city lord, protector of the citizens. Behind her were the people of the city, and she could not display weakness before them. In the days following He Ningxiang's departure, Ouyang Mafei fell into a prolonged silence. The time spent living with Lin Feng and He Ningxiang had bestowed upon her a warmth akin to family. Since her defeat by Lin Feng, every peril she faced had been met with his protective presence. Under He Ningxiang's guidance, Ouyang Mafei had blossomed into her current lively self. Always remembering He Ningxiang's advice, smile more. Yet, after He Ningxiang's departure, a profound sense of loss enveloped Ouyang Mafei. Sitting on the sofa and gazing at the room Lin Feng occupied, she sank into deep contemplation. The once lively villa was now devoid of its other 2 occupants. Lin Feng had grown to a level where he could compete with third-year students, while she remained a mere ordinary first-year student. She no longer wished to continue this way. She feared that one day, like He Ningxiang, Lin Feng would have something he needed to protect and would leave, leaving her helplessly watching from the sidelines. She needed to change. She needed to elevate her cultivation. She wanted to be able to assist Lin Feng in the future. Thus, she gathered her determination and called out to Hu Chang, who was cooking nearby. "Teacher Hu, I want to take a leave of absence." Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who was in Yuming Mountain, all that was transpiring at the academy. Following the map Su Xing had provided before entering Yuming Mountain, Lin Feng arrived at the snow-laden region. Here, he sought ice attribute materials for hatching. However, the usually lively Xiao Jin fell silent upon entering this area, burrowing continuously into Lin Feng's clothing. "Xiao Jin, what is wrong?" Lin Feng couldn't help but inquire. Xiao Jin's voice trembled as she shivered within Lin Feng's garment. "I told you I'm afraid of the cold. Why did you bring me here? With me here, you won't feel cold." As she spoke, Xiao Mo extended her hand, a wave of searing flames emanating, raising the surrounding temperature significantly. "Ah, this is so comfortable. I didn't expect you to be quite useful." Feeling the warmth, Xiao Jin unexpectedly complimented Xiao Mo's sister Xiao Jin. "Now that it's warm, could you tell the master where the treasure is?" Xiao Mo inquired tentatively. To his astonishment, Xiao Jin retorted with harsh words. "What do you take me for? In this icy weather, how can I possibly sniff anything out?" Xiao Mo fell silent, and Lin Feng was equally speechless. They had not anticipated that the cold air could hinder Xiao Jin's capabilities. It seemed that Lin Feng would have to rely solely on himself to search for the treasure. Fortunately, despite the extreme cold, it did not impede Lin Feng and Xiao Mo's movements. In fact, within this snowy expanse, Lin Feng's icy aura could unleash its utmost power. The snow on the ground was quite thick, reaching up to Lin Feng's calves. Such a substantial layer of snow made his search exceedingly arduous. After half a day's effort, he had found nothing of value. Suddenly, Xiao Mo, clearing a path with flames ahead, called out, "Master, come quickly. It seems something is frozen here." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng hurried to Xiao Mo's side to investigate. Indeed, due to the power of Xiaomo's flames, the snow surrounding him had completely melted, revealing an underlying ice layer. Beneath Xiaomo's feet lay a spherical object, approximately 5 or 6 meters in diameter, ensconced in a web-like cocoon and covered by ice. Lin Feng was intrigued by the nature of this object. In this treasure-laden Yuming mountain, he could not afford to overlook any potential valuables. "Let us melt this ice and see what we can retrieve," he exclaimed. "All right." Xiao Mo manipulated the flames, gradually melting the ice enveloping the cocoon. As time passed, the entirety of the object was eventually unveiled. Lin Feng reached out to pull the object from the ice layer, but to his surprise, he found himself unable to budge it despite his strength exceeding 1,000 pounds. This only fueled his curiosity about what lay within. With Xiaomo's assistance, Lin Feng managed to extract the object from the ice and place it upon the surface. "I sense a hint of danger from within. You too be cautious," Xiao Jing cautioned. Heeding her warning, Lin Feng grew vigilant. Just then, the object began to stir. Something appeared ready to burst forth from the cocoon. "Prepare for battle." Lin Feng and Xiao Mo focused intently. Suddenly, a massive spider leg emerged from within, followed by a second, a third, and eventually all 8 legs. The cocoon began to be absorbed by the creature. A colossal spider then materialized before Lin Feng. It let out a ferocious hiss, revealing countless wounds from which dark green blood oozed. It appeared gravely weakened, yet it struggled to maintain its stance, issuing a warning howl towards Lin Feng. "This is a spirit beast." Lin Feng recognized the identity of the spider before him, as beneath it lay a person clad in the attire of the Yueying Academy. Lin Feng recalled this individual as one of the 3 from that academy. Why had he been frozen here? Lin Feng extended his hand towards the spider spirit beast, soothingly stating, "I mean you no harm. May I see your master?" Observing the injured Yueying Academy student, Lin Feng noted his body was riddled with wounds, his complexion pale, and his breath faint. Clearly, he had sustained severe injuries before being frozen. Had it not been for the protection of this spirit beast, he would likely have perished from the cold long ago. Understanding Lin Feng's intent, the spider spirit beast retreated slightly and collapsed to the ground. Its own condition not much better. Lin Feng retrieved several recovery elixirs from his beast conjuring space and instructed Xiao Mo to administer them to the spirit beast before approaching the injured student. Though the wounds were grave, the most pressing issue was the frigid energy invading his body. If not addressed promptly, he would succumb to the icy onslaught. It could be said that this young man was fortunate to have encountered Lin Feng. Otherwise, even the Academy's healers would have been powerless to assist him in this state. While the cold was lethal to most beast tamers, for Lin Feng, it was a most fortifying tonic. Placing his hands upon the young man's chest, Lin Feng allowed his icy energy to flow, drawing out the coldness within and absorbing it gradually. As the cold was expelled, the young man's complexion began to regain color. Yet his wounds started to bleed profusely. Lin Feng quickly produced hemostatic pills, placing them in the young man's mouth. Thankfully, Ouyang Mafei had prepared a plethora of such medicines for Lin Feng before his departure. Ranging from frostbite ointment to athlete's foot powder, he had been well-equipped regardless of whether Lin Feng could make use of them. After half an hour of treatment, the young man's breathing finally stabilized, and his wounds ceased to bleed. Seeing his master improve, the spider spirit beast gazed at Lin Feng with gratitude. Recognizing that the young man would not awaken immediately, Lin Feng knew that leaving him here would only invite further cold to invade, sealing his fate. After much contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to carry him along. Despite not being from the same academy, he could not abandon someone in such dire straits. Subsequently, Lin Feng hoisted the young man onto his back, while the spirit beast, despite its weakened state, followed closely behind. With 2 injured parties in tow, Lin Feng's pace slowed considerably. However, the next day, accompanied by a fitful coughing fit, the young man roused from his slumber upon Lin Feng's back. "At last, you have awakened," Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, setting the young man down. The young man, recalling the memories of his spirit beast, recognized that it was this student from Xingqian Academy who had saved him. Struggling to regain his composure, he expressed his gratitude to Lin Feng. "I am Lang Yu, and I thank you for your life-saving grace." "It was nothing, merely a fortunate encounter," Lin Feng replied, waving his hand. He then inquired, "I am curious. How did you come to be frozen in the ice?" Upon hearing this, anger flickered in Lang Yu's eyes. It was the doing of those rascals from the Yueying Academy. He then recounted the events to Lin Feng. "When the ice shattered, I fell into the river below. With no air pocket, I quickly found myself unable to breathe. To protect me, my spirit beast wrapped us both in its web. Had you not discovered us, we might have remained eternally frozen within this Yuming mountain." Lin Feng was incensed by the actions of the Riang Academy. Even in one-on-one combat, he would not have wished to speak ill of them. To ambush two individuals together was truly shameless, and it was rather peculiar that they had managed to congregate so swiftly on the second day. Lang Yu slammed his fist against the ground, addressing Lin Feng. If I ever encounter those from Riang Academy, I shall make them taste my fury. The conflict between the Riang and Yueying academies was beneficial for their own Xingqian Academy. However, Lin Feng was not inclined to involve himself in such matters at the moment. His objective remained to seek out materials of the ice attribute. Now reassured by the young man's awakening, Lin Feng said, "Here are some medicines for your injuries." He handed over several healing remedies and added, "I suggest you depart from this area. It will aid in your recovery." Lang Yu nodded, then asked, "Could you tell me your name, benefactor?" With a smile, Lin Feng rose and said, "I am Lin Feng from Xingqian Academy." After finishing his words, Lin Feng led Xiao Mo once more onto the path of treasure hunting. Lang Yu gazed at Lin Feng's receding figure, firmly etching his name into his memory. Chapter 78, The Spirit-Devouring Beetle. As the saying goes, good deeds are rewarded. After parting ways with Lang Yu, Lin Feng stumbled upon a cave rich in ice attributes. Venturing deeper into the cave, he discovered a plant imbued with the essence of ice at its core, the Yuehua ice grass. This remarkable plant possesses the ability to freeze anything. The immense ice attribute of this cave is solely attributed to it. Finally, a reward. Filled with joy, Lin Feng approached the Yuehua ice grass and reached out to pluck it. However, the moment his hand made contact, he was instantly encased in ice. What an impressive chill. The fact that it could freeze Lin Feng, who possessed an ice physique, was a testament to the formidable power contained within the Yuehua ice grass. After placing it into the beast taming space, Lin Feng shook off the ice on his hand. The ice struck the cave wall, and to his astonishment, the wall began to shatter with a cacophony of cracking sounds. Did I exert that much force? Lin Feng pondered, but as the cave seemed on the verge of collapse, he dared not delay and hurriedly fled. Boom! Just as Lin Feng exited the cave, the massive structure collapsed with a thunderous sound. In the aftermath, a gaping chasm appeared where the cave had once been. Peering into the abyss, Lin Feng was met with an impenetrable darkness. Suddenly, he sensed that the pit seemed to be shifting upwards. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the dark entities within the pit were crawling upward. Xiao Jin, nestled in Lin Feng's pocket, also caught sight of this and exclaimed, "What are those?" "They're terrifyingly numerous." Lin Feng, uncertain of what they were, instinctively thought that he must not allow them to touch him. Run! Without hesitation, Lin Feng took off, with Xiao Mo transforming into her true form and swiftly carrying him away. Behind them, the dark creatures had already emerged from the pit, advancing like a flood. What on earth are those? Lin Feng retrieved the Xianguang mirror to investigate, revealing information about the creatures. Spirit-Devouring Beetle, Cultivation Level 2 to 3. Description, Dark Attribute. A monstrous beast sealed beneath the ice, in vast numbers, capable of devouring all living beings it encounters. Curse it. The Yuehua ice grass was meant to seal these spirit-devouring beetles. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. This Yomi mountain is quite treacherous. Although the cultivation level of these spirit-devouring beetles is not high, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Looking around, where once there was snow, now only swarms of black spirit-devouring beetles remained, with no option left but to flee. Lin Feng knew that stopping would mean being surrounded and unable to survive against these creatures. He felt utterly speechless, just when he thought his luck had turned. It had instead unleashed these monsters. How could he possibly search for ice attribute materials now, while being hunted by spirit-devouring beetles? An hour later, Lin Feng had no idea how far he had run. The relentless pursuit of the spirit-devouring beetles continued behind him. Just ahead, a handsome man was engaged in a fierce battle with a monstrous beast, controlling his spirit beast with great skill. At that moment, the struggle was intense, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Meng Shuazhong run. Meng Huanyan vaguely heard someone calling his name and turned to see Lin Feng, his heart leaping with joy. "Junior, come help me slay this beast." But as they drew closer, he heard Lin Feng's urgent warning. "Meng Shuazhong, don't fight, just run." Immediately, Meng Huanyan noticed the swarm of spirit-devouring beetles behind Lin Feng. Whatever could make Lin Feng flee in such a state was surely formidable. He quickly commanded his spirit beast, the Baihai Ning Shuejiao, to unleash a wave of cold air, temporarily freezing the opposing beast. He then mounted the Baihai Ning Shuejiao and fled to safety. At this point, Lin Feng had already passed the frozen beast and joined Meng Huanyan. The beast, breaking free from its icy prison, furiously prepared to attack, only to be met by a horde of spirit-devouring beetles. In the blink of an eye, the Tier 3, Level 8 beast was devoured entirely. Witnessing this, both Lin Feng and Meng Huanyan's eyes widened in horror, and their pace quickened. Junior, how did you provoke such terrifying creatures? Even the composed Meng Huanyan couldn't help but feel alarmed. This situation was beyond the capabilities of beast tamers at their level. Lin Feng sighed and recounted the events. The only solution was to reseal them with the Yuehua ice grass. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Feng contemplated strategies. However, after much thought, he concluded that this was the sole option. He would have to sacrifice the Yuehua ice grass, or else he would continue fleeing without accomplishing anything. Yuehua ice grass. Meng Huanyan appeared astounded. You managed to obtain such a treasure? Impressive. As an ice attribute beast tamer, he was certainly familiar with this rare material. Meng Huanyan then inquired. Junior, what exactly do you intend to do? I will assist you. All right. Lin Feng agreed, sharing his plan with Meng Huanyan. Thus, the two began their operation. The spirit-devouring beetles would relentlessly pursue any living being until they were consumed. Lin Feng and Meng Huanyan utilized this trait, leading the beetles in a circuitous route back towards the pit from which they had emerged. After more than an hour, Lin Feng and Meng Huanyan stood at the edge of the pit, glancing at the horde of spirit-devouring beetles behind them. They exchanged a meaningful look. Junior, be careful. With that, Meng Huanyan commanded the Bai Hai Ning Shui Jiao to unleash a skill. Snow concealment technique. This skill rendered the user immobile but cloaked their presence for 5 minutes. Lin Feng had seen this skill in the library at Xingchen Academy. Although it was a supportive technique, he had not learned it. However, he assumed that Meng Huanyan, as an ice attribute beast tamer, would certainly have mastered it. Thus, Lin Feng allowed Meng Huanyan to use the snow concealment technique to obscure their presence, redirecting the spirit-devouring beetle's focus entirely onto him. The horde surged toward Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng once again summoned Xiao Mo back into the beast-taming space. Now, only Lin Feng stood at the edge of the pit, facing the oncoming wave of spirit-devouring beetles. Chapter 79. Sealing the spirit-devouring beetles. In Lin Feng's strategy, to reseal the spirit-devouring beetles, it was essential to lure them into the pit. This required someone to jump into the abyss as bait. This phase was the most perilous part of the entire plan. Should he be unable to escape from the pit, he would be devoured completely by the swarm of spirit-devouring beetles. Meanwhile, hidden away, Meng Huanyan watched Lin Feng confront the beetles alone, his heart filled with concern. The spirit-devouring beetles were closing in, and Lin Feng slowly retreated. He reached the edge of the pit. One more step back, and he would fall in. Taking a deep breath, the cold energy surged through his body, and then, with great determination, Lin Feng fell backward into the abyss. The spirit-devouring beetles, drawn by his presence, followed him into the pit, fixated solely on their thirst for flesh. Upon entering, Lin Feng discovered that the space within was surprisingly vast, granting him room to evade. He arrived at a corner of the pit, swiftly conjuring walls of ice to encase himself. He needed to wait for all the lingua beetles to enter the pit. The first batch of lingua beetles had already reached Lin Feng, their sharp teeth gnawing at the ice walls he had erected. The sound of cracking echoed incessantly. Lin Feng looked up, noticing that many more lingua beetles continued to fall from above. The ice walls before him had already been breached multiple times, forcing him to continuously create new barriers. Fortunately, being in a snowy region allowed Lin Feng's icy energy to replenish rapidly. Time passed slowly as he calculated the duration of Meng Huanyan's snow concealment technique. Just before the 5-minute mark, although a few lingua beetles still dropped from above, Lin Feng could not afford to hesitate. If Meng Huanyan's technique dissipated and those beetles crawled toward him, the plan would fail. With a fierce shout, 2 wings of ice suddenly emerged from his back. However, these ice wings were much smaller than when he had sacrificed for them, exuding a fragility that suggested they could shatter at any moment. This was due to Lin Feng's current low cultivation, which prevented him from controlling such intricate forms. Nevertheless, they sufficed for the situation at hand. As the ice wings appeared, the remaining ice walls shattered, transforming into countless ice crystals that hurtled toward the surrounding lingua beetles. Simultaneously, Lin Feng flapped his icy wings and swiftly ascended toward the top of the pit. The lingua beetles, sensing the flesh nearby, could not resist the urge to chase after him, hissing loudly as they attempted to climb the walls of the pit once more. He had to accelerate. He must not allow these lingua beetles to ascend again. Lin Feng quickened the flow of icy energy within him, vigorously flapping his wings, and at last, he burst forth from the pit. Meng Sr. unleashed the strongest ice attribute skill to seal this cave. Lin Feng shouted as he emerged. At that moment, The snow concealment technique had just ended, and Meng Huanyan was already prepared. His companion, the Behind Ningxue Jiao, let out a furious roar as ice attributes rapidly gathered around it. Frostbinding. In an instant, ice attributes coalesced above the pit, enveloping the entire area. However, the lingua beetles below had crawled to the edge of the pit, violently crashing into the icy surface formed by the frost binding. At that moment, Lin Feng reluctantly retrieved the Yuehua Bingqiao from the Beastmaster space. There was no other choice. To seal these lingua beetles, he had to utilize this precious herb temporarily. However, such a powerful ice attribute material was not something Lin Feng intended to relinquish entirely. He would return for it in the end. Lin Jr., hurry. I can't hold on much longer. Meng Huanyan's Behind Ningxue Jiao appeared pale, clearly suffering greatly from the strain of the skill. With gritted teeth, Lin Feng placed the Yuehua Bingqiao upon the frost binding. As it appeared, the herb released a powerful icy aura. A cave of snow and ice manifested once more, thoroughly sealing the lingua beetles inside. The few remaining beetles on the icy surface posed no threat and were swiftly dispatched by Lin Feng and Meng Huanyan. Once calm returned, Meng Huanyan leaned against the Behind Ningxue Jiao, feeling a sense of dread. The sheer number of lingua beetles was terrifying. Fortunately, they were in a place like Yuming Mountain. Had it been in a safe zone, it would have been a catastrophic disaster. He then turned to Lin Feng, who had once again exceeded his expectations. Such decisive thoughts and actions left him in awe, particularly the emergence of the ice wings, something he had never witnessed before. Junior, you possess dual spirit beasts, and your control over them is masterful. Could you teach me how to create wings for my spirit beast as well? Lin Feng chuckled wryly, realizing that Meng Huanyan had misunderstood, mistaking his icy energy for an ice attribute spirit beast skill. However, since the icy energy was a system gift, he could not teach Meng Huanyan, so he fabricated a simple method. It's just minor techniques. If you spend time with your spirit beast in icy water daily, you will eventually master it. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Meng Huanyan pondered and exclaimed with delight, brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? If I align my own attributes with those of my spirit beast, perhaps I can truly unleash its abilities. Subsequently, Meng Huanyan clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, thank you. Lin Jr., I am deeply appreciative. You are too kind, Lin Feng replied with an awkward smile, hoping that his suggestion about bathing in icy water would indeed prove effective. By the way, Lin Jr., I heard from Wu Xian that you have a spirit beast resembling a treasure-hoarding rat. Lin Feng immediately became alert. Did Meng Huanyan intend to see Xiao Jin? However, Meng Huanyan then produced a herb from his Beastmaster space and handed it to Lin Feng. Rodents, whether spirit or demon beasts, fear the cold. I happen to have an ice condensation grass that can enhance your spirit beast's resistance to ice attributes. It may be of help to you. Ice condensation grass. Lin Feng's heart leaped with joy. This herb was precisely what he needed. With it, Xiao Jin could continue to utilize her treasure hunting abilities in the snowy region. Furthermore, it could counteract the effects of the dragon scale fruit she had previously consumed, tempering her temperament. Such a remarkable gift from Meng Huanyan left Lin Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. Noticing Lin Feng's hesitation, Meng Huanyan insisted, take it. This ice condensation grass is ineffective for ice attribute spirit beasts, and you need it. Besides, you taught me such an impressive cultivation method. Consider this a token of gratitude. Lin Feng was taken aback by Meng Huanyan's kindness. Thank you, senior. Lin Feng paused before continuing. Would you like to join me in treasure hunting? Not wanting to accept such kindness without offering something in return, he proposed. However, Meng Huanyan shook his head. No, the items down the mountain can be bought outside for a price. My goal is the summit. This icy region is perfect for practicing the cultivation method you shared, and I plan to refine my skills here until I reach the peak. It seemed that Meng Huanyan was not short on resources. With his refusal, Lin Feng felt it inappropriate to press further. As for the icy water method, he was uncertain of its effectiveness. However, with the Behind Ningxue Jiao by his side, Meng Huanyan would likely only suffer frostbite, not death. After a brief rest, the two parted ways, heading in different directions. Meng Huanyan followed the map to an icy lake, directing his Behind Ningxue Jiao to use its massive body to carve out a meter-wide ice hole in the lake's surface. Then, the Behind Ningxue Jiao leaped into the icy waters, relishing the environment as an ice attribute spirit beast. To achieve optimal results, Meng Huanyan removed all his clothing and jumped into the frigid lake. The biting cold sent shivers down his spine, but he gritted his teeth, determined to acquire the same abilities as Lin Feng. The spirit beast Behind Ningxue Jiao swirled around him, gradually allowing a chill to seep into his body. Perhaps Lin Feng had not anticipated that a casual remark would eventually transform the traditional methods of beast taming. After parting ways, Lin Feng first sought a secluded spot to take out the Bingninko that Meng Huanyan had gifted him. Consume this, and you shall no longer fear the cold. Since entering the icy realm, Xiao Jin had remained perched upon Xiao Mo, ensuring her body stayed warm. At this moment, Xiao Jin stretched her head toward the Bingninko in Lin Feng's hand, her nose twitching incessantly. I absolutely adore this. Hurry, feed it to me. Clearly captivated by the aroma of the Bingninko, Xiao Jin implored eagerly. Throughout, Lin Feng had always shown great affection towards spirit beasts. Thus, he plucked a leaf from the Bingninko and offered it to Xiao Jin. How refreshing! Xiao Jin shivered slightly, yet her face expressed a yearning for more. Her mouth agape in anticipation of Lin Feng's next offering. As she consumed an entire Bingninko, a layer of frost enveloped her body, and a soft blue glow circulated within her. Soon, a surge of red radiance emerged. The two hues within Xiao Jin's body contended with one another, rendering her alternately cold and hot, which was quite distressing. I can't endure this any longer. The dual forces tormented Xiao Jin, prompting her to dive headfirst into a pile of snow. In this scenario, Lin Feng could offer no assistance, but could only wait patiently nearby. Approximately an hour later, a burst of red light erupted from the snowdrift, dissipating into the air. Xiao Jin leaped out from the snow pile and onto Lin Feng's shoulder. Master, thank you. It was Lin Feng's first time hearing Xiao Jin refer to him as master, though the term had not changed. Xiao Mo, observing nearby, ventured to ask, Sister Jin, have you improved? Yes, little one, I shan't scold you anymore. Hooray! Xiao Mo exclaimed joyfully, for he had been tormented by Xiao Jin's words during this time. Witnessing Xiao Jin refrain from berating Xiao Mo, Lin Feng surmised that the Bingninko had indeed worked. Although her phraseology remained unchanged, her temperament had notably softened. Lin Feng inquired, how do you feel? Master, while I can still sense the cold, it no longer affects my abilities. Xiao Jin replied candidly, that is splendid. Lin Feng felt immense joy, as he could once again revel in the thrill of treasure hunting. So, which direction shall we embark upon? Xiao Jin sniffed the air. Let us proceed forward. There is an ice cavern containing ice attribute materials, though it is likely guarded by a demonic beast. With her improved temperament, Xiao Jin provided a more detailed report than ever before. No problem, but if it's merely a demonic beast, we shall eliminate it. With that, Lin Feng and his companions set off in that direction. Meanwhile, in the realm of darkness, Nan Yi from the Yueying Academy, who had exchanged silver moon grass with Lin Feng, had been residing in the original cave for over a week. Beside her, the white tiger spirit beast was undergoing a transformation. Nan Yi gazed at her spirit beast with anticipation. Boom! A resonant explosion echoed through the air, and the spirit beast radiated a brilliant light. The illumination flooded the cave, brightening the entire dark realm. Following that was a powerful tiger's roar. After consuming the elixir crafted by Nan Yi, the spirit beast had finally succeeded in advancing after a week of metamorphosis. The white tiger, grand and imposing, exceeded 5 meters in length, its entire body gleaming white and radiating a soft golden glow. Light Sacred Spirit Tiger, Light Attribute. Star Rating, 8 stars, lower grade. Cultivation Level, 3rd Stage, Level 7. Bai Ling, you have finally advanced. Nan Yi exclaimed joyfully, embracing the tiger's head. The tiger, named Bai Ling, affectionately rubbed its large head against Nan Yi's cheek, as if expressing gratitude for its advancement. Splendid. If Tiange knew, he would surely be thrilled. Nan Yi said with delight, let us go find Tiange. Awoo. Bai Ling responded. Little sister, where are you headed? A sinister voice emerged from the cave's entrance. Bai Ling quickly shielded Nan Yi, emitting a low growl. 2 figures entered the cave, Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun from the Riguang Academy. Little sister, what caused such a commotion? Do you need our assistance? Chapter 81, Burning Life. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun approached Nan Yi with mischievous grins, accompanied by their own spirit beasts. Nan Yi inwardly sensed trouble. The noise from Bai Ling's advancement had undoubtedly attracted these two. She had not anticipated attracting 2 students from Riguang Academy at once. With vigilance, Nan Yi glared at them and coldly asked, what do you want? At that moment, Xiao Chun spotted Bai Ling in front of Nan Yi and gasped, an 8-star spirit beast? No wonder there was such a ruckus. It seems you have encountered a fortuitous event in this Yuming mountain. However, your journey here ends now, Xiao Chun declared. Before we leave you crippled, why not let us enjoy ourselves first? Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun regarded Nan Yi with lewd expressions. Who knows what lies beneath that veil? Zhang Yuan grinned wickedly, extending his hand toward Nan Yi's face. Come, let me have a look. In an instant, murderous intent erupted from Nan Yi's eyes, and Bai Ling, sensing her humiliation, roared and lunged to bite Zhang Yuan's outstretched hand. Zhang Yuan hastily retracted his hand. Oh, you wish to bite me? Even if it is an 8-star spirit beast. We shall first slay your beast, and then deal with you. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun declared fiercely. The spirit beasts behind them promptly obeyed, lunging at Nan Yi's spirit beast. At this moment, the light sacred spirit tiger showed no fear against the two 7-star spirit beasts, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the cave. Radiant impact. A massive white beam of light shot forth from the light sacred spirit tiger's mouth toward the two spirit beasts. Fortress Dragon Lizard Barrier Technique. Xiao Chun's Fortress Dragon Lizard shimmered with earthy yellow light, instantaneously erecting a solid rock barrier that absorbed the light sacred spirit tiger's attack. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yuan's yin-yang fiery bull erupted in flames. Mu. Fire meteor. Countless meteors enveloped in flames appeared above the yin-yang fiery bull, hurtling toward the location of the light sacred spirit tiger. Given the confined space of the cave, this broad attack left the light sacred spirit tiger with no avenue of escape. Nan Yi quickly shouted, Light's protective wall. A barrier of light enveloped the light sacred spirit tiger. The fire meteors struck the protective wall, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. Just as Nan Yi believed she had successfully blocked the attack, a sharp spike erupted from beneath the light sacred spirit tiger, piercing its abdomen in an instant. Little sister, don't focus solely on the top. Xiao Chun chuckled, having orchestrated the sneak attack through the Fortress Dragon Lizard. The light sacred spirit tiger, now pierced in the abdomen, coughed up blood, a massive wound appearing on its torso. Bai Ling. Nan Yi cried out in anguish and quickly retrieved an elixir from her beast-taming space, administering it to the light sacred spirit tiger. However, the large wound on its abdomen was beyond immediate repair. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun already possessed superior cultivation levels compared to Nan Yi, facing both of them. Even the 8-star lower-grade light sacred spirit tiger could not bridge such a gap. Moreover, the injured light sacred spirit tiger was further unable to withstand their assault. Little sister, surrender and let us indulge ourselves. Perhaps we might spare your life. Otherwise, we shall slay your spirit beast. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun advanced menacingly towards Nan Yi, who was cornered. The injured Guangming Shengling who struggled to maintain its stance, but the wound on its abdomen reopened, gushing forth a torrent of blood. The two men blocked the cave's entrance, leaving Nan Yi with no choice but to retreat in despair. Even if I die, I shall not allow your schemes to succeed. A piercing light ignited in Nan Yi's eyes. She turned to her side, addressing the Guangming Shengling who softly, Bai Ling. I am so sorry. Thank you for your companionship. If there is a next life, I wish to be your master again. Understanding her sentiment, Bai Ling nuzzled against her face. Subsequently, an ethereal brilliance emanated from Nan Yi, illuminating the entire cavern. Under this radiant glow, the wound on Bai Ling's abdomen began to heal gradually, and its physique swelled significantly. Zhang Yuan shouted in alarm, not good. She is unleashing the skill burning life. What a madwoman. Quickly, attack before the skill fully manifests. Burning life is a self-destructive technique mastered by beast tamers, enabling them to sacrifice their own life force to enhance their spirit beast significantly. However, after using this skill, the beast tamer perishes alongside the beast once the effect dissipates. In this moment, Nan Yi's use of burning life signified her intent to perish alongside the two students from the Sunlight Academy. She would not allow anyone to defile her body, for she belonged solely to her Tiange. As her consciousness began to fade, she thought, Tiange, you must marry me in the next life. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun realized that if Nan Yi were to complete burning life, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Their very survival was at stake. Thus, they hurriedly commanded their spirit beasts to unleash their most potent skills, aiming to eliminate her before the skill could fully activate. Niao Mo Chong Tianyan. Yen Shi Sui Lai Sha. The powerful attacks from the Yin Yang Lai Yen Niao and the Bao Lei Long Shi surged towards Bai Ling, who was absorbing Nan Yi's life force. You two seek death. An enraged voice echoed behind Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun. Simultaneously, a sphere of black flames and a massive serpentine lightning struck the Yin Yang Lai Yen Niao and Bao Lei Long Shi with astonishing speed. Both spirit beasts emitted cries of agony, their skills veering off course and colliding with the cave wall. The ground trembled as debris fell from above, threatening to collapse the entire cavern. Turning in surprise, Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun beheld a male student clad in the Moon Shadow Academy uniform. His face contorted in fury as he glared at them. Flanking him were two spirit beasts radiating formidable power. Xiao Chun recognized him instantly, panic gripping him, Yang Tian, the captain of Moon Shadow Academy, a beast tamer with two 7-star spirit beasts. Yang Tian's cultivation had reached the 3rd tier, level 9, and he was on the brink of breaking into the 4th tier. How could he have arrived here? Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun were struck with dread. Prior to their mission, their chief had specifically warned them to avoid provoking Yang Tian. His strength was far beyond their capacity to contend with. Even their chief had to tread carefully in his presence, as a beast tamer with two 7-star spirit beasts possessed terrifying power. At this moment, a 7-star mutated dark flame demon tiger, cloaked in black flames, and a 7-star dragon breed, the purple lightning Jiao Long King, stood beside Yang Tian. Both spirit beasts were not ordinary. The immense pressure they exuded enveloped Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun. Yang Tian soon noticed Nanyi, who was channeling burning life, and his expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly mounted the dark flame demon tiger and raced towards her. Upon reaching Nanyi, Yang Tian pressed several acupuncture points on her body with urgency. I'm here. Stop immediately. Under his timely intervention, the dazzling light surrounding Nanyi began to fade gradually. However, burning life had already progressed significantly, and even if halted now, the life force lost would not return. In an instant, Nanyi's once silvery hair dulled to a lifeless yellow. Her delicate features marred by wrinkles. Her once smooth skin became riddled with creases. The life force of the Guangming Shengling, who was also drawn away, leaving it aged and gasping for breath on the ground. Yang Tian's heart swelled with rage at the sight before him. How could he not feel anguish seeing his beloved in such a state? He chastised himself for not arriving sooner to protect her. What despair must she have felt to resort to a skill like burning life? Nanyi opened her wrinkled eyes, which once sparkled with brilliance, now dulled to a faded hue. Tiangu, is that you? I miss you so much. Please don't leave me, she sobbed, her hands reaching weakly to caress Yang Tian's face, only to fall listlessly. Yang Tian grasped her hand and placed it against his cheek, speaking tenderly. My dear, I shall never leave you again. Just wait, I will avenge you. He then fixed a furious glare upon Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun, his teeth grinding together. You from Sunlight Academy, prepare to pay with your lives. In an explosive instant, his Tier 3, Level 9 cultivation erupted, and sensing their master's intent, the two spirit beasts unleashed a deafening roar. Dark flame burst. Purple lightning flash. Two immensely powerful attacks hurtled towards Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun. With Yang Tian now present, any further attempts to deal with Nanyi were futile. The two men did not wish to incur Yang Tian's wrath. Consequently, Xiao Chun hastily stuffed a handful of recovery pills into his mouth. The Bao Lei Long she erupted with a golden glow as its claws tore into the ground. Just as the two attacks were about to strike, Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun dove into the tunnel that the Bao Lei Long she had excavated, fleeing swiftly into the distance. The cave, already on the brink of collapse, could no longer withstand the aftermath of the spirit beast's attacks and began to cave in. Damn it! Yang Tian roared in fury at the sight of the tunnel below. Nevertheless, confronted with the impending collapse of the cave, he too had to escape. The dark flame demon tiger swiftly carried both him and the unconscious Nanyi towards the cave's exit, while the purple lightning Jiao Long King grasped the Guangming Shengling who in its jaws, following closely behind. At last, Yang Tian burst forth from the cave just before its complete collapse, yet the two from Sunlight Academy had long vanished without a trace. You Sunlight Academy scoundrels! Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down. Yang Tian, cradling the unconscious Nanyi, gazed into the distance with murderous intent. Phew! We should have run far enough. Xiao Chun panted breathlessly. The Bao Lei Long she beside him was utterly exhausted. The two had run underground for over an hour to escape Yang Tian. Now, with the spirit beast drained of energy, they too had no choice but to emerge. Yang Tian is truly terrifying. We were fortunate to flee quickly, otherwise, we would have been doomed today, Zhang Yuan said, filled with lingering fear. At least we can consider ourselves to have completed the task assigned by Chief Lei, though he had not encountered the individuals from Xingchen Shuyuan. It appeared that only Yang Tian remained from Yuang Shuyuan. The girl had expended so much life force that, even if she survived, she would be left impaired. After taking a few breaths to compose himself, Xiao Chun remarked, "It has been over a week. We should rendezvous with Chief Lei." Zhang Yuan stated. Producing the guiding insect given to him by Chief Lei, he began to sense their leader's location. In the snowy expanse, Lin Feng strolled merrily through the snow with Xiao Mo and Xiao Jin, delighting in the wintry wonderland. Ever since Xiao Jin had become unafraid of the cold, Lin Feng had spent 5 days in this icy realm. Perhaps due to the extreme chill, he had not encountered any other students from competing academies during this time. Under Xiao Jin's guidance, he had collected several treasures, including 2 materials with ice attributes. However, compared to the dark attribute region, this snowy area was noticeably less abundant in treasures. Even when Xiao Jin sensed within her range, she failed to discover anything of value. At that moment, Lin Feng was traversing an uncharted path, attuned to the ambient energies alongside Xiao Jin. Master, it seems something is amiss. Someone is approaching. Xiao Jin, who had previously been wearing a mischievous grin, suddenly became serious. Lin Feng quickly snapped out of his reverie and inquired, "How far away are they?" "Approximately 5 kilometers. There are 3 individuals, one of whom has a notably weak presence," Xiao Jin reported after a careful examination. 3 individuals? They must be 3 students from a particular academy who have gathered together. "Master, 2 of them are familiar to us." Xiao Jin sniffed the air and continued. "One is the girl with whom you exchanged items, and the other is the boy you saved recently." Lin Feng recognized them well, as they were the only 2 he had encountered from Yueyingshuin during his journey in Yuming Mountain. He wondered what their purpose in the snowy region was and decided to conceal himself alongside Xiao Mo and Xiao Jin. "Lang Yu, are you certain that Lin Feng from Xingchen Shuiyuan is still here?" Yang Tian anxiously asked, cradling the frail Nanyi. "He should still be, from what I observed. He appears to be searching for something," Lang Yu replied uncertainly. "I hope so. If we cannot find some medicinal herbs soon, we will not be able to stem Yi's aging." Yang Tian sighed, a hint of despair in his voice. Although Yang Tian had halted her life-consuming ability, the passage of time continued relentlessly. Without timely intervention, Nan Yi would soon succumb to her accelerated aging. The trio had ventured into the frozen expanse to seek remedies for Nan Yi's condition, as well as to find Lin Feng. Having learned from Lang Yu that he might have been in this icy domain for nearly a week, perhaps he had already discovered some herbs. If that were the case, Yang Tian resolved to obtain the herbs from Lin Feng at any cost. "Those scoundrels from Riguangshuiyuan are truly despicable," Lang Yu exclaimed, shaking his fist in anger. "They have brought Nan Yi to this state." The mere mention of Riguangshuiyuan ignited a fire of fury in Yang Tian's eyes. As he yearned for retribution against those responsible, their conversation was overheard by Lin Feng, who mused that aiding them might yield considerable rewards, far more beneficial than aimlessly searching through the endless snow. Moreover, once the summit opened, the bitter rivalry between Yueyingshuin and Riguangshuin would likely erupt into conflict, providing him the opportunity to strike against the guarding beasts and access the treasure cave. It was a venture that promised great returns. Consequently, Lin Feng cleared his throat loudly. The 3 were startled and quickly turned their attention to his location. Upon recognizing Lin Feng, Lang Yu's face lit up with joy as he called out, "Lin Benefactor, we have finally found you." He hurried over, brushing the snow from Lin Feng's clothing. "Benefactor, why are you lying here in the snow?" Lin Feng offered an awkward smile, knowing he couldn't admit to eavesdropping on their conversation. "Oh, I was just enjoying the cool air," he fabricated a casual excuse. Lang Yu's admiration for Lin Feng deepened. After all, who could sleep soundly in such frigid conditions? At this moment, Yang Tian approached, and Lang Yu introduced him, "Brother Tian. This is the benefactor who once saved me, Lin Feng." "Benefactor, this is our team leader for the Yuming Mountain Expedition, Yang Tian. He is a rare dual spirit beast tamer." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng regarded the young man before him with renewed interest. It was his first encounter with a tamer possessing dual spirit beasts. Yang Tian was tall and well-proportioned, with distinct features and sun-kissed skin, his brown hair neatly styled. 2 faint marks could be seen on his forehead, indicative of his unique abilities. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Tian, filled with urgency, directly articulated his request to Lin Feng. "I believe I am your elder, so I shall refer to you as Lin Laudi. We have come here in search of you to inquire if you have found any of these medicinal herbs in this snowy region." He handed Lin Feng a list of herbs. Lin Feng examined the list and noted that 2 of the herbs were already stored in his beast space. Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Yang Tian quickly added, "Lin Laudi, if you possess any of these herbs, I am willing to purchase them at 10 times the market price." Lin Feng shook his head and retrieved the 2 herbs from his beast space. 10 times the price is rather excessive. I am not one to take advantage of misfortune. You may exchange them for items of equal value. After all, these herbs held little use for him, and he would rather have them serve a greater purpose. As Lin Feng gazed at Nan Yi, now appearing as a woman in her 50s, he felt a pang of regret. It was truly a pity that such a beautiful girl had fallen to this state. Upon seeing the herbs Lin Feng produced, a look of elation spread across Yang Tian's face. "Lin Laudi is indeed generous. I, Yang Tian, shall ensure that Lin Laudi does not suffer any losses. Having spoken, Yang Tian waved his hand, revealing a collection of rare treasures laid out upon the snow. Due to the necessity of some medicinal herbs for refining pills for Yi, he could only present this amount for the moment. Lin Laudi is free to choose at will. He may even take them all. Lin Feng surveyed the treasures, their value clearly surpassing that of the 2 herbs he had just encountered. In fact, some were even of considerably greater worth. However, Lin Feng casually selected 2 items, stating, "I shall take these 2. What camaraderie." Yang Tian's opinion of Lin Feng elevated several notches. He had not anticipated encountering such a loyal individual in the depths of the Yuming Mountain. Consequently, Yang Tian produced 2 more items and pressed them into Lin Feng's hands, saying, "Consider this a token of gratitude for saving Lang Yu." Lin Feng found it difficult to refuse further. After securing the items, he inquired, "What do you plan to do with the remaining few?" At this juncture, Yang Tian's expression dimmed. Now that they had acquired 2 herbs from Lin Feng, they still lacked 3 more. Moreover, given Nan Yi's condition, she would hardly endure until the conclusion of their venture in Yuming Mountain. Alas, they could only search while seeking others for exchanges. Yang Tian's gaze suddenly hardened with determination. "If we ultimately fail to gather all the herbs, I shall forcefully extend Yi's life." "Tian Go, do you intend to employ that method?" Lang Yu exclaimed in shock. "But using that method will cost you a spirit beast." "What of it? Compared to Yi's life, what does that amount to?" Sighing, Lang Yu added, "If only we had a Dunbao shoe, it could help us locate the needed herbs." At that moment, Xiao Jin, nestled in Lin Feng's pocket, instinctively stood upon hearing the mention of Dunbao shoe. However, she quickly remembered Lin Feng's warning about remaining hidden when others were present and hurriedly retreated. Yet, her brief appearance was noticed by Yang Tian and Lang Yu. Though Xiao Jin's fur and appearance differed from typical Dunbao shoe, Yang Tian recognized her as the evolved form, the Sun Jin beast, possessing far superior searching capabilities. Moreover, this particular Sun Jin beast was extraordinary, even capable of human speech. Yang Tian hurried to Lin Feng, gripping his shoulder and inquiring, "Lin Laudi, is this indeed a Sun Jin beast?" Upon seeing Yang Tian's recognition, Lin Feng could only nod in affirmation. With confirmation, Yang Tian excitedly asked, "Might you lend her to me? I will repay you 100-fold." Although Lin Feng could exchange the necessary herbs with them, he could not lend Xiao Jin to anyone, as it was a matter of principle. "I am afraid I must decline this request." Yang Tian realized he had been somewhat presumptuous. Such a request was unlikely to be granted by anyone, especially in Yuming Mountain. Nevertheless, the Sun Jin beast was crucial for him. Unwilling to concede, Yang Tian summoned his spirit beast, the Yin Gui Hu Wang, gently stroking its head. "My good brother, I am sorry. I will find you another beast soldier in due time." The Yin Gui Hu Wang understood its master's intentions, nodding obediently, and then used its paw to remove a crown-shaped beast soldier from its head. The beast soldier shrank to palm-sized and floated in the air. Yang Tian took it in hand, hesitating for a moment before handing it to Lin Feng. "Lin Laudi, this splitting crown was obtained during a nightmarish challenge in the secret realm. It grants the bearer the ability to release 2 skills simultaneously. I now present it to you, hoping you will allow the Sun Jin beast to aid us in locating the necessary herbs." Lin Feng was taken aback that Yang Tian would offer such a precious item, especially one with such formidable power. If a dual-attribute spirit beast donned it, it could unleash a dual-attribute fusion technique without training. Despite the allure of such a beast soldier, Lin Feng did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he articulated his thoughts. "I cannot lend you the Sun Jin beast, but you may accompany me. If Xiao Jin finds the herbs you seek, they shall be yours. As for the others, they remain with me. Should you agree to this condition, I will accept the beast soldier. Otherwise, I must take my leave." Upon hearing Lin Feng's terms, Yang Tian did not hesitate to comply. "Lin Laudi, you have already been exceedingly generous. I agree to your conditions." Yang Tian understood that having the Sun Jin beast nearby greatly increased their chances of locating the herbs compared to their solitary search. As long as there was even a glimmer of hope, Yang Tian would not relent. With Yang Tian's agreement, Lin Feng accepted the splitting crown. However, he refrained from having Xiao Mo wear it, sensing that the spirit beast egg he possessed would soon hatch and was likely to be of dual attributes. At that time, it would be able to fully utilize the beast soldier's potential. Since one of the herbs needed to be sought in an icy region, the group embarked on their treasure hunting journey. After traveling for several days, they finally reached the area where Lei Shoshi resided. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun, weary from their travels, found themselves in a desolate expanse where sandstorms raged around them. Following the guidance of the guiding worm, they arrived at the center of this barren land. Here, Amidst the swirling yellow sand, there existed a patch completely devoid of sand, shrouded in black mist, punctuated by the occasional roars of monstrous beasts. In the midst of the black mist sat a young man, his long black hair cascading untamed around him, as strands of dark energy flowed from the ground into his being. Behind him, shadows of numerous black beasts flickered restlessly. What a formidable display of power from Lei Shoshi. I can scarcely breathe under this pressure, Xiao Chun said, clutching his chest in discomfort. What brings you two here? The young man, enveloped in black mist, spoke with a chilling demeanor. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun stood before him, their demeanor far from that of peers. Hearing the young man's voice, they promptly knelt on one knee, trembling as they replied, "Forgive us, Lei Shoshi. We encountered Yang Tian from Yu Ying Academy." "Oh." The young man pondered for a moment. "That you were able to escape unscathed from Yang Tian speaks to your capabilities. What has been the outcome of your endeavors during these days?" Reporting to Lei Shoshi, a male student from Yu Ying Academy was struck into the icy river, and his fate remains unknown, Zhang Yuan replied, bowing his head. Another female student sacrificed her life and is now in a dying state. As for the three from Xingchen Academy, we did not encounter them. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a shocking sight. They were entirely devoid of whites, appearing entirely black, an eerie spectacle. As he opened his eyes, the surrounding dark energy and the shadows of the beasts behind him flowed into his body. In an instant, the sandstorm resumed its relentless assault. Rising to his feet, the young man's figure was slender, and the Daylight Academy uniform he wore appeared particularly oversized. "Well done. You have effectively weakened Yang Tian's strength. It seems that to save his girlfriend, he may have no choice but to resort to sacrifice. It appears Yang Tian no longer poses a threat," the young man said nonchalantly. "As for those from Xingchen Academy, they are merely trash. Their absence is of no concern. Now, you two shall remain by my side. The beasts in this area have completed their transformation, and we shall proceed to the next region." "Yes." Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun hastily assented. Subsequently, a colossal shadow enveloped the man, gradually obscuring the forms of the three individuals within its depths.